Chapter 1. Transcending to become crocodile. The first half of the grand line, Alabasta. Have I truly become crocodile? In a dimly lit room, a man with slicked back hair, a prominent scar traversing his face, an earring on his right ear, and a cigar clamped between his teeth, adorned in a black fur coat that exuded the aura of an Italian mafia boss, suddenly burst into laughter. He had been a high school student from Blue Star, but after unwittingly falling asleep while watching the anime One Piece, he awoke to find himself transformed into Crocodile, one of the Seven Warlords of the sea. Introduction. Crocodile, one of the Seven Warlords, the shadowy boss of the criminal organization Baroque Works, a user of the Sansan fruit, aspires to become the Pirate King, with a bounty of 81 million berries. My memories are so hazy did I fail to inherit them due to the overwhelming information? Crocodile lamented, clutching his throbbing head. The memories were a blur, with only vague fragments remaining, such as the current year being the 1520th year of the sea calendar. It just so happens to be the year Luffy set sail, and I heard his bounty recently reached 30 million berries. Has the East Blue arc concluded? Am I next on the list? The thought of potentially being defeated by Luffy dampened Crocodile's spirits. As a youth deeply influenced by socialist ideals, he was neither inclined nor willing to plunder villages or bully the populace. However, embarking on an adventure was essential, otherwise he would be remiss in his role as a transmigrator. My journey must be grand and illustrious, so the entire world knows that I, Crocodile, am setting sail to claim supremacy. Crocodile declared, erupting into a hearty laugh. First and foremost, I require a crew. Crocodile retrieved a din-din mushy and dialed out. Bururu. Once the call connected, the din-din mushy imitated the voice and expression of the caller. Sir, what is your command? A mature female voice resonated from the other end. Gather all senior agents at Spider CAF next week at 8 o'clock. I have an announcement to make, Crocodile instructed. In the shadows, Nico Robin paused upon hearing her name mentioned, then quickly regained her composure, responding with a smile. Hee, is the boss finally stepping out of the shadows? Just do as instructed, Nico Robin. After Crocodile concluded the call, he glanced at the window, shook off his coat, stood up, and pushed it open. A beam of sunlight illuminated his face, and grains of sand began to swirl around him as yellow dust danced outside. It begins. With that, Crocodile transformed into sand, scattering out the window and disappearing from sight. At Nico Robin's location, Robin was momentarily startled when she heard Crocodile mention her name over the din-din mushy, but she quickly sensed that this man was about to make a significant move after he called for all senior agents. Meanwhile, at Twin Cape, Luffy and his crew had just crossed the reverse mountain and were swallowed by the whale Laboon, only to be rescued by Crocus, navigating through Laboon's stomach. What shall we do with these two? Let's toss them overboard nearby. As the Going Merry sailed out of Laboon's belly, Luffy and his crew deliberated on discarding their captives, Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday. With a splash, the two were thrown into the sea. It seems we've been defeated by those pirates, Mr. Nine commented a rather strangely dressed woman with a ponytail as she surfaced. Hey, who are you people? A boy with disheveled black hair, a scar under his left eye from a past act of bravery, dressed in a red vest, blue shorts, and straw sandals, emerged from the Going Merry. This was none other than Luffy, the main protagonist of the original anime. Shut up. What we are has nothing to do with you. Ms. Wednesday shouted defiantly. Wait, Ms. Wednesday, since they are pirates, doesn't that mean it does concern us? Mr. Nine, adorned with a crown and unique facial markings, whispered. That's true, Mr. Nine. This is indeed of great relevance to our organization. We shall see, Ms. Wednesday declared haughtily. Bururu. Just as Ms. Wednesday was about to say more, Mr. Nine's din mushy began to ring. Let's head to shore, Ms. Wednesday, Mr. Nine urged. Once they reached the shore, Mr. Nine retrieved a din mushy that was dry and connected the call. Mr. Nine, Ms. Wednesday, the boss requests your presence at Spider CAF 3 days from now at 8 o'clock. Nico Robin's voice came through. I never expected it would be you, Ms. Wednesday. Mr. Zero actually wants to see us. What a surprise. We will be there, Mr. Nine replied, a hint of astonishment in his tone. Behind Mr. Nine, Ms. Wednesday appeared equally astonished. That crocodile is summoning us. Is he planning to make a move against the king? The audacity. Wednesday, the boss wants us at Spider CAF. It seems he's ready to reveal his true self, Mr. Nine informed Ms. Wednesday after hanging up. Ms. Wednesday responded, regaining her composure as Mr. Nine looked her way. However, we must ensure these pirates recognize our might. They will undoubtedly pass through Whiskey Peak, and we must show them their place, Mr. Nine proclaimed arrogantly. Whiskey Peak may appear to be a welcoming town for pirates, but it was in reality a hub for bounty hunters, serving as a subordinate branch of Mr. Nine's secret criminal organization, Baroque Works. Their usual tactic involved luring passing pirates with food and drink, only to capture them and claim the bounty. Excellent idea, we must indeed make them regret it. Ms. Wednesday laughed in agreement. Along a certain coastline in Alabasta. Charge my minions. A pirate ship flying a black skull flag docked at the shore, as a pirate wielding a curved sword leaped out, proclaiming loudly upon stepping onto Alabasta's territory. Ho! One by one, pirates surged from the ship, commencing their rampage of arson and pillage. Cease this, you ruffians! A voice boomed as a swirling mass of yellow sand coalesced, revealing the figure of Crocodile. Lord Crocodile! The great Lord Crocodile has come to our rescue. The citizens of Alabasta cried out in excitement upon seeing Crocodile. Seven Warlord Crocodile. The pirate wielding the curved sword turned serious upon hearing the name, then broke into a sinister grin, shouting, Men, seize Crocodile's head, and we shall achieve fame beyond measure. He was none other than the bounty hunter Dareem, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Capturing Crocodile's head would undoubtedly propel him into the annals of infamy. Ho! The surrounding pirates echoed in agreement, advancing toward Crocodile. Curved crescent sand dune. As the enemies charged, Crocodile took a moment to steady himself, his right arm transforming into a crescent-shaped sand blade. The sand blade swept through the bodies of the oncoming pirates, and an eerie phenomenon occurred. Those struck did not suffer external injuries, but instead became desiccated husks, drained of moisture, collapsing as mummified figures. What have you done to them, Crocodile? Dareem shouted in anger, seeing his men transformed into mummies by Crocodile's unknown technique as he charged forward. I merely granted them eternal rest in the desert, Crocodile replied, retracting the sand, his arm returning to its original state. Die, Crocodile! Dareem shouted, bringing his blade down in a furious strike. Clang! In the instant the blade descended, Crocodile leaped back, skillfully deflecting the blow with his golden hook. Clang! 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 As Dareem's attacks continued to rain down, he grew increasingly frantic, witnessing how easily Crocodile blocked each strike while retreating. You fool! Frustration mounted in Dareem as he realized his efforts were futile against Crocodile's effortless defenses. Is that all you can do? Crocodile remarked with a bored expression after deflecting another of Dareem's blows. Curse you, Die! How dare you underestimate me? Dareem shouted, pulling out a cannon from his clothing and firing it with a loud bang. Boom! The cannonball struck Crocodile directly, sending up a cloud of dust. Hit him squarely, he had it coming. I've taken down a Seven Warlord, my fame will surely soar. Dareem sneered, relishing the prospect. What did you say you accomplished? Crocodile's calm voice emerged from the dust as a breeze dispersed the cloud, revealing him unscathed. How is that possible? You were struck directly by a cannon. Talum exclaimed incredulously as he gazed at Crocodile. Frog in a well. Desert gold blade. Crocodile's right arm transformed into a massive sand blade, swiftly cutting through the ground and creating a deep gash as it surged toward Talum. Talum barely had time to scream before the sand blade pierced through his chest, leaving a haunting gash as he collapsed, blood flowing from him, life extinguished. Crocodile, the hero, has vanquished the pirates. Desert hero, Crocodile. As the citizens witnessed Crocodile's triumph over the marauding pirates, they erupted in cheers. Ever since Crocodile had arrived in this land, the people had seldom faced pirate attacks. He had always appeared to defend them. Regrettably, the king's folly in employing dance powder had resulted in 3 years of drought across the nation. Observing the jubilant crowd, Crocodile sighed inwardly, contemplating what their reaction would be if they were to discover that he was the cause of the nationwide drought. Chapter 2. Nico Robin. Huh. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Crocodile dissipated into yellow sand, carried away by the wind. When he reappeared, he found himself seated upon a rocky peak. A pirate ship, a pirate flag. But now, I shall venture to that place, perhaps I might encounter that man. Crocodile recalled the nation of medicine, followed by thoughts of the man he had first encountered on that island. In a certain room, Nico Robin ended her last phone call and sat on the sofa, propping her face up with one hand, lost in thought. With a loud crash, the room's window was violently thrown open, and yellow sand poured in, coalescing to form Crocodile's figure. Why has the president come personally? How impatient he must be. It seems there is indeed something pressing. Upon seeing Crocodile, Nico Robin greeted him with a gentle and elegant smile. How has the notification process gone? Crocodile inquired as he made his way to his seat. All 23 individuals have been informed. Nico Robin replied, noting that the Baroque Works elite agents numbered 12 in total aside from Mr. 2, the other 11 each had a female partner. By the way, Mr. Crocodile, our informants have discovered that Ms. Wednesday is the royal princess, Vivi. Nico Robin reported. Let Mr. 5 and the others handle it, Crocodile said, unfazed by the news, as he was already aware of the situation and dispatched Mr. 5 accordingly. Understood, Mr. Crocodile, Nico Robin responded before moving to another room to assign the tasks. May I inquire why you have summoned them, Mr. Crocodile? Nico Robin casually asked as she exited the room. Crocodile leisurely removed his golden hook, revealing his left hand, and after extracting a cigar from his clothing and lighting it, he replied, The reason? It would be rather lonely if I were the only one aboard the pirate ship. Nico Robin stared in astonishment at Crocodile's unscathed left hand, her eyes widening as she processed his words. A pirate ship? Is Crocodile planning to set sail? How could that be? Wasn't he intent on obtaining the historical text that contained the information about the Pirate King from the Alabasta royal family? Are you surprised? Crocodile chuckled, having discovered after his arrival that his left hand was indeed intact. It is indeed surprising that Mr. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, desires to set sail once more. It seems I must find a new employer. Nico Robin quickly composed herself and replied with a smile. A new employer? I never said I would let you go. Crocodile laughed heartily before addressing Nico Robin. She was the only person in the world capable of deciphering the historical text, making her an invaluable asset if he were to pursue the title of Pirate King. Nico Robin's expression shifted dramatically. Her eyes filled with wariness as she regarded Crocodile. She was acutely aware of the perilous situation she found herself in. Don't overthink it. I would never part with you for the Marines. I merely believe that having someone knowledgeable about the historical text aboard would make things more lively. Crocodile continued as he observed the change in her demeanor. Heh, is Mr. Crocodile being serious? Nico Robin finally exhaled, laughing softly. The second pirate flag features a golden hook, marked by a scar that traverses the skull. The third pirate flag is adorned with golden grains scattered around the skull, reminiscent of a sandstorm's aftermath. I find the golden hook quite appealing. What are your thoughts, Mr. Crocodile? Nico Robin selected the pirate flag with the golden hook and the scarred skull, proclaiming, Let us choose this design. Crocodile cast a sidelong glance before responding. Put it away for now and accompany me on a trip to Drum Island. Crocodile remarked that Drum Island is renowned as a medical powerhouse. Although the doctors there have faced extermination under Wapple's rule, some still manage to survive. However, Crocodile's true objective is not the physicians, but rather the charismatic Portgasti ace. A man whose allure is impossible to overlook for anyone visiting the world of pirates. Drum Island. Ah, how I despise this environment. A gust of yellow sand swept through, revealing the figures of Crocodile and Nico Robin. He lowered his hand into the snow, and an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The frigid landscape transformed almost instantaneously into a desert. How brutish. Nico Robin chuckled. Each time witnessing such a display of nature's power left her profoundly astonished. Oh, look, there's another desert here. How peculiar. A voice suddenly echoed. And Crocodile turned to see a man clad in black, with a head of dark hair and a complexion adorned with freckles, curiously surveying his surroundings. Firefist Ace. I never expected to actually see you here. Crocodile, leaning on his golden hook, scrutinized the man before him, one of his most admired characters from the world of One Piece. Though tragically, he met his demise during the Paramount War. Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? Nico Robin gasped in astonishment upon hearing Crocodile's words. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division under the Yonko Whitebeard, with a bounty of 550 million berries. I didn't expect the warlord to have knowledge of me. Upon hearing his name, Ace's playful demeanor faded, and he recognized the man in front of him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You are here to hunt Blackbeard, aren't you? That man is not someone you can handle alone. Best return, Crocodile advised. That scoundrel killed Sachi. I cannot let him escape, Ace retorted, his eyes fierce as he adjusted his hat and turned to leave, having discerned that Crocodile had no intention of engaging him here and preferring not to squander time. Wahaha. Then go ahead. This era certainly needs more chaos, Crocodile shouted, arms outstretched as he watched Ace depart. Since Ace was intent on confronting Blackbeard, he could be of use beforehand. According to the plot, Ace would head to Alabasta, presenting Crocodile with an excellent opportunity. Let us depart, Nico Robin, Crocodile stated. Aren't you searching for a doctor, Mr. Crocodile? Nico Robin inquired, having assumed that Crocodile's purpose for visiting Drum Island was to seek out physicians. My objectives have already been fulfilled, Crocodile replied. Once again, a swirl of yellow sand enveloped them, and Crocodile along with Nico Robin vanished from sight. Chapter 3, The Royal Tomb. Mr. Crocodile. News has arrived from Whiskey Peak that Mr. Five and the others have been defeated by the Straw Hat crew. And Princess Vivi has also managed to escape. Should we dispatch more to pursue them? The following morning, Nico Robin presented the freshly received intelligence to Crocodile. What a useless bunch. No need to send anyone else. A single princess cannot stir significant trouble, and I have lost interest in this matter. I may leave this place come tomorrow night, Crocodile grumbled before speaking calmly. Understood, Mr. Crocodile, Nico Robin replied, perplexed by her superior's sudden disinterest in Alabasta. By the way, I wish to take you somewhere first, Crocodile said, stroking his golden hook. Where to? Nico Robin queried. To the royal tomb of Alabasta, Crocodile responded. What purpose could there be in such a place? Surely, what you seek lies within, Nico Robin speculated. Realizing that the only reason to visit the royal tomb was that Crocodile desired something contained therein. You are quite astute. Let us proceed. Gradually, Crocodile transformed into grains of sand, which coalesced into a hand that grasped Nico Robin before bursting forth from the window. Alabasta's royal tomb, a swirl of sand descended, and then it converged to form Crocodile. Desert prison. Crocodile cast a discerning glance at the entrance of the royal tomb before placing his right hand upon it. The once smooth stone wall transformed into a dry and coarse surface. As a gust of wind swept through, the stone crumbled and disintegrated into grains of sand. What are you doing here, Crocodile? A robust voice resonated as 4 members of the formidable Bird Claw Brigade approached with an air of unwavering confidence. Clad in military attire and adorned with winged hats, they brandished an array of weaponry. These 4 individuals were Boda, Butum, Arrow, and Barrel, elite soldiers of the Alabasta's prestigious Bird Claw Brigade. I wish to explore the treasures within the royal tomb. I trust you shall not impede my endeavor, Crocodile remarked, discerning at a glance that these 4 were the very same who had perished in the original tale after consuming the fabled water of life. Don't be ridiculous. As long as we draw breath, you shall not enter the royal tomb, they retorted, brandishing their weapons and assuming a defensive stance. Do you require assistance? Nico Robin inquired, her arms crossed before her as she regarded the advancing quartet. No need, came the succinct reply. As soon as Crocodile's voice fell, the 4 individuals sprang into action simultaneously, brandishing their weapons and firmly locking onto his various directions. Futile, Crocodile declared, I am invincible to you, he observed as the weapons approached, the sound of slicing air growing ever closer, before they simultaneously struck him. Instead of blood gushing forth, the areas hit erupted in a flurry of yellow sand, which gradually coalesced and returned to Crocodile's form. Continue the assault. The members of the Bird Claw Brigade, undeterred by their astonishment, turned and launched successive attacks. Yet each strike merely penetrated the grains of sand enveloping Crocodile. Is the power of this devil fruit truly invincible? Gradually, one member of the brigade ceased their onslaught, gasping for breath as they incredulously gazed at the rejuvenated Crocodile. Impossible. No devil fruit can be invincible. Another member, wielding a long sword, vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Crocodile. Crocodile suddenly realized that his gaze was descending, only to discover that he had been cleaved in two, with his upper body plummeting to the ground. "Have we succeeded?" remarked a member of the Bird Claw Brigade, wielding a long sword, as he beheld the bisected crocodile with a smile. "What did you say? Succeeded? Do you truly believe that such injuries could possibly harm me?" A voice emanated from the severed head lying on the ground. Before the swordsman could react, a golden hook surged forth from the earth, piercing through his chest. Crocodile, re-emerging from the sandy essence connected to the hook, observed the astonishment on his assailant's face as he slowly withdrew the weapon. "Ha ha, I am Crocodile. To think you could defeat me." Crocodile emitted a mocking sound, and the members of the longsword were powerless, collapsing onto the ground. The desert eroded as Crocodile bent down, his right hand touching the ground. Instantly, the moisture from all objects was rapidly absorbed and gradually dispersed. The remaining 3 members of the Bird Claw Brigade looked on warily at the changes in the ground. Utterly bewildered. "Gwahaha, welcome to the funeral of the desert," Crocodile declared, pressing down forcefully with his right hand once more, causing the earth around him to transform into sand. The 3 members of the Bird Claw Brigade attempted to leap, only to find themselves sinking into quicksand. "Let us proceed," Nico Robin, Crocodile said, lighting a cigar as he led Nico Robin into the royal tomb. "What is this?" Nico Robin exclaimed as she entered the main hall of the tomb and beheld a gigantic black stone tablet. "The hidden historical text of the world, Nico Robin, decipher it." Crocodile instructed, running his hand over the historic text. Kasira conquered Alabasta in the year 239 of the celestial calendar. In 260 T, Ima dominated the Bittersound dynasty. In 305, Illuma constructed the Tavor Cathedral, Nico Robin recited, her expression unwavering as she meticulously articulated each word from the tablet. "Gwahaha, cease your recitation, Nico Robin. Remember it well. When the time comes that you wish to speak the truth to me, I shall listen patiently." Crocodile laughed heartily, fully aware that Nico Robin harbored suspicions and would not speak the truth. "Mr. Crocodile, I assure you, I am indeed speaking the truth," Nico Robin replied, her heart racing, yet her countenance feigning innocence. "If the historical texts merely recount trivial matters, they cannot be deemed true history." Nico Robin. "You understand better than I the reasons for their existence," Crocodile remarked, stroking his golden hook before turning to exit, leaving Nico Robin in a state of bewilderment. How could he know that these were indeed historical texts? What had transpired? Nico Robin pondered in astonishment, recalling that when Crocodile had recruited her, his sole intention was for her to assist him in deciphering the historical records pertaining to the ancient weapon Pluton, preserved in Alabasta. As Crocodile emerged from the royal tomb, he was met by a throng of soldiers from the Alabasta kingdom surrounding him, while the 4 members of the Birdcage Brigade had mysteriously vanished. "Crocodile, what have you done to the royal tomb?" King Cobra of Alabasta loudly accused, standing beside the kingdom's guardian, Pell. "Hey, Cobra, what is this? Are you really going to make a move against a hero of this kingdom?" Crocodile remarked with a playful expression. "You," Pell, witnessing Crocodile's blatant provocation towards the royal family, stepped forward and transformed into his falcon-human hybrid form, dashing forth with astonishing speed. In an instant, he swung his blade at Crocodile, leaving a gash across his chest. Just as the onlookers prepared to celebrate, they realized that the fissure on Crocodile's chest was oozing not blood, but yellow sand. Such remarkable speed. No wonder it is said to be a rare flying fruit, Crocodile mused, glancing down at the crack, which swiftly mended itself with sand. "Hell, be careful," Cobra warned. But Crocodile seized the moment, his right hand transforming into yellow sand, which coalesced into a razor-sharp blade that sliced through Pell's chest with lightning speed. Coughing, Pell felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest, followed by a spray of blood as he collapsed to the ground. In the face of this shocking scene, the soldiers of Alabasta stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling at the sight of their guardian, Pell, being subdued by Crocodile in a single move. "Crocodile." Sir, in the midst of the silence, Nico Robin emerged from the royal tomb, glancing at the fallen Pell without uttering a word. "Let us go," said Sandstorm. Crocodile's right hand spun the sand rapidly, forming a miniature sandstorm in his palm, which he then hurled towards the soldiers encircling him in Alabasta. Upon impact, the sandstorm erupted, sending rocks and Alabasta soldiers flying in all directions, while yellow sands danced in the air. When the dust finally settled, both Crocodile and Nico Robin had vanished. "Quickly, take Perona down for treatment," Cobra commanded, clenching his fist as he gazed at the entrance of the royal tomb, instructing his soldiers to escort Perona for medical assistance. Chapter 4. Spider-Man CAF. After Mr. Crocodile returned to Rainy Land and waited for a day, he was informed by Nico Robin, who sat across from him with a cup of coffee in hand, that they had 3 hours until the gathering at Spider-Man CAF at 8 o'clock. Oh, let Binge go fetch them, Mr. Crocodile replied, reclining on the sofa. Before long, a specialized amphibious transport turtle, puffing on a cigarette and dragging a carriage, dashed out from Rainy Land towards the city of Canola Flowerport. In the heart of this city stood a solitary little house amidst the desert, its door adorned with a sign that read Spider-Man CAF, fluttering in the dust storm. This CAF bore a lesser-known title, the headquarters of the Baroque workshop. Inside, a phonograph played soothing melodies, a teapot buzzed atop the hearth, and a woman with a headscarf lounged in a recliner, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, the CAF's door was flung open with a bang. What a long journey. I'm exhausted. My back aches. All your fault, Mr. 4. Ha ha ha, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. A rotund man clad in light green, burdened by a large cannon, stumbled in, accompanied by a grumbling, diminutive old woman. Long time no see, Miss Christmas, the woman in the recliner said, rising to greet the newcomers. Ha ha ha, how's business today, Bora? The place seems quite empty, Miss Christmas inquired as she settled herself at the bar. That's because you've rented the whole place, Bora replied, pouring 2 glasses of juice before them. Hello everyone. How have you all been? A robust man with a strikingly flamboyant appearance pirouetted into the CAF. Adorned with false eyelashes and a pink coat emblazoned with the words Bon Mur, he sported a pair of swan heads and wings on the back, with his leg hair exposed and swan-shaped patterns adorning his attire. Mr. 2, you fool, Bora remarked, staring at the bizarre figure. I am not a fool. I am a transvestite, Mr. 2 retorted, spinning to sit at the bar. Ah, you can return now, but don't slack off, Mr. 2 suddenly shouted towards the outside. Yes, a troop of transvestites promptly appeared at the door, saluting in response before practicing their moves as they departed. Hey, old lady, you're here too, Mr. 2 said, turning to Miss Christmas. It's so noisy, my back is killing me, she exclaimed, while Mr. 4 massaged her shoulders. Hi, is everyone here? A sweet little girl with a paint palette in one hand and a brush in the other greeted the crowd. She wore a red hat, had 2 braids, and sported sneakers. Yes, Miss Golden Week, Bora replied with a smile. I'm here too. It's been a while, everyone, a petite man in a blue suit and glasses, sporting a hairstyle resembling the number 3, followed Ms. Golden Week into the CAF. Mr. 3 and Golden Week have arrived. Things are lively now, Mr. 2 declared with a broad smile. Hoo-hoo, Golden Week. A stylishly beautiful woman with an exaggerated laugh sauntered in, followed by a man with wild hair, resembling a rock singer. Hey, Mr. 5, Ms. Valentine, I heard you were defeated by a gang of rookies at Whiskey Peak, Bora said, pouring 2 glasses of juice for them with a grin. The 2 exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they silently sipped their drinks. Ah, night has fallen, Miss Christmas remarked, stretching after enjoying Mr. 4's massage and gazing out the window. Soon it will be time for our 8 o'clock meeting, Bora noted, glancing at the clock. Just as the clock struck 8, a wall of the CAF was suddenly shattered, and several figures tumbled onto the rubble, with one standing tall at the entrance. What? You all? How did you end up here? Mr. 2 exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomers. What a surprise, it's the friends of the transvestites. A tall man with a shaved head entered, sporting a scar that ran from his hairline to his cheekbone. Dressed in monk-like attire, he carried a large bag, with snake motifs adorning his clothing and a tattoo reading 1 on his chest. I found your actions suspicious in the desert. Fortunately, you are still alive. However, useless allies only lead to a more tragic end, he stated calmly as he stepped through the broken wall. They are my subordinates, Mr. 2, who had been smiling, now frowned and glared at the newcomer before leaping forward. Stop, Mr. 2, Miss Christmas shouted as he charged out. Transvestite martial arts, Swan Arabian style. Mr. 2 leaped into the air, launching a flurry of kicks. Mr. 1 dodged backward, countering with a punch that grazed Mr. 2's chin. Hands up. Mr. 2 raised his arms, delivering a powerful kick to Mr. 1's chest, sending him crashing into the wall, which peculiarly shattered into square pieces. Seeking death, Mr. 1 crouched down, fingers glinting with intent. Wait, Mr. 1, that's enough, Bora intervened, appearing before him. Don't stop me, Ms. Double Fingers, I will kill him, Mr. 1 retorted, standing up to face Bora. Let it end here. Don't forget our purpose for being here. Mr. 0 is still waiting for us in Rainy Land, Bora urged, turning to Mr. 2, who was being restrained by Mr. 4. Calm down, Mr. 2. Our elusive boss awaits us. As Bora removed her glasses and lowered her headscarf, revealing a head of vibrant purple curls, a series of footsteps echoed. The specialized amphibious transport turtle had arrived, having raced from Rainy Land. Chapter 5. The Baroque pirates in a luxurious room somewhere in Rainy Land. Mr. 1 and his companions sat around a rectangular table, waiting. How long must we wait? Mr. 2 groused, pacing the room impatiently since their arrival on the transport turtle. Mr. 2, could you keep it down? Bora suggested, observing his restless movements. Our boss certainly has a grand sense of importance. Hasn't he arrived yet? Mr. 5 remarked with a chuckle. It seems everyone is getting along quite well. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Nico Robin entered the room, captivated by her presence. They were unaware of the subtle gathering of yellow sand at the head of the table. Ms. All Sunday, it has been a long while, both Mr. Christmas and Mr. Bora remarked upon her entrance. It's the first time we've gathered so many, Robin continued, taking a few steps before settling into a chair. Where exactly are we, Ms. All Sunday? Mr. 1 inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Robin. Ah, indeed. You were brought in through the back door by Benchy, weren't you? You must be familiar with this city, a place where dreams of overnight wealth through gambling flourish, the City of Rain. We are currently in one of the rooms of the largest casino, the Rain Feast, located at the heart of this city, Robin explained, shedding light on their surroundings. If there are no further questions, I shall now delve into the purpose of this gathering. Rising, she gracefully approached the head of the table. Hurry up, do speak quickly. Miss Christmas chimed impatiently. The theme of this meeting is that our boss will step from behind the scenes into the spotlight. Just as Robin reached the head of the table, she turned the chair to reveal the mastermind behind Baroque Studio. Crocodile. Crocodile sat in his chair, observing the astonished expressions etched on the faces of those around him. It seemed everyone was aware of his true identity. Nicole Robin jested. What a significant figure. Ms. Christmas exclaimed in surprise. Knowing is one thing, but why would a warlord of the sea be here? Ms. Doublefinger inquired. Oh, our boss is actually one of the 7 warlords. Ms. Golden Week exclaimed joyfully. So it follows that our master is also a pirate, Mr. 2 remarked with a sly grin. Is this truly our boss? Mr. 1 displayed a moment of shock upon seeing Crocodile, only to quickly compose himself and respond calmly. What? Are you not convinced? Crocodile's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. It's not a matter of disbelief, but you are already a warlord, sanctioned by the Navy. Why then? Establish the studio? Ms. Doublefinger questioned. The 7 warlords? That is merely a means to avoid unnecessary conflict. I no longer require that title, Crocodile declared, lighting a cigar with a startling revelation. No longer require it? What do you intend? A wave of speculation rippled through their minds. I have lingered here long enough. I have acquired what I sought. It is time to reveal my fangs. I intend to form a pirate crew, and I believe you are worthy of joining me. Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke, silently awaiting their response. What? You want us to become pirates? Mr. 5 gasped in disbelief. Are you jesting? A dignified warlord has taken an interest in us. Mr. 2 shouted. If it were you, I would gladly accompany you, Mr. 1 stated, arms crossed. What shocking news. Ms. Doublefinger said, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Ha ha ha. Whether you choose to follow me is entirely up to you, Crocodile laughed. An invisible weight pressing upon them. I will not join you. I shall take my leave, Mr. 2 declared as he stood up. Anyone else wishing to depart may stand as well. Crocodile observed Mr. 2's sudden movement with surprise, having anticipated this individual's allegiance to be steadfast. I apologize, boss, but I too shall not join, Mr. 5 announced, rising from his seat. Is the remainder of you willing to stay? Crocodile inquired, eyeing those still seated, including Mr. 1. Then, Nicole Robin. Crocodile addressed Robin when he noticed no one else was leaving. 6 flower. Nicole Robin understood the cue, crossing her arms before her. And soon Mr. 2 and Mr. 5 sprouted 6 additional arms. What is this? They exclaimed in simultaneous astonishment. Twisted bond. Robin clenched her fists. And the 6 arms simultaneously exerted force, twisting the bodies of Mr. 2 and Mr. 5. Following a piercing scream, they crumpled to the ground, slightly contorted. Is this the power of the All Sunday? Mr. 3 gulped in astonishment as he witnessed the swift defeat of his comrades. A commendable ability, Mr. 1 dismissed, confident that such an attack would not affect his ironclad physique. How dare you strike Mr. 5? Despicable, Ms. Valentine's Day exclaimed, seeing her former allies fall, and leaped into action, utilizing her float fruit to ascend above Crocodile's head. 10,000 kilograms guillotine. Ms. Valentine's Day's weight surged to an astonishing 10,000 kilograms, plummeting toward Crocodile. "If you wish to withdraw, you must face the consequences," Crocodile remarked, glancing at the descending Ms. Valentine's Day, only to be struck, resulting in a burst of yellow sand. "Devil fruit ability?" Ms. Valentine's Day gasped, astonished at the sight of Crocodile reduced to sand. "To dare strike me. You possess commendable courage, Ms. Valentine's Day." The swirling sands coalesced, revealing Crocodile's form once more. "What?" Ms. Valentine's Day's expression shifted to one of horror as she stood frozen. "I can forgive you, but there shall be no next time." Crocodile smirked arrogantly, striding past Ms. Valentine's Day to the window. "Ms. Valentine's Day? Sit down," Pola urged, prompting her to hesitate before returning to her seat. "Do not act foolishly. Follow me, and the pinnacle awaits," Crocodile proclaimed, arms wide open. When reborn as Crocodile in this world, his goal had always been the summit. As for settling in a corner, that was beneath his stature. "Exposing your unguarded back to us is a display of confidence in your strength?" Mr. 1 observed Crocodile's retreating figure. "What shall we do now, boss?" Mr. 3 glanced around before adjusting his glasses and inquiring. "Now, allow me to witness your strength by eliminating those pirates who seek to meddle in Alabastus affairs, the Straw Hat crew. By the way, from this moment forth, I shall be known as the captain of the Baroque Works." Crocodile spoke as he produced the bounty notice for Monkey D. Luffy, which was immediately seized by Nico Robin standing beside him. "This is the captain of the Straw Hat crew," she declared, placing the notice upon the table for all to see. "Is this fool truly the captain?" Miss Christmas exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the goofy grin of Luffy on the notice. "They should be at the Rock Desert now, if they can find him. The members of the Straw Hat crew will surely locate him as well." Crocodile grasped his cigar, which gradually disintegrated into fine particles and dissipated. "Since this is the first command issued by the captain, we shall devote ourselves fully to its execution," Mr. 1 stated. "Go ahead, I await your good news." Crocodile addressed the group as he turned away. Chapter 6. A smile amidst the rain banquet of gambling before long. The conference room was left with only Crocodile and Nico Robin, while Mr. 2 and Mr. 5, who had been thoroughly beaten by Robin, were taken away by Mr. 1. Crocodile was willing to spare them if they chose to join him upon regaining consciousness. "Is there anything else, Mr. Crocodile?" Robin inquired. "Do you believe Mr. 1 can handle the Straw Hat crew?" Crocodile retorted. "A small pirate crew should be easily dealt with by Mr. 1 and the others," Robin replied with a smile. "Do not underestimate that straw-hatted brat." Crocodile laughed heartily, proclaiming the unimaginable strength of the Chosen One. "By the way, send 2 individuals to the Rock Desert. Fire Fist is currently with his brother. Once they part ways, inform Fire Fist that his brother is in peril," Crocodile instructed. As anticipated, when Mr. 1 finds the Straw Hat crew, Fire Fist will have already separated from Luffy, but upon hearing of his brother's danger, he will undoubtedly rush to his aid. "Fire Fist Ace? The 2nd Division captain of Whitebeard?" Robin exclaimed, astonished. Her previous visit to Drum Island to meet Ace had left her perplexed, and now she was to seek him out again. "Indeed, it is him. Inform him that the Straw Hat is in danger, no matter what he is doing. He will come," Crocodile asserted confidently, knowing Ace's devotion to his brother. "Understood, Mr. Crocodile." Although uncertain of Crocodile's unwavering certainty, Robin proceeded to comply. "Which direction will the plot unfold?" "It truly excites me," Crocodile mused, observing Robin's departure as he approached the chair that had been shattered by Ms. Valentine's Day. With a wave of his arm, it transformed into sand, enveloping the remnants of the chair, which then compacted until it was reduced to mere grains. "It seems the sand fruit can only be fully utilized upon awakening," Crocodile remarked, flexing his arm. Once his devil fruit awakened, he would unleash a plethora of formidable techniques. Shortly thereafter, Robin returned to report, "Mr. Crocodile, there is a disturbance at the rain banquet, and the agents are unable to contain it." "Oh?" Crocodile furrowed his brow, then instructed Robin to lead him to the rain banquet. "It is Mr. Crocodile. He has appeared," someone exclaimed. "Is he here to punish the troublemaker?" As Crocodile made his entrance, the waitstaff and gamblers at the rain banquet erupted in exclamations, revealing the immense prestige he commanded in that moment. Indeed, a formidable figure had arrived. Amidst the gathering, a blind man, sensing Crocodile's presence, let out a light chuckle, while peculiar depressions formed on the ground around him, causing several guards of the banquet to collapse. It was none other than him. Crocodile's face betrayed astonishment upon recognizing this blind man as the future Marine Admiral Fujitora. "Mr. Crocodile, do you know him?" Nico Robin inquired, noticing Crocodile's expression. A remarkable individual. You should step back, Crocodile warned, eyeing Fujitora with caution. The gravity of Crocodile's acknowledgement startled Robin, prompting her to retreat. I am unworthy of such a title as Warlord of the Sea, Fujitora replied with a smile. Having overheard Crocodile's words, such a powerful figure here in the first half of the Grand Line? How curious, Crocodile mused, stroking his golden hook. I am merely a blind gambler, roaming the seas, Fujitora stated. Mr. Crocodile, this man has caused a disturbance after losing money, a guard reported, approaching Crocodile. Humph. Crocodile shot a glance at the guard and, with a huff, seized him by the head. The guard's terrified cries abruptly ceased as Crocodile drained him of moisture, reducing him to a desiccated corpse on the ground. Your subordinates are lacking, hindering my enjoyment, Crocodile remarked dismissively, turning his attention back to Fujitora. What are your intentions for this country? Fujitora asked, gripping the hilt of his sword, observing Crocodile's brutal demeanor. I once had intentions. Now, I do not. Crocodile shook his head. Is that so? Fujitora slowly revealed part of his long blade, causing Crocodile to tense up. Gravity crush? Fujitora smirked, returning his sword to its sheath. Yet Crocodile suddenly felt an increasingly oppressive weight bearing down upon him. It's so heavy, Crocodile exclaimed in astonishment, feeling the weight on his back. With a resounding bang, Crocodile exploded into sand, causing the ground to sink under the pressure. The grains quickly surged forth, reconstituting Crocodile's form behind Fujitora, who swiftly turned and parried Crocodile's hook with ease, the clash of metal ringing out. Gravity fierce tiger. Fujitora unleashed his ability, channeling immense lateral gravitational force through the blade, piercing a gaping wound through Crocodile's chest. The power of a natural-type devil fruit is truly formidable, Fujitora noted, realizing his attack had not inflicted serious harm, and began coating his sword with armament haki. You cannot kill me. Let it end here. Continuing this fight will yield you no benefit, Crocodile said, feeling an inexplicable sense of danger as his wound rapidly healed, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The fall of a warlord of the sea would indeed have significant repercussions, and lacking sufficient reason to strike at Fujitora, he concluded it was best to withdraw. Fujitora sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Are you interested in helping me overturn this chaotic world? Crocodile called out suddenly to Fujitora's retreating figure. I have no intention of aligning with pirates. My aim is simply to ensure the safety of the common folk in this world. Fujitora's voice echoed back before he vanished from Crocodile's sight. Mr. Crocodile, he has gone far away, Nico Robin remarked, observing Crocodile's fixation on Fujitora's departure. Haha. I nearly met my end. Let us go. Nico Robin, Crocodile laughed heartily, having narrowly escaped disaster. Mr. Crocodile, your assessment of him is rather alarming, Nico Robin commented. When you encounter him again, you will understand, Crocodile replied, knowing that the moment Fujitora had unleashed his haki, he realized any confrontation would lead to his defeat. The concept of haki lingered in Crocodile's memory. He was aware of its existence, but had been too engrossed in the development of his devil fruit powers to diligently cultivate haki. With the dual souls enhancing my abilities, it has expedited my learning of haki, Crocodile mused, sweeping up Robin, and together they vanished in a swirl of sand. Chapter 7. The Battle in the Rocky Desert. In the Rocky Desert, the Straw Hat crew encountered Ace and joined him on his journey. Luffy. This is where we part ways, Ace declared after defeating Scorpion Man. Having learned that the news of Blackbeard's presence in Alabasta was false, and deciding to continue his pursuit alone. Ace, you're leaving already? Luffy said, reluctant to see him go. Here, take this. Ace handed Luffy a piece of his life paper. What is this? Luffy asked, puzzled. It's something that will help us reunite. What? Don't want it. Ace pretended to retract it. I do. I'll take good care of it, Luffy beamed, promptly accepting it. My brother, please take care of him. Ace bowed politely to Zoro and the others after Luffy accepted the paper. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Zoro and the others returned the gesture. All right, Luffy, we shall meet again at the pinnacle. Ace waved goodbye and left without looking back. The crew continued on their way, but soon encountered the long-awaited Mr. One and his companions. That guy, it's Ms. Valentine Este. Zoro exclaimed, surprised. So, they're all enemies then? Zoro swiftly reached for his sword. The captain instructed us to deal with you. Mr. One stepped forward, his hands glowing as they transformed into blades. Let us settle this quickly. Miss Christmas emerged from the ground in her mole form. Candleblade. Mr. 3 let his arm droop, releasing a waxy substance that solidified into a large sword in his grasp. Are you joining the fray too, Ms. Valentine Este? Miss. Christmas asked, hovering beside Miss Goldenweek. Marianne can fight too, Miss Goldenweek said, dipping her brush into paint. Thorns. Von Clay crossed his arms. Sharp thorns emerging from each palm. Huh. Mr. Four gripped a baseball, swinging it menacingly, while a hound at his feet poised to pounce. Then allow me to send you flying. Luffy clenched his fists, readying himself. Zoro, Sanji, protect me, Usopp exclaimed, hiding behind Zoro and Sanji as he raised his slingshot. Good luck. Nami called out, taking cover behind Usopp. Bring it on. Chopper transformed into his reindeer form, shouting, only to revert back to his childlike self, panting. It's so hot. Not far away, Crocodile and Robin were seated upon a rock, observing the fierce battles unfolding before them. Are the participants ready? Crocodile inquired of Robin beside him. Ready. If I may be so bold, Mr. Crocodile, what has prompted your sudden interest in inviting reporters? Robin queried. Haha. The news of the conflict between the Seven Warlords and the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates should certainly attract attention, Crocodile remarked, stroking his golden hook. So, Mr. Crocodile, your intention is to enter the world's gaze in such a flamboyant manner? Robin chuckled lightly, her astute mind discerning Crocodile's true motivations. Fire Fist. You ought to return soon. Crocodile called out to Luffy and his companions in the distance, for the desert was his domain. In a brief standoff, Mr. One was the first to strike, transforming his feet into blade-like edges, gliding forward with the swiftness of a skater. While his palm and fingers morphed into lethal weapons aimed at Luffy. Clang. Observing this, Zoro swiftly drew his swords, Wado Ikamanji and Sandai Katetsu, to deflect Mr. One's assault. Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Mr. One acknowledged, gazing at the swordsman who had thwarted his strike. A renowned bounty hunter from the West Blue. I recall your moniker is Killer. I never expected you to be working under someone else, Zoro replied, a hint of excitement on his face. Leave this one to me, Luffy. Zoro exerted force through his arms, sending Mr. One flying, then swiftly biting down on Wado Ikamanji before charging toward Mr. One with Snow Walk. All right. Luffy clenched his fists and dashed forward. Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy's fist shot out rapidly, aiming for Mr. 3. Candle Wall. Sensing the ferocity of Luffy's attack, Mr. 3 swiftly flicked his wrist, releasing a sticky candle substance that formed a barrier before him. Bang! Luffy's punch struck the candle wall with a heavy impact. So hard. Luffy exclaimed, retracting his fist. Haha, die. Miss Christmas leaped out from behind Luffy, claws poised to strike. First meet. Just as her claws were about to reach Luffy, Sanji jumped in, delivering a powerful kick that sent Miss Christmas sprawling. Ah, my bones are shattering, she cried out in pain as she hit the ground. Let me assist you, I'll blow them away. Mr. Four stammered, and at his feet, his hunting dog skillfully spat out a baseball. Mr. Four swung his bat, sending the ball hurtling towards Sanji. The baseball zipped past Sanji's hair with a whoosh, then detonated behind him, creating an explosion. What? Sanji turned in shock at the crater left in the ground. That was a bit too fast, Mr. Four lamented, disappointed that he missed his target. 10,000 kilograms guillotine. Miss Valentine's Day floated above Luffy, increasing her weight before plummeting toward him. Luffy glanced up, pressing down his straw hat before stepping back. And Miss Valentine's Day crashed down where he had just stood. Dodged again, she exclaimed, lightening her weight and rising once more. It's that floating nuisance. This time, I won't let you escape. Luffy swung his arms, launching a punch. Thorn Spike. Bala emerged from the side, her palms sprouting thorns aimed directly at Luffy. Oh no. Luffy twisted his arm to evade, but still suffered a scratch on his arm. That was close. I almost got pierced, he remarked after retracting his arm. Luffy, be careful. Just then, Chopper and Nami shouted urgently. What is this? Luffy exclaimed, astonished at the sticky substance that had appeared on the ground. Candle shackles, Mr. 3 announced, as streams of candle wax continuously poured from his hands. The originally liquid wax solidified, ensnaring Luffy's feet and rendering him immobile. I can't move. Luffy's relaxed expression shifted as he tugged at his feet, realizing he was trapped. Home run. Mr. 4 swiftly swung his bat at the baseball ejected by the hunting dog, sending it hurtling toward Luffy. Luffy, Sanji cried, attempting to intercept the baseball, but as he moved, claws erupted from the ground, tripping him and causing him to fall. How dare you kick me? You have no respect for your elders. Miss Christmas gloated, relishing Sanji's misfortune. Bang. Unable to evade, Luffy was struck directly by the baseball, resulting in a powerful explosion that left him covered in soot, while the candle began to burn quietly. Luffy. Chopper transformed into his reindeer form, rushing toward Luffy. Thorn Mace. Bala charged in from the side, her hands sprouting numerous thorns aimed at Chopper. Blue wave ball. Chopper leaped aside to dodge, then quickly shifted into his child form, swallowing a blue wave ball. You're quite nimble, raccoon, Bala remarked, watching Chopper's childlike form. I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer, you jerk. Armament hockey. Chopper retorted, his arms bulging with muscle. Cherry blossom kick. Chopper charged forward, delivering a powerful blow with his iron hoofs. Thorn spike. Bala retaliated, summoning thorns from her hands to strike back. Bang. The iron hoof collided with the thorns, causing them to cave in under the force, sending Bala flying, and leaving behind a cherry blossom imprint in the ground. I thought you were just a pet, but you possess such strength. Bala was taken aback, retaliating with a kick as she summoned more thorns. Chopper stepped back to evade, entering a standoff. What on earth is this? My feet are utterly trapped. Let me shatter it. Luffy pulled with all his might, but found himself truly unable to free his legs. Gum Gum Rocket. He stretched his arms back and then struck downward with tremendous force at the candle beneath him. Bang! Luffy's strike landed, but instead of the candle, it struck a red target that had appeared on the ground. Huh? Why can't I control my hands? Luffy exclaimed in bewilderment as he withdrew his arms after hitting the target. That's the Rage Red. Upon touching red paint, you can only attack the red target like a frenzied bull, Miss Golden Week explained, standing before Luffy with a paintbrush in one hand and a canvas in the other. Nanny! Luffy gasped, and undeterred, he threw another punch, only for it to once again strike the red target. Peacock saw. Meanwhile, Mikey surveyed the battlefield, ultimately locking on to Miss Golden Week and charging forth with her peacock saw spinning rapidly. Candle Greatsword. Mr. 3, noticing Mikey approaching, grasped the candle that had solidified into a great sword and swung it horizontally to intercept her attack. Miss Mikey, I'm here to assist you. Sanji aimed a kick at Miss Christmas, but upon her evasion, he relinquished the confrontation and charged directly at the frail Mr. 3, intent on neutralizing him to rescue Luffy. Suddenly, a baseball, expelled by the hunting dog, was struck away by Mr. 4, hurtling straight towards Sanji. At that moment, a marble shot out and precisely landed on the baseball, causing it to explode. Well done, Usopp, Sanji exclaimed, seeing the baseball thwarted by Usopp, and he launched a kick at Mr. 3. Candle Armor. Mr. 3, engaged in a minor skirmish, caught sight of Sanji's incoming kick and his candle wax instantly surged forth, enveloping his entire body. Bam! Sanji's foot collided with the candle armor, akin to kicking steel, numbing his leg in the process. Champion's Fist. Plow Punch. Mr. 3 retaliated, his wax-covered fist striking Sanji and sending him flying. Chapter 8. The Straw Hat Pirates vs. Baroque Works. Bam! Sanji was sent sprawling to the ground by Mr. 3's blow. Long Nose, what are you staring at? Usopp, poised with his slingshot, suddenly heard a voice from above and looked up to find Ms. Valentine's Day hovering overhead. 10,000 kilograms. Guillotine. Ms. Valentine's Day's weight surged to a staggering 10,000 kilograms, plummeting rapidly under the force of gravity. Bam! She crashed to the ground, fracturing the earth and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Did you dodge it? Ms. Valentine's Day grimaced, feeling the pain in her knee. Thanks to you, Nami. I have a plan. Amidst the smoke, Usopp brushed off the dust and stood up, revealing that Nami had pushed him out of harm's way just in time to evade Ms. Valentine's Day's attack. Observing keenly, Usopp discerned Mr. 3's weakness, fire. Deadly, gunpowder star. He drew back his slingshot, launching a fire star directly at the wax-imprisoning Luffy. Boom. A burst of flames engulfed Luffy's position. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Luffy sprang from the flames, jumping around and frantically patting out the flames on his clothes. You idiot, Usopp. You set me on fire. Luffy, ever the simpleton, rushed up to Usopp, berating him without a second thought. Hey, Luffy, I did it to save you. Usopp hurriedly explained, witnessing Luffy's cluelessness. Oh no. The fire has melted Mr. 3's wax. Miss Golden Week exclaimed in astonishment. You fool. You've trapped my foot. Luffy snapped back to reality, pointing an accusatory finger at Mr. 3. Rubber, machine gun. Transvestite fist. Falling swan dance. Luffy unleashed his rubber machine gun to attack Mr. 3, but Mr. 2 suddenly appeared, countering Luffy's assault with a drunken boxing technique, deflecting Luffy's punches. What a peculiar swan. Luffy halted, astonished by Mr. 2's bizarre form. I am not a swan. I am a noble transvestite. Mr. 2 clarified, striking a pose for his technique. I don't care if you're a goose or a monster. I'm going to take you down, Luffy declared, swinging his fist with a serious expression. Rubber, pistol. Luffy hurled a punch, his fist shooting like a bullet towards Mr. 2. Mr. 2 leaped to evade, landing with a thud on the ground. Transvestite fist, falling red evening. After dodging, Mr. 2 spun in midair and delivered a kick aimed at Luffy. Whoosh. In an instant, Luffy's head was sent flying by Mr. 2's kick. Just as Mr. 2 marveled at how easily he had dispatched his opponent, he noticed Luffy's neck stretching out towards him. Hiki. Peering closely, he saw Luffy grinning foolishly on the other side. Rubber, Bell. With a powerful thrust, Luffy's neck rapidly retracted, and his head collided with Mr. 2, sending him flying. My head. Mr. 2 groaned, clutching his skull as he lay on the ground. Leave this guy to me. Bora broke free from Chopper's entanglement and dashed towards Luffy. Chopper, noticing Bora charging at Luffy, attempted to intervene, but in the next moment, a white baseball appeared before him. Oh no. Chopper's face turned pale as the white baseball exploded, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. With a loud bang, Chopper was sent flying from the smoke. One down. Mr. 4 remarked slowly, observing Chopper's defeat. Chopper. Usopp rushed over upon seeing Chopper downed. Just then, a sudden movement beneath Usopp's feet caused a pair of claws to burst from the ground, grasping him. With a thud, Usopp was sent sprawling. Old Mouse Lady. Usopp turned to see Ms. Christmas emerging from the earth. Mole drag. Miss Christmas dove back underground, seizing Usopp and dragging him along. Catch him, Mr. 4. Miss Christmas pulled Usopp towards Mr. 4. Don't worry, Mr. 4 said, gripping his baseball bat and leaning back. 400 books, heavy hit. Mr. 4 slowly announced his technique, swinging the bat towards Usopp's face. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed as Usopp collapsed to the ground, blood pooling from his head. This is the prey I have selected. Mr. 2, witnessing Bora charging at Luffy, quickly rolled to his feet and, not to be outdone, executed his transvestite dash to follow Bora towards Luffy. One or two of you shouldn't always try to attack our captain. Abdominal meat. Sanji sprinted from the side, shouting as he aimed a kick at Mr. 2's abdomen. Mr. 2 reacted swiftly, countering with a kick that blocked Sanji's attack. How dare you ambush me? Mr. 2 glared at Sanji. Transvestite fist. Gorgeous swan dance. Mr. 2 jumped slightly and concentrated his strength in his right foot, delivering a fierce kick at Sanji. Chest meat. Shoot. Sanji, undeterred, focused his power into a kick. The two forces clashed evenly, holding their ground for a brief moment before unleashing their next strikes. Abdominal meat, shoulder meat, back meat. Sanji unleashed a flurry of kicks at Mr. 2, while Mr. 2 countered with his transvestite techniques. As Sanji and Mr. 2 were evenly matched, Luffy found himself being relentlessly pursued by Bora. Faced with Bora's thorn fruit powers, Luffy dared not be careless, swiftly dodging Bora's assaults while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Zoro was being mercilessly beaten by Mr. 1, sustaining numerous injuries, while Chopper and Usopp lay incapacitated on the ground. I cannot afford to be held back any longer. Luffy understood that he must rise to the occasion and halt his evasive movements, clenching his fists with determination, without regard for the consequences. He unleashed a barrage of punches at Bala, exclaiming, "Rubber machine gun." The rapid strikes echoed as he relentlessly attacked. In response, Bala sprouted sharp thorns all over, transforming into a spiky ball. Luffy shouted, relentlessly bringing his fists down upon Bala. Despite his fists being bloodied, he did not relent, delivering a relentless barrage that left Bala dazed and battered, collapsing to the ground. I will defeat everyone and take my crew away from here, Luffy declared with unwavering resolve. Dream on, came the retort, as Ms. Valentine descended from above, poised to strike. Just as she was about to land on Luffy, a figure swiftly intervened, kicking Ms. Valentine away. Chapter 9. Ace vs. Crocodile. The main event had arrived. Atop the rocky peak, Crocodile smiled at the sound of the approaching figure. Is Mr. Crocodile ready for action? Robin inquired curiously, perched with her legs crossed on a rock. Of course. The captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division is not someone to be trifled with. Grains of sand began to emerge from Crocodile's body, as he gradually transformed into sand. Ace! Luffy exclaimed with surprise upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the assailant who had sent Ms. Valentine's flying. Luffy, you remain as reckless as ever. You and your companions should leave. I will stay behind. Before Ace could finish his sentence, a blade of sand abruptly shot from the desert, cleaving him in half. Ace! Luffy gasped in shock at the sight of Ace, bisected before him. I'm fine. Ace, engulfed in flames, quickly turned to identify his assailant, only to see a whirlwind of sand coalesce into the form of Crocodile. Upon realizing Ace was unharmed, Luffy's sorrow turned to joy. "It's you, Crocodile," Ace remarked gravely, directing his gaze at Crocodile. "We meet again, Fire Fist Ace." Crocodile, with one hand cradling the golden hook adorned on the other, declared, "Fire Fist." Ace, gathering his strength, unleashed a devastating punch, and searing flames erupted instantaneously, morphing into a serpentine blaze stretching dozens of meters. "What's this?" Mr. 1 and Mr. 2, engaged in battle, swiftly dodged the inferno. Seizing the opportunity, Nami grasped Usopp with one hand and Chopper with the other, pulling them to safety. "Luffy, you all must retreat." After successfully separating the Straw Hat crew from Crocodile's forces, Ace urged Luffy. "Understood. Be cautious, Ace." Luffy replied without hesitation, issuing the retreat command. "Yes, Captain," Zoro acknowledged. And the group swiftly made their exit. However, Mr. 1, noticing the Straw Hats' departure, prepared to pursue them. Yet, in the next moment, a wall of fire enveloped the desert, creating a barrier between them and the Straw Hat crew. "Do not even think about laying a hand on my brother," Ace said, his fiery finger tapping his cowboy hat. "Everyone, step back, as far as you can." Calmly, Crocodile produced a cigar and placed it between his lips. "Very well, Captain Crocodile." Mr. 1 dutifully complied with Crocodile's command and turned to depart. "Mr. 4, carry me, my back aches and I can hardly walk," Miss Christmas lamented before Mr. 4. The honest fellow lifted her onto his back and they made their exit. "Allow me to assist you, Bora." Mr. 2 hoisted the unconscious Bora and hastened away. Before long, only Crocodile and Ace remained, accompanied by the raging sandstorm and the fierce flames. This was indeed monumental news. The duel between the Warlord of the Sea, Crocodile, and the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Not far behind a rocky outcrop, 2 journalists crouched with cameras, elatedly witnessing this rare spectacle. The Warlord of the Sea and the Whitebeard Pirates were both sensational topics. Desert Diamond Sword. After a brief standoff, Crocodile initiated the attack, transforming his hands into 4 massive sand blades, which he then hurled forth, carving deep gashes into the desert as they rushed towards Ace. Heat haste. Ace, perceiving the threat, transformed his arm into flames and unleashed a fiery column that directly countered Crocodile's assault. "Ace, show me if you can push me to my limits." Crocodile's lower body transformed into grains of sand, while his upper half swiftly soared towards Ace. "Fire gun." Upon witnessing this, Ace crouched down, pointing his index and middle fingers at his opponent as if they were a firearm. He then unleashed a rapid barrage of small flame attacks towards Crocodile, akin to a machine gun. The flames struck Crocodile, creating numerous craters upon impact, yet he quickly refilled them with sand. Crescent Moon Sand Blade. As Crocodile closed in on Ace, his arm expanded into a crescent-shaped sand blade, slashing towards him. Flame Ring. Fire Pillar. Ace's hands ignited with flames, and as he spun his body, the flames morphed into a towering pillar of fire, shooting upwards and obliterating Crocodile into a cloud of scattered sand. With a whoosh, a sandstorm swirled, and Crocodile's form re-emerged. "Stand down, Crocodile. As fellow Logia users, we cannot determine a victor in such a short span," Ace addressed Crocodile, aware that he had pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to linger in this confrontation. "That may not be the case." Crocodile exhaled a plume of mist and remarked that if he were still the Crocodile of yore, he would be powerless against Ace. However, the present version of himself was a far cry from his former self. "Let us put this to the test." Fire Fist. Upon hearing this, Ace's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a powerful punch, sending forth a flame dragon even more formidable than before. Sans Monster Arm. Crocodile leaped backward, simultaneously condensing an astonishing mass of sand into a colossal hand, which he unleashed in a powerful punch that collided with Ace's fiery fist. The searing flames clashed with the immense sandy appendage, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of half sand and half fire across the arid desert landscape. With a thunderous roar, the collision of these 2 elemental forces erupted, scattering flames and flying sand in all directions. In that moment, a surge of sand shot forth, revealing Crocodile's figure. Golden Hook Slash. Crocodile swung his golden hook with a decisive strike, cleaving Ace in 2. However, there was no hint of triumph on Crocodile's face, for the severed edges of Ace's body were ablaze with flames. Had he evaded the blow in advance? Crocodile landed and swiftly turned, speculating. He had infused his golden hook with haki, intending to inflict a wound upon Ace. To his surprise, Ace reacted with remarkable speed, opting to elementalize and evade the attack at the very first moment. "Haki, you ask?" Ace, having leapt back to create distance, spoke cautiously. He was well acquainted with hockey, as many members of the Whitebeard Pirates possessed this formidable ability. Do you know why I chose to duel you here, Ace? Crocodile placed his hands upon the ground, a smirk gracing his lips. Ace, however, sensed something amiss. The desert beneath his feet, nay, the very expanse of desert surrounding him, began to tremble ominously. Ace, devoid of any inclination to respond, remained on high alert, scrutinizing Crocodile's next move. For in the desert, I am invincible. Desert burial. As Crocodile's words echoed through the air, the surrounding sand surged upward in a sudden tumult, enveloping Ace in a shadow that obscured the sun. Hiss. Crocodile clenched his hands, and in the next moment, all the sand was compressed, burying Ace beneath it. Chapter 10. The Awakened Power of the Sand Fruit. Once filled, the sand took the shape of a desert pyramid, and Crocodile nodded in satisfaction at his creation. Mr. Crocodile's power is indeed astonishing, Robin remarked, gazing at the massive desert pyramid conjured by Crocodile in an instant. Surely, the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division won't be buried in the desert like this, will he? Has it all been captured? A reporter, hiding on the front lines, quickly inquired of his assistant. Yes, it has been recorded. The assistant replied, incredulous. Is the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division truly meeting his end like this? Impossible. Atop the pyramid, a flicker of flame appeared, expanding to outline the emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates as Ace emerged in his elemental form, standing proudly at the summit. Crocodile, you possess some formidable strength. Ace chuckled lightly, flames erupting from one side of his body. Has Mr. Crocodile truly bested Firefist Ace? Robin remarked upon Ace's reappearance. Indeed. How could a man with a bounty of 550 million berries be so easily defeated? Quick, continue documenting everything. The reporter urged his assistant. Desert Lion, Sphinx. On the battlefield, Crocodile transformed his hands into sand, manipulating a vast quantity of it to surge forth, forming a majestic lion that charged at Ace. Faced with the oncoming lion, Ace unleashed his own technique, Mirror Flame. With a single arm ablaze, he expelled a torrent of fire, creating a massive firewall to thwart Crocodile's assault. Boom. The desert lion exploded mid-air, sending clouds of yellow sand swirling. However, Ace was searching for Crocodile's figure, for the latter had vanished from sight. If this continues, I will only exhaust my strength. This place is decidedly unfavorable for me. Ace realized that he was in the territory of Crocodile, who had consumed the sand fruit, placing him at a distinct disadvantage from the outset. As Ace contemplated, the yellow sand behind him gradually coalesced into Crocodile's form, his golden hook now shadowed in darkness, undoubtedly cloaked in hockey. Just as the hook was about to descend, Ace instinctively bent down, narrowly avoiding the strike. Fire Fist. Following this, Ace twisted his hips and unleashed a fiery punch, a torrent of flames erupting and piercing a gaping hole through Crocodile's chest. Your reflexes are indeed remarkable. Crocodile expressed his admiration as the holes in his chest, punctured by fiery fists, were filled with grains of sand. Ace, with flames erupting from his hands, shouted as he charged towards Crocodile. Golden Hook. Crocodile raised his hand, propelling the golden hook, enveloped in armament hockey, towards Ace amidst the swirling sands. In response to the incoming hook, Ace leaped and executed a sidekick, effortlessly sending the golden hook flying. With a thud, Ace's lower body turned into an elemental state, and propelled by flames, he charged towards Crocodile, launching a powerful punch. Faced with Ace's strike, Crocodile instinctively attempted to evade by partially elementalizing, yet at the moment of contact, he sensed the aura of hockey and swiftly transformed his entire form into sand, bursting apart. As Ace's attack missed, he unleashed a pillar of flames, dispersing the surrounding sands. Indeed, as proclaimed on Oda's life card, he was a man endowed with armament hockey, merely unexhibited in the original narrative. Crocodile swiftly pivoted, appearing several meters away. Hey, Crocodile. Allow me to demonstrate a technique. Ace stood resolutely in place, devoid of any flames, his expression serene. Feel free to unleash whatever moves you possess. Crocodile bent down, resting his hand upon the desert, and declared, let me witness whether your flame shall incinerate my desert, or if the desert shall engulf me. Ace crossed his arms over his chest, and the ground beneath him transformed into flames, expanding to create enormous spirals of fire that enveloped the terrain, morphing it into an inferno. Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Following this, Ace unleashed an enhanced version of the Flame Ring, summoning a terrifying conflagration that coalesced above him, forming a colossal blazing fireball, which he supported with his hands. Wahaha! Crocodile was drenched in beads of sweat from the scorching waves of heat that enveloped him. Yet he erupted into a fit of exhilarated laughter. The king of the desert, fierce sandstorm. Beneath Crocodile's feet, an unnamed tempest arose, stirring the sands into a whirlpool. In an instant, a formidable sandstorm coalesced around him, distinct from ordinary tempests. This storm, birthed from Crocodile's essence, enveloped the grid entirely. It was less a mere consequence of wind-driven particles and more a tempest forged from the rapid movement of the sands themselves. They were on the verge of being swept away. The formidable winds generated by Crocodile's sandstorm nearly swept Robin off the rocky peak, compelling her to grow arms from the cliffside to secure herself firmly. Stay low, we must not miss this spectacle. The scene was astonishing. It was a testament to the extraordinary power humanity could wield. The journalist and their assistant, struggling against the force of the sandstorm, pressed themselves to the ground, determined to capture every moment. Let us witness who possesses the might of the natural elements. Positioned at the eye of the storm, Crocodile thrust his hands forward, unleashing the tempest towards Ace. Come on! Ace summoned all his might, hurling a colossal fireball towards Crocodile. In that instant, as the sandstorm collided with the fireball, the sky transformed. From a distance, the landscape appeared to be divided into a clash of swirling sand and an inferno. A thunderous explosion resonated as the two forces met, unleashing a powerful shockwave that ravaged everything in its path. Robin and the journalist were propelled away by the force. In the distance, Luffy inquired, "What is that?" The tremendous commotion naturally drew the attention of Luffy and his companions. Zoro turned to witness the astonishing scene unfolding far away, halting in his tracks, stunned. "Hey, could that be the result of my brother's battle?" Sanji, hearing Zoro's astonishment, glanced back, his jaw dropping in disbelief. "This is terrifying. It surpasses human capabilities. It's akin to a natural disaster." Nami turned to look, her strength draining away as she collapsed to the ground. Luffy, filled with curiosity, glanced back, his expression shifting to concern. "Ace, please be safe." Chapter 11. A shocking global news is that the power of Mr. Crocodile? Mr. 1 observed the distant upheaval. What kind of man have we aligned ourselves with? Mr. 3 swallowed hard. Truly worthy of being called one of the 7 warlords. Mr. 2 exclaimed, spinning with excitement in a flamboyant display. That fellow hasn't he recovered from Robin's attack. Otherwise, he would have witnessed this breathtaking scene. Ms. Valentine's Day remarked. Ms. Golden Week, utterly astonished, retrieved her sketchpad to capture the moment. Back at Crocodile's location, the clash between the sandstorm and flames persisted for an indeterminate time, ultimately intertwining and spiraling upwards, dissipating into the heavens. The surroundings appeared transformed. At the epicenter of the collision, a vast, deep crater began to form. Still no remnants left behind. A gust of yellow sand swirled as Crocodile emerged from the profound center, the scorching flames beneath him rendering the desert an inky black. Nevertheless, this will surely herald a significant event. From this moment, my life shall ascend towards its pinnacle. Crocodile extended his arms, and his body gradually transformed into sand. Vanishing from sight, he reappeared beside the unconscious Robin, lifting her gently to rest against his shoulder, and began to walk slowly towards the direction of Mr. 1 and the others. After Crocodile walked away, the reporter and his assistant, who had fainted earlier, gradually regained consciousness. "Quick, check if the camera is broken," the reporter urged. Noticing that the assistant was still clutching the camera, the assistant hurriedly inspected it and discovered that all the photos were intact. Subsequently, the reporter dialed a number. Beep, beep. The phone bug rang, and soon it was connected. "Hello, what's the matter? Have you uncovered any explosive news?" came the voice from the other end. "Rest assured, this news is of nuclear magnitude," the reporter replied excitedly. "Do tell," the man on the phone inquired promptly. The warlord Crocodile faced off against Portgasti, Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, in a duel at Alabasta, and we captured the entire event on film. The reporter relayed his findings. "What? Fire Fist Ace clashed with Crocodile? Who emerged victorious?" the man on the other end asked curiously. "It ended in a draw. It seems neither side triumphed." As both Fire Fist Ace and Crocodile departed, the reporter responded. "All right, I'll send someone to fetch you. Be careful," the man on the phone replied. Meanwhile, Crocodile informed Mr. 1 and the others to return to Rain Banquet before leaving ahead of Robin. Upon returning, Crocodile called the Marine Admiral using the phone bug. "Crocodile, what brings you to contact me?" "Speak. What is the matter?" asked Sengoku, who was seated in his office. This was Crocodile's first time reaching out since becoming a warlord. "I'm quitting. I'm off to find another job." Crocodile shouted into the phone book, and without giving Sengoku a chance to respond, he turned the device to sand. Sengoku was left bewildered, attempting to respond only to find the phone bug had lost signal. "Damn it, what on earth happened?" he muttered to himself, puzzled, wondering if there was something he was unaware of. "What's wrong, Sengoku?" Carp, leisurely snacking on rice crackers from a nearby sofa, asked upon noticing Sengoku's unusual demeanor. Crocodile just abruptly declared his resignation from the warlords. Sengoku replied, rubbing his temples. "What? Is that so? What's this sand-wielding brat up to?" Carp scratched his head in confusion. "I don't know. Let us inform everyone and convene a meeting. The balance of the warlords must not be disrupted," Sengoku said, exasperated. "Wahaha. Sengoku must be utterly flummoxed." Crocodile smiled with delight and leisurely reclined on the sofa, awaiting the return of Mr. One and the others. It was surprising how much energy had been expended on Crocodile. It seemed prudent to find a place to rest for a while. Above the sea, Ace sat upon his yellow speedboat, allowing the waves to propel him forward while he regained his strength. A day later, thanks to the efforts of the News King and his formidable intelligence network, news of the duel between Crocodile and Ace, along with Crocodile's resignation from the Seven Warlords and the Navy's renewed bounty on him, spread like wildfire. Each of these announcements became a sensational headline, converging on a single newspaper. In the New World, Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo perused the news in his hands and soon displayed a look of astonishment. Is that scoundrel Crocodile planning to re-emerge before the world? Such a return would certainly be monumental, Doflamingo speculated. However, he pondered why Crocodile dared to confront the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates. What could Fire Fist Ace be doing back at the Paradise? In another part of the New World, aboard a small vessel exuding an air of dark nobility, a gentleman of aristocratic demeanor examined a newspaper. Has Crocodile truly resigned from the Seven Warlords? A renewed bounty of 500 million berries? That may be rather insufficient for such a cunning individual, he mused. A smile creeping across Hawkeye's face, as it seemed the sea would soon be stirred. Meanwhile, aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, a small crew member rushed from the stern to the bow, visibly flustered while clutching a newspaper. "What's the matter? Why the panic?" Marco halted him, sensing the urgency. "Ace. Captain Ace," the crew member stammered, pointing at the paper but unable to articulate his thoughts due to his anxiety. "All right, let me see for myself," Marco sighed, taking the newspaper to read it. His brow furrowed in concern. "Marco, what is it?" Jozu inquired, noticing Marco's troubled expression. "That scoundrel Crocodile has dared to lay a hand on Ace," Marco exclaimed, seething with anger. What? What happened? Is Ace all right?" Jozu pressed urgently. "The paper doesn't state the outcome of the battle. We need to contact Ace immediately," Marco replied. Soon, someone reached out to Ace via transponder snail. "Hello. What's going on?" Ace's voice came through shortly after. "Are you all right, Ace?" Marco quickly asked, seizing the transponder snail. "Of course I'm fine. Why, what happened?" Ace replied, puzzled. "Did you not see the newspaper?" Marco finally realized. "I haven't seen a paper out here at sea. Is it about Crocodile?" Ace responded, now understanding that the recent events had indeed revolved around his confrontation with Crocodile. "Yes, the paper states that you had a fierce battle with Crocodile. And everyone is worried about you," Marco informed him. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I will definitely bring back Teach," Ace declared resolutely, gazing out at the vast ocean. "Ace, be careful. Teach is a cunning one who has been hiding on the ship for so long," Marco cautioned. But Ace interrupted. "Rest assured, Marco. I will capture that scoundrel and bring him back to face Father." With that, Ace hung up the call, flames swirling beneath him as his speedboat surged swiftly across the sea. Meanwhile, the rain began to fall. Crocodile gathered the members of the crew to deliberate on their voyage. "Mr. Crocodile, you have certainly made quite an impression this time. The newspapers are filled with news about you," Bola remarked, her body wrapped in bandages as she held the paper. "The slumbering crocodile of the first half of the Grand Line awakens. The king of the desert returns. The sand crocodile, with a bounty of 500 million berries." Mr. 3 added, joining in the observation of the newspaper's content. Crocodile sat quietly on the sofa, leisurely smoking a cigar. "Boss Crocodile, look. This is a painting I created for you," Ms. Golden Week said with a smile as she presented her artwork before him. Noticing that he had nothing to occupy his time, Crocodile cast a glance and discovered it was the final confrontation between himself and Ace, depicted in the painting with one half ablaze with flames and the other half strewn with sand. Noticing that Crocodile merely glanced without uttering a word, Ms. Golden Week assumed he was upset and timidly apologized. "I am sorry, Mr. Crocodile, for disturbing you." Crocodile, noticing the misunderstanding of the young girl, extended his hand and gently patted Ms. Golden Week's head. "It's all right. Your drawing is splendid." Crocodile attempted to unveil a benevolent smile as he spoke. "Speaking of Ms. Golden Week, she is merely a child in her teens. Her abilities are somewhat useful, yet she is ill-suited for combat. It would be best for her to serve as a mascot aboard the ship, for every vessel requires a mascot. Mr. Crocodile, the ship is ready." Robin then entered and informed Crocodile. "Is it truly prepared?" Upon hearing this, Crocodile rose to his feet, and the crew members, including Mr. One, who were still resting, promptly stood up as well. "Prepare to set sail and embark on the Grand Line, my young ones." Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke, exuding an air of authority. "Yes, Mr. Crocodile," responded Mr. One and the others, subsequently following Crocodile out of the rain banquet. Before long, they arrived at the location where the vessels were moored, and Crocodile beheld the true form of the ship, a magnificent transformation of the largest vessel from Baroque works. The bow was ingeniously crafted to resemble the head of a crocodile, while the pirate flag bore the emblem of a golden hook and a skull marked by a prominent scar. This vessel was aptly named the Sand Crocodile. Amidst the bustling activity on board, it became evident that Crocodile had not only brought Mr. One and his cadre, but also a multitude of billionaires and a contingent of millionaires, totaling 500 crew members, alongside Mr. 2's request to include his partner from the world of transgenders. These members, who should have met their demise at the hands of Ace, were fortuitously spared due to Crocodile's timely summons. "Crocodile, boss, esteemed leader." The members of Baroque Works had already recognized that they were to follow the illustrious Sand Crocodile, and upon witnessing his arrival, they erupted in cheers and exclamations of joy. Crocodile led Robin and the others aboard the vessel. "From this moment forth, you all share a singular identity, that of a member of the Baroque Works pirate crew." Crocodile stood at the bow of the ship, raising his arm and calling out, "Baroque, Baroque, Baroque." On the deck, a multitude of crew members echoed his shouts. "I hereby announce a matter of great import. My first mate is none other than Nico Robin, who may be an unfamiliar name to some, yet her code name is likely well known to all. She is Ms. All Sunday." Crocodile introduced Robin to everyone, declaring that from now on, they would all be pirates sailing on the same ship. Robin stepped forward from beside Crocodile, who indeed displayed great trust in her, as Pola remarked with a smile. "Now, allow me to elaborate on Mr. Crocodile's arrangements for the crew," Robin continued. "First, we have the combat teams. The captain of the 1st Division, Mr. One. The assassin Daz Bones steps forward, arms crossed in a confident pose. Next, the captain of the 2nd Division, Mr. Two, the flamboyant Bonclay, makes his entrance with a ballet leap, exclaiming, "That's me." Finally, the captain of the 3rd Division, Mr. Three, the sculptor Galdino, approaches, adjusting his glasses. He adds, "I look forward to fighting alongside you all." The remaining members comprise the reconnaissance team, led by Ms. Valentine's Day, the medical team, headed by Pola, and the ship control team, captained by Ms. Christmas and Mr. Four, along with the ship's artillery team, led by Mr. Five. Robin continued with a lengthy roll call, ensuring everyone was assigned to their respective teams. Once all matters were settled, she turned her gaze to Crocodile. "Now, let us set sail, my friends, towards the City of Water." Crocodile turned his gaze forward. His journey to Water City was undoubtedly motivated by the pursuit of information regarding the Underworld King. Ms. Christmas promptly directed the crew to unfurl the sails and adjust their course, a task she executed with remarkable proficiency. The Sand Crocodile sailed across the vast ocean. "Sister Robin, what about me? Am I not to have any arrangements?" Ms. Golden Week inquired eagerly as she approached Robin. "You," Crocodile replied, "can simply serve as a mascot." Robin, leisurely seated and perusing a book, responded to Ms. Golden Week's approach. "Oh, is that so?" Ms. Golden Week exclaimed, visibly perturbed. "Well, how about this? Choose whichever team you wish to join," Robin suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Then I shall join Mr. Three's team," Ms. Golden Week declared, having already established a long-standing partnership with him. "Very well," Robin nodded in agreement. Chapter 13. Gaia Island in the Alabasta Straw Hat Pirates' Quarters. A newspaper article proclaimed that Crocodile had resigned from his position as a warlord of the sea, leaving everyone bewildered. What on earth could this mean? Miwei pondered, staring incredulously at the newsprint. The article made no mention of Ace's safety. Luffy squeezed in for a closer look at the section regarding Ace. asserting that since he had already checked Ace's Viver card and found no anomalies, Ace should be fine. Doesn't it say that Crocodile has returned to piracy? Then Miwei's country should be safe, Sanji remarked. No, the rebels are still in revolt. I must put an end to this war. Miwei shook her head resolutely before setting off to intervene. Meanwhile, back with the protagonists, after a prolonged and monotonous voyage, Crocodile resolved to dock the ship at a nearby island to replenish their supplies. This island was one with which Crocodile was quite familiar. It was Gaia Island, a significant location previously visited by the main characters, where they had been propelled to the Sky Island by a colossal updraft. Captain Crocodile, there's a ship ahead. And it bears a gorilla emblem, Ms. Valentine's Day announced, hovering above the sand crocodile, her vantage point allowing her to spot the distant vessel with ease. A gorilla? Crocodile furrowed his brow. Near Gaia Island, there was another gorilla insignia. That must be the so-called Gorilla Mountain United Army. We needn't concern ourselves with them, Crocodile remarked. Captain Gorilla, it's a pirate ship. In the distance, a vessel sailed in the same direction as the sand crocodile. As it approached, it became evident that the sand crocodile was also in its sights. Could it be the former warlord, Crocodile? The gorilla-like figure gaped in astonishment at the man standing at the bow of the sand crocodile, adorned with a golden hook and draped in a grand leather coat. Is it true? What should we do? Captain Gorilla, are they coming for us? A crew member beside the gorilla exclaimed anxiously. However, the gorilla felt a sense of relief as the sand crocodile sailed right past them without any incident. Just as they passed the gorilla pirate ship, Crocodile suddenly looked up at the sky. The crew on deck sensed something amiss. The sky appeared to darken. One by one, they instinctively glanced upward, only to reveal expressions of panic moments later. A colossal ship was plummeting straight down. By its trajectory, it was poised to strike the sand crocodile directly. Captain Crocodile, look. There's a ship falling from the sky. Are we under attack? Quick, bring the rocket launcher. The pirates erupted into chaos on the deck, shouting and leaping about. Silence. Remain calm. Crocodile bellowed, and the crowd instantly turned their gaze towards him. You are now my crew, and in the future, you will encounter grand spectacles aplenty. Acting flustered is truly a disgrace. Crocodile disdainfully addressed the flustered individuals. With a flourish, he transformed into a swirling sandstorm that ascended into the sky. Boom. The tempest collided with the descending vessel, and in an instant, the colossal ship was reduced to mere splinters, debris cascading on either side of the sand crocodile. Whoosh. The sandstorm rematerialized on the deck, coalescing into Crocodile's form. Truly, Mr. Crocodile is magnificent. The crew lavished their praises without reservation. If one becomes so flustered over minor incidents, it would be wise to disembark sooner rather than later, Crocodile remarked before striding into the cabin. Captain Mr. 1, you remain so composed. The members of Squad 1 observed as Mr. 1 continued performing weighted push-ups throughout the commotion. Were it not for Mr. Crocodile's formidable prowess, I would not hesitate to depart. Mr. 1 replied calmly. Indeed, the cadre-level captains exhibit remarkable tranquility. The other crew members murmured. As Crocodile's crew, encountering formidable foes is a distinct possibility. Lacking sufficient strength could swiftly lead to demise, Mr. 1 advised. Is it not terrifying? Such a massive ship dispatched so effortlessly? The gorilla, having witnessed the entire spectacle, swallowed hard. Is this the might of the former warlord of the sea? The crew member beside the gorilla exclaimed in astonishment. They are headed towards Gaia Street. Full speed ahead. Inform the ape and our captain to steer clear of them, the gorilla instructed. Aye, Captain Gorilla, came the swift response. And the vessel surged forward towards Gaia Island. Creak. Shortly after the sand crocodile departed the area, a series of creaks echoed as a bicycle glided over the ocean's surface, revealing beneath its tires a layer of ice forming on the water. It seemed this was where the earlier ruckus had occurred. Crocodile had stirred quite the commotion, effectively canceling his vacation plans. On the bicycle, a man with curly hair, clad in a white waistcoat and deep blue shirt, leisurely pedaled across the sea, pausing momentarily before continuing in the direction the sand crocodile had taken. Gaia Island. After a brief voyage, the sand crocodile docked near Gaia Island, and a substantial portion of the crew disembarked in droves. It is worth mentioning that there is someone here who can be recruited, while also conveniently undermining Doflamingo's interests. Crocodile disembarked, contemplating within the tavern of Gaia Island. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the tavern door swung open forcefully, drawing the displeased gazes of the patrons within. Bellamy, trouble? A pirate rushed in hastily. Hey, what is the matter? A man with blue hair draped in white mink fur intercepted him. It's Crocodile. The former warlord of the sea has arrived on the island. The pirate exclaimed anxiously. Crocodile? The burly man beside the blue-haired individual, holding a tankard of ale, expressed surprise. What brings such a prominent figure to this place? Bellamy wondered aloud. There are many people here, haha. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the obscured entrance. Bellamy turned, ready to express his annoyance, only to find that it was indeed Crocodile himself. I never expected someone of your stature would venture to this locale. Bellamy replied calmly. Bellamy, with a bounty of 55 million berries, and a follower of the illustrious Don Quixote Doflamingo, am I correct? Crocodile approached Bellamy directly, prompting the pirates at their table to swiftly relinquish their seats. Chapter 14. Bellamy Crocodile stood elevated, gazing down at Bellamy without taking a seat, while Mr. One loomed behind him. You, who have just stirred up a significant incident. What brings you to seek me? Bellamy met Crocodile's gaze with composure, inquiring about his intent. Burn the flag of Doflamingo, and from this moment forth, pledge your allegiance to me, embarking on my vessel to the New World. Crocodile extended an olive branch to Bellamy, expressing a degree of admiration for him. Ambitious, resolute, and unafraid to acknowledge his failures, demonstrating the courage to rise again. Ha ha ha. It seemed Bellamy had heard a particularly amusing joke, erupting into laughter. However, he soon ceased his mirth and, with a serious demeanor, pressed, On what grounds do you dare to compare yourself to Lord Doflamingo? Who do you think you are? In a fit of rage, Bellamy overturned the table, hurling it towards Crocodile. Crocodile stood motionless, while behind him, Mr. One swiftly emerged, crossing his arms defensively in front of Crocodile. The table fell upon Mr. One, shattering into numerous pieces. In this paradise, if you dare to speak to me in such a manner, Mr. One, grant him a moment to make the right choice. Crocodile stepped back a few paces, retrieving a cigar as he observed Mr. One's performance. Understood, Captain Crocodile. Mr. One transformed his hands into blades and then darted toward Bellamy, with a swift motion. As Mr. One brought down his hands, Bellamy bent his knees, his feet transforming into springs, vanishing from sight at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, evading Mr. One's assault. A devil fruit user, perhaps? Mr. One remained still, though Bellamy was unseen. The vibrations around him indicated Bellamy was darting about nearby. Spring sniping. Bellamy utilized the tavern walls to ricochet, occasionally smashing tables as he gathered an immense amount of stored momentum. Upon reaching the limit of his accumulated spring force, Bellamy aimed at Mr. One. His feet compressed against the wall to the utmost, and in that instant of propulsion, the wall cracked as Bellamy lunged directly at Mr. One. Decapitation. Mr. One assumed a stance, his already ironclad body hardened further, absorbing Bellamy's onslaught. Fool, why do you not evade? Bellamy, elated by Mr. One's immobility, crashed into him, only to be dumbfounded the next moment, as the impact felt akin to colliding with a steel plate. The once invincible technique now left him grievously wounded. Ah! Bellamy cried out, bloodied and collapsed on the ground. Bellamy, the vice-captain of Bellamy, witnessing Mr. One's effortless defeat of his comrade, was momentarily struck with astonishment. It is done, Captain Crocodile. Mr. One, not even glancing at Bellamy, reverted from his lethal stance and returned to Crocodile's side. Well done, Mr. One. Crocodile praised him before striding over to Bellamy, brandishing his golden hook. Now, can you reflect properly? Aha! I revere only one individual, and that is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Bellamy lay on the ground, laughing with abandon. Do you know why I chose you? It is precisely for this reason. I recognize that those who choose to follow are willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Crocodile listened to Bellamy's words and smiled. I shall give you time to ponder. Will you abandon the flag of Doflamingo and board my ship, or will you continue to fly Doflamingo's flag and face your demise? Crocodile turned around and casually seized a bottle of wine from a pristine table, taking large gulps as the flowing liquid dribbled down his chin. A flaw has been revealed. Crocodile. Suddenly, Bellamy, lying on the ground, sprang up and in an instant found himself behind Crocodile. His arm coiled like a spring before launching forth with tremendous force. Bang! Bellamy's fist pierced directly through Crocodile's chest, yet the scene of blood splattering that he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, he was met with a face full of grit. What is happening? Bellamy's expression darkened in an instant, only to hear Crocodile's voice laced with confusion. A flaw has been revealed? How was I unaware of this? Crocodile turned his head in a peculiar manner to gaze at Bellamy. Monster! Spring pummel! Bellamy's heart raced. Confronted with this dire situation, his hands transformed into springs, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists upon Crocodile. His strikes aimed at the head, shoulders, chest, thighs, and arms, yet each time Bellamy sought to land a blow, Crocodile's body erupted in a cascade of yellow sand, leaving only a mound of sand surrounding Bellamy. Did it work? Bellamy inquired with anticipation. It nearly did. Suddenly, the surrounding sand swirled and coalesced before Bellamy, revealing Crocodile's form once more. This time, Crocodile was not mocking him. Bellamy's hands were stained with his own blood. And had he not preemptively transformed to evade, he would undoubtedly have been struck. Bellamy, I offered you a chance. Why did you not seize it? As Bellamy prepared to strike again, Crocodile's hand had already seized his throat. Ugh! Bellamy struggled futilely. I shall ask you one final time. Will you join my ship? Crocodile, with a tone of indifference, inquired, regardless of how many times you ask, my answer remains unwavering. It is impossible. The only individual I choose to follow is Don Quixote da Flamingo. Bellamy resolutely asserted. As far as I am aware, you have obtained this banner through your invincibility, yet now it has fallen into my hands. It is likely that Doflamingo will soon reclaim this banner. When that moment arrives, where will you stand? To admire someone does not necessitate blind allegiance. You can join my crew, grow stronger, and ultimately rise to his heights, rather than clinging to him like a mere parasite. Crocodile continued, and Bellamy, after pondering his words, ceased to struggle. I shall remain until tomorrow. I hope to see you then. Crocodile relinquished his grip, causing Bellamy to crash to the ground. The surrounding members of the Bellamy pirates exchanged glances, none daring to assist him. Ah, what a lively scene we have here, Crocodile mused, contemplating his departure when suddenly a chilling sensation coursed through him, and a voice echoed from behind. This foreboding presence and tone unmistakably belonged to a certain Marine Admiral. Chapter 15, Marine Admiral. The moment of frost. Before Crocodile could react, a towering figure emerged, exuding an aura of terror. The instant this cold air made contact with Crocodile, he found himself encased in ice, while the temperature within the tavern plummeted dramatically. Crocodile. Mr. One's expression, typically stoic, shifted abruptly upon witnessing Crocodile's frozen state. The pirates within the tavern were equally taken aback, their faces reflecting shock and dread. It was none other than the Marine Headquarters' three admirals, Akiji, Kazan. Suddenly, the ice encasing Crocodile shattered, sending shards of yellow sand spiraling forth, coalescing before Mr. One to reveal Crocodile's form once more. Crocodile extended his hand to halt Mr. One, who was eager to charge forward, and turned his gaze towards the man who had just attacked him. Undoubtedly, this man was Akiji, the user of the Logia-type ice fruit. Once a member of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, Crocodile now found himself on the opposing side. Akiji exhaled, releasing a chilling wave of frost. Is the Navy so eager to apprehend me? Crocodile produced a cigar, followed by a lighter to ignite it. As the impending battle loomed ahead, the cigar was, of course, indispensable. After all, there were considerable concerns regarding your sudden resignation from the Warlords of the Sea and what reckless actions you might undertake next. Akiji responded. You haven't harmed my dear subordinates, have you? Crocodile inquired with a furrowed brow. Well, one could say so, Akiji replied ambiguously. Mr. One, step aside for now. The forthcoming battle is beyond your capacity to engage. Return to the ship and await my return. Crocodile addressed Mr. One beside him. Very well, Captain Crocodile. In order not to hinder Crocodile, Mr. One promptly turned and smashed through the wall to make his exit. The pirates in the tavern, now realizing the situation, hastily dragged Bellamy from the floor and fled through the opening created by Mr. One. Shall we engage in battle? Crocodile cast a glance at the door behind Akiji. Very well. Akiji nodded slightly and stepped out first, with Crocodile following closely behind. The two stood facing each other, an unnamed tempest swirling around them, heralding the clash of their formidable auras. The surrounding inhabitants had long fled, leaving the streets eerily silent. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. After a brief standoff, Crocodile made the first move, transforming into an elemental form as he surged towards Akiji. In an instant, he circled behind him, one hand morphing into a crescent-shaped blade of sand, striking out with precision. As the blade made contact with Akiji, he too instantaneously transformed into an elemental state to evade the attack. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. Moisture was rapidly dissipating from his body. Consequently, a chill erupted forth, causing the sand blade aimed at Crocodile to begin freezing. Crack! Crocodile swiftly retreated, and the ice block encasing the sand blade shattered, revealing a layer of haki. As the ice spears materialized around Akiji, he raised his hand, summoning a flurry of frozen projectiles. With a decisive wave, the ice spears were launched towards Crocodile. In response, Crocodile transformed his arm into a colossal sand blade, swiftly propelling it forward. The sand blade swept through the air, effectively deflecting the barrage of ice spears that Aokiji had unleashed. Crocodile's golden hook was enveloped in the armor of Haki as he surged forward, swinging the hook towards Aokiji. With a resounding thud, Aokiji instantly conjured an ice blade, also fortified with Haki, and deftly parried Crocodile's assault. The clash of the golden hook and the ice blade erupted in a cacophony of sound, with electric currents surging around both combatants. After their initial strike, they both retreated to create distance between them. Subsequently, Aokiji harnessed his powers, channeling cold energy into his right arm. Ice block, violent falcon. In the next moment, an icy bird materialized and soared forth, freezing everything in its path with the frigid aura it exuded. Desert lion, sphinx. Crocodile placed his hand upon the ground, and in an instant, the earth transformed into a vast desert at an astonishingly visible pace. Harnessing this torrent of sand, he conjured a magnificent sand lion that charged towards the incoming ice bird. Upon their collision, both entities disintegrated, metamorphosing into a chaotic blend of sand and ice fragments. The cycle of erosion. Seizing the moment of confrontation with Aokiji's powers, Crocodile pressed his left hand onto the ground, causing the terrain beneath him to gradually shift into a sprawling desert expanse. As the clash with Aokiji's abilities subsided into tranquility, he observed the ground beneath Crocodile morphing into sand and swiftly intervened by placing his own hand on the earth. The Ice Age. Aokiji intoned those 4 ominous words, unleashing a terrifying chill that surged forth, freezing everything in its path, swiftly encasing Crocodile's desert in ice. Realizing he was on the brink of being ensnared by the frost, Crocodile swiftly conjured a small sandstorm and cast it at his feet, the resulting whirlwind of sand effectively shielding him from Aokiji's frigid assault. Aokiji stood firm, observing the tempest before him, only to soon spot a figure soaring above the sandstorm. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Crocodile himself, the desert monster. Crocodile descended from the heavens, gathering an immense quantity of yellow sand as he fell, coalescing it into a colossal monstrous hand that struck down upon Aokiji with tremendous force, causing the ground to tremble. With a resounding crack, in a singular blow, he shattered Aokiji into fragments of ice. Yet, Crocodile was aware that this strike had not truly affected Aokiji, who remained poised and ready upon landing. Such formidable attacks, Mr. Crocodile. As anticipated, the next moment saw the shattered ice coalescing back into Aokiji's form. Stop deceiving, Aokiji. Crocodile waved his hands, unleashing 4 formidable blades of sand. In response, Aokiji gestured, and an ice wall materialized instantaneously to block Crocodile's assault. Subsequently, Aokiji traversed the ice barrier with a swift shave, arriving before Crocodile, raising his hand. Ice gauntlet. Aokiji's fist, enveloped in Haki, struck with the force of a shockwave, enveloping Crocodile in its powerful embrace. The tremendous force erupted, causing Crocodile to spew blood. As the ground around them crumbled, debris scattered in disarray. Aokiji, this fellow. Does he truly intend to unleash his might so brazenly right from the start? Crocodile was sent flying by a single blow, crashing into the ground and creating a massive deep pit. The desert's howl unleashed a tempestuous fury. Crocodile rose to his feet, placing his hands upon the ground as the surrounding terrain swiftly transformed. Countless grains of yellow sand erupted into the air, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal structure towering several dozen meters high emerged, reminiscent of monstrous waves crashing upon the sea, obscuring the sky. Fall. With a swift motion of his hand, Crocodile unleashed a torrent of sand that cascaded down upon Aokiji. Truly astonishing, Mr. Crocodile. The Ice Age. In response to Crocodile's formidable strike, Aokiji instantly released a chilling aura from his hands, enveloping the ground in mere seconds, freezing the golden sands in an instant. Within 3 seconds, the towering tidal wave meticulously crafted by Crocodile was entirely encased in ice. Chapter 16. The Soaring Sea Current. Aokiji's power is indeed astonishingly overwhelming. As a whirlwind of yellow sand danced around him, Crocodile stood atop the frozen desert wave, the blood trickling from his lips a stark testament to his dire condition. Surrender yourself, Crocodile, Aokiji stated calmly. Have you ever witnessed a ferocious beast willingly stepping into a cage? Crocodile let out a hearty laugh, transforming into a whirlwind of yellow sand as he surged toward Aokiji. With a sweeping motion of his golden hook, Aokiji swiftly countered with his ice blade, resulting in a fierce clash of Haki. In terms of domineering presence, you are no match for me. Akiji's haki erupted, forcefully deflecting Crocodile's golden hook. However, just as he intended to launch an attack, he felt the ground beneath him give way, causing him to sink. It turned out that while attacking Akiji, Crocodile had utilized his powers to transform the ground into quicksand, leading to Akiji's predicament. I concede that you are formidable in haki, but in the realms of devil fruit mastery, I am not lacking. Crocodile clenched his hand, unleashing a barrage of sand blades that pierced through Akiji's form. To awaken a devil fruit is indeed a remarkable achievement, and in terms of development, you certainly rank at the top. As the sand blades impaled his body, Akiji placed his hand upon them, rapidly freezing them in an impressive display of his abilities. Akiji's powers are indeed extraordinary. As Crocodile witnessed the expanse of ice encroaching upon him, he swiftly transformed into a swirling vortex of yellow sand, propelling himself several dozen meters away. Subsequently, a tempest of sand manifested in the palm of his hand. Sandstorm. Crocodile hurled the sandstorm in his grasp, reducing all obstacles in its path, be it rock or ice, to mere fragments as the tempest surged with increasing ferocity toward Akiji. The Ice Age. Akiji unleashed a terrifying chill, and in an instant, a realm of ice and snow unfolded, rendering the so-called sandstorm null and void. The battle has only just commenced. Akiji. Crocodile emanated an aura of terror in this battle. One could not afford to hold back if they wished to emerge unscathed. In an instant, a swirling tempest of yellow sand surged behind him, reminiscent of the desert storm that accompanied his confrontation with Ace. I share this sentiment. Akiji soared into the air, his every movement exuding a chilling aura. An immense iceberg blotted out the sun. This was the power of the frozen phoenix. A cry akin to a phoenix's resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. As the iceberg, sculpted from frozen blocks, flapped its wings under Akiji's command. With a single sweep, a wave of frigid air was unleashed, freezing the pirates who lay hidden in the shadows, caught unawares by the swift onslaught of icy winds. The king of the desert unleashed a powerful sandstorm. The yellow sands behind Crocodile swirled violently, swiftly transforming into a devastating force of a desert calamity. Come forth, Akiji. Crocodile's veins bulged as he manipulated the terrifying sandstorm behind him, directing it towards Akiji. With a swift motion, Akiji raised his hands, unleashing the power of the blue phoenix to collide with the oncoming tempest. On one side lay the frigid calamity, and on the other, the desert storm. The clash of these two forces resulted in a cataclysmic display of destruction. The sandstorm ravaged massive ice blocks, while the ice sought to break free from the tempest. The struggle between these two formidable powers intensified as Crocodile relentlessly augmented the storm's ferocity, while Akiji continued to unleash his chilling aura. The area of their conflict expanded. The shock waves generated, even causing the surrounding ocean waves to churn violently. When the sand crocodile ship, Mr. One, arrived at this site, its crew was taken aback. What should have been an endless expanse of ocean had transformed into a frozen sea of ice. The waters beneath the massive vessel sealed solidly by the handiwork of Admiral Akiji. Mr. One, you have finally returned. What transpired on the island? And why has the surrounding sea suddenly become frozen? The arrival of Mr. One immediately captured the attention of everyone on board. It is Admiral Akiji. He is currently engaged in battle with Captain Crocodile at the island's center. Mr. One announced to the crew. What? Admiral Akiji? The highest combat power of the Navy headquarters? How could such a figure appear here? Miss Valentine's astonishment was palpable, yet she failed to notice Robin's face, which had grown increasingly pale since the sea had been encased in ice. She had long recognized this as Akiji's doing, and upon confirming his presence on the island, she collapsed to the ground in despair. Time passed, and a gust of yellow sand surged forth, coalescing into the form of Crocodile. Crocodile! The crew quickly recognized their captain's return. Crocodile, have you defeated Akiji? They exclaimed in unison, their cheers echoing around the ship. Do not be naive. An admiral of the Navy could never be so easily vanquished. Everyone, prepare to flee. Crocodile shouted to the crew. Is that all Akiji did? Freeze the sea? This may not be insurmountable, he said, breathing a sigh of relief as he surveyed the scene before him, battered yet resolute. Corrosion cycle. Crocodile placed his hand upon the icy surface, and soon the surrounding waters began to thaw, allowing him to leap onto the sand crocodile ship. The vessel swiftly turned, sailing away from the shores of Gaia Island. Ah, are we attempting to flee? At the port, Akiji arrived leisurely, observing the sand crocodile as it departed, one hand resting upon the sea surface. Ice Age. With Akiji's declaration, the water's surface rapidly began to freeze, the icy effect surging towards the sand crocodile. This is bad. Captain Crocodile. The cold is approaching. Ms. Valentine's Day, soaring high above, quickly informed Crocodile upon witnessing the swift encasement of the waters in ice. Damn Akiji. Crocodile erupted in a tempest of curses, finding himself utterly at a loss upon the vast expanse of the ocean. A chilling breeze swept through, swiftly encasing the surface of the sea in ice, and in an instant, the sand crocodile was frozen solid. It's over, cried Captain Crocodile. What shall we do? Our voyage has only just begun. The crew aboard lamented in despair, while in the distance, Akiji had already stepped onto the frozen sea, charging towards the sand crocodile. Suddenly, a thunderous noise resonated from the depths below. The rumbling grew increasingly louder, as if some formidable entity was approaching. The previously frantic crew fell silent, instinctively glancing towards the ocean floor from either side of the ship. Akiji, possessing the power of observation haki, also halted in his tracks, sensing the unusual disturbance beneath the waves. Could it be? Crocodile suddenly had an epiphany, and with a smile, he shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. Hold on to something nearby. The sea has come to our aid." Chapter 17, Sky Island Crocodile. What are you talking about? Ms. Golden Week exclaimed, bewildered, yet instinctively grasped the object beside her. With a thunderous roar, the sand crocodile ship began to shake violently as the icebound sea surface abruptly cracked open, causing the vessel to rise gradually. In the face of the unforeseen tremors, the hundreds of people gathered on the deck were thrown into chaos, tumbling and rolling about. Mr. 3. Robin, use your abilities. Crocodile hurriedly shouted at Mr. 3 and Robin. Understood, Captain Crocodile. A copious amount of waxy fluid surged from Mr. 3, its viscous tendrils ensnaring the pirates on the deck, effectively solidifying them in place. Thousand blossoms, flower hands. Robin crossed her arms, conjuring forth numerous hands that emerged on the deck, each one deftly grasping the sliding pirates. As the sand crocodile vessel rose sharply, it suddenly soared into the sky, leaving Akiji astonished at the spectacle. A colossal wave surged upward, reaching for the heavens. The sand crocodile's roar pierced the clouds, colliding with Ms. Valentine's Day, airborne at that moment. Fortunately, Robin's quick reflexes allowed her to utilize her powers to catch Ms. Valentine, preventing her from plummeting. Crocodile gazed at the sky, laughter resonating endlessly. Is this what it means to be a traveler? My fortune is truly remarkable. There exists a piece of historical text upon the Sky Island. Above us lies a blanket of clouds, Mr. 2 remarked, staring at the vast whiteness above. All those with abilities held their breath, for they were about to plunge into the sea. Upon seeing the clouds, Crocodile's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, This must be at least several thousand meters high. How could there be? Just then, Mr. 5 was speaking when the sand crocodile plunged headlong into the cloud layer, instantly enveloped by an endless expanse of seawater. With a splash, the crew's faces turned pale as they struggled to hold their breath, but fortunately, the sand crocodile quickly burst forth from the ocean's depths. After ascending into the air for a brief moment, it plummeted back down to the surface, creating a spectacular spray of water that drenched everyone. The scene before them left the crew in utter astonishment. They found themselves surrounded by a vast, white expanse, as if they were indeed within the clouds. Was this fate? Below the Sky Island, Akiji observed the vanishing torrent of water, pondering whether he could potentially halt the sand crocodile with all his strength, yet he dismissed the thought. Turning away, he retrieved his bicycle and pedaled away from the area. Captain Crocodile, where are we? One of the crew members inquired of Crocodile. Crocodile smiled enigmatically and then spoke of the Sky Island, soaring 10,000 meters above the White Sea. A Sky Island? Is this not a mere figment of legend? Miss Christmas exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps it was once a legend in your minds, but now it is a tangible reality. Crocodile remarked, Ms. Valentine's Day, observe your surroundings. He turned to Ms. Valentine's Day, who responded, understood, Captain Crocodile. She wobbled into the air, but ascended only briefly before plummeting back down. What on earth is happening? Valentine's Day? Mr. 5 swiftly intervened, catching Ms. Valentine's Day in the nick of time. I can hardly breathe. How peculiar, she said, rubbing her swollen head. Speaking of which, it seems I have little strength. Mr. 1 commented, shifting his position. I feel the same, echoed the others aboard the vessel. Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses and explained, after all, we are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The air is thin, unlike below. We shall acclimatize in due course. Upon witnessing the scene, Crocodile resolved to host a banquet to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Thus, the festivities commenced. The ship was soon bustling with life as the crew scurried about the deck, preparing delectable dishes. Each member of the crew possessed a multitude of talents. Mr. 2 led his flamboyant troupe in an exuberant dance, while Mr. 5 orchestrated a lively musical performance. Ms. Golden Week, with a straw in her mouth, slurped her drink as she approached Robin, who sat quietly engrossed in her book. "Robin, why are you alone here?" Ms. Golden Week inquired with curiosity. Taken aback for a moment, Robin replied, "I'm accustomed to it." "Doesn't he, Robin, enjoy the lively atmosphere?" Ms. Golden Week asked, puzzled. For it seemed inconceivable that anyone would shy away from such merriment. "Nico Robin, here, you can fully immerse yourself in the festivities. I assure you, no one would dare to harm you." Crocodile appeared beside Robin and spoke. "Thank you, Mr. Crocodile, but I prefer to stay here." Robin shook her head in response. "Hey, Robin, why are you all alone? Come and dance." Ms. Valentine rushed over, urging her. "No, you all have fun," Robin replied. "Oh, come on, let's go." Ignoring Robin's refusal, Ms. Valentine grabbed her and dragged her onto the deck. "Dance one. Robin, you must." Miss Sunday insisted, eager to join in. The pirates on the deck synchronized their efforts to create a lively atmosphere. Ultimately, Robin could not resist the crowd and reluctantly danced a short number. As night fell, several figures gradually approached and leapt onto the deck, where drunken pirates lay sprawled about. "They all seem inebriated. Let us deal with them quickly," one of them observed. "Are they enemies?" a voice inquired, as Mr. 1 regarded the horn-masked individuals wielding shields. "Is there anyone not intoxicated?" The masked figures looked at Mr. 1, momentarily tense before charging towards him. "Mr. 1, just drive them off," Crocodile commanded as he appeared on the deck. "Yes, Captain Crocodile," Mr. 1 replied, transforming his hands into blades and launching himself at the assailants. Suddenly, a masked individual with a cannon and shield was enveloped in a cloud of white mist, sliding forward on the cloud directly towards Mr. 1, who pulled the trigger of the cannon. Boom! The cannonball struck Mr. 1, causing a resounding explosion and a cloud of smoke. "Have we taken care of them?" the masked man questioned. Slice. Amidst the smoke, silvery flashes emerged as Mr. 1 extended his arms, seizing the masked man and sending him flying. "Though I do not understand the situation, I advise you to leave swiftly," Mr. 1 coldly remarked. The remaining assailants, undeterred by their comrades' defeat, leapt onto the white mist and charged at Mr. 1. Foam daisy slash. Mr. 1 transformed his palms into blades, positioning his hands between his wrists, and with a swift motion unleashed a series of radiating slashes. The strike swept through the attackers, causing blood to spurt as they were wounded and sent sprawling. Retreat. The injured assailants realized their opponent was formidable and hastily jumped overboard, fleeing into the night. Chapter 18. The Baroque Works Pirates. Robbery. Captain Crocodile, who are these people? Mr. 1 inquired, perplexed. "They are the Sky Islanders, just like us." Originating from the Blue Sea, Crocodile replied. "More precisely, they are inhabitants of the island of Gaia below us. Swept up to the Sky Island by the great currents 400 years ago," he continued. "400 years?" Mr. 1 exclaimed in surprise. "Mr. Crocodile seems to have known about this Sky Island long ago," Robin's voice chimed in. And Crocodile glanced up to see her leaning against the railing on the second level of the ship, observing them. "In my youth, I traveled extensively." Crocodile nonchalantly deflected the inquiry. "Captain Crocodile, did you partake in any significant events during your youth?" Mr. 3 also emerged to ask. "I thought only a few remained awake." Ms. Boa remarked, stepping forward. "It seems we need to establish shifts. With everyone being thoroughly intoxicated, it falls to us to fend off any petty attacks," Mr. 1 suggested. "That sounds like a good plan. Let the 3 combat teams rotate." Crocodile nodded in agreement. "It's getting late. Captain Crocodile, would you like to rest now? We can keep watch tonight," Mr. 1 proposed. "All right, call for me if anything arises," Crocodile acknowledged, feeling fatigued after the day's battle with Akiji, having sustained injuries. He entrusted the night's duties to Mr. 1 and retreated to his quarters for rest. Thus, the night passed uneventfully. Upon awakening the next day, the crew had become somewhat accustomed to the Sky Island's peculiarities. Miss Valentine floated into the air, surveying the surroundings and noting the intricate network of clouds, with pathways leading to a grand gate beneath a waterfall, adorned with large characters. "Captain Crocodile, these cloud pathways lead to a great gate." Miss Valentine descended to inform him. "A gate?" Crocodile reminisced and eventually recalled that when the protagonists entered the Sky Island, they first passed through a grand portal known as the Gate of Heaven. In the past, that was the entrance to the realm of the Sky Island, he remarked. Subsequently, the helmsman of the ship adjusted its course, steering the sand crocodile towards the sea currents of the clouds, propelled by the flow towards the ultimate gate. After sailing for a while, a colossal door materialized before the group, prominently inscribed with the 4 characters, Gate of Heaven. The sand crocodile halted before this magnificent portal. Are you here for sightseeing, or to engage in battle? At that moment, an elderly woman with silvery hair, her face etched with wrinkles and adorned with 2 small white wings on her back, emerged. Holding a camera, she intended to capture a photograph of the group, only to be taken aback by the sight of hundreds of fierce figures aboard the ship. You must be here to brawl, the old woman scoffed. Isn't it rumored that beautiful angelic maidens inhabit the Sky Island? Why is it just an old woman instead? I wonder if the Sky Island has any transgender individuals as well. Hey, old lady, open the door, we wish to enter. Crocodile had yet to utter a word. Yet the crew behind him was already engaged in fervent discussions, while the elderly lady's expression grew increasingly grim. Regardless of the circumstances, the thought of the upper echelon's decree weighed heavily on everyone. Each individual was required to pay a staggering sum of 1 billion Agus coins. 1 billion? Why don't you just go and rob it? Ms. Valentine's Day retorted, her displeasure evident. Although she was unaware of the exact conversion of 1 billion Agus coins to berries, the sheer magnitude of the figure was undeniable. It is mandated by law. The elderly woman replied, her face devoid of any emotion. Then how much does that equate to in berries? Robin inquired softly, her smile radiant. 100 million Agus coins translates to 10,000 of your Qinghai currency, the elderly lady explained. So with our numbers, that means we would need to pay over 600,000 berries. Miss Christmas exclaimed after a quick calculation. Captain Crocodile, perhaps we should reconsider our plans. Such an exorbitant fee for a mere visit seems excessive. Mr. Five lamented. Are you truly willing to return empty-handed after coming all this way to the Sky Island? Crocodile remarked, his golden hook in hand as he surveyed the crowd. Alas, it seems we have no choice but to part with our coins, Ms. Valentine's Day sighed. Hey, youngsters, have you forgotten our true identities? When has it ever been the case that pirates must adhere to the law? Crocodile said, casting a playful smirk at the elderly woman. We are, after all, ruthless pirates. A single utterance from Crocodile seemed to ignite the fervor of those aboard the ship, each gaze directed towards the old woman brimming with intensity. What do you intend to do? The elderly lady stammered, retreating a step in fright. Yet, before she could make her escape, a figure surged forward. You, the elderly hag who is neither man nor woman, quickly divulged to us the means of ascent. Mister. 2 leapt over and seized the old woman. Furthermore, let it be known that pirates are prone to plunder and pillage, Crocodile continued. Indeed, not only must you reveal the method, but all the wealth you possess is now ours. We, the Baroque Works pirate crew proclaimed. We hereby declare our intent to rob you. The pirates aboard the ship quickly reacted, addressing the old woman. You are violating the law. I advise you to reconsider your actions. The god of our Sky Island will descend upon you, and none shall escape. The old woman insisted, undeterred. Then let the god of your Sky Island come and test us. Crocodile scoffed, recognizing that while Enel was undeniably powerful, without the power of hockey, even standing there for Enel to strike would be futile. Ultimately, the sand crocodile was successfully hoisted by a creature known as the Express Shrimp, while the old woman found herself thoroughly stripped of her riches. As soon as Crocodile departed, the old woman immediately contacted the guards of Skypea, the Gate of Heaven's supervisor. Amazon reported, Almighty God and esteemed deities, I implore you to enact divine retribution upon the hundreds of unlawful intruders who have entered the realm of the gods. They have trespassed and seized the supervisor's wealth. This is an invasion. Amazon exclaimed anxiously. On God's Island, Enel lounged comfortably on a bed, calmly eating an apple as he remarked, a rowdy bunch has arrived, 564 in number. How many of them shall survive to face me? Rest assured, God, not a single one shall reach this place. All shall perish in our trials. The 4 priests declared in unison, each radiating confidence. Chapter 19. The Trial of the Gods. With the assistance of the speedy shrimp, the sand crocodile ventured through a stretch of ascending clouds. As it sped along, the end of the clouds soon came into view. A sign appeared before them, Sanctuary of the Gods in the Sky. Whoosh! The sand crocodile burst through the clouds, landing upon a pristine white sea, revealing an exquisite vista before the onlookers. The scene was a dazzling white expanse, akin to stumbling into a fairyland. as an island materialized before them. That was the true Skypiea. It would be disingenuous for Crocodile to claim he was not thrilled. It was his first genuine glimpse of Skypiea, having previously only seen it through anime or meticulously edited images, yet nothing could compare to the awe of witnessing it firsthand. How beautiful! Ms. Golden Week exclaimed, dancing at the bow of the ship as she retrieved her sketchpad. Had it not been for Captain Crocodile's vessel, I fear I would have never laid eyes on such a scene in my lifetime, Miss Christmas reflected. Captain Crocodile, shall we disembark and pillage upon arrival? A crew member eagerly approached Crocodile. No, we shall go ashore to partake in the offerings. Previously, we were ruthless pirates. Now, we are adventurers, Crocodile replied, shaking his head. Huh. The pirate paused in confusion. I was merely displeased with that old woman earlier. Now my spirits are high, and I wish to be a good person. Is there a problem? Crocodile shot him a glance. No. Captain Crocodile, we shall follow your every word. The pirate nodded vigorously. The sand crocodile continued its voyage, eventually docking upon a stretch of white sandy beach. Crocodile leaped down, only to discover that the beach was remarkably soft and yielding. It seemed as though we were not welcomed here. Crocodile raised his head, gazing upon an interminable ladder of clouds, upon which stood a row of soldiers adorned with berets. In light of your unlawful entry and malicious plundering of wealth, you are now required to pay a tenfold fine, along with the restitution of the looted riches. And you shall be expelled from the land of the gods, bellowed one of the beret-clad soldiers. Let us dispose of such an eyesore. Crocodile ascended the steps, his voice echoing as a throng of pirates surged forth behind him, with only Mr. One and a few other officers remaining by his side. Fire! At the command. Members of the White Beret Brigade unleashed a volley of arrows, each shaft trailing a wispy cloud. The pirates at the forefront dodged swiftly, some unable to evade in time, and were sent tumbling down the cloud ladder. What on earth is this? It's soft enough to stand on. One daring pirate discovered that he could indeed balance atop a cloud. Soon, dozens of pirates followed suit, finding their footing on the ethereal surface. Charge! At that moment, the White Beret soldiers mounted the clouds above, gliding down with remarkable speed, dual blades gripped in their hands. Be careful, they're coming, a pirate shouted, brandishing his weapon in an attempt to intercept the advancing White Beret soldiers. Swish! In the next instant, as the White Beret soldiers crashed into them, pirates fell one after another. These blue sea folks are truly feeble, exclaimed a White Beret soldier, unable to contain his disdain after defeating several pirates in quick succession. This bunch is sorely lacking in experience, bringing so many ineffectual individuals to the new world, they hardly qualify as cannon fodder. Crocodile furrowed his brow at their performance. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than a pirate erupted in anger, swinging an iron rod that sent him flying. Don't underestimate us, you Sky Island scum. The pirate retorted fiercely. Captain Crocodile is watching. We cannot afford to embarrass ourselves. We are under the command of a man with a bounty of 500 million berries. Without strength, how can we claim to follow? Immediately, another pirate leapt forth, hoisting a cannon and firing a projectile that sent a White Beret soldier hurtling through the air. Charge! Don't underestimate us, Sky Island dwellers. Crocodile continued his advance, the path ahead having been thoroughly cleared by his subordinates. As the last of the White Berets fell, Crocodile stood atop the ladder and slowly turned around. Medical team, take the injured down for treatment, Bora commanded from the top of the ladder, directing the medical personnel to attend to the wounded pirates. The worthless White Berets have all been defeated. This marks our first full-scale offensive. After all, there were far too many individuals deserving of punishment this time. At that moment, dozens appeared before Crocodile and his crew. They were none other than the elite unit, the God Soldiers, under Enel's command. Eliminate this group of Sky Island inhabitants, commanded a large and corpulent man, as the soldiers of the God Soldiers surged forward. Onward! Crocodile stood still as his subordinates surged forward, engaging in combat with the Divine Soldiers. Beware of their palms, they can unleash peculiar slashes. Unlike the ragtag group of White Berets, this crew donned slashing beads, and as soon as they clashed, Crocodile's men were caught off guard, sent flying one after another by their strikes. At one point, a Divine Soldier even managed to take on several pirates simultaneously. Suddenly, the sound of barking echoed as a massive dog charged onto the battlefield, knocking a pirate aside with a powerful punch. Boom! One pirate aimed a cannon at the great dog, but the cannonball merely bounced off, provoking the beast to retaliate and send him sprawling. You may join the fray now. Those fellows are not to be trifled with, Crocodile remarked to Mr. One and the others beside him. Then I shall not hold back, Mr. Two declared. infuriated by the great dog's earlier assaults on his beloved subordinates. Demon Fist Technique, Graceful Swan Dance. With a mighty leap, he delivered a powerful kick to the great dog, sending it flying with a burst of force. Oh, Captain Mr. 2 is in action. Let's eliminate these nuisances. Mr. 2's engagement invigorated the others, who rallied forth to strike down the divine soldiers using sheer numbers. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. A stout man of considerable girth charged forth, swinging his arms rapidly to unleash a flurry of slashes that sent pirates hurtling away. You're the one who should beware of hubris, you fat pig. Ms. Christmas suddenly appeared beneath the stout man, using her powers to topple him to the ground. Baseball cannon. Mr. 4's hunting dog released a baseball projectile, which Mr. 4 swung with all his might, sending the ball crashing down before the stout man. Boom. The explosive impact of Ms. Christmas and Mr. 4's coordination sent the stout man flying. Chapter 20. Baroque Pirates vs. Divine Soldiers. Haha. What a sorry sight, Daz. A man with a handlebar mustache, wielding a spear while riding a strange bird, mocked as he soared away. Little mole, try this. The mustachioed man swooped low on his bizarre mount, thrusting his spear at Miss Christmas. Swish. Miss Christmas swiftly burrowed back into the ground, evading his strike. Quite nimble, aren't you? The mustachioed man remarked, ascending back into the sky after his missed attack. Consecutive home runs. Mr. 4 aimed for the airborne mustachioed man, launching baseballs into the sky. The mustachioed man skillfully maneuvered his strange bird, evading Mr. 4's onslaught. Sanctity, unleash your wrath upon them. A bald man in sunglasses leaped onto the great dog that had just regained its footing. Roar. The dog, known as Sanctity, barked fiercely and charged into the throng, targeting crocodile subordinates. Suddenly, Sanctity was struck by a punch from a man with a similar buzz cut to the bald man. With a thud, Sanctity felt as though its paw had struck iron, visibly reddening in pain, and instinctively withdrew, blowing on its paw as if to soothe the ache. What is this? The bald man noticed Sanctity's inability to fell its opponent and looked down to see the buzzcut man gazing coldly at him. Iron Western Sword. The bald man scoffed, then swung his weapon, transforming it into a cloud that struck the buzzcut man backward. The bald man's expression shifted as he realized that this strike should not have merely repelled the man, but rather pierced through his chest. Impressive attack. However, I am a user of the quick/fruit. My skin is as hard as steel. Without the power to sever iron, you cannot harm me, Mr. 1 remarked, brushing off the white marks on his body with admiration. Micro dust slash. With that, Mr. 1 transformed his feet into blade-like edges, gliding forth with the grace of an ice skater, his fingers also morphing into blades as he leaped towards Sanctity. Micro dust slash. Mr. 1 crossed his hands before his chest and unleashed a powerful X-shaped slash. Swoosh. The sound of blood spraying filled the air as a lattice of slashing wounds appeared on Sanctity's body. Arg. Sanctity yelped, collapsing to the ground, just as the bald man leaped down to stand before Mr. 1. Iron Fan. The bald man swung his long knife again, transforming it as he attacked Mr. 1. Mr. 1 swiftly blocked with his blade-like hands, then instantly shifted his legs into blades, sweeping a kick toward the bald man. Clang. The bald man deflected Mr. 1's strike with his long knife. Quick slash. Mr. 1 relentlessly attacked, but the bald man continuously countered with his long knife, rendering Mr. 1's efforts futile. I have deciphered all your techniques. In this duel, your defeat is inevitable, the bald man proclaimed with satisfaction. We shall see. Mr. 1 remained calm, continuing his relentless assault despite the bald man's defenses. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 faced a rather dim-witted opponent with a spider-like head. The creature gnawed at its own lips, producing odd sounds. Lord Gadatz, you are biting your upper lip with your lower lip, which is why you cannot speak, one of Gadatz's subordinates pointed out. Ah, so that's it, Gadatz exclaimed, finally understanding. Where did this fool come from? Candle, candle, flying knives. Mr. 3 unleashed a torrent of waxy liquid, propelling several flying knives toward Gadatz. Jet Fist. Gadatz's shell emitted a gust of wind as he swiftly punched, effortlessly deflecting Mr. 3's knives, but inadvertently sending one of his own subordinates flying in the process. Truly a talent, Mr. 3 sighed, as the candle wax spread across the ground, inching toward Gadatz. What is this? Gadatz wondered, but remained oblivious, instead launching himself into the air towards Mr. 3. Has he discovered my plan? Mr. 3 thought, hastily erecting a wax barrier to block Gadatz's approach. Is it possible for this wax to solidify? At this moment, Gades, utilizing the mind network, discerned Mr. 3's innermost thoughts. Just before landing, he propelled himself upward once more, landing in a location devoid of candle wax residue. Candle Gauntlet. After adorning himself with the candle gauntlets, Mr. 3 charged toward Gades, swinging his fists in an aggressive assault. Jet Iron Fist. Gades skillfully evaded Mr. 3's attack, swiftly retaliating with a rapid punch that sent Mr. 3 flying. The inhabitants of Skypiea are remarkably strong. Candle Champion's Cup. Mr. 3 wiped the blood from his nose, enveloping himself in candle armor, enhancing his gauntlet-clad fists, transforming into a formidable armored warrior. Champion's Fist. With a powerful swing, Mr. 3 unleashed his strike, yet Gades effortlessly dodged once again. Following this, Gades retaliated, landing a punch against the armor, the impact resonating like a hammer striking iron. Mr. 3 couldn't help but smile, seizing the opportunity to land a punch squarely on Gades' face, sending him sprawling. Where did my opponent vanish to? Gades shouted from the ground, bewildered by the sudden absence of his foe. Mr. 3, puzzled, thought to himself, how did this fool become blind all of a sudden? Upon closer inspection, he realized the idiot had rolled his eyes upward, rendering him sightless. Just then, a subordinate, having been knocked away by Gades, returned to remind him, "My lord, your eyes are merely turned upside down." Upon this revelation, Gades promptly righted his gaze, exclaiming, "Now I can see again. Why must I engage in battle with such a fool?" Sculpted Slime. Candle Greatsword. Mr. 3 summoned a grand sword forged from candle wax to confront Gades anew. Meanwhile, Mr. 2 found himself facing his own adversary, a rotund Scipion with 2 small wings extending from its back. "I am the divine Inel's priest, Lid Eli. Behold, the special cloud spheres of Skypiea. Let me test your luck." Numerous white cloud spheres trailed behind Shad Eli. As the words left his lips, he hurled 2 cloud spheres toward Mr. 2. "Humph. What sort of deity are you?" "I am the illustrious captain of the 2nd Division under the Desert King Crocodile." Mr. 2 leaped into the air, unhesitatingly kicking at the cloud spheres thrown by Shad Eli. Upon contact, a tremendous explosion ensued, and Mr. 2 was sent hurtling backward amidst a cloud of smoke. Chapter 21. Fierce Battle. Captain Mr. 2. The crew of pirates gasped in shock as they witnessed Mr. 2's trajectory. Immediately, they charged toward Shad Eli, brandishing their weapons. "Damn it. So, this is how you wish to play?" Mr. 2 cursed under his breath as he regained his footing. He then saw his comrades rushing forth and shouted, "Don't touch those white spheres." Unfortunately, his warning came too late. The pirates had already been struck by the cloud spheres hurled by Shad Eli. Boom, whiz, bang. In an instant, many of the cloud spheres detonated, while others unleashed flying knives and bullets, decimating the frontline pirates attacking Shad Eli. They flailed about like headless flies, their battle experience from the Baroque works seemingly forgotten. Upon witnessing this scene, Crocodile's expression darkened. These individuals, selected from the ranks of millionaires and billionaires, displayed naivety akin to that of unseasoned novices, easily falling into the traps set by others. "Robin." Crocodile cast a glance at Robin beside him. "Are you considering stepping in, Mr. Crocodile?" Robin inquired, noting that their companions had indeed been somewhat disappointing. "Humph, these fools are hardly worth my effort. I shall deal with the mastermind behind this. I leave the rest to you. I am aware of your capabilities. Only intervene if absolutely necessary," Crocodile replied to Robin. "The peculiar powers of the flower fruit make it exceedingly simple to handle these inept individuals." "Very well, Mr. Crocodile," Robin nodded in agreement. Indeed, after Crocodile finished speaking, he transformed into a swirl of yellow sand and departed for another location. "Bola, you should ascend as well. I will now command the medical team." Mr. 5. "Prepare the artillery squad to provide covering fire for those white spheres over there." Robin began to take charge. "Then I shall take my leave," Bola exclaimed, launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Slash. At that moment, a member of the Divine Soldier team appeared beside him, raising his hand to unleash a slicing attack towards Bola. Bola bent down to evade, but suddenly, a thorn erupted from his palm and pierced through the assailant's body. "Oh, there's someone capable." A formidable figure emerged before Bola, a gigantic mountain that had been blasted away by Mr. 4, now obstructing his path. Slash. The mountain initiated simultaneous slicing attacks, launching wave after wave towards Bola. He had no choice but to summon thorns from his feet to swiftly maneuver away from the mountain's onslaught. "This won't do. I need to change my opponent." After evading for a while, Bola realized that this adversary was indeed challenging. A glance revealed Mr. 3 being overwhelmed by Gades, prompting him to rush toward Mr. 3. "Don't you dare run." The mountain relentlessly pursued him, its hefty form matching Bola's speed. Mr. 3, switch opponents. Without granting Mr. 3 a moment to react, Bola extended dense thorns from his hand and struck at Gades. Gades quickly sensed the attack and skillfully retreated using a jet of air to evade. Slash. Just then, the mountain closed in, launching another slicing attack. Candle wall. Mr. 3 waved his hand, conjuring a wall of wax that deflected the mountain's strike. I'll leave this fellow to you then. Mr. 3, who had been at a loss on how to confront Gades, readily agreed as Bola prepared to face Gades. While Mr. 3 engaged the mountain, have we swapped for a frail opponent? A weak abdomen. The mountain leaped high, crashing down with the force of a mountain onto Mr. 3. Candle sphere. Mr. 3 quickly created a protective sphere of wax enveloping himself. The mountain's descent failed to harm him. Instead, it was momentarily hindered upon landing on the wax sphere. Candle blade. A long knife suddenly emerged from the wax sphere, but the mountain reacted swiftly, evading the attack. Champion's fist. Tillage fist. Mr. 3 charged in, unleashing a flurry of punches at the mountain. Thud, thud, thud. The mountain raised its arms to block, using its bulk to absorb Mr. 3's blows, but these were not mere fists, they were waxen gauntlets, and soon the mountain bore bruises from the onslaught. Damn those East Blue folks. The mountain cursed silently, then unleashed a barrage of slicing attacks. Candle wall. Mr. 3 erected a wall of wax, successfully blocking the incoming strikes. On the other side, having switched opponents, Bola relentlessly assaulted Gades with thorns extending from his hands. Utilizing the power of his heart net, Gades anticipated each of Bola's movements, deftly evading his strikes. This prickly foe, let's try this. Gades suddenly produced a shell, releasing a purple cloud aimed at Bola. Sensing danger, Bola swiftly dodged, only to find one of Gades' subordinates hiding nearby, poised to ambush. As Bola evaded, the cloud descended upon the subordinate, engulfing him. The subordinate writhed in agony for a moment before collapsing, lifeless. What a fool, Bola taunted upon witnessing Gades eliminate his ally. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gades continued to hurl toxic clouds at Bola, who deftly evaded them. Meanwhile, faced with Shadali's diverse cloud formations, the pirates hastily withdrew to safety. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Mr. 2 dashed forward, launching a flying kick at Shadali, followed by a barrage of punches. Cannot hit, cannot hit. Shadali, utilizing the heart net ability, effortlessly evaded Mr. 2's attacks. Wonder Ball hairstyle, Ball Dragon. After deflecting Mr. 2's strikes, Shadali summoned a swirling mass of interconnected cloud formations, rapidly advancing toward Mr. 2. I won't be easily struck. Mr. 2 narrowly dodged the approaching clouds manipulated by Shadali. Leaping high upon landing, he aimed a kick at Shadali. Just as he was about to land a blow, Mr. 2 noticed Shadali raising a hand, revealing a concealed shock shell. Oh no. Mr. 2's expression shifted in alarm. Boom. A shock wave erupted, blood spraying into the air as Shadali sent Mr. 2 flying. He crashed to the ground, but managed to rise again, only to be met by Shadali's Wonder Ball hairstyle, Ball Dragon Assault. Mr. 2 leaped away, seeking an opportunity. Mr. 2 evade. At that moment, Mr. 2 heard Mr. 5 shout. Turning around, he saw Mr. 5 rallying the artillery. Instantly, Mr. 2 darted to the side. Fire. Mr. 5 commanded, and a barrage of cannonballs was unleashed. Chapter 22. The Intensifying Battle Boom. Countless cannonballs soared towards Shadali, delivering a saturation assault. Even as Shadali attempted to control his wonder clouds to evade, it was too late. Rumbling followed as the cannonballs struck, igniting a series of explosions. Shrapnel flew, bullets ricocheted, and flames erupted. Various frightening creatures like snakes and rats emerged from the exploding wonder clouds, only to be obliterated in the chaos. In no time, Shadali's previous position lay in utter ruin. Well done, Mr. 5. Mr. 2 marveled at the scene. Will the priest be eliminated? The remaining members of the Divine Soldier team watched in shock. As the smoke cleared, the once white Shadali lay darkened on the ground. Has he been defeated? Mr. 2 swallowed nervously while gazing at the fallen Shadali. How long will you lie there, Shadali? Are you truly incapacitated? The mustached man hovering above could still sense Shadali's heartbeat, taunting him. Mind your own business, Azura. Shadali struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips. Damn it. All my meticulously crafted wonder clouds wasted. Shadali seethed in anger upon seeing his creations destroyed. Are you still standing? Human demon boxing. Explosive swan. Noticing Shadali was still on his feet, Mr. 2 swiftly removed the swan adornments from his shoulders and affixed them to his feet to enhance his attack power. Come on. Shadali braced himself, ready for the confrontation. Human demon boxing. Memories of that winter. Mr. Two swiftly closed the distance to Sha Deli with several instantaneous steps, then leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick towards Sha Deli's position. Could this diminutive being possess such formidable power? Sha Deli, sensing Mr. Two's intent through the neural network, nimbly evaded the kick with a series of backward flips, while Mr. Two's strike landed forcefully on the ground, creating a crater beneath him. Whoosh! Flame spear. Azura descended from above, riding a monstrous bird, thrusting his spear towards Mr. Two. With a resounding thud, Mr. Two retaliated with a powerful kick, clashing with the spear's sharp tip, creating a momentary stalemate as both warriors were forced to retreat. Roar! Is it on fire? Just as Mr. Two landed, flames erupted from the swan-shaped tip of his foot, leaving him bewildered as he hastily extinguished the flames. Just as Sha Deli was about to launch his next attack, he suddenly sensed a disturbance beneath him and leaped up, narrowly avoiding the emergence of Miss Christmas from the ground. Has he noticed? Miss Christmas, seeing Sha Deli evade her attack, quickly burrowed back underground. In midair, Sha Deli instinctively extended his hand, unleashing a shockwave blast. Boom! The baseball projectile hurtling towards Sha Deli was detonated, and he landed gracefully. Missed, Mr. Four lamented. Huff! Sha Deli gasped for breath upon landing. Brother, we're here to help. At that moment, two men resembling Sha Deli rushed to his side. Zhongwu, Xiaowu, your timing is impeccable. Let us together deal with this androgynous foe. Sha Deli declared. I am not androgynous. I am a transgender individual. Mr. Two retorted as he charged forward, launching a flying kick. Meanwhile, in the cloud-hidden village of Skypea, a young girl rushed into a tent. What brings you here? Wappa, seated at the head of the table, inquired with a stern expression upon seeing Aisha enter in haste. Aisha, taken aback by Wappa's grim demeanor, was momentarily speechless. Noticing her distress, Lachi approached Aisha gently. What is troubling you, Aisha? Gathering her thoughts, Aisha reported, on Angel Island, a group of outsiders is engaged in battle with Enel's divine team. The divine warriors have suffered significant casualties, and all four of the god priests have mobilized. The four god priests have all appeared on Angel Island. Wappa's expression shifted, realizing this was the first time the four had acted in unison. If that is the case, the defenses of God Island must be exceedingly vulnerable. Praying Mantis, Bralhad, Jabeo. The opportunity to ignite the lamp of Candora is at hand. Wappa announced to the gathered individuals. Isn't that too risky? None of the priests have been defeated yet. Lachi expressed her concern. Opportunities must be seized. Warriors who dare to tread upon the corpses of their kin, prepare to march with me. Wappa stated resolutely. Roar. The Sandia warriors outside the tent erupted in cheers upon hearing Wappa's voice. Meanwhile, on God Island, a swirl of yellow sand materialized, coalescing into the form of Crocodile. This must be the place, God Island. Crocodile mused as he surveyed the largest area of the floating isle. Suddenly, the sky rumbled ominously. Crocodile glanced up just in time to see a massive lightning bolt descending. The earth trembled as a deep crater formed under the force of the lightning strike. The god of the island is truly impolite. From within the crater, yellow sand swirled, revealing Crocodile once more. Enel, situated in the palace of the gods, paused in surprise, having sensed that the sea dweller struck by his lightning remained unscathed. No wonder he is the leader of those sea dwellers. Intrigued, Enel continued. Have the Sandians grown restless as well? It seems I shall require more manpower this time. The divine warriors have suffered considerable losses, and the four god priests have achieved little. Upon the arrival of the Sandians, I shall first deal with the intruding sea dwellers. With a glance at the apple core in his hand, Enel's body crackled with electricity, and in an instant, he vanished, leaving the core to fall to the ground. Back on the battlefield of Angel Island, facing the numerical advantage of the Baroque works, the soldiers of the divine team were swiftly overwhelmed, suffering significant casualties. Nearly half of the Baroque works forces falling in the fray. Mr. One and his companions found themselves separated from the remaining 5 main forces of the divine team, each standing their ground. The divine team has sustained considerable losses, Dajan fumed. These fellows can be recruited again. It is inconsequential. Om adjusted his sunglasses. Next, there are many foes to contend with. Shadeli observed the opposing numbers. Let us see who can claim the most kills. Azura chuckled mischievously. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The foolish Gadesh struggled to find his voice once more. Chapter 23, Dajan's Defeat. There are only 7 opponents left before us. Mr. 5 assessed the 4 god priests before him, along with the similarly styled Zhongwu and Xiaowu and Dajan. Yet, they are formidable adversaries, especially those 4 who claim to be priests. They seem to possess an uncanny understanding of our movements. Bora remarked, having struggled to subdue the spider head for quite some time. That must be the power of hockey. Specifically the observation hockey that Captain Crocodile mentioned, Mr. One speculated. Speaking of which, where has Captain Crocodile gone? Ms. Christmas suddenly recalled Crocodile's absence. Captain Crocodile said he was off to find his opponent, Robin replied with a smile. When Crocodile left, he expressed dissatisfaction with our performance, Mr. One remarked. Then leave the bespectacled one to our first squad, Mr. One suggested. Then we shall handle that round and rotund fellow, Mr. Two affirmed. Determined to make Shah Deli pay a price. I can take on that large brute alone. He is merely a simpleton, Mr. Three declared with confidence. Then the third squad will assist me in dealing with the spiderhead? Bora inquired. The third squad should confront the flying adversary, Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine's Day will tackle the spiderhead alongside you, Robin proposed. Very well, Bora nodded. Mr. Four, Ms. Christmas, you two go assist the third squad, Robin continued. That poses a bit of a challenge. That fellow can fly, Ms. Christmas expressed her concerns. Vibrant bloom, six-petal flower, anchor flower. Upon hearing this, Robin crossed her arms. And suddenly, the Mount of Azura, the Sanjiang bird, sprouted 6 arms. Before the opponent could react, the 6 arms swiftly severed the wings of the Sanjiang bird. Damn it. What just happened? Under the feet of the Azura, the 3-footed bird fell to the ground, leaving the bewildered Azura in a state of confusion. Now he can't fly, Robin remarked with a smile. It is no wonder that she was appointed as Captain Crocodile's first mate. Her strike effortlessly weakened the opponent. Lady Robin, please take them all out. The members of the Baroque Works pirate crew enthusiastically shouted. That won't do. Mr. Crocodile ordered me not to engage. Preventing him from flying already contradicts Mr. Crocodile's orders, Robin replied. Crocodile wants to see your fighting prowess. He does not wish to carry a bunch of burdens. She added promptly. Fear not, Lady Robin. We are no burdens. The crew members cheered. Yes. Watch closely, Lady Robin. We will defeat them at once. Indeed. Let's take them down. The crew, fueled by excitement, charged forward with their weapons drawn. Have these fools forgotten the tactics we just devised? Mr. Three muttered in disbelief. Don't just stand there. We can't let the subordinates steal the spotlight. Mr. One exclaimed as he transformed his feet into blades and slid forward. Take this, bald head. The pirate at the forefront swung his sword at the Azura, but OM effortlessly dodged without so much as a glance, then casually swung his sword, sending the pirate flying. As the pirate was sent sprawling, several others joined forces to attack OM simultaneously. Iron Whip. OM's long knife transformed into a cloud of iron, striking the assailants and injuring them. The long knife quickly reverted to its original form. Damn blue sea people, daring to lay hands on my steed. The Azura grunted, wielding his spear to repel one of the pirates. Full strike. Dasha maintained his steadfast performance, his hands moving continuously to unleash a barrage of slashes. However, this time, the experienced pirates adeptly parried Dasha's strikes with their weapons. You've been arrogant from the start, one pirate exclaimed, dodging Dasha's attack, leaping up, veins bulging, and bringing a heavy stick down upon Dasha's head. The blow left Dasha bloodied and staggering, his vision blurring. Die, Sky Islander. Several pirates brandishing long knives pursued him, leaping to stab Dasha in the chest. Fistful point. As Dasha regained his sight, he steadied himself, swinging his arms to knock the assailants away. I want to be taken down so easily, Dasha roared, using his size to charge through. You're quite the arrogant one, he scoffed. Just as Dasha was showcasing his might, Mr. Five appeared before him, hands in pockets, blocking his path. Ignoring Mr. Five, Dasha barreled forward. Huh, Mr. Five took a deep breath, puffing up like a balloon. Super air blast. He forcefully expelled air, launching Dasha backward with a sudden explosion. What just happened? Where did that cannonball come from? Dasha exclaimed, bewildered as he lay on the ground, having felt no impact from a cannonball. Do not be perplexed. I am a user of the devil fruit, specifically the explosive fruit. You stand no chance against me, Mr. Five declared with authority. Don't be ridiculous. Full point. Dasha leaped high into the air and descended with a powerful kick aimed at Mr. Five, certain that a blow of his size would be devastating. Booger Cannon. In response to Dasha's attack, Mr. Five unleashed his signature move, a foul yet immensely damaging projectile. He flicked his finger, launching the projectile at Dasha. Boom. In an instant, the projectile exploded, sending Dasha flying, smoke billowing from his body. 10,000 kilograms, guillotine. Seizing the moment while Dasha was still on the ground, Ms. Valentine soared above him, rapidly altering her weight and plummeting down. Poor Dasha, just regaining his footing, was crushed beneath Ms. Valentine's weight, bones shattering as he collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. One down, they remarked, proud of their cadre. As the crew witnessed Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine take down Dasha, they surged forward, energized. Great windmill. Meanwhile, OM continued to fend off wave after wave of pirates. Mr. 1 charged in once more, flipping onto his hands and transforming his feet into blades. Rapidly spinning them like a windmill to strike at OM. OM anticipated the attack, raising his knife to block. Mr. 1's feet descended rapidly, creating sparks as they clashed with OM's blade. Iron fork. After withstanding the assault, OM seized the opportunity to thrust his knife like a harpoon, sending Mr. 1 flying. The attack was effective, Mr. 1 exclaimed as he slid back from the impact. Stop fooling around, OM retorted, as more pirates rushed in, weapons raised to strike him down. Iron whip. OM deftly flicked his blade, transforming it into a whip that sent the encroaching pirates sprawling. Everyone, keep your distance. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices, Mr. 1 shouted. Witnessing his subordinates fall, leave this one to me, Mr. 1 asserted with an undeniable tone. Humph, a tedious decision. Defeating you will yield the same fate for those fools. OM adjusted his sunglasses. Oh really? Mr. 1's expression remained stoic as sunlight glinted off his hands. I will not disappoint Captain Crocodile's expectations. He entrusted you to us. And I will eliminate you, even at the cost of my life. With his hands poised, Mr. 1 surged forward. Clang. He swung, and OM raised his hand to block. Then, Mr. 1 unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, the sound of metal clashing echoing. Clang. Clang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their speed creating afterimages as sparks flew from their weapons. Despite Mr. 1's rapid assault, OM skillfully parried each blow. Realizing he needed distance, Mr. 1 retreated, transforming his feet into blades once more and crossing his arms before him. He then propelled himself forward with great speed. Annihilation slash. Mr. 1 brought his hands down. But OM met the strike with his blade, the force of their clash carving deep trenches into the earth behind him. Fly away, Mr. 1 whispered. As the ground beneath him shattered, he propelled OM backward with a sudden force, then swiftly pursued. Iron fork. As Mr. 1 pursued, the flung back OM swiftly brandished the knife in his hand, transforming the iron cloud into a harpoon that shot forth toward Mr. 1. With a thud, Mr. 1, confronting the incoming harpoon, raised his hands to block it, then forcefully deflected it, sending OM's knife flying aside. Did you foresee that you would be grazed by the blade? Mr. 1 advanced towards OM, and in the latter's terrified gaze, transformed his arm into multiple blades that whirled at high speed. Spiral slash. Mr. 1 thrust forth his spinning hands. In the next moment, the rapidly rotating blade struck OM in the abdomen, blood gushing forth. With a resounding thud, OM collapsed to the ground. Drip. Mr. 1's hands fell, blood trickling from the blades onto the earth. Are the Sky Island dwellers truly formidable? Mr. 1 uttered a parting remark, turning away and refraining from aiding Mr. 2 and the others, instead standing back to observe. Charge forth, eliminate the remaining foes. Mr. 1 returned, pirates brushing past him, rushing toward the remaining priests. Amidst the battlefield, the clash of kicks and spears resonated as Mr. 2 faced the celestial knight Shura. Deprived of his mount, Shura could not leverage his aerial combat advantage, his overall strength waning as he continuously defended against Mr. 2's onslaught. Beastman fist. Memories of that summer. Mr. 2 spun rapidly around his axis, unleashing a flurry of spinning kicks at Shura. Shura, anticipating Mr. 2's strikes, effortlessly blocked them. With a swift retreat, Shura propelled himself off the ground, thrusting his spear forward with both hands. Just as the spear was about to pierce Mr. 2, he unexpectedly touched his own face with his right hand, instantly transforming into the likeness of Ms. Golden Week. Shrinking in stature, he evaded Shura's spear. Following this, Mr. 2 touched his face with his left hand, reverting to his original form, and promptly delivered a kick. Beastman fist. Toe kick. Shura reacted swiftly. As Mr. 2 momentarily hesitated, he raised his spear defensively against the incoming kick. The attack thwarted, Mr. 2 retreated to create distance. Around him, members of the 2nd and 1st Divisions surged past, charging toward Shura. Fire spear. Shura, faced with the advancing pirates, unleashed a series of counterattacks, first blocking their strikes, then using his flaming spear to knock down the oncoming pirates. Beastman fist. Swan dance of the fallen queen. Beastman fist. Explosive swan. Simultaneously, Mr. 2 assumed an erratic stance reminiscent of drunken boxing, using both hands and feet to assault Shura. Under such relentless aggression, Shura found it increasingly difficult to fend off, retreating under the pressure, though thankfully, Mr. Two did not maintain this onslaught for long. Ouch! Mr. Two exclaimed, shaking his burned hands. Recognizing the challenge of executing drunken boxing, Mr. Two swiftly transitioned to an enhanced version of the toe kick. Beastman Fist, Swan Forging in Spring. Raising his right foot, he unleashed a series of toe kicks at Shura, moving with such speed that it appeared as if multiple kicks were unleashed simultaneously. Shura countered, his spear adapting to block each of Mr. Two's relentless strikes. Beastman Fist, Left and Right Dance. Mr. Two continued his assault with alternating kicks, then leapt high. Beastman Fist, Elegant Swan Dance. Concentrating his strength at a single point, Mr. Two delivered a powerful single-foot kick toward Shura. With a swift motion, however, Shura evaded, sidestepping to Mr. Two's flank while raising his spear. The spear pierced through Mr. Two's body, sending him flying. Mr. Two, Captain. Observing Mr. Two's plight, the others launched a more vigorous assault on Shura. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon squad re-emerged, firing upon Shura. Black dots filled the sky as cannonballs surged toward him. Whoosh, whoosh. Shura twirled his spear, and with a series of explosions, he was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Has he been dealt with? Mr. Two, lying on the ground, gazed at the billowing smoke. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the haze, sending a nearby pirate sprawling. I am no worthless Shadley, Shura declared, brandishing his spear with bravado. Mr. Two, should you falter, I shall take action. Mr. One addressed Mr. Two. Silence. I have merely begun to warm up. Mr. Two retorted, blood staining his chest, defiantly rising. Beastman Fist, Ballet Dance. Mr. Two twirled and leapt like a ballet dancer before Shura, enhancing his leap while launching a kick. Still holding on. Sea Dweller. Your defeat requires no foresight, for it is an inevitable outcome, Shura proclaimed. Chapter 25, Shura, Gaeda's Downfall. The feats of the Beastmen are beyond prediction. Mr. Two stepped back, adopting a stance to counter. Beastman Fist. With that, Mr. Two leapt high, launching himself toward Shura in a crouched position, then merging his feet, both toes aimed fiercely at Shura. Thud. Shura swung his spear, colliding with Mr. Two's toe-decorated swan adornment. The force of their clash generated a gust of wind that blew outward. Crow perches on the plane. Failing to connect, Mr. Two retreated and leapt again, executing the same attack on Shura. Using the same maneuver against me consecutively, you reveal your weaknesses. As Mr. Two attempted the crow perches on the plane again, Shura seized the moment, leaping and thrusting his spear. Whoosh. Shura's spear pierced Mr. Two once more. Yet this time Mr. Two bore a smile. Shura, taken aback by Mr. Two's thoughts, hastily attempted to withdraw his spear. Not so fast. Mr. Two swiftly enacted his newly conceived plan. Gripping the spear, Shura sought to withdraw. I shall make you truly feel the might of the Beastman Fist. Beastman Fist, Explosive Swan Rebound. With his right leg bent, Mr. Two unleashed a kick at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, the swan decoration's sharp beak penetrating Shura. How swift! Shura spat blood. Realizing Mr. Two intended to strike again, he promptly relinquished the spear and retreated. A flaw has been exposed, Sky Island Dweller. As a multitude of pirates surged toward Shura, who was now devoid of weapons, one individual wielding a long blade lunged forward with a downward strike. Shura deftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick that sent the assailant sprawling. Almost immediately, another pirate brandishing an axe swept in. Once again, Shura evaded by stooping low, retaliating with a fierce punch that sent the axe wielder crashing to the ground. Mr. Two, seizing the moment, leapt into a pirouette while launching a relentless assault on Shura. In the face of Mr. Two's onslaught, Shura, weaponless, could only evade left and right. Bang! Mr. Two found an opening and delivered a sweeping kick, which Shura attempted to block with both hands, only to be sent flying. Before Shura could regain his composure after rolling on the ground, a pirate thrust a spear downward. Shura quickly executed a roll to evade, rising to his feet just in time to counter with a punch aimed at the spear-wielding pirate. Anticipating Shura's move, the pirate attempted to block, but Shura's instincts proved sharper, transforming his punch into a kick that sent the pirate hurtling away. Human Demon Fist, the crow takes flight. Just as Shura dispatched the pirate, Mr. Two descended upon him from above, his feet together, toes poised to strike. Thud. Shura managed to evade, but Mr. Two's attack left a crater in the ground. Mr. Two followed up with a powerful kick. Thud. The blow sent Shura flying, and Mr. Two unleashed a series of relentless follow-up attacks. Human Demon Fist, Encounter on the Deserted Isle. Mr. Two flipped onto the ground, spinning rapidly, his feet delivering a barrage of kicks that rained down upon Shura. Shura's body twisted under the assault, his consciousness dimming, teetering on the brink of collapse. Have you grasped the power of the human demon? Mr. Two's words hung in the air as Shura crumpled to the ground, devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Ugh, 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 Gaidas, witnessing his comrades fall one after another, managed to speak, though his lip was caught between his teeth, rendering him unable to alert his subordinate, who had already been accidentally incapacitated by her own attack. Stop with the groaning and just lie down, Bora exclaimed, her hands sprouting thorns as she lunged forward, only for Gaidas to evade with a swift twist of his body. Jet Iron Fist. After dodging, Gaidas activated the jets in his elbows, propelling his fist forward and sending Bora flying. Thorn Roll. Bora, propelled by the impact, executed a flip and, surrounded by thorns, charged at Gaidas. Whoosh. Gaidas soared into the air, evading Bora's attack while conjuring a cloud of muck. Muck Cloud Hamburger. Gaidas seized the muck cloud, hurling it at Bora. Thud. Bora sidestepped, causing the muck to splatter upon the ground. Thorn Morningstar. Bora leapt into the air, her arms bristling with thorns as she struck down at Gaidas. Bang. Gaidas evaded once more, launching another jet iron fist at Bora. Thorn Hedgehog. Bora's body was engulfed in thorns as Gaidas' fist collided with her, yet he pressed on, delivering another blow that sent her crashing to the ground. Just as Gaidas sought to capitalize on his advantage, the pirates surrounding Bora rushed to shield her, charging toward Gaidas. Swish. Jet Iron Fist. Group Strike. Faced with the onslaught of pirates, Gaidas activated the jets in his elbows, unleashing a flurry of punches that sent pirate after pirate hurtling backward. Bang. The sound of cannon fire erupted as cannonballs rained down upon Gaidas, prompting him to launch himself into the air. Boom. The ground shook with the explosion, smoke billowing into the air. Whoosh. Gaidas activated the jets in his feet, propelling himself forward while simultaneously striking and sending another pirate flying. Thorn Dance. After regaining her footing, Bora charged at Gaidas, her hands sprouting thorns as she unleashed a flurry of strikes. Gaidas adeptly evaded Bora's relentless assault, utilizing his instincts to navigate her barrage. After several exchanges, Gaidas found himself unscathed, while Bora panted heavily, clearly exhausted. Whoosh. Gaidas once again utilized his wind jets to ascend, conjuring a muck cloud to hurl at Bora. Thorn Stiletto. Bora swiftly maneuvered to evade, but Gaidas ignited his jets and launched himself at her. This is never ending, Gaidas called out as he darted toward Bora, only to be met by a swift figure sliding into view. Bang. Gaidas' punch collided with Bora, but he quickly sensed something was amiss. Mr. One had intercepted the blow before her. Miss, would you mind if I intervened? Mr. One inquired. Most gladly, Bora responded. Microdust slash. Upon hearing this, Mr. One lowered his gaze, crossing his arms. Oh no. Gaidas' pupils dilated in alarm, as Mr. One brought his hands down. A web of slashing marks erupted across Gaidas' body. Blood spilled forth as the latticework of wounds appeared, and he collapsed to the ground. Strange. These individuals are not particularly strong. Why do they possess the hockey that Captain Crocodile spoke of? Mr. One remarked disdainfully. Chapter 26. Inel, Middlewoo, and Little Woo with the rest of their companions vanquished. Shadeli, Middlewoo, and Little Woo found themselves facing the remaining members of the Baroque works. Brother. Little Woo and Middle Woo shielded Shadeli, responding with determination. Candle Champion Cup, Plow Strike. In his Candle Champion Cup state, Mr. 3 launched a fierce assault towards Shadeli, who, along with Little Woo and Middle Woo, quickly evaded the strikes. Let's strike together, Shadeli called out, and the two brothers extended their hands in unison. Triple Impact. The trio unleashed their shock shells simultaneously, generating a tremendous force. Bang. The impact collided with Mr. 3's wax armor, and he felt an overwhelming power surge through, forcing him to brace himself against the onslaught, but ultimately he was sent reeling backward. Well done, brother, Middlewoo praised. Do not let your guard down, Shadeli cautioned as he yanked Middlewoo aside to avoid a pirate's sneak attack, swiftly following up with a shock shell that sent the pirate flying. If we were in the trial grounds, these foes would stand no chance. However, the scales of victory are tipping in their favor, Shadeli lamented. Brother Degui, what should we do now? Little Woo inquired. We retreat and lure them to the trial of the sphere, Shadeli declared. But the deity commanded us to eliminate them here. Middlewoo protested. Be quiet. In this situation, we won't just be eliminating them. We may very well be eliminated ourselves, Shadeli shouted, effortlessly dispatching 2 pirates. Understood. The brothers nodded in unison as the 3 began to flee. Those who refused to listen, Just as Enel was on his way to find Crocodile, he halted, and a bolt of lightning erupted from him, piercing the heavens. Aha! Have they arrived? Hearing the thunderous roar, Crocodile transformed into a swirling cloud of yellow sand. Desert blades. Just as Enel released his lightning, a shard of sand pierced his body from behind. Strangely, where he was struck, no blood flowed. Instead, blue arcs of electricity crackled forth. It turned out to be an impolite individual from the Qinghai region. Enel turned to see a whirlwind of yellow sand coalescing into Crocodile's form. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Enel struck the large drum on his right shoulder with the golden scepter in his hand, and instantly, the lightning around him morphed into a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird, soaring rapidly towards Crocodile. Boom. Crocodile did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward. The Thunderbird tore through Crocodile's form, unleashing a burst of yellow sand. HM? A look of puzzlement crossed Enel's face, but after probing Crocodile's thoughts through the mind network, he expressed his understanding. Have you, too, been favored by the heavens? However, there can only be one God among us, and only one shall survive. Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly appearing before Crocodile. Electric discharge, 200 million volts. Enel, fully aware that his opponent possessed a similar ability, unleashed his maximum electric discharge without reservation. Boom. Crocodile's entire form instantaneously burst apart, unleashing a torrent of yellow sand that swirled about. Following this, his upper body coalesced behind Enel, with his golden hook enveloped in a layer of dark hockey. As Crocodile swung his golden hook, he proclaimed with conviction that if acquiring a Logia-type devil fruit could elevate one to the status of a god, then the world would be replete with deities. Enel, through his mantra, discerned that Crocodile's strike seemed to harbor some ability capable of reaching him, prompting him to pivot and deflect the blow with his golden staff. Bang! The two engaged in a hasty clash, and upon collision, they swiftly separated. Too many gods? Enel's expression shifted as he comprehended Crocodile's thoughts. There were indeed several individuals with such invincible powers, much like himself. Hey, Enel, stop eavesdropping on others' thoughts. Crocodile smiled faintly, employing his formidable hockey to obstruct Enel's observation from penetrating his defenses. Silence enveloped him. Enel furrowed his brow slightly, nevertheless. The golden hook in his hand whirled rapidly as he charged towards Crocodile. Clash. Crocodile was no longer elemental, momentarily engaging in physical combat with Enel. As the golden hook clashed against the golden staff, I am aware of your intentions, Enel, Crocodile declared, sweeping with his hook. Oh, what intentions might those be? Enel inquired with interest, parrying the attack with his golden staff. The moon, your celestial sanctuary, the boundless earth above. Upon uttering these words, Crocodile noted the dark lines that formed on Enel's face. What, do you intend to thwart my journey to the divine? Enel retorted, ceasing his playful skirmish with Crocodile, and with a swift motion, unleashed a bolt of lightning that enveloped Crocodile. Ha ha ha, the moon is no place for you. It is devoid of life. A desolate realm where you would reign as a solitary god. As the lightning dissipated and the yellow sand coalesced into Crocodile's form, he chuckled. Indeed, the moon was utterly lifeless, populated only by a swarm of automatons, though Crocodile kept this revelation to himself. Impossible. On the moon dwell a throng of foolish beings, eagerly awaiting my dominion. Enel scoffed, firmly believing in the murals of Sky Island that depicted everything. Why would I deceive you? Surely you have glimpsed the murals of Sky Island. Those images are remnants of ages past. The original moon was once inhabited, but its denizens have migrated to Qinghai. Now, the rulers of Qinghai, the celestial dragons, are the descendants of those who journeyed from the moon eons ago. Crocodile continued, if you wish to dominate, why not join me aboard my vessel? I shall take you to roam the vast seas and rule over the blue sea. Do not jest. The infinite land is my rightful domain. Enel retorted angrily, as thunder rumbled ominously. His form transformed into pure elemental energy, swelling to a gargantuan size, manifesting before Crocodile as a colossal figure of lightning, akin to a deity of thunder. Simultaneously, as Shadley fled, a sudden clap of thunder startled him, followed by an increasingly bright sky. It's over. A familiar voice awakened the dread within him, causing his pupils to constrict as a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Boom. The blinding brilliance illuminated the surroundings, compelling Mr. 3 and his companions to halt in their pursuit. As the light dissipated, they opened their eyes to find the Shadley triplets lying on the ground, shrouded in smoke, twitching lifelessly. Chapter 27. Enel's escape, huh? What is happening? Why has lightning struck so suddenly? Mr. 1 questioned, shielding himself with his hands in confusion. I'm not sure. Could it be a peculiar climate of the Sky Island? Miss Christmas speculated. Perhaps, considering we are at an altitude of 10,000 meters, it is not entirely implausible. Mr. 3 commented. You all stay here and await Captain Crocodile's return. I have matters to attend to on the island. Robin instructed Mr. 1 and the others. What if Captain Crocodile arrives? Mr. 1 inquired. Not to worry, simply inform him I am on the island. Robin replied nonchalantly before proceeding onto the island. What should we do, Mr. 1? Bora asked the steadfast Mr. 1. Return to the ship. Also, find these Sky Island inhabitants. We shall leave them for Captain Crocodile to handle upon his return, Mr. 1 commanded. Understood, the group responded in unison, swiftly springing into action. Have these blue sea pirates not entered the residential area? In the shadows, a white-bearded elder sighed in relief as he watched Mr. 1 and his companions head back to the ship. At his advanced age, he knew he could not withstand these pirates. Pierre, let us initiate our plan. Go to the island of gods and seek Enel. The elder, known as the Sky Knight Gonfall, instructed Pierre, who resembled a bird-horse creature. Upon receiving the command, Pierre sprouted wings and departed with Gonfall. Meanwhile, in Cloud-Hidden Village, the warriors of the Shanya tribe were fully equipped and prepared to reclaim their homeland under the leadership of their mightiest warrior, Wiper. Riki. Aisha suddenly displayed a look of astonishment. What is it, Aisha? Riki inquired. The voices of the 4 gods have vanished. The Blue Sea people have triumphed. Aisha exclaimed in terror. Moreover, one of them is engaged in battle with a god. She continued. What a rare opportunity this is. Wiper, overhearing Aisha's words, became invigorated. His eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Everyone, follow my lead. Charge. Wiper rallied, leading the charge forward. Charge. Behind Wiper, the warriors of Shanya surged forth, ready to return to the island of gods. Before Crocodile, Enel transformed into a colossal figure resembling a thunder god. 200 million volts, thunder god. Enel commanded his immense form, descending rapidly towards Crocodile. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the earth, as a radiant blue light enveloped Crocodile in a tempest of lightning. As the blue illumination gradually faded, arcs of electricity danced upon the ground, revealing a vast crater before Enel. Peering into the abyss, he found no trace of Crocodile. Erosion cycle. Suddenly, the ground beneath Enel morphed into quicksand, prompting a swift retreat. Upon landing, he witnessed the earth continuously dissolving into grains of sand. With abilities akin to mine, you surely understand the concept of immunity to harm, Crocodile remarked from a short distance, appearing unscathed. For the first time, Enel felt a sense of uncertainty regarding the unfolding events. Since you comprehend this, you must also realize that our confrontation cannot yield a definitive victor. How about this? I shall overlook your actions on Skypiea, and we can cease hostilities, Enel proposed to Crocodile. No, I possess a method to render your immunity ineffective. Crocodile smiled, and the earth behind him, transformed into sand, surged upward under his command. The desert lion, Sphinx. Crocodile commanded the swirling sands, instantly conjuring a majestic sand lion that charged toward Enel. Humph, I shall see how you intend to strike me. Enel remained unfazed, bracing himself against the lion crafted by Crocodile. As he anticipated, the so-called desert lion inflicted no harm upon him. Just as Enel was about to unleash a taunt, he discerned Crocodile's form emerging from the very sands he had traversed. Swoosh! Upon the manifestation of Crocodile's cohesive form, he unhesitatingly swung his golden hook downward. In an instant, blood erupted from Enel's chest, leaving a scar in its wake. Your golden hook is imbued with some unique material, isn't it? You only have this one chance to strike me. Enel exclaimed confidently as he staggered back, clutching his chest before regaining his footing. Think whatever you like. Once I bring you to your knees, you shall understand. Crocodile stood upon the gravel, a smile gracing his face as he lunged forward. Simultaneously, his hands transformed into sand, assailing Enel. Remain calm. Enel anchored himself in place, his mind expanding like a web, anticipating Crocodile's every move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crocodile commanded the grains of sand to relentlessly assault Enel, who transformed into lightning to swiftly evade the onslaught. Almost immediately, he found himself confronting Crocodile directly. As the golden hook in Crocodile's hand swept through the air, Enel brandished his staff to parry the blow, but the very next moment, regret washed over him. The instant the staff made contact with the golden hook, it erupted into a cloud of yellow sand, only to reappear without hesitation, piercing Enel's body. How could this be? What material could transform into sand? Shock flickered in Enel's eyes as he coughed up blood. I never claimed to be using sea prism stone, Crocodile remarked. So, what do you say? Care to join me in the Qinghai? There are plenty out there with abilities like mine upon the vast sea. Crocodile enticed Enel. What nonsense! Enel exclaimed, glancing at the wounds on his chest and abdomen. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into lightning once more and swiftly retreated. Whoosh! Upon witnessing this, Crocodile transformed into yellow sand and pursued, yet in the blink of an eye, Enel's presence had vanished. How unfortunate! Where could Enel's ship be concealed? I seem to recall it being hidden within a cave. Crocodile stood atop a grand tree, surveying the vast expanse around him and scratching his head, pondering the difficulty of locating Enel within such a broad area. Let me give it a try, he muttered before transforming once more into sand and commencing his search. Meanwhile, the fleeing Enel had found refuge in a cavern. I must escape from here before that man discovers my whereabouts, Enel declared as he ventured further inside, traversing a tunnel until a colossal flying ship materialized before him. The vessel possessed a pitiful feature, aside from the essential timber. It was imbued with a staggering amount of gold. This was the vehicle that would carry Enel to the moon, a ship requiring immense electrical power to ignite its engines. With a swift leap, Enel ascended onto the ship and approached the power conversion area, placing his hands upon it. Discharge. In the next instant, a tremendous current surged from Enel into the ship. Chapter 28. The Bounty of the Sandia Warriors. Boom. As Crocodile sought Enel, he was suddenly startled by a resounding thunder that echoed in the distance. Following the sound, he beheld a ship emblazoned with the prominent character for God. Rising rapidly toward the boundless sky, the vessel ascended with haste, shimmering with blue electricity that animated the paddles surrounding it. Endless earth, here I come, Enel exclaimed, gazing upward with eyes filled with longing, for that was the realm of his dreams. Enel, what is so splendid about the sky? Come aboard my ship and become my right hand. Crocodile soon appeared beneath Enel's ship, shouting at him. Blue Sea Dweller, you cannot thwart my plans, Enel proclaimed. Is that so? Crocodile unleashed his power, causing the very ground beneath him to transform into golden sands that expanded rapidly. Even if it means resorting to abduction, I shall take you away. Crocodile clenched his fist, and the yellow sand beneath him surged upward, propelling him toward the ship. Not so fast. 600 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Enel struck the drums on his shoulders, unleashing a torrent of lightning that coalesced into a colossal thunder dragon, hurtling toward the approaching Crocodile. Bang! Two streams of gravel erupted beside Crocodile, forming a protective barrier that intercepted Enel's lightning dragon. Desert Monster Arm. Crocodile conjured two colossal arms of sand and directly seized Enel's ship. Every being has its rightful place, and gods have theirs. Why must you impede me? Upon witnessing his ship captured, Enel unleashed a torrent of lightning, which was swiftly followed by a billowing storm cloud ascending into the sky. Descend before me. Crocodile was oblivious to Enel's movements as he deftly manipulated the grains of sand, forcefully bringing Enel's ship crashing down. HM? It was only after Crocodile had yanked Enel's vessel from the sky that he noticed the ominous clouds gathering above. That damned fellow. Enel's expression darkened, and his hands crackled with electricity. It is Enel. Charge forth. At that moment, a cacophony erupted behind Crocodile. The warriors of Skypea have arrived. They come bearing gifts. In Crocodile's mind, he added a silent exclamation. Whoosh! Arrows shot forth like clouds, descending upon Enel's flying ship, followed closely by the warriors of Skypea, who leapt onto these clouds, charging towards the vessel. A mere rabble, daring to disturb me? Enel gazed at the approaching Skypea warriors, his expression darkening, before unleashing a pillar of blue-white fire that instantly pierced through his own body. Thunder. As the blue-white flames dissipated, arcs of electricity erupted from the wound in Enel's chest. With a mere thought, he commanded the electrons within the storm clouds, unleashing several massive bolts of lightning that swiftly obliterated the desert monster gripping Crocodile's ship. In an instant, the connection between the ship and the cloud pathway was severed, sending the warriors of the Skypea tribe tumbling down from their perch in the clouds. In just a few fleeting seconds, the so-called warriors of Skypea experienced their rise and fall. How could this be? Wiper knelt on the ground, dumbfounded by the scene before him. He could hardly fathom the vast chasm that lay between himself and the divine. Damn! Crocodile paid little heed to the downfall of the Sandia tribe. Rather, it was Enel's actions that drew his attention, causing him to glance upward at the incessant formation of lightning in the sky, unable to suppress a curse. Under such circumstances, it seemed unlikely that Enel would remain. Thunder arrival. As anticipated, in the next moment, Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling from the ship into the clouds. Following this, his voice reverberated from within the tumultuous clouds. Boom! A colossal, spherical black cloud began its descent from the stormy heights. The deity shall return to the realm that belongs to divinity. Thus, this abode shall vanish. Enel spread his arms wide, surrounded by crackling thunder and swirling clouds as the thunderous descent accelerated. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the most formidable of the natural elements. Crocodile gazed upward at the approaching Raijin as an ever-growing swirl of yellow sand coalesced around him. Should Enel succeed in annihilating this island, Crocodile would plummet into the azure sea below from a height of 10,000 meters. The Desert King unleashed a formidable sandstorm. Crocodile was enveloped in swirling yellow sand, which swiftly coalesced into a terrifying sandstorm of astonishing magnitude. The remarkable yellow dust surged towards the heavens, propelled by the wind. Boom! Two forces collided as Crocodile used the yellow sand to shield himself from Enel's thunderous assault. Bang! As the thunderbolt penetrated nearly halfway into the sand, it instantaneously unleashed a formidable surge of electrical energy, causing the yellow sand to convulse with crackling bolts, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant blue glow. "I am Crocodile." Crocodile let out a furious roar, and an ever-increasing cloud of yellow sand surged into the sky, swirling upwards. The sandstorm whirled faster and faster, accompanied by countless grains of sand cascading down. Raijin vanished, and in that fleeting moment, Enel's ship soared into the heights, as diminutive as an ant. In this boundless expanse of earth, your god has arrived. Enel cast no further glance at the ground. Instead, he gazed into the heavens, filled with boundless ambition. For he was on the verge of reaching his divine destination. Yet, a formidable force was now absent. Crocodile leaned on his golden hook, expressing his helplessness. Suddenly, an arm emerged from the yellow sands, followed closely by Weepa, who crawled out, staring blankly at the scene before him. The swirling sands were a sight unlike anything he had encountered as an inhabitant of the Sky Island. What transpired here? An aged voice echoed, as Gonfor, riding Pierre, arrived tardily. He halted at the sight before him. The once divine island now lay in desolation. Is this the old god of the Sky Island? It is now your turn to take action, for Enel has already departed. Crocodile casually remarked. Enel has departed? Gonfor furrowed his brow. Crocodile, disregarding his musings, transformed into a swirl of yellow sand and departed from the scene. The young man of the Sandia tribe, could you enlighten me on what transpired? At this moment, although Weepa appeared disheveled, Gonfor, who had a considerable acquaintance with him, still recognized him and inquired. The deity has indeed departed. Weepa responded. What happened? Gonfor pressed for clarification. I have no idea. Weepa retorted curtly, before resuming his search for the buried warriors of the Sandia tribe amidst the desolation. After observing for a while, Gonfor noted that Weepa had unearthed a member of the Sandia clan from the Yellow Sands and decided to join in. Weepa, noticing this, contemplated intervening but ultimately restrained himself. In comparison to Enel's reign, he unexpectedly found Gonfor to be quite tolerable in his divine capacity. Chapter 29, Subjugation of the Four Gods Whoosh. The yellow sand swept across the ground as Crocodile appeared on the deck of the Sand Crocodile ship. At that moment, injured crew members lay scattered across the deck. Captain Crocodile, Mr. One remarked upon noticing Crocodile's presence. That commotion over there was caused by Captain Crocodile, wasn't it? Ms. Golden Week inquired with curiosity. Humph. A self-proclaimed deity. I intended to bring him aboard, but he escaped. Crocodile replied. Captain Crocodile, all the Sky Islanders have been bound by us. Shall we execute them? Mr. 3 asked Crocodile. Why would we kill them? These Sky Islanders are quite formidable in battle. I intend to recruit them aboard. After casting a glance at Mr. 3, Crocodile remarked, might it be that there are too many people aboard this vessel? Mr. 1 replied, indeed, it is true. The weak, naturally, cannot remain on this ship. Crocodile surveyed the surroundings and inquired, where is Nico Robin? Just as he intended to instruct Robin regarding the forthcoming plans, he realized she was not present on the ship. Sister Robin mentioned she had matters to attend to on the island. Ms. Valentine's Day stepped forward to respond. Upon hearing this, Crocodile realized that Robin must have gone in search of the historical texts pertaining to this empty island. She likely would not return so soon, and everyone gathered together. Crocodile speculated that it would take Robin some time to delve into the historical text, so he began to summon the crew. Captain Crocodile, do you have any orders? Before long, everyone aboard, regardless of their injuries, had gathered. Now, a game shall commence. All crew members, except for the officers, are to disembark. From this point onward, no matter the means employed, only half of you shall be permitted to return to this vessel. Crocodile announced a cruel decree. Captain Crocodile, we set sail because of you. And now you abandon us? A crew member shouted. Humph. Surviving defeat only to engage in further battles devoid of strength will only lead to needless loss of life. Crocodile replied, Damn it, how could we possibly contend with those billionaires? Lamented a man who was once a millionaire. Weaklings should refrain from speaking. As soon as the man finished his words, another struck him, sending him flying. This blow acted as a catalyst, prompting countless pirates to leap from the ship, igniting a chaotic brawl. My subordinates perform admirably, Mr. 2 shouted. Weaklings do not deserve to be my subordinates, Mr. 1 coldly declared. Do I have to join the fight? Ms. Golden Weak asked, distressed, for she was no combatant. It seems you lack awareness of your position. Even as a mascot, you are a cadre on the ship. Crocodile stated. Oh yes, Captain Crocodile is truly wonderful, Ms. Golden Weak responded joyfully. Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, you three remain here to keep watch. The rest of you, come with me to check on those Sky Islanders. Crocodile addressed Mr. 1 and others, assuring them, Rest assured, Captain Crocodile. We are keeping a vigilant watch here. Mr. 1 replied. Crocodile approached the bound figures of Ohm and the others. Ms. Valentine stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to them. Upon witnessing the unconscious individuals, Crocodile turned to Ms. Valentine's Day and remarked, Ah, very well, Ms. Valentine's Day. Unsure of Crocodile's intentions, approached and delivered several slaps to them. Where's this place? Murmured the bewildered Ohm, one of the 4 gods, as he gradually regained consciousness and surveyed his surroundings. It's you. After shaking off the fog of confusion, he recognized Crocodile and his companions. God Enel will not let you escape, Ohm warned Crocodile. Enel has already been driven away, Crocodile replied. Stop with the lies, Ohm retorted. If he were still present, why hasn't he shown himself? Crocodile countered. At this, the 4 gods fell silent, given Enel's temperament. They should have taken matters into their own hands to eliminate these sea kings after their defeat. What do you intend to do? If you wish to kill us, then do it swiftly, shouted the groggy Mr. 3 as he regained consciousness, directing his ire towards Crocodile and his group. Mr. 4, give him a whack. Crocodile furrowed his brow, prompting Mr. 4 to strike him, rousing the slumbering giant. After enduring the blow, the giant became alert, falling silent, while Shadley and the others also quieted down. Before you now lie 2 paths, to join the Baroque Works pirate crew or to perish here. Crocodile addressed Ohm and the others. What? The group was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom Crocodile's intentions. Your strength is quite commendable. I can offer you a position as officers, forming the 4th combat squad aboard my ship. The number of your subordinates will depend on how many of your former followers you can persuade to join. What do you say? Crocodile inquired. Is it that simple? Ohm queried, realizing they would merely be shifting their allegiance from Enel to the man before them. Indeed, Crocodile affirmed. We need to ascertain the capabilities of those we serve. Shura fixed his gaze on Crocodile, expressing his skepticism, as he had yet to witness Crocodile in action and found it hard to believe that this man had actually defeated a god. Very well, Crocodile replied. Crocodile chuckled. And shortly thereafter, Ohm and the others noticed a sudden lightness in their bodies. Upon moving, they discovered that the ropes binding them had transformed into sand. Return my weapon to me, demanded Crocodile, followed by the others echoing his plea. You may prepare yourselves, Mr. 5 stated as he returned their weapons. Crocodile declared. Before long, several individuals were fully rearmed. The iron rapier. Once prepared, Ohm struck first, transforming the iron cloud in his hand into a western sword that shot towards Crocodile. Bang! Crocodile stood firm, allowing the western sword to pierce his form without evasion. A look of disdain instantly appeared on Ohm's face, but he was soon taken aback, for he discovered that the point of penetration revealed not blood, but sand. A sudden surge. Shadley spun gracefully, arriving before Crocodile and raised his hand to deliver a powerful shockwave directly to Crocodile's head. Boom! The shockwave erupted, and in an instant, Crocodile was engulfed in an explosion. Whoosh! After enduring 2 strikes, Crocodile swiftly retaliated, his body transforming into yellow sand and shooting forth. A sense of dread washed over Gadaz, who was still contemplating Crocodile's abilities, as he suddenly felt a chill behind him, only to be struck and sent flying by Crocodile. Flame Spear, as Shura propelled himself into the air. The spear in his hand lunged directly towards Crocodile. In Chapter 30, The Banquet, with a swift thrust, Shura's spear pierced Crocodile's body, only to be withdrawn moments later. Gazing at the wound that oozed sand, Shura released the spear, which clattered to the ground. Indeed, it was a power akin to that of a deity. Shura knelt before Crocodile, who now appeared towering and formidable in his presence. Shall we continue the contest? Crocodile reached into his pocket and produced a cigar, declaring, "There is no need for this. Those who possess such power are invincible." Shura lowered his head, now convinced of Crocodile's assertion that he had defeated Anaru. "No, I am not invincible. I am merely unbeatable in the face of you all," Crocodile replied. "You lack Haki and Sea Stone. Without recognizing your weaknesses, namely water, it is impossible for you to inflict any effective harm upon me. That is sufficient. We are willing to submit to you, our new deity." The five exclaimed in unison, "Do not refer to me as a god. From this moment onward, I am your captain. Your role is to serve as the officers of the 4th Combat Squad aboard my ship. These matters will be gradually understood when you descend into the Blue Sea." Crocodile instructed the five. "Aye, Captain." They responded. Subsequently, the group proceeded to rouse the remaining members of the God Squad who had been defeated, while Crocodile led Mr. 4 and others back to witness the struggle among the crew. The battle had swiftly escalated into a fierce confrontation, with everyone desperately striving to be the last one standing. As the ground became stained red with blood, when Mr. 1 called for a halt to the fighting, less than half remained standing, with only around 220 left. Each of them exuded a murderous aura, some drenched in blood. Crocodile smiled. This was precisely the kind of crew he required. "Congratulations, you have proven yourselves. You are now true members of the Baroque Works," Crocodile proclaimed. Roar. The crowd erupted in exhilaration, having proven their prowess. They were not the worthless beings Crocodile had once described. Regarding the reallocation of teams, Crocodile decided to wait for Robin's return before making any arrangements. As night fell, a banquet was held above the white clouds, during which individuals from Angel Island discreetly observed them, yet Crocodile made no effort to chase them away. As for the eliminated former members of the Baroque Works, Crocodile chose to disregard them, allowing them to fend for themselves. "A toast to our 4th combat team," Mr. 2 exclaimed, raising his goblet high. Ajura and his companions successfully gathered the remaining 32 members of the elite squad, officially establishing the 4th combat team of the Baroque Works. "Captain Crocodile, Robin has yet to return." Ms. Golden Week approached Crocodile, reporting with a hint of concern for Robin's safety. "She will be fine," Crocodile reassured her. Recognizing her worry, "Captain, why are you alone here? Come join the celebration," Mr. 5 called out, rushing to Crocodile with a cup in hand. However, he soon realized the atmosphere had shifted, the banquet fell silent, and all eyes were upon him. Crocodile had always exuded an air of aloofness, which deterred anyone from approaching him. It was only when Mr. 5, inebriated and exhilarated, unexpectedly approached and uttered those words that he realized the gravity of the moment. Pausing with his drink in hand, he found himself at a loss for words. "Haha, what's the matter? Bring that glass over here. Surely, this was meant for me?" Crocodile laughed heartily as he reached out to take Mr. 5's wine glass, downing its contents in a single gulp. "Why has it suddenly grown quiet? This banquet should not be so desolate." Crocodile addressed the crowd, roar. Instantly, everyone was engulfed in a frenzy once more. "Mr. 5, are you not adept at jazz dancing? Come, enliven the atmosphere with your moves." Crocodile gazed at Mr. 5 with keen interest and remarked, "Indeed, Captain." Mr. 5 let out a sigh of relief and then smiled, saying, "There is no need to be so formal, although I am the captain. You are my comrades and my family." Crocodile addressed Mr. 5, ensuring that his words were heard by all. "Very well, understood, Captain," Mr. 5 replied, and soon the crowd erupted into joyous song and dance. "Captain, please regale us with tales of your illustrious past. We are all eager to hear," they implored. "Captain, is it true what the news says about you challenging the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard?" They continued. "Captain, rumors suggest that in your youth, you were on par with the devil's descendant, Barrett. Is this indeed true?" As Crocodile indulged in another round of drinks, the inquiries flowed incessantly. "Ah, merely tales from my youth," he chuckled. Crocodile inquired, "Pray tell, Captain, what manner of man is Whitebeard? Is he truly as formidable as they say?" The crowd expressed their curiosity. "Allow me to regale you with his tale," he replied. Crocodile chuckled as he recounted. "At that time, I was merely 20 years old. When I first set sail, I consumed the sand fruit, and thus I boldly ventured into the New World." "Captain, what is the New World?" inquired a crew member, unfamiliar with this realm. The latter half of the Grand Line is known as the New World, a place teeming with formidable individuals, countless in number, possessing strength akin to mine. Among them, the 4 most powerful pirate captains are referred to as the 4 Emperors, with the foremost being Whitebeard, hailed as the strongest man in the world. Crocodile elucidated. At that time, I had my sights set on Whitebeard's head. Crocodile paused momentarily at this juncture. And then, Captain, what was the outcome? Did you manage to hold your own against Whitebeard? Mr. Five inquired eagerly. Haha. He is indeed the mightiest man in the world. Naturally, I faced defeat, and it was a resounding one, Crocodile replied, seemingly at ease. For he had transcended into his current identity, indifferent to his past failures. Even our captain, so powerful now, suffered such a defeat. Just how formidable is Whitebeard? The crew gasped in astonishment. Wait, at that time, the captain probably wasn't as strong as he is now, was he? So, Captain, what is our next course of action? Shall we head to the New World to claim Whitebeard's head? Someone exclaimed, regaining their composure with excitement. Ha. Indeed, I have grown considerably stronger since those days. Yet to claim Whitebeard's head remains premature. Our next step is to return to the Blue Sea and journey to Water City to retrieve something that evokes admiration from the world. Crocodile spoke enigmatically, and when pressed, he remained reticent. That night, he shared many tales that captivated the inhabitants of the Sky Island. They had never imagined that the Azure Sea, 10,000 meters beneath the clouds, could be so wondrous. Chapter 31. The Adventure of the Sky Island begins. Mr. Crocodile had become quite affable. Robin, unaware of when she had returned, observed Crocodile eloquently engaging with the guests at the banquet and remarked with a smile, "It seems rather pleasant to follow such a captain." After the revelry of the feast, the crew members lay scattered in slumber. Tomorrow, we shall explore the island. A visit to the Sky Island would be incomplete without taking in its breathtaking vistas. Crocodile stood at the bow of the ship, the wind tousling his hair as he addressed Robin behind him. Very well, Mr. Crocodile, Robin replied. Crocodile remained silent, and after a moment of hesitation, Robin inquired whether the historical text of the island had been documented. Crocodile inquired. It has been duly noted, Robin replied. That is reassuring. Crocodile inquired. Do you not wish to know? Miss Robin asked. Will you speak the truth to me? Crocodile inquired. Mr. Crocodile certainly possesses a sense of humor, Robin remarked with a smile. The two shared a tacit understanding and chose not to pursue the conversation further. Suddenly, from the sky, a pink Pegasus descended gracefully onto the deck of the Sand Crocodile. Mr. One instantly rose to his feet, fixating his gaze upon this unexpected visitor. Gamfuer, what brings you here? Crocodile calmly turned around, fully aware of the identity of the visitor. Esteemed individual from Qinghai, I recognize your formidable strength. I implore you, please do not harm the citizens of Angel Island. They are merely civilians, Gopher pleaded earnestly. Rest assured, we shall merely visit the island tomorrow to experience its local customs and culture, Crocodile replied. Thank you ever so much. Gopher expressed his gratitude. Haha. I find you quite intriguing. You have encountered the Pirate King, have you not? Crocodile gazed at Gopher and inquired, the Pirate King? Gopher furrowed his brow, attempting to recall the individuals he had encountered throughout his life, yet he found no recollection of the phrase Pirate King. It must be Gold, Roger, whom you have met, right? Crocodile questioned Gopher. Roger? You mean Gold Roger? Gopher chuckled. He visited here many years ago. I am surprised you know him. A nostalgic expression crossed Gopher's face, indicating that Roger held a significant place in his memories. I wouldn't say we were acquainted. We merely met once, Crocodile replied. Is that so? Gopher fell silent. Having received assurance that Crocodile would not disturb the townsfolk, Gopher guided Pierre away. The following day, the group gradually awoke, and Crocodile announced his intention to visit the island. Really? I wonder what awaits us on Sky Island. Miss Valentine remarked. I shall sketch everything I see. Miss Golden Week declared. You can purchase attack shells on Sky Island, which will enhance your combat abilities, Shura reminded, adjusting his sunglasses. Are those the peculiar projectiles you speak of? Someone inquired. Indeed, Shadley affirmed. Once we reach the island, do not bully the inhabitants of Sky Island. Remember to pay for your purchases, and also disperse. Do not swarm all at once. Crocodile entrusted the group with his words. Very well, Captain. Let us embark on our journey and behold the breathtaking vistas of the Sky Island. Perhaps this opportunity to visit such a celestial realm shall only arise once in our lifetime. After imparting his instructions, the group set forth towards the enchanting Angel Island. Crocodile initially intended to explore the Sky Island alone, but Mr. One and his companions insisted on accompanying him. So they strolled together along the bustling streets of the Sky Island. Suddenly, a snow-white fox darted to Crocodile's feet, nuzzling against him. I'm terribly sorry. I did not mean to offend you. A girl with golden hair, adorned with 2 braids, clad in a high-neck, ultra-short dress and sporting a pair of delicate white wings, hurriedly approached, cradling the fox and apologizing to Crocodile. "It's quite all right," Crocodile replied nonchalantly, recognizing the girl as Kogan's. The fox beside her was her pet, Yunhu Xiao. "What an adorable creature," Ms. Golden Week remarked with a smile upon seeing the fox. "Its name is Xiao. It is a cloud fox unique to the Sky Island." Kogan's explained. "Is that so? As a painter, may I create a portrait of it?" Ms. Golden Week inquired with eager anticipation. "Certainly. That would be wonderful," Kogan's replied. "Now, Captain, you all may continue your exploration. I shall remain here to paint," Ms. Golden Week said, turning to Crocodile and the others with a hint of shyness. "I'll stay as well, Captain," Mr. 3 added to Crocodile. "Very well," Crocodile responded, and they resumed their walk along the vibrant streets of the Sky Island. "Is that the man who drove away the god Enel?" The islanders gazed curiously at Crocodile and his companions. After Crocodile took a leisurely stroll, he returned to the ship alongside Mr. 1 and the others. Before long, crew members began to arrive in succession, engaging in animated discussions about their purchases on the deck. "What did you buy?" "A shock shell. They say it can unleash a powerful impact." "I acquired a slashing shell." "I got a flame shell." "I purchased a pumpkin pie." Most of the crew had opted for offensive shells, while one crew member procured a rare repulsion shell for Mr. 1. Captain Mr. 1, as a slasher. "You should be able to utilize the repulsion shell, right?" A crew member inquired, presenting the shell to Mr. 1. "What is this?" Mr. 1 responded. They explained that this item possesses tremendous power, but it also comes with a significant recoil, which could potentially cause one to be killed by the backlash. The crew member chuckled as he said this. A few dark lines appeared on Mr. 1's forehead, so that's why it was given to him. Huh? Nevertheless, Mr. 1 confidently accepted the repulsion shell. Just then, Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week returned, prompting Mr. 1 to ask Mr. 3 to create a candle wall for him to test. All right. Mr. 3 promptly set to work, crafting an oversized candle wall. Crocodile observed with keen interest as Mr. 1 positioned himself before the colossal wax candle wall, raising his hand to aim at it. With a powerful thrust, an astonishing force erupted forth. A resounding boom echoed as Mr. 1 was propelled backwards several meters, landing firmly on his feet, while the enormous candle wall crumbled under the impact. Impressive. The crowd cheered, and Mr. 1 was somewhat taken aback, surprised by the sheer power of the device. "Not bad. I shall accept this," he remarked. "Haha, I purchased the wind shell. Now I can soar swiftly through the skies," Ms. Valentine's Day declared as she presented her wind shell to the onlookers. "Give it a try, Ms. Valentine's Day, Miss." Christmas encouraged. With a whoosh, Ms. Valentine's Day activated her wind shell, lightening her weight and swiftly ascending into the air. For those in need of weapon modifications, feel free to approach us. We can install shells for you. Gate has informed the group researching the aerial shells. Chapter 32, Descending the Sky Island. Learning observation hockey. Once everyone had returned, the crew responsible for procuring the octopus balloons and wind shells commenced their installation, preparing for their return to the Blue Sea. "Captain, we shall head to Cloud River. Upon reaching the end, we will descend using this octopus balloon," Bola said, holding a small octopus in hand. "Such a tiny octopus. Can it really carry us?" Mr. 4 stammered. "Do not underestimate the unique creatures of the Sky Island," Crocodile replied, steadying his golden hook against Mr. 4. "Prepare yourselves, everyone. We are setting sail." Crocodile strode confidently to the bow of the crocodile ship and proclaimed, "Roar." Instantly, the crew sprang into action, lowering the sails and steering the vessel. The sandy crocodile, as it set sail once more towards the river of clouds. "Are we finally departing?" Golfer remarked, gazing at the gradually receding sandy crocodile. "God, can you return to us?" A soldier in a beret approached Gonfor, his demeanor anxious. They had pledged their allegiance to Enel and betrayed Gonfor, leaving them uncertain of whether he would still govern them. "Of course, my subjects. I am grateful that you have allowed the unworthy me to ascend to divinity once again." Gonfor replied, his gaze kind and understanding. He recognized that their submission to Enel was compelled by circumstance, as he had failed to defeat Enel himself. "Thank you so much." "God," the beret-clad soldier wept openly. "Now that we have liberated ourselves from Enel's rule, it is a time for reconstruction. Let us take action," Gonfor urged the soldier. "Yes." The soldier responded eagerly, rushing off to rally the other beret soldiers to announce Gonfor's reinstatement. Meanwhile, the majority of the warriors from the Sandia clan in Yunin village had been brought back by Weepa, who also conveyed the news that Enel had fled. They resolved to recuperate for a while before reclaiming the Island of God and retrieving the Sandora lamp of the Sandia clan. Upon returning to the Sandy Crocodile, after navigating the River of Clouds for a time, the crew beheld the four characters at the end of the clouds drop the octopus balloon. Crocodile ordered Bora to cast the small octopus aside, and she complied. As the sand crocodile continued its advance, a chasm appeared before everyone, seemingly bottomless. "Captain, we're going to fall." Miss Valentine's voice trembled with fear as she addressed Crocodile. "Fear not. Just keep going," Crocodile reassured her. Suddenly, the sand crocodile emerged from the cloud river and immediately began a vertical descent, startling the crew into exclamations. Whoosh! A colossal entity burst forth from the clouds, its tentacles swiftly adhering to the sand crocodile, causing its speed to diminish abruptly. That was the small octopus, and it has grown so large. Mr. 5 exclaimed in astonishment. "Sky Island is truly a wondrous place. Given the chance, I would gladly return," Mr. 2 remarked. The sand crocodile floated gracefully, soaring through the azure skies and fluffy clouds. "Miss Valentine, if you can awaken the fruit's potential, adding some wind shells to the ship's hull would allow it to soar effortlessly," Crocodile suggested to Miss Valentine. "Awakening the fruit? What does that entail?" Miss Valentine inquired, puzzled. "Upon awakening a paramecia-type fruit, one can bestow their abilities upon other objects," Crocodile elucidated. "Is that so? How can one achieve the awakening of a devil fruit?" Upon hearing this, Miss Valentine's Day immediately pressed further. If she were to awaken her fruit, wouldn't she be able to effortlessly hurl objects weighing over 10,000 kilograms at her enemies? Crocodile replied, "I cannot precisely articulate it. It simply becomes attainable as you continue to develop it. Furthermore, the lightweight fruit does not stipulate a limit of merely 10,000 kilograms. I believe that once you transcend this boundary, awakening will occur." Miss Valentine's Day pondered silently. After reaching 10,000 kilograms, is there truly no further enhancement? Is it akin to a shackle of sorts? Mr. 2 contemplated. What would the awakening of the mimic fruit resemble? Crocodile, choosing not to elaborate further, summoned the four gods. "Captain Crocodile, is there something you require?" The four gods inquired anxiously upon their arrival. "Teach me the observation hockey, which you refer to as the Heart Network." Crocodile instructed them. "Of course, Captain Crocodile," the four replied promptly. Meanwhile, the sand crocodile gradually descended upon the azure sea, and under Crocodile's guidance, the crew set their course towards the water city. In recent days, Crocodile has been leisurely studying observation hockey, and during his spare time, he has also been teaching Mr. 1 and the others about armament hockey. While Crocodile dedicated himself to mastering observation hockey, a piece of news spread across the seas. After a brief respite on Alabasta, the Straw Hat crew set sail for Kaya Island. Observing the unmelted icebergs in the swirling sands of the desert, Nami held a newspaper and remarked to Luffy, "It seems the rumors here are indeed true. The news reports that Crocodile fought against a marine admiral here and has since gone missing." "Yes, I understand," Luffy replied, adjusting his straw hat with a serious tone. "How could that be? Crocodile is incredibly strong." Usopp trembled as he recalled the desert and flames he had seen in Alabasta. "This place has undergone a significant transformation," Sanji commented, smoking a cigarette while surveying the surroundings. "Isn't that the Straw Hat Kid with a bounty of 30 million berries? Care to join me?" Bellamy swaggered over, his body wrapped in bandages. Zoro instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his three swords. "Fufufu, Bellamy. You're wasting your time." Just as Luffy was about to refuse, a figure appeared atop a nearby rooftop. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Upon seeing Doflamingo, Bellamy instantly switched to a smiling demeanor. However, the next moment, Doflamingo's words froze him in place. "Did I not say that if you failed, I would kill you?" "But Doflamingo, my opponent is Crocodile, who was once a warlord like you." Bellamy started to explain, but was swiftly struck, leaving 3 deep gashes across his body as he was sent flying. "I do not need to hear your explanation," Doflamingo stated coldly. "Damn it." Bellamy clenched his fists, attempting to flee, only to realize his body was paralyzed. "Doflamingo, give me another chance," he cried out in desperation. In a swift motion, Doflamingo severed Bellamy's head without uttering a word. Nami collapsed in shock at the brutal scene before her. Chapter 33, Luffy in Crisis, Bartholomew Kuma takes action. "This person is incredibly dangerous," Luffy declared, positioning himself protectively in front of his crew. "That guy?" Zoro wiped the sweat from his brow. "Are there any weaklings here?" Doflamingo glanced at Luffy and the others, recalling that he had no information regarding them before raising his hand. Luffy sensed the imminent danger, instinctively dodging. Yet blood sprayed from his arm as 3 more gashes appeared, sending him crashing to the ground. Luffy, where did that attack come from, you bastard? Zoro unsheathed his swords, while Sanji spat out his cigarette, and both charged at Doflamingo in unison. Don't, Zoro. Sanji, Luffy shouted urgently as he rose from the ground. In an instant, before Zoro and Sanji could reach Doflamingo, an unseen attack struck them, sending them sprawling. Nani? Zoro, Sanji. Usopp trembled at the sight, while Nami and Chopper clung to each other in fear. Zoro. Sanji. The scene spurred Luffy into a frantic charge toward Doflamingo. Whoosh. Doflamingo leaped from the rooftop, descending upon Luffy. Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy swung his fist with all his might as Doflamingo approached. Tat tat tat. Luffy's punches came rapidly, but Doflamingo effortlessly evaded each one. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Doflamingo stood before Luffy, pressing his hand against Luffy's head and slamming him into the ground. Luffy struggled, but found himself unable to move for reasons unknown. Ha ha ha. You poor fool. Your luck has run out for encountering me. Doflamingo grinned as he raised his hand, preparing to strike Luffy down. Ultimate move, Gunpowder Stars. Though Usopp quaked with fear, he understood that with the 3 strongest members incapacitated, he had to act, or Luffy would perish here. He launched a barrage of projectiles toward Doflamingo. Yet, the bullets barely flew a distance before they inexplicably split in 2 and fell to the ground. Luffy, Rumble Ball, Elastic Enhancement. Chopper bit into a Rumble Ball and leaped toward Doflamingo with augmented force. Don't be hasty. It's your turn next. Doflamingo's fingers twitched in the air, and as Chopper leaped, he found himself suspended midair. So that's how it is. Chopper struggled, realizing he was ensnared by an unseen web of white threads. The crew could only watch helplessly as Doflamingo's hand descended toward Luffy. I'm sorry, Shanks. Forgive me, Ace. I'm sorry, everyone. Luffy closed his eyes, awaiting his demise. Luffy. Usopp, Nami, and Chopper cried out simultaneously. Just then, Doflamingo's motion suddenly halted as he glanced over his shoulder. A massive figure appeared behind him, holding a Bible. Bartholomew Kuma. Doflamingo called out the newcomer's name. Indeed, it was Bartholomew Kuma, who had intended only to observe Luffy's adventure but appeared immediately upon witnessing Luffy's impending death. I have some connection with this person. Could you refrain from attacking him? Kuma said calmly, removing his gloves as he spoke. Humph. Doflamingo scoffed, letting his hand drop. Fly away. However, Kuma's speed surpassed Doflamingo's. Before Doflamingo's hand could touch Luffy, he vanished from sight. Kuma's palm appeared in the space Doflamingo had occupied moments before. Boom. Nearby, a building collapsed, and a web of white threads emerged, with Doflamingo now lying entangled upon them. You nearly sent me flying, Kuma. Do you wish to die? Doflamingo growled, visibly irritated as veins bulged on his forehead. I told you not to lay a hand on them, Kuma reiterated, then unleashed a barrage of pressure blasts that severed the threads binding Luffy and Chopper. I can move again. Thank you, you bear-like fellow. Luffy beamed at Kuma. Quickly. Return to your ship. Kuma urged Luffy. Okay, thank you. Luffy bounded forward, extending his arms to grasp Zoro and Sanji, swiftly followed by Chopper, Usopp, and Nami as they made their hasty escape. If you wish to impede my progress, then give it a try, Doflamingo proclaimed before launching himself at Luffy. Of course. Bartholomew Kuma instantaneously appeared before Doflamingo, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying back. Bartholomew Kuma, you have thoroughly enraged me, Doflamingo declared. Standing amidst a few drops of blood trickling from his head, his hand pressed against a nearby wall that transformed into transparent strings. Oh, Kuma responded, while Doflamingo manipulated the strings around him, directing them toward Kuma. With a thunderous crash, the massive string descended, shattering the earth. Yet Doflamingo found Kuma had vanished from his original position. Where has he gone? Doflamingo exclaimed, activating his observation haki to pinpoint Luffy's presence, swiftly assimilating the surrounding structures into transparent strings as he advanced toward Luffy. Meanwhile, at the harbor, the Straw Hat crew had all boarded their ship. Quick to act, aren't we? The seemingly bear-like Kuma materialized at the shore, prompting Luffy to invite, don't you have a boat? Would you like to escape with us? No need. Do you wish to visit Skypiea? Kuma inquired after declining the offer. Skypiea? Does such a place truly exist? I would love to go, Luffy exclaimed with excitement. All right. Kuma raised his hand. Holy sure gone. Simultaneously, Doflamingo pursued, controlling a high-density, armed white string that shot toward the Going Merry at extraordinary speed. Destination, Skypiea. With a wave of his hand, Kuma caused the Going Merry to vanish from the surface of the sea, leaving Doflamingo's strike to meet only air. Subsequently, Kuma disappeared from Doflamingo's sight. Bartholomew Kuma, I will not let you escape. Doflamingo yelled into the ocean, his fury uncontained. Chapter 34, Water 7 by a Twist of Fate. The Straw Hat crew found themselves en route to Skypea once more, while the protagonists had already arrived at the West Shift station of Water 7. The Sand Crocodile ship sailed through the vast ocean, revealing a station in the distance. How can there be a station in the ocean? Ms. Valentine floated down, perplexed. Who would construct a station out here? This is the unique maritime railway of Water 7. The presence of a station here signifies that we are nearing Water 7. Crocodile stood at the bow of the ship, gazing ahead at the station, and addressed the crowd. A train on the sea. Is it truly a train that can traverse the ocean? Ms. Golden Week exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just then, a train whistle pierced the air, and everyone turned to follow the sound as a long train roared past. Incredible! They marveled. Qinghai is indeed a wondrous place. Their eyes remained fixed on the sea train until it vanished into the distance. Come by, look. It's a pirate ship. A little girl with green hair styled in 2 pigtails pointed at the Sand Crocodile as they passed the station, speaking to a nearby blue rabbit. Nianai, come by, responded. Ha ha ha, that is the emblem of the notorious pirate, Sir Crocodile, exclaimed Grandma Kokoro, holding a bottle of wine as she spoke to her granddaughter beside her. Miss Valentine, go and inquire if the City of Water is proceeding along this route. In a bid for caution, Crocodile instructed Miss Valentine's Day to inquire whether they were on the correct path. Excuse me, old lady, is this the route to Water City? Miss Valentine's Day proclaimed, floating arrogantly before Coco Grandma. Simone, upon hearing this, puffed her cheeks in annoyance, while Coco Grandma took a sip of her drink, unfazed by Miss Valentine's Day's rudeness, and chuckled, what an impolite little girl. Just follow this train track, and you shall see Water City. Thank you, old lady. Miss Valentine's Day replied before drifting back to the Sand Crocodile ship. How was it, Miss Valentine's Day? Mr. 3 inquired upon her return. That old lady said just to follow the train track, she responded. Then let us proceed along this track, Crocodile declared. Oh, a news seagull. Mr. 5 exclaimed as he noticed a delivery seagull perched at the ship's railing and hurried over to purchase a newspaper. Captain, the news says you were defeated by Akiji, and there are suspicions of your capture or even death. Mr. 5 remarked after glancing at the paper. Is that so? The news is as predictable as ever. Crocodile chuckled. Nicole Robin. After a moment, Crocodile approached Nicole Robin, who was engrossed in a book. Is there something you need, Mr. Crocodile? She inquired, setting her book aside. Do not wander about in Water City. There are CP agents present. Crocodile cautioned her. CP agents? Nicole Robin's expression shifted, recalling the countless times she had been pursued by this organization throughout her life, rendering her quite familiar with them. Why would they be on this island? She asked, furrowing her brow in confusion. The blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton are located in Water City, Crocodile explained. Now it makes sense why Crocodile wishes to come to Water City, Nicole Robin realized, finally comprehending his motives. Crocodile certainly has his sources, but if the blueprints are available, why still search for Pluton's whereabouts in Alabasta? She queried, puzzled. That is of no concern to you, Crocodile replied. Captain, we can see Water City. Miss Valentine's Day called out from above. Crocodile advanced forward, finding himself in a city entirely enveloped by the sea. Waterways crisscrossed the urban landscape, while a magnificent fountain continuously propelled water throughout the city. Head towards that prominent area marked with the character. It is the location of Dock No, one of the Carrera Shipbuilding Company. Crocodile instructed the members of the ship control team. After descending from the Sky Island, he had reassigned the members of each team, maintaining the original structure with the addition of a new 4th team. Welcome to the Carrera Company, Dock Number 1. I am Kaku, an employee here. Are you in need of ship repairs? As the Sand Crocodile arrived, a member of the Carrera Company, distinguished by his square nose, descended gracefully onto the deck from above. Wow, he can fly just like Captain Valentine's crew. The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment at Kaku's aerial entrance. Longnose, please help us assess any damage to the ship. Crocodile harbored a desire to expose Kaku, yet he chose to indulge in Kaku's performance. After all, Kaku possessed genuine skills in shipbuilding, so it was of little consequence to allow him to showcase them. Subsequently, under the guidance of Mr. 4, Kaku commenced his inspection of the sand alligator. Mr. 1, Miss Golden Week, Nico Robin, accompany me. The rest shall remain aboard the ship. Crocodile addressed the 3 men, saying, "Yes, Captain. Aye, Captain. Certainly, Mr. Crocodile." The trio responded in unison, then followed Crocodile as he disembarked. "Sir Crocodile, this man has unexpectedly arrived here. I hope it does not affect our mission," thought Lucci, furrowing his brow as he observed Crocodile stepping onto the shore. Crocodile's eyes glimmered with a crimson light before he turned to face Lucci, startled by Crocodile's vigilance. Lucci was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, an employee rushed over, calling out to Lucci, "It's here." Lucci turned and walked over, while the pigeon perched on his shoulder responded on his behalf. Crocodile withdrew his gaze. With his current strength, he was confident that he could eliminate Luffy and his companions in an instant should they dare to obstruct him. This was the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, who had somehow arrived in Water 7. Was the news indeed false? The other pirates in the dock expressed their astonishment upon seeing Crocodile. Shortly after, he stepped out of the dock and onto the streets of Water 7, where numerous waterways surrounded him. Riding the unique brew from the city would significantly increase their speed. Yet Crocodile had no desire to mount such a contraption. "Mr. 1, inquire with a passerby about the whereabouts of the Frankie family," Crocodile instructed. "Understood," Mr. 1 replied, immediately approaching a nearby pedestrian. "What do you want?" The passerby stammered, eyeing the intimidating Mr. 1 as he approached. Before Mr. 1 could utter a word, the frightened individual turned and fled. Chapter 35. Frankie. Mr. 1 stood in silence, pondering the sudden flight of the man. Was he truly that terrifying? Crocodile soon realized that it was inappropriate to send Mr. 1 to inquire about directions, so he dispatched the young Ms. Golden Week instead. In a short while, Ms. Golden Week successfully located the whereabouts of the Frankie family. The resident, upon being questioned, kindly informed Ms. Golden Week that the Frankie group was not comprised of virtuous individuals. "What is the meaning of this? How could that person be inquiring about us? And is that not the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile? What could such a significant figure want with us? Has someone offended them?" Not far behind Crocodile, by a wall, Kiwi and Maz, the two square sisters, stealthily observed Crocodile and his companions. "Quickly return and inform Brother Frankie," Kiwi urged Maz, and the two swiftly commandeered a brule from another street to make their way back. "Bruno, what do you think Crocodile wants with Frankie?" Meanwhile, atop the roof, Gabra inquired of Bruno. Uncertain, but for someone of his stature to seek out Frankie, it undoubtedly signifies trouble, Bruno replied. "Then let us follow and ascertain the situation," Gabra suggested. Subsequently, Bruno conjured an air wall and promptly accompanied Gabra as they both vanished from sight. At Frankie's residence, "Brother Frankie, this is dire," Kiwi and Maz exclaimed as they arrived at the waterways near Frankie's home, breathless from their hurried journey. "Huh, Kiwi Maz, what brings you here in such haste?" Frankie, who was resting at home, questioned upon their abrupt entrance. "The former warlord, Crocodile, is on the streets inquiring about our hideout and is now headed this way," Kiwi and Maz informed Frankie. "Crocodile? Wasn't that fellow defeated by a marine admiral?" Frankie responded, bewildered, recalling that he had seen news of Crocodile's demise in the papers that very day. "It is indeed true, brother. We witnessed it with our own eyes," Kiwi and Maz insisted urgently. "Yet, what could he want with me? I don't believe I have ever crossed paths with him," Frankie pondered, realizing he had never encountered Crocodile. "However, should he come seeking a confrontation, I fear him not. I shall claim his head and exchange it with the Marines for a handsome bounty," Frankie declared boldly. "Indeed. Well said, Brother Frankie." His entourage immediately rallied in support. Just as Frankie spoke, the front door of the house suddenly shattered, and 4 figures appeared at the entrance. "Is this the residence of Frankie?" Crocodile entered with Mr. 1 and others, declaring, "Brother, it is indeed them." Kiwi and Maz immediately responded. "Hey, are you the scoundrel Crocodile? How dare you vandalize our entrance?" Frankie shouted furiously. "I'll send you to your demise. Left hand, Bean." As Crocodile had yet to finish his words, Frankie unleashed a barrage of bullets from the 4 gun ports on his left arm, aiming at Crocodile. "Man." Mr. 1 swiftly positioned himself in front of Crocodile, transforming into his alter ego, and deflected all the bullets fired by Frankie. "Are you also made of steel?" Frankie exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing Mr. 1 shielding himself with his body. "I am a man who has consumed the fruit," Mr. 1 explained. "A devil fruit user, you say?" Frankie furrowed his brow, while his subordinate hefted a cannon and aimed it at Mr. 1. Destruction slash. Mr. 1 swiftly struck, cleaving the incoming cannonball in 2, sending it flying out of the room where it exploded. Kiwi and Maz drew their long swords and charged at Mr. 1. "Mr. 1, take them down," Crocodile commanded. Understood, Captain. The blades of Kiwi and Moss struck Mr. One with a resounding clang, akin to steel hitting steel. So tough. Both Kiwi and Moss's expression shifted. In a swift motion, Mr. One raised his arms and sent them both flying backwards. Kiwi. Moss. Bison shouted in alarm. You fiend. Frankie roared upon seeing Kiwi and Moss fall. He removed the faux skin glove from his right hand, revealing a steel appendage, and charged at Mr. One, throwing a punch. Too slow. Mr. One sneered at Frankie's incoming fist, stepping back effortlessly. Bang! Before Mr. One could revel in his evasion, Frankie's fist unexpectedly broke free, striking Mr. One squarely in the face, sending him crashing into the wall. Mr. One. Miss Golden Weak gasped in concern. Focus, Mr. One. Crocodile frowned. Super. Now you recognize my prowess. Even if you are made of steel, my steel strike will surely have an impact, Frankie declared cheerfully, retracting his right hand and striking a celebratory pose after successfully knocking Mr. One back. Apologies, Captain, but this will end swiftly. Mr. One rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It has been a while since I was injured, he remarked to Frankie. Then make sure to savor the experience, Frankie retorted, rushing toward Mr. One. Micro dust slash. Mr. One's feet transformed into blades as he glided forward, his arms morphing into razor-sharp edges as he lunged at Frankie. Star Shield. Frankie raised his right hand flat, transforming it into a shield to block Mr. One's assault, then opened his mouth, shooting iron nails. In an instant, a barrage of iron nails erupted from Frankie's mouth, raining down on Mr. One's face. While they did not inflict damage, they obscured Mr. One's vision. Powerful iron hammer. Seizing the opportunity, Frankie swung his left fist, landing a blow on Mr. One's face. Bang! The strike knocked Mr. One's head aside, yet he remained steadfast, his eyes seething with murderous intent as he glared at Frankie. Destruction slash. Mr. One's gaze locked onto Frankie, launching an attack that sent him hurtling away. Brother Frankie. His comrades gasped in alarm. Fire the cannon. Bison. As the captain of Frankie's crew, immediately shouldered the cannon and pulled the trigger. Boom. 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 In the next moment, Frankie's crew unleashed a volley of cannonballs towards Mr. One. Slash man. Mr. One stood resolutely, adopting the stance of his alter ego. Boom. An explosion enveloped Mr. One. A cloud of smoke shrouding the area. How was that? Did we take him down? Bison intently surveyed Mr. One's position. Chapter 36. Mr. One versus Frankie's crew. Mr. One, your mastery of the fruit is still lacking. If you could move while in your Slashman form, your power would surely ascend to another level. The voice of Crocodile reverberated, and as the smoke dissipated, Mr. One stood unscathed in his place. I shall make an attempt, Captain, Mr. One responded, having contemplated ways to further develop the powers of the devil fruit ever since he heard Crocodile mention its potential for awakening. Did the cannonballs truly have no effect on him? Zambai remarked in astonishment upon witnessing the cannonballs fail to harm Mr. One. That fellow is not so easily dealt with, Frankie declared, brushing off the debris from his attire and rising once more. Brother Frankie, only one of them has attacked. Let us strike together. No matter how formidable. He is still but one man. Zambai proposed to Frankie. All right, my younger brothers, charge with me. Frankie readily agreed, relishing the prospect of a collective assault. For he was no mere exhibitionist. With a roar, the group surged forward. Mr. One, facing this onslaught, charged headlong, swiftly dispatching Zambai with a powerful strike and then shattering the weapons of several others with a well-placed kick, followed by a fierce X-shaped slash that sent multiple foes flying. Frankie boxing. Frankie shouted as he approached Mr. One, unleashing a flurry of punches, only for Mr. One to counter with a punch of his own. However, Mr. One soon followed up with a kick that sent Frankie crashing to the ground. Incredible strength, destruction specialist. At that moment, three massive figures loomed before Mr. One of whom swung a colossal axe directly at him. With a thundering crash, Mr. One raised his hand to deflect the axe, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. But you possess the stature of a giant. Your strength is clearly lacking, boy, Mr. One declared, propelling himself upward and deflecting the axe with a powerful motion. Slash. Fierce assault. Mr. One positioned his hands at his waist, then clenched his fists. If you wish to attack me, feel free to try. I am clad in reinforced super armor, the axe-wielding brute boasted confidently. No sooner had he spoken than Mr. One's fist descended with blinding speed, creating afterimages, and by the time he landed, the brute lay unconscious, his armor shattered and his eyes rolled back. The remaining two monstrous brutes, witnessing their comrades' defeat, charged at Mr. One simultaneously. With a swift leap, Mr. One delivered a kick to one of them, injuring him and sending him flying, then landed gracefully on his hands. As the last of the brutes lunged at him, Mr. One propelled himself with great force, landing a kick that sent this final adversary hurtling away. "Remarkable, brother Mr. One," cried Ms. Golden Week. After Mr. One had incapacitated everyone except Frankie, Crocodile finally spoke. "Shall we have a proper discussion now? Frankie, what a jest, to have defeated my dear little brother." Frankie rose from the ground, still clutching several bottles of soda. "One does not weep until they see the coffin, does one?" Crocodile remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Fear not, Captain, we shall soon bring him down, Mr. One," assured Crocodile. Upon hearing this, Crocodile decided to grant Mr. One a bit more time. "Let us see how that Iron Man fares against my technique," Frankie declared, clasping his hands together and inflating his arms. "Let me witness your prowess." Mr. One scoffed, swiftly gliding forward, his wrists locked together as he charged at Frankie. "Foam Daisy Slash! Wind Cannon!" Mr. One lunged fiercely, while Frankie unleashed his ultimate move, a powerful air cannon shot from the aperture beneath his palm. Boom! The collision of their most formidable assaults unleashed a tremendous shockwave, sending ripples of energy surging forth as Mr. One felt the immense force reverberating through his palm. This strike could obliterate a grand sailing vessel. Frankie bellowed. Bang! In the next instant, Mr. One was catapulted away by the astonishing impact of the wind cannon, crashing through the wall and flying outward. "How careless!" Mr. One exclaimed as he lay on the ground, quickly regaining his footing and rushing back to Frankie's abode. Inside the house, having sent Mr. One flying, Frankie charged towards Crocodile. "Behold my might, Sand Crocodile!" Frankie roared, throwing a furious punch at Crocodile, the audacious young scoundrel. Crocodile chuckled, and then his arm transformed into grains of sand. The desert monster's arm. Crocodile manipulated the grains of sand, which swiftly transformed into a colossal hand that forcefully pinned Frankie to the ground. The impact of his back hitting the earth caused Frankie to expel a mouthful of blood. As he attempted to rise, he found himself ensnared and rendered immobile by the sand controlled by Crocodile. It appears that, as a cyborg, you have neglected to enhance your own back. Crocodile chuckled and said, "My apologies, Captain." At that moment, Mr. One rushed in from the room and discovered that Crocodile had already subdued Frankie. Crocodile remarked, "No worries, your training is still lacking, Mr. One." Upon hearing this, Mr. One, feeling embarrassed, stepped aside. "Now, as for our next topic, we cannot allow these fellows to overhear." Crocodile conjured a swirling sandstorm with his hands, then cast it towards the ground, swiftly sending Frankie's minions flying out of the house amidst the tempest. "Well, now that there are no outsiders," Crocodile remarked with a smile directed at Frankie. "Damn it, I won't let you get away with this." Frankie shouted defiantly. "Stop being obstinate. I have something to tell you now. Surrender the blueprint of the Pluton." Crocodile directly addressed Frankie. Upon hearing this, Robin furrowed her brow, as she suspected. This individual was aware of the Pluton's existence. Frankie's expression changed dramatically at the mention, and he ceased his loud outburst, forcing a smile as he replied, "What are you talking about? What is this Pluton blueprint? How could it possibly be with me? Stop pretending. I know that Tom entrusted it to you. If I weren't certain it was in your possession, I would not have gone out of my way to find you," Crocodile asserted. He recalled that the Pluton blueprint was indeed with Frankie, but the specifics of the plot eluded him. "Humph, I wouldn't know even if you killed me," Frankie retorted defiantly. "Your silence is inconsequential," Crocodile remarked, then turned to Ms. Golden Week. "Golden Week, utilize your friendship paint on him," he commanded, recognizing that her abilities were perfectly suited for this situation, which was precisely why he had brought her along. "Understood, Captain Crocodile," Ms. Golden Week replied with a cheerful demeanor, delighted to finally be of use. Chapter 37. The Pluton Blueprint Acquired. With vibrant hues of calm green and manic yellow, Ms. Golden Week produced a design on Frankie using her palette. "Become my friend," she exclaimed. "Oh, it's Mariano, my dear friend." Frankie instantly transformed his demeanor, as if he had known Ms. Golden Week for ages. "Success, Captain," Ms. Golden Week joyfully announced to Crocodile. "Now, ask him about the whereabouts of the Pluton blueprint." Crocodile instructed, subsequently releasing Frankie from the sandy bindings. "Frankie, could you tell me where the Pluton blueprint is?" Ms. Golden Week inquired. "My friend, you wish to know about the Pluton blueprint? It is right here with me," Frankie responded warmly, reaching towards his abdomen. To the astonishment of Mr. One and the others, he opened his stomach and began to delve inside. Dream on. Just as he was about to retrieve the blueprint, Frankie suddenly regained his senses and swiftly closed the door on his abdomen. Weapon left hand. Enraged, Frankie raised his left hand, contorting his palm and transforming his arm into a cannon, aiming directly at Ms. Golden Week and firing a cannonball. Ms. Golden Week stood frozen in shock, as a surge of sand erupted beneath her feet, shielding her. Boom. The cannonball detonated, but before Frankie could revel in his success, a mass of sand burst forth from the smoke. Desert Sword. The sand morphed into blades, striking him and sending him flying. Arigato, Captain. Ms. Golden Week expressed gratitude, realizing that Crocodile had intervened to protect her from Frankie's onslaught. Binding of sand. Frankie was caught mid-flight by Crocodile's sands and dragged back before him. Just hand over the Pluton blueprint, and all will be well, Crocodile stated, opening Frankie's abdomen and retrieving the blueprint. Damn it. You will not succeed, Frankie shouted, preparing to unleash a stream of flames. However, Crocodile, having already mastered Kinbunchika Haki, anticipated his move and swiftly used sand to seal Frankie's mouth, forcing him to face the consequences. Flames erupted within Frankie's mouth, producing billows of black smoke. It's time to leave. Our mission is complete, Crocodile told Robin and the others, tossing Frankie aside. Return the blueprint to me, Frankie implored from the ground, exerting the last of his strength to reach out, only to have his hand fall weakly. Very well, Mr. Crocodile, Robin replied, and the group turned to depart. At that moment, a ripple in the air manifested, creating a portal beside Crocodile, through which a figure swiftly emerged, aiming directly for the Pluton blueprint in Crocodile's grasp. Whoosh! Just as the figure nearly grasped the blueprint, a strand of sand shot out. Iron block. In the next instant, Crocodile struck the figure, sending them sprawling. Thud. The figure crashed to the ground but quickly regained their footing, revealing themselves as Gabra of CP9. Members of CP, Crocodile stated, addressing Robin with that remark. Six-petal flower. Twisted bun. Upon hearing this, Robin crossed her arms and called out her technique, causing 6 arms to appear and twist around Gabra's body. A devil fruit user? Gabra gasped, quickly employing Iron Block to defend himself and vanishing from Robin's sight with a swift movement. He's gone. Mr. One scanned the surroundings, standing protectively before Ms. Golden Week in search of Gabra's form. Whoosh. Iron Block, Wolf Bullet. Suddenly, Gabra reappeared beside Robin, extending his palm and executing Iron Block, attacking her with the backs of his hands. As Gabra advanced, Robin's eyes widened in realization, but it was too late for her to react. Am I non-existent? Gravel barrier. With a sly grin, Crocodile summoned a torrent of sand that erupted from the ground, forming a barrier before Robin. The impact resounded as Gabra struck the sandy shield, causing it to burst, yet steadfastly absorbing the force of the attack. In quick succession, Gabra noticed the encroaching sand and promptly pushed against it, executing a moonwalk to retreat. Cutting strike. Foam daisy slash. Mr. One dashed forward, his hands morphing into blades as he lunged fiercely at Gabra. Block of iron. Heavy step fist. Gabra, eyeing the advancing Mr. One, channeled his strength into a powerful punch that collided with Mr. One's assault. Fly away, Mr. One shouted, unleashing a radiant slash from his palm that sent Gabra hurtling through the air. Block of iron. Wheel. At that moment, an air portal materialized beside Crocodile, and Bruno propelled himself towards Crocodile in a spiraling motion at high speed. Armament Haki. Hardening. Crocodile did not evade through elementalization. Instead, he directly blocked the attack with his golden hook, enveloped in Haki. Get away from me, you CP scoundrel, Crocodile shouted and forcefully propelled Bruno away. Open the air. As Bruno was sent flying, he utilized his powers mid-air to once again vanish into the realm of space. Stop lying down, Gabra. In the next moment, Bruno appeared beside Gabra, who was lying on the ground after being struck by Mr. One. We have lurked for so long, yet we never anticipated that the blueprints would fall into the hands of Shaq Crocodile. If the government discovers this, we are doomed, Bruno remarked to Gabra. Indeed. But our adversary is none other than Crocodile, the former warlord of the sea. It won't be easy to snatch it back, Gabra responded as he rose to his feet. Beware the ground. Erosion Requiem. After Crocodile and Robin exchanged a brief reminder, they placed their hands upon the ground. Subsequently, the earth began to erode rapidly, transforming into sand, with swirling yellow grains multiplying until the surroundings morphed into a desert landscape. What is happening over there? Why is there suddenly so much sand drifting this way? No, it seems that area is turning into a desert. The nearby populace quickly became aware of the phenomenon. Go, Gabra. At that moment, Bruno instructed Gabra, who immediately activated the moonwalk and shaved to propel himself forward. Chapter 38. CP9? You dare to call yourselves formidable? Iron block, heavy step fist. Iron block shatter. Gabra launched a powerful punch at Crocodile, followed closely by Bruno, who emerged through the air door and delivered a similar strike toward Crocodile. You're courting death. Crocodile gazed at the fist that was perilously close, when suddenly, the gravel beneath his feet began to swirl violently, erupting with formidable force that sent both combatants hurtling through the air. It was inconceivable. How could he possess such strength? Gabra, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of utter disbelief. This was absurd. One could only acknowledge that he truly lived up to his reputation as a former warlord of the sea. Bruno, astounded, looked at Crocodile and remarked, "Is this the extent of CP9's capabilities?" Crocodile responded with derision, "Is this all you have? Our captain is extraordinary." Ms. Golden Week praised from the sidelines. "I still have a long journey ahead," Mr. One stated after witnessing Crocodile effortlessly dispatch the two of them. With a whoosh, the defiant Bruno and Gabra charged once more at Crocodile, exclaiming, "Desert Flying Dragon." Behind Crocodile, the gravel coalesced instantaneously into the form of a great dragon, which then opened its maw to strike. With a thunderous crash, the dragon surged forward under Crocodile's command, racing with astonishing speed. Bruno and Gabra were caught off guard and collided head-on. Despite their reinforced resilience, the impact left them disoriented, causing them to involuntarily expel their stomach contents. Both men were sent hurtling backward. Desert block, suppression. Crocodile raised his massive hand, and grains of sand coalesced in the air to form a colossal cube, which then hovered above the two. Suddenly, it began to plummet. Bruno, Gabra, having just regained his footing, noticed the ominous darkening of the sky. Looking up, he realized the desert's cube was descending and hastily called out to Bruno, "Open the door." Without hesitation, Bruno employed his abilities to create a portal of air. With a loud thud, the cube struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble momentarily. However, a door opened in the cube's upper surface, allowing Bruno and Gabra to emerge. Standing atop the massive structure, moonwalk. Gabra activated his moonwalk technique, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of Crocodile's head. With his fingers slightly bent, he brought his palms together in a gesture of focus, and then he dove downward, unleashing his 10-finger gun. The velocity of his descent amplified the power of the attack as it rocketed toward Crocodile. 4 pillars sand spear, armament hockey enhanced. Crocodile moved his hands, causing the gravel beneath him to coalesce, and then he unleashed 4 sand spears, their tips enveloped in hockey, launching them with ferocity. Bang! Gabra's fingers fell like guns. But in an instant, they were pierced by the sand spears, which then impaled Gabra's chest. Hiss! Bolstered by hockey, the lethal force of the sand spears was dramatically amplified, swiftly piercing through Gabra's body. Gush! A torrent of blood erupted from Gabra's mouth as Crocodile dispersed the gravel, allowing Gabra to plummet to the ground as if in free fall. "I have heard you refer to yourselves as supermen. Is this truly the extent of your prowess?" Crocodile chuckled and said, "Gabra." Upon witnessing Gabra's defeat, Bruno instinctively took a step back and subsequently utilized his devil fruit powers to make a hasty retreat. "Running away?" Crocodile remarked, finding it all too easy to deal with these CP9 agents given his current strength. "Mr. One, handle him," Crocodile commanded. "Yes, Captain." Mr. One promptly advanced towards Gabra. Just as Mr. One reached out to seize Gabra, a silhouette of an air door materialized beside him. As Bruno executed his shave technique to forcibly extract Gabra, "Not on my watch." Crescent moon. Mr. One swiftly reacted, transforming his right leg into a blade and executing a sweeping kick that sent Bruno flying, subsequently grasping him to prevent any unforeseen incidents. "Oh, so you didn't escape after all?" Crocodile remarked upon seeing Bruno reappear, having been struck away by Mr. One. Thereafter, Crocodile once again summoned a colossal serpent to assault Bruno. "Open." Bruno immediately employed his powers and vanished from the spot. What a grotesque devil fruit. How did Luffy manage to defeat him back then? Indeed, iron is the source of all evil. Seeing his attack miss, Crocodile grew increasingly irritated and remarked, "Why doesn't this fool use an iron block to deflect my strike, allowing me to take him directly?" Subsequently, Mr. One carried Gabra back to Crocodile's side. "Let us return." Upon noticing that Bruno had not reappeared, Crocodile proceeded towards Dock 1. Sand and grit, somersaulting clouds. Crocodile manipulated a mass of sand to rise, allowing everyone to stand upon it, and then he commanded the sand to return. "The captain can fly," Ms. Golden Week exclaimed in astonishment. "I have only just learned this." and this is my first time carrying anyone. Crocodile replied while standing on the mound of sand. Why has Crocodile taken this CP9 member? Is he after some intelligence? Robin inquired. Pretty much. I want this guy to reveal the training methods for the Marine 6 powers, Crocodile stated candidly. Marine 6 powers? Robin responded with confusion, while Mr. 1 furrowed his brow, clearly lacking knowledge on the subject. The Marine 6 powers refer to 6 techniques: Saru, Tekai, Shurgan, Jeppo, Rankyaku, and Kamii. These will significantly enhance your strength, Crocodile explained. You've truly gone to great lengths, Mr. Crocodile, Robin remarked with a smile. I must learn this Marine 6 powers. Mr. 1 thought to himself. Damn it. Gabra has been captured. He knows a lot of intel. This is bad. Bruno reappeared at the site of the previous battle, observing Crocodile and the others as they departed, and then produced a secret communication snail from his possession. Khalifa, there's trouble, Bruno exclaimed after connecting the call. You best have a valid reason for contacting me at such a critical time. Khalifa's voice quickly emerged from the snail. There's been a major development. The Pluton blueprint is in the possession of that Frankie, Bruno declared. What are you waiting for? Capture him. Surely you managed to subdue him? Khalifa replied, startled. No. Frankie was defeated by someone else, and the Pluton blueprint has fallen into the hands of the former warlord Crocodile. Gabra and I attempted to retrieve it. But Gabra was also captured by Crocodile, Bruno said, his voice trailing off at the end. What? The Pluton blueprint is in Crocodile's hands? Are you certain it's the genuine blueprint? Khalifa pressed for clarification, realizing that if it were true, they could abandon their mission to focus on reclaiming the blueprint. It's likely genuine, but I cannot be sure, Bruno replied honestly, having neither seen the true blueprint nor witnessed Crocodile seize it from Frankie, rendering him unable to assess its authenticity. Chapter 39. Acquiring the 6 powers. Khalifa fell silent for a moment before instructing Bruno, continue to follow them. I will gather Lucci and the others. Though it is embarrassing to admit, I must say that combined, we may not stand a chance against Sir Crocodile, Bruno remarked, acknowledging the formidable opponent he faced. After all, he is a former warlord. I will consult with the superior officer. Khalifa hesitated before deciding. All right, I will continue my surveillance, Bruno affirmed, resuming his pursuit of Crocodile and his companions. Meanwhile, after ending her call with Bruno, Khalifa sought out Lucci and briefed him on the situation. Given that our adversary is the infamous Sir Crocodile, with a bounty of 500 million berries, it is no surprise that Bruno and Gabra were unable to defeat him. Furthermore, according to intelligence, Crocodile possesses a Logia-type devil fruit, making Bruno's misjudgment of his strength understandable, remarked the dove perched on Lucci's shoulder. However, I am the most powerful CP9 agent in 8 centuries, Lucci declared with confidence. Our objective is not to engage Crocodile but merely to retrieve the Pluton blueprint. This should not pose a challenge. After all, we are currently acting as shipwrights, he added, asserting that reclaiming the blueprint from Crocodile was within his capabilities. Lucci, should we consult with Commander Spandam about this matter? Khalifa inquired. What use is it to consult that fool? Lucci scoffed, turning away to prepare to board the sand crocodile while Crocodile was still absent. Hey, who are you? Miss Valentine's Day, floating above the sand crocodile, asked Lucci as he approached. I am the foreman from Dock 1, Lucci replied, his dove addressing Miss Valentine's Day. Oh, you must be looking for your coworker. He is still in the cabin, Miss Valentine's Day enlightened him, directing him to Kaku's location. Thank you, Lucci replied before heading towards the cabin. A dove can speak, Miss Valentine's Day remarked with slight astonishment. Indeed, the world is full of wonders, Bora commented from the side. This person feels rather odd, mister. Tu remarked as Lucci entered the cabin. Yo, Kaku, I've arrived too, Lucci said upon entering and spotting Kaku. Lucci, you made it, Kaku replied, momentarily startled as he was inspecting the integrity of the ship's construction, but quickly composed himself and acknowledged the Baroque works members nearby. The two feigned inspection of the ship, exchanging information while Mr. 5 listened in. They informed Mr. 5 that there were some issues with the ship that required repairs, and naturally, he allowed them to proceed with the maintenance. Meanwhile, Crocodile returned to the sand crocodile, holding the Pluton blueprint. Captain, you have returned, Miss Valentine's Day exclaimed as she descended upon seeing Crocodile's arrival. What is this? Mr. 3 asked upon noticing Mr. 1 carrying someone. A member of CP9, Miss Golden Week replied. Nothing untoward happened? Crocodile inquired of Mr. 3. No. It was just that the Correa company reported some wear and tear on the sand crocodile that requires repair, Mr. 3 answered. Oh, Where are they? Bring them here. Crocodile instructed Mr. 3, recognizing that since he had acquired the Pluton blueprint and CP9 was aware of it, he could also send Kaku, another CP9 member. A way to prevent any unforeseen complications. To Crocodile's surprise, Mr. 3 brought 2 individuals, and Lucci's presence immediately raised Crocodile's alertness, indicating that Bruno had likely informed them of the situation. Greetings, Captain Crocodile, the 2 said respectfully upon their arrival. Desert Blade, taking advantage of their unsuspecting state. Crocodile swiftly launched his attack, sending forth 2 blades of sand. Whoosh! The 2 individuals hurriedly evaded the oncoming sand blades, their faces reflecting confusion as they exclaimed, Captain, what are you doing? Observing Crocodile's actions, Mr. 2 and his companions swiftly encircled them. Stop pretending. You, CP9's Lucci and Kaku, cannot seize the Pluton blueprint. It would be wise to conserve your strength and leave the ship at once. Crocodile spoke directly to the 2 individuals, inquiring, CP9? Robin was taken aback, not expecting these 2 to belong to CP9. However, what puzzled her even more was how Crocodile had discerned their identities. Your intelligence network is indeed formidable. Upon realizing his cover was blown, Lucci ceased to feign ignorance. So, my identity has been revealed, has it? What shall we do next, Kaku? He asked. Kaku inquired of Lucci, do I really need to instruct you? Without further ado, Lucci transformed, his body sprouting the fur of a leopard. In an instant, he vanished from sight, launching an attack on Crocodile. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the celestial knight Shura, riding a colossal bird, intervened to block Lucci's assault. Humph. Chihai, do not lay a hand on our captain. Shura warned Lucci. How is it possible that you could anticipate my movements? Lucci was taken aback, astonished that this peculiar individual on the monstrous bird had managed to thwart him. It seems your training has been quite diligent lately, Shura. Crocodile remarked that the Shura, who initially possessed the ability of observation hockey, began to transition from eavesdropping on thoughts to sensing the surrounding aura under Crocodile's tutelage, which enabled him to pinpoint Luffy's location. Suddenly, the spear in Shura's hand erupted in flames, forcing Luffy to retreat. Human Demon Fist, Elegant Swan Dance. Mr. 2 swiftly engaged, delivering a kick aimed at Kaku. Iron Block. Kaku remained steadfast, absorbing Mr. 2's kick and sliding back several meters. With a graceful spin, Mr. 2 pressed the attack, twirling towards Kaku and executing a swift side kick. Whoosh! Kaku leapt into the air, evading the attack, and performed a grand backflip, delivering a gale foot, white thunder, a slicing strike aimed directly at Mr. 2. Candle Barrier. Observing the impending danger, Mr. 3 hurled a glob of candle wax, which solidified instantaneously, transforming into a curved barrier to shield Mr. 2. Boom. The slicing attack collided with the candle barrier, leaving a profound gash. These fellows possess considerable strength, Mr. 3 commented, noting that his candle had nearly the hardness of steel. Thorn Shot. Bora extended his hands, launching thorns towards Luffy, both hands thrusting forward simultaneously. Finger Gun. Luffy deftly dodged, retaliating with a finger gun that instantly pierced Bora's shoulder. Miss Finger. Witnessing Bora's injury, Mr. 1, his old partner, prepared to intervene but was halted by Crocodile. Your task is to keep an eye on your CP9 captive. The one capable of opening doors is still nearby, Crocodile remarked. Chapter 40. Departure from Judicial Island. Upon hearing this, Mr. 1 stood still, refraining from making a move, while the others surged forward. Impact. Shadley approached Lucci, raising his hand. Gale Kick. Seeing this, Lucci prepared to retaliate with a kick, but a sudden burst of force emanated from Shadley's hand, sending Lucci flying. What? Lucci exclaimed in astonishment as he stabilized himself mid-air using Moonwalk, realizing that the unremarkable individual before him could unleash such power. A feat he had painstakingly honed over the years with his Six-King Punch. I'll grab a couple of blades. Kaku, who was also suspended in the air, remarked to Lucci before diving downward. Jet Propel. Gazing at Kaku's aerial assault, Gadatz propelled himself upward with a burst from his feet, then unleashed a powerful punch toward Kaku. Shave. Kaku was not so easily struck. He executed Shave, vanishing from his position and reappearing behind Gadatz, delivering a kick that sent Gadatz crashing down. How embarrassing, Gadatz. Shura, mounted on the 3-meter bird, ascended and thrust a spear toward Kaku. Gale Kick Line. Noticing Shura's approach, Kaku concentrated the force of his kick into a sharp strike, launching it directly at Shura with precision. Bang! Shura attempted to block with his spear, but was still forced off the 3-meter bird, plummeting to the ground, where the bird swooped down to catch him. Fire! Mr. 5 commanded the cannon team to bombard the descending Kaku with cannonballs. Gale kick. Kaku executed a barrage of slashing kicks, intercepting all the cannonballs shot by Mr. 5. Bang! Just as Mr. 5 was fixated on the sky, a hole suddenly appeared in the thick smoke above, and Kaku materialized before him, delivering a powerful kick. Damn! Before Mr. 5 could react, he was sent flying by the strike. Candle adhesive. Mr. 3 launched a sticky substance toward Kaku, but Kaku vanished just in time. He reappeared among several crew members, swiftly dispatching them with a flurry of punches and kicks. Iron whip. With a flourish, Ohm sent forth a whip of iron clouds directed at Kaku. In response, Kaku leapt up to catch two fallen blades, using them to block Ohm's attack. Human demon fist. Exploding swan. Mr. 2 charged at Kaku, executing a spinning kick. But Kaku effortlessly parried with a blade, engaging in a brief exchange of force before retreating. Impact shell. Flame shell. Wind shell. A throng of crew members surged toward Kaku, who deftly defended and countered, knocking down one after another, yet he found himself beleaguered by the peculiar abilities of the shell-like attackers. How strange. Their power seemed derived from those shell-like objects. Kaku noted their combat techniques. Meanwhile, Lucci, having landed, was besieged by a multitude, including Deshawn, Shura, Shadley, and Gadatz, all attacking him simultaneously. Though Lucci faced 3 officials endowed with observation hockey, he managed to hold his ground. These fellows seemed capable of predicting my movements. Lucci frowned. The feeling of being anticipated in battle was exceedingly vexing. However, that large fellow appears oblivious. I shall deal with him first. After a moment's contemplation, Lucci resolved to eliminate Deshawn first. Full power punch. Deshawn relentlessly swung his fist at Lucci, wary of using his signature shell slash aboard the sand crocodile. Shave. Lucci activated Shave, darting about at high speed, then bending his index finger to unleash a rapid-fire thrust toward Deshawn's massive form, transforming him into Lucci's living target. Taking hits all over. Jet. Gadatz propelled himself toward Lucci, delivering a punch that sent him flying, providing Deshawn a brief respite. But after such an assault, Deshawn staggered and collapsed. Captain. Mr. 1, observing the struggle against Kaku and Lucci, once again addressed Crocodile. Are you prepared to take action? Do you believe you can defeat one of them? Crocodile surveyed Mr. 1 before responding. I'll give it a try. Mr. 1 replied to Crocodile. What is happening? Why are those pirates attacking Lucci and Foreman Kaku? The shipwrights from Carrera Company noticed the situation unfolding. Unified, they rallied together and charged toward the sand crocodile. Sandwall. Crocodile did not look back. Instead, he commanded the gravel to rise along the shore, forming a wall of sand to obstruct them. He then addressed Mr. 1, stating, What I require is your unequivocal answer. If you board and fail to defeat even one of them, I shall demand your departure from the ship. The captain, Ms. Golden Week, was taken aback upon hearing Crocodile's words. Mr. Crocodile, Mr. 1, and Robin also wished to counsel Crocodile, but were promptly interrupted by Mr. 1, who declared, I understand, Captain. I will prove my worth. Hearing this, Crocodile commanded the sands to swirl around Gabra, who was being carried by Mr. 1. Everyone, stand aside. This sword-wielding adversary is mine to confront, Mr. 1 declared as he strode forward. Mr. 2 glanced back at Mr. 1, clearly reluctant to yield. Let him come. As Crocodile issued his command, the crowd parted, turning to confront Lucci together. Who are you? Kaku inquired, noticing that only one opponent remained. I am Daz Bones, Mr. 1. The captain of the 1st Combat Squad of the Baroque Works. Mr. 1 proclaimed. Let me see how strong you truly are. Kaku chuckled, then charged directly at Mr. 1. With a swift slash, Mr. 1 transformed his hands into blades and lunged at Kaku. The clash of their blades created a powerful shockwave. A devil fruit user? Kaku remarked after their collision. I have consumed the dice fruit, enabling my entire body to become razor-sharp. Mr. 1 explained, launching a kick that transformed into a blade. Kaku quickly parried one of Mr. 1's strikes, blocking the incoming blow. Headbutt. Mr. 1 charged straight at Kaku. Iron block. Kaku responded instantly, absorbing the impact of Mr. 1's headbutt and being sent flying back. After executing a somersault in midair, he swiftly dashed toward Mr. 1. Storm slash. Kaku unleashed a series of slashes, each one aimed at Mr. 1. Mr. 1 advanced towards Kaku, deftly countering each strike with his own. Slash. Battleship. Mr. 1 closed in on Kaku, raising both arms to deliver a ferocious downward strike. With determination, Kaku raised his twin blades to block the heavy blow. Slash. Windmill. Following his attack, Mr. 1 performed a backflip, spinning his legs in a whirlwind motion aimed at Kaku. Chapter 41. Mr. One vs. Kaku Clang. Kaku defended against yet another strike, retreating slightly. Is Kaku really this weak? Crocodile furrowed his brows, pondering the fact that in the original narrative, Kaku should ostensibly possess greater strength than Mr. One, especially when compared to Zaro during this period. Yet it felt as though Mr. One was gaining the upper hand. I must take this seriously, Steelman, Kaku declared, seemingly testing his own might as he stepped back and addressed Mr. One. That would be best, Mr. One replied. For sword style, Kaku transformed his grip on the two blades, charging toward Mr. One. Has he changed his grip? Is it still the two-sword style? Mr. One remained poised, anticipating Kaku's assault. Four-sword style, reverse scale. As Kaku closed in, he unleashed both blades in a simultaneous strike. Mr. One raised his arms to block, but Kaku followed up with a powerful kick, launching a cutting attack. With a swift motion, Mr. One was caught off guard and sent flying several meters, eventually landing firmly on the deck. Foam daisy slash. Once stable, Mr. One propelled himself forward, both hands transformed into blades, attacking Kaku. Raging foot, spiral blade. Kaku leapt into the air, spinning rapidly and channeling his strength into a spiraling motion, his body coiling like a spring as he initiated an attack that surrounded him with slashing strikes. The clash of their weapons resonated. As Kaku's relentless onslaught rained down upon Mr. One, even steel would suffer injuries under such continuous assault. Kaku remarked, his slashes quickening in frequency. Impact. Mr. One, gathering his strength, unleashed a powerful slashing attack that was supposed to guarantee a knockout, only to have it shattered by Kaku's relentless strikes. Kaku lunged forward once more, his blades relentlessly descending, forcing Mr. One to separate his arms in defense as the onslaught continued unabated. The speed of Kaku's attacks created sparks upon impact. Hiss. Blood erupted as Mr. One's defenses crumbled, wounds appearing as he was propelled backward. Raging foot. Chaos. As Mr. One was sent reeling, Kaku soared into the air, executing a wide-ranging slashing maneuver with both feet, aiming directly at Mr. One. Mr. One, while airborne, managed to regain his balance, landing on the deck. He realized evasion was futile and rapidly swung his arms, now resembling blades, to parry Kaku's furious strikes. Whoosh. After successfully deflecting all the slashes, Mr. One exhaled deeply, while Kaku touched down gracefully. Come down and fight me, Mr. One challenged Kaku. Very well, Kaku replied, cracking his neck as both warriors leapt to the ground. Facing each other. Raging foot, surrounding slash. Kaku plunged one of his blades into the ground and began to spin rapidly. Cut him. Mr. One crouched into a stance, fists clenched before his chest, his defense once again bolstered. Whoosh. Kaku's rotation intensified, and cracks began to form on the blade. With a terrifying strike, the blade shattered, and the attack surged toward Mr. One at breakneck speed. Boom. The strike impacted Mr. One, causing him to shudder as a shockwave erupted. Crash. In the next instant, the attack pierced through Mr. One's body, cleaving the sand wall behind him in half. Puff. As the sand cascaded down, Mr. One suddenly collapsed, blood pouring from his mouth. Although he bore no external wounds, the internal damage was severe. Brother Mr. One. Ms. Golden Week cried out in alarm as she witnessed Mr. One fall. Mr. One. Get up. You are my chosen subordinate. Seeing this, Crocodile couldn't help but shout at Mr. One, momentarily disregarding his own image. After all, it was Mr. One. If he were to fall just like that, when would he ever find someone comparable to Diamond Jaws in his vicinity? A flaw has been exposed, Crocodile. At that moment, Bruno, who had been observing for a long time, decisively launched his attack. With the opening of the air gate, he unleashed a swift strike towards Crocodile. Get lost. Crocodile erupted in fury. At that moment, it was audacious for anyone to dare disturb him. In an instant, a single word, roll, escaped his lips, and with it, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, directed straight at Bruno. Momentarily entranced, Bruno found himself immobilized by this powerful presence. Almost immediately, he was pierced through by Crocodile's hockey-infused golden hook. Even Ms. Golden Week, who stood nearby, could not withstand this force. She was left momentarily stunned before collapsing. Robin fared no better, stumbling and landing unceremoniously on the deck. This was the embodiment of Conqueror's Haki. Crocodile was taken aback by his sudden display of Conqueror's Haki, realizing he could unleash such power in this situation. Indeed, the emergence of such abilities often occurs unexpectedly. As a traveler from another world, he too possessed this strength. I cannot succumb like this. I must follow this man and support him in ascending to the throne of the Pirate King. Mr. One rose once more from the ground, gazing at Kaku. Mr. Kaku, we are here to assist you. With the barrier of sand walls removed, the shipwrights from the Karela Company surged forward. Upon seeing Kaku engaged in battle with Mr. One, they hastened to provide their support. Do not interfere in this fight, you rabble. Sandstorm. A sandstorm materialized in Crocodile's palm, which he then unleashed upon the center of the crew from the Karela Company. The fierce whirlwind engulfed them, its terrifying suction drawing them away from the Sand Crocodile ship. Standing upright was futile. Kaku, indifferent to the fate of the Karela crew, plunged his final dagger into the ground. Just one more time would suffice. Kaku retrieved his blade, and his body began to whirl once more. Execution. Mr. One struck a pose, emanating an invisible aura. Storm step. Great round slash. Kaku spun even faster than before, concentrating his power before unleashing a strike far more formidable than the last. With all his might, Kaku aimed to take down Mr. One in a single blow. The fearsome slash approached Mr. One, who, sensing the impending force, suddenly shouted, "Move." With a fierce roar, Mr. One, initially immobilized in his execution stance, summoned his strength and grasped the oncoming attack. Mr. One unleashed a burst of energy, flinging the terrifying strike skyward, where it detonated in a spectacular explosion. What? Kaku was taken aback, astonished by the alteration in the trajectory of the strike. Chapter 42. Departure. Observing this scene, Crocodile chuckled, reminiscent of the time he witnessed Jozu alter Mihawk's flying slash with a single blow. Execution. Spiral slash. Mr. One transformed his arms into numerous blades, spinning rapidly as he charged at Kaku. Without his own weapons, Kaku attempted to counter Mr. One's advance with continuous storm steps, but Mr. One surged forward with unstoppable momentum, deflecting each of Kaku's strikes and closing in. Steel block. Kaku braced himself against Mr. One's assault, the spinning blades igniting sparks as they struck him. With a powerful shout, Mr. One propelled his arms, blood splattering from Kaku as he fell, utterly drained. Crocodile. I have taken him down. Mr. One shouted triumphantly before collapsing. Well done, Mr. One. As Mr. One fell, the sand beneath him rose, ensnaring him, while Crocodile manipulated the grains to draw him back aboard the ship. He then summoned the medical team to tend to Mr. One. Next, he turned his attention to Lucci, who, despite his formidable martial prowess, was forced to defend against the four gods and their numerical advantage. Robin, are you all right? Crocodile finally remembered Robin and Golden Week. Noticing that Golden Week had succumbed to unconsciousness, he chose to disregard her, reasoning that lying on the deck would not bring illness. I'm fine, Mr. Crocodile. You truly possess hidden depths, Robin replied with a smile. If you're well, strike at that fellow swiftly. We cannot linger too long. Upon hearing this, Crocodile immediately summoned Robin to lend her strength. Certainly, Mr. Crocodile. Robin responded, crossing her arms as she gazed at Lucci, who was besieged by the crowd. In the next moment, two hands suddenly sprouted from Lucci's head, obscuring his vision entirely. Instantly disoriented by the loss of sight, Lucci was caught off guard, allowing Shadley to seize the opportunity and deliver a powerful impact. Following this, Gaydaz took advantage of the moment, landing a decisive punch on Lucci's head, knocking him down, while Mr. 3 swiftly employed candle wax to immobilize him. Crocodile nodded slightly, acknowledging the truly grotesque nature of Nico Robin's devil fruit, which immediately turned the tide of battle. Upon witnessing Lucci ensnared by Mr. 3, Robin promptly relinquished her powers, allowing Lucci to regain his sight, though he found himself utterly immobilized. Indeed, pirates are despicable creatures, Lucci remarked to them. The CP organization is hardly praiseworthy either. Crocodile approached Lucci and said, Mr. 3, go and confine the remaining CP9 members. By the way, that horned fellow possesses the Sea Prism Stone. His abilities are rather peculiar. Turning to Lucci, Crocodile continued, Understood, Captain. Upon hearing this, Mr. 3 promptly set about ensnaring Bruno and the others with waxy adhesive. Crew, prepare to set sail immediately. Crocodile swiftly issued commands to the gathered individuals, for the judicial island lay nearby. Should the elders become aware that he had acquired the blueprint of the Pluton, an admiral would undoubtedly arrive in haste. Aye. The crowd responded promptly, and the Sand Crocodile set sail without delay. Alas, Khalifa gazed at the receding Sand Crocodile, realizing that returning to Judicial Island to report the situation would likely result in her demise. Crocodile, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The world government will not spare you upon discovering that you have taken the Pluton blueprint. Among the 4 members of CP9, only Lucci remained lucid, continuing to yell at Crocodile. Mr. 3, silence him. Crocodile gently tapped his ear and addressed Mr. 3, realizing that he was increasingly becoming more human, likely due to Crocodile's dominant consciousness gradually being overtaken by his own. Indeed, upon hearing this, Mr. 3 promptly sealed Lucci's mouth with candle wax. Ms. Goldenweek, have you awakened? Crocodile turned to Robin, who was standing on the second floor, and inquired, Not yet? Not yet, Mr. Crocodile, Robin replied, casting a glance at Ms. Goldenweek, who still had her eyes closed. Very well. Crocodile responded, Captain, Ms. Valentine's Day has unexpectedly arrived. What is the matter? Upon witnessing this, Crocodile hurriedly inquired and glanced around. I can now transform into a weight of 10,001 kilograms. Ms. Valentine's Day exclaimed excitedly to Crocodile, having just discovered her newfound ability to increase her weight dramatically. Crocodile, momentarily speechless, had initially thought the Navy was pursuing them. However, the fact that Ms. Valentine's Day could surpass her limits demonstrated her enhanced mastery over the devil fruit, prompting Crocodile to calmly commend her. Well done, continue your efforts. Strive for the awakening of your devil fruit. I have high hopes for you. Yes, Captain. Ms. Valentine's Day responded with enthusiasm, soaring back into the sky. Realizing that this kilogram increase was indeed a worthy reward for her consistent use of her powers. I too must strive harder. Mr. 5 muttered to himself. Inspired by his partner's progress, it seems there is no room for improvement with my mimicry fruit. Mr. 2 lamented helplessly. Who says that, Mr. 2? Crocodile turned to Mr. 2 and stated, Captain, do you know how to develop my abilities? Mr. 2 asked, pouting slightly. Of course I do, Crocodile replied confidently. Really? Mr. 2 exclaimed, rushing over. With the mimicry fruit, you are currently only able to imitate the appearance of others. However, what if you could also mimic their abilities? For instance, imitating my sand fruit powers or Ms. Valentine's Day's floating fruit abilities. If you can reach such a level, you would become one of the formidable forces upon the seas. Crocodile explained to Mr. 2. Is that possible? How did I not think of this? Mr. 2 pondered, his mind racing as he turned to retreat to his quarters for contemplation. Crocodile regarded Mr. 2 with an expression that suggested he was a promising pupil. Captain, what about me? Boa inquired, approaching Mr. 2 as soon as he received guidance. You well? Crocodile cast a glance at Bora, then fell into contemplation. Regarding the thorn fruit, you may now attempt to expel the thorns from your body, akin to the firing of a bullet, Crocodile instructed Bora. Once she achieves this milestone, the next step would be the awakening of the devil fruit, enabling her to assimilate surrounding objects. Understood, Captain, Bora exclaimed with joy, reflecting on Crocodile's profound wisdom as a mentor. Chapter 43. Interrogation on the vast and boundless sea. A solitary vessel resembling a crocodile navigated through the waves. Captain, the compass indicates an unknown direction, Ms. Valentine's Day said to Crocodile, glancing at the compass in her hand and then at the nautical chart. An uncharted island, perhaps? Crocodile inquired. It should be. To which Ms. Valentine's Day responded, It is not marked on the nautical chart. It is likely an uncharted island. It matters not. Let us visit the island and gather some magnetic energy, Crocodile replied to Ms. Valentine's Day. Very well. Ms. Valentine's Day acquiesced. Captain, shall we commence the interrogation? At that moment, Ms. Goldenweek approached with her inquiry. Over the past 2 days, Ms. Goldenweek had already employed her abilities to interrogate Lucci and his companions several times. However, true to their nature as agents of CP, their resolve remained unyielding. And not a single attempt had succeeded. Consequently, Crocodile had allowed them to go hungry for 2 days. Let us give it a try. If it proves futile, we shall continue to withhold sustenance. Crocodile addressed Ms. Goldenweek, expressing his lack of urgency regarding the 6 powers. Rather, he was more intent on subjugating these formidable fighters. Meanwhile, in their confinement, Luffy and the others found themselves in a dire predicament. Perhaps we should just surrender. I am utterly famished and unable to resort to seppuku. It is truly shameful, Gabra remarked to Luffy and the others. Be quiet, Luffy retorted, for the white dove emblem on him had been confiscated by Crocodile and his crew, leaving him with no choice but to speak candidly. Gabra, you are truly inept. Even if I were to starve, I would never divulge a single shred of information. Kaku mocked Gabra. What are you shouting about? Silence yourself. Gabra shouted back, wishing he could leap to slap Kaku had he not been bound. Enough of this noise. Given our current circumstances, it is prudent to conserve our strength. Bruno interjected. It appears you are all quite lively. At that moment, Crocodile approached the group. Crocodile, you might as well give up, Luffy declared defiantly. Ha ha, do not be so disheartened by the world government. Join my pirate crew and divulge the training methods of the Marine's 6 powers, and all will be well. Crocodile remarked to Lucci. Humph. Join you? Don't be ridiculous. Even if we were to join, we would betray you at any moment. Lucci responded to Crocodile. Such matters are inconsequential, should you dare. I would slay you on the spot. Crocodile said to Lucci, Miss Golden Week, it would be best to employ that dim-witted Gabra. Crocodile addressed Miss Golden Week, exclaiming, What did you say? I am the man of unwavering will. Gabra shouted in response. Ha ha ha, Gabra, even our enemies consider you to be rather dim-witted. Kaku quickly mocked Gabra. Hey, young lady, direct your attention to this long-nosed fellow beside me. He is utterly useless and will surely give in at once. Gabra remarked to Ms. Golden Week. I shall heed the captain's words, you dimwit. Ms. Golden Week retorted to Gabra, then proceeded to splatter Gabra with friendship paint. Now, my friend Gabra, swiftly divulged the information regarding the Marine 6 styles. Ms. Golden Week instructed Gabra once the pattern had formed. Ah, of course, my dear friend. Gabra replied. Indeed, quite dim-witted. Kaku commented, observing Gabra in silence. Just when Crocodile believed he had succeeded, Gabra suddenly changed his expression and declared, Who would tell you that? Another failure, Captain. Miss. Golden Week turned to Crocodile, noting the situation. No matter, we shall try again tomorrow, Crocodile said, gently patting Ms. Golden Week's head. I never would have guessed that you, a dim-witted fellow, possessed such strong will. Kaku remarked to Gabra. Shut your mouth. Gabra shot back at Kaku. Come along, Ms. Golden Week, it's time for a meal. Crocodile stated to Ms. Golden Week. Very well, Captain. She responded. As soon as Crocodile departed, Bruno suddenly spoke up, suggesting that if that owl fellow were present, he might have inadvertently revealed something by now. Indeed, that is quite possible, remarked Luffy. Those individuals couldn't possibly have already met their demise, could they? Gabra inquired. It's not out of the question, considering the mission has failed and the Pluton blueprints have fallen into Crocodile's hands, Luffy replied. Is our perseverance truly meaningful? Even if we survive, there's no way back, Kaku lamented. Be quiet. Are we to submit to the pirates? Moreover, we still hold some value to the government. As long as we can escape, there remains a chance to return, Luffy asserted. At that moment, Mr. 2 burst in, dancing and carrying food. Just as the others thought Crocodile had decided to treat them, Mr. 2 exclaimed, If you want to eat, hurry and reveal the techniques of that 6 styles. Otherwise, you'll only be able to watch me feast. After saying this, he began to eat right before their eyes. Seeing this, Luffy promptly shut his eyes, and the others followed suit. Suddenly, Luffy's stomach growled. Upon opening his eyes, he found all gazes fixed upon him, and his face flushed crimson. He then maintained a stern demeanor, asserting that it's a normal reaction. Just share the 6 styles. It shouldn't be a secret worth concealing, right? Mr. 2 asked, puzzled. Humph. Crocodile desires more than the 6 styles. He wants us to serve the pirates, and that is simply impossible. Absolutely impossible, Luffy declared resolutely. Well then, you can just watch me dine, Mr. 2 replied, swaying and dancing while enjoying his meal. For Luffy and the others, this was a torturous ordeal, not only because their stomachs were protesting, but also due to the rather unappealing nature of Mr. 2's appearance. Mr. Crocodile certainly has a peculiar sense of humor, Robin remarked on the deck upon hearing Mr. 2's song. Haha, as long as it compels them to speak, it's a splendid strategy. Clockter expressed his skepticism. By the way, have you managed to contact News King? He inquired of Robin. I have made the connection. It is likely that it will be published in tomorrow's newspaper. Robin replied to Clockter. Mr. Clockter, your scheme is truly brilliant. It has effectively dispelled their ambitions, Robin remarked with admiration. It is merely a matter of dissuading them from their unrealistic notions, Clockter stated. Chapter 44, The Mysterious Island. Meanwhile, ahead of the Sand Crocodile's route. An island that had been barren just a year ago now thrived with an abundance of wildlife. A towering Tyrannosaurus Rex, with eyes aglow in crimson, sprinted through the forest, sinking its teeth into a leopard that was frantically fleeing. In an instant, a shadow darted past, and the Tyrannosaurus vanished from sight. The scene shifted to reveal a colossal python, several meters in length, voraciously devouring its prey. As the camera zoomed in, the enormous foot of the Tyrannosaurus became visible at the edge of the python's mouth. Not long after the serpent consumed the dinosaur, its eyes turned a menacing red, igniting a frenzy of predation among the beasts of the forest, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust. After a brief interlude, the python, now drenched in blood, ceased its gnawings. Its abdomen grotesquely distended. Realizing it needed a safe space to digest, it began to slither away in search of refuge. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. as if something colossal was barreling across the ground. The python's eyes reflected an instinctual fear, propelling it to move with greater urgency. The camera panned upward to reveal a gigantic gorilla, akin to a titan, racing forward, undeterred by the trees and rocks that lay in its path. With a resounding thud, the gorilla spotted the gliding python and delivered a powerful punch, causing the serpent to burst asunder. It then opened its jaws wide and devoured a substantial portion of the python's body. Aha! Truly magnificent. A man with blue hair and a towel draped around his neck grinned sinisterly, glancing at his watch. The IQ duration is 11 minutes and 24 seconds. Damn gorilla. It dispatched the python so swiftly, I was hoping to see how much larger it could grow. Indigo, what is the situation? At that moment, a figure descended beside him. Inquiring. Captain Shiki, rest assured, there has been further progress, Indigo replied. Indeed, this figure was the Golden Lion, who had designated this island for his research on IQ. Well then, once we have made sufficient advancements, I shall elevate this wretched island and merge it with others, the Golden Lion informed Indigo. We will complete it soon. Have no worries, Indigo reassured him. Before that, let us witness a grand spectacle, Indigo continued, leading the Golden Lion to a nearby peak. Lord Shiki, your abilities are still required, Indigo remarked, eyeing the massive boulder obstructing the cave entrance. With a swift motion, Shiki raised his foot and unleashed a flurry of strikes, shattering the boulder before them, allowing both to enter. As Indigo stepped inside, lights illuminated the tunnel, and after a minute's walk, he arrived at a vast underground chamber, where extinct creatures were ensnared in iron chains, their eyes glowing red and their bodies colossal. Upon seeing Indigo, they became agitated, their roars echoing sharply. Silence! Shiki bellowed, unleashing a wave of haki that quelled the commotion among the captive beasts. Lord Shiki, this is one of the protagonists in the grand performance I mentioned. Indigo approached a massive cage in the center, within which a titanic creature slumbered. I shall name it Godzilla, a descendant of the ancient Tyrannosaurus bloodline. Indigo exclaimed with palpable excitement. It appears to be larger than the giants, the Golden Lion remarked, a smile spreading across his face. If each creature could attain such size, world domination would be within our grasp. Release it, and let it engage in battle with the gorilla. That is the grand spectacle I envision. Indigo urged the Golden Lion. Then I shall indulge in this intriguing performance for a while. The Golden Lion acquiesced. The two exited the cave, and shortly thereafter, a multitude of extinct creatures began to emerge from the cavern. Simultaneously, aboard the sand crocodile, Captain, an island has come into view. It appears to retain its primeval forest appearance, and the trees are exceptionally tall. Ms. Valentine's Day exclaimed as she hovered above, spotting the island. We are finally approaching the island. We've been waiting for so long, another crew member remarked. I've heard it's an uncharted island. Could we be the first to set foot here? As they drew nearer, the sand crocodile docked at the island shore. It resembles a quaint garden. Mr. 3 observed as he gazed at the untouched forest. The island is teeming with life. Remain vigilant. Clockter cautioned the crew. What is that tiger with such enormous teeth? Mr. 5 suddenly exclaimed, pointing in a specific direction. Crocodile, upon hearing Mr. 5's words, turned his gaze in the indicated direction. There, a tiger loomed, its upper fangs protruding like two elongated swords, fierce, crimson eyes glinting with menace, and a formidable physique reaching 3 meters in height and nearly 8 meters in length. Glaring intensely at them, while others remained oblivious, Crocodile recognized the creature. It was none other than the long-extinct saber-toothed tiger. With a roar, the saber-toothed tiger charged towards them. Filled with fury, Mr. 5, unfazed, casually launched a small projectile, a booger, with a flick of his finger. The minuscule object went unnoticed by the saber-toothed tiger, which failed to evade it, resulting in a direct hit. Upon contact, the booger detonated with a tremendous explosion, sending smoke billowing into the air. Before Mr. 5 could revel in his apparent success, the saber-toothed tiger, enraged, lunged at him. The initial strike had failed to inflict any significant harm, only serving to provoke the beast further. Seeking death, are we? Air bomb. Mr. 5 inhaled sharply and, as the saber-toothed tiger closed in, exhaled forcefully. Upon impact, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, far more powerful than before, launching the saber-toothed tiger into the air. Ha ha ha! A guillotine weighing 10,001 kilograms. At that moment, Ms. Valentine's Day descended from above, landing upon the airborne saber-toothed tiger and, following a brutal and bloody encounter, crushed its skull with a decisive blow. There's meat to be had, Ms. Christmas remarked. Build a fire. Let us not venture into the forest just yet, Something feels amiss, Crocodile instructed. Yes, Captain. The crew promptly began to kindle a fire, while some moved to dissect the saber-toothed tiger. In the depths of the forest, a massive white python, thicker than the one crushed by the gorilla, with blood-red eyes, fixated on the group. Have uninvited guests arrived? The golden lion remarked, having heard the explosions from deep within the woods. Shall we go take a look, Lord Shiki? Indigo inquired of the golden lion. Of course. The golden lion laughed heartily and then soared into the air, swiftly heading towards the sound of the explosions. After the flames were ignited by the crowd, an increasing number of crimson eyes glimmered in the jungle, each pair of blood-red eyes watching them intently. Captain, shall we not address this? Mr. One inquired of Crocodile, crossing his arms and gazing towards the jungle. Let us first satisfy our hunger. How can one act on an empty stomach? Crocodile replied, seated upon a stone, and naturally accepted a piece of meat handed to him by a subordinate, devouring it heartily. Ah ha ha ha, so it is you, little rascal. At that moment, a hearty laughter resonated through the sky. Crocodile looked up to see a man with golden hair cascading down to the ground, a ship's wheel affixed atop his head, two long swords strapped to his legs, and a cigar clenched between his teeth, laughing as he gazed down upon the crowd. That fellow is the golden lion Shiki. How could such a prominent figure be on this island? Panic ensued, but another voice reassured, fear not, Captain Crocodile is still present. Most of the crowd gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the individual, realizing he was one of the architects behind global warming. Upon witnessing the peculiar sight of a ship's helm inexplicably affixed to the head of the man in the sky, Crocodile instantly recognized him as the illustrious Shiki, the golden lion. To his astonishment, the renowned golden lion was indeed acquainted with him. Crocodile casually seized a nearby bottle of wine and hurled it towards the golden lion. You're quite the character, remarked Crocodile. The golden lion caught the bottle without hesitation, uncorked it, and took a hearty swig, allowing the wine to cascade down his cheek. You're quite bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid I might poison the drink? Crocodile chuckled. What a jest. Do you have any idea who I am? What poison could possibly fell me? The golden lion bellowed, before finishing the entire bottle in one go. Not bad, kid, he exclaimed, letting the empty bottle slip from his grasp, producing a crisp sound as it hit the floor. Now, let us get down to business. What brings you here? The golden lion inquired of Crocodile. The compass pointed this way, so here I am, Crocodile replied. Is that so? Do you know that this island belongs to me? The golden lion Shiki? With that declaration, a formidable force erupted from the golden lion, surging towards Crocodile and his crew. Goodness, what immense power, exclaimed one of the crew members. Fool, this is Conqueror's Haki. As the golden lion unleashed his aura, crew members around Crocodile were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming pressure, while those who could still stand shouted in alarm, culminating in Crocodile's explanation to the group. The Conqueror's Haki was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it had manifested. However, Crocodile noticed a brief moment of distraction from the golden lion, likely influenced by the ship's helm above. Is this the prowess of the elder generation of warriors? Merely standing there, and so many have been subdued. After the golden lion's Haki faded, Mr. Five struggled to rise, surveying the numerous fallen comrades around him. Robin, train these unconscious fools, it's quite disgraceful. Crocodile was aware that the strength of the golden lion had waned over time, yet he remained composed as he instructed Robin. Yes, Robin instinctively responded, perplexed that they were still mired in such trivial matters. Could it be that Crocodile harbored confidence in confronting a legendary powerhouse like the Golden Lion? Golden Lion, I am willing to overlook your past actions, and I sincerely hope you can engage in a calm discussion with me. Crocodile addressed the Golden Lion. It would be most advantageous if such an entity were to participate in the impending war atop the summit. Who do you think you are? The Golden Lion retorted, showing no respect whatsoever. Lion's roar. The Golden Lion extended a hand and grasped at the empty air above the ground. Suddenly, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The earth itself erupted, transforming into a lion's head-shaped mound of soil, which then roared and lunged toward Crocodile. Truly disrespectful, Golden Lion. Crocodile extended his hand, unleashing the awakened powers of his fruit as the lion's head approached him. In the next moment, the lion, once made of earth, began to transform into sand. With a powerful strike, Crocodile unleashed a devastating punch, causing the lion before him to disintegrate into a swirling tempest of yellow sand, scattering in all directions. Swiftly, a surge of yellow sand surged towards the golden lion, and at the moment of proximity, it coalesced into Crocodile's form. His golden hook enveloped in Haki as it lunged towards the golden lion. Clang! At that instant, The golden lion abruptly lifted its foot, the long sword concealed beneath it deflecting Crocodile's assault. Boom! The clash of hockey erupted, with two forces colliding violently, generating arcs of black lightning that illuminated the surroundings. A shockwave radiated from the epicenter of their confrontation. Golden Lion, your once formidable aura now seems to have dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self. Have you never considered removing that useless trinket from your head? Crocodile bellowed at Golden Lion, asserting that if the opportunity to seize power presented itself, a whelp like him would never have the audacity to flaunt before him. He further declared that even in his current state, he was not to be underestimated. Golden Lion responded with a furious roar, unleashing an even more formidable wave of Conqueror's hockey, sending Crocodile hurtling downwards with a single kick. With a resounding thud, Crocodile crashed to the ground, instantly dispersing into a cloud of sand. Subsequently, a vortex of sand coalesced before Mr. One and the others, reforming into Crocodile's corporeal form. He posed the question of what if he were to say that someone possessed the ability to heal him. Crocodile said to the Golden Lion, "Enough with the jesting. Young one." The Golden Lion, of course, did not believe him, for there simply existed no entity in the world capable of extracting such a thing. Crocodile's words not only failed to pique the interest of the Golden Lion, but instead provoked his ire. "Lion Shinchi!" The Golden Lion roared in fury, relentlessly wielding the long sword beneath his feet, unleashing formidable sword energy that enveloped Crocodile and his companions. Desert Lion Sphinx. As Crocodile raised his hand, countless grains of yellow sand were instantly propelled into the air, coalescing into a magnificent lion made of gravel. The lion charged towards the incoming slash, which relentlessly struck its form. Each blow inflicted considerable damage, yet the lion was swiftly replenished by the sand. "You tempestuous beast, I merely wish to engage in dialogue." From the lion's mouth, Crocodile suddenly unleashed his arm, manifesting the desert monster arm, enveloped in hockey, as he brought it crashing down upon the Golden Lion. Chapter 46. The Surgery Fruit, capable of removing the helm from your head. Bam! Crocodile's powerful fist struck the face of the Golden Lion, sending him plummeting downward. The immense force of the impact shattered the ground, creating a deep crater. "It has been quite some time since I last felt pain, young one." The voice of the Golden Lion echoed from the depths of the pit, and soon after, he rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Speak, young one. Who possesses the power to heal me?" The Golden Lion inquired, having calmed down and refrained from further attacking Crocodile. "The name of the new pirate is Trafalgar Law." Crocodile directly addressed the Golden Lion, inquiring about the newcomer. "Do tell." The Golden Lion settled cross-legged, and Crocodile joined him at his side. "What is going on? Has the battle come to a close?" The abruptness of the situation left Miss Valentine and her companion staring intently at the two, yet they dared not approach. "Hey, Shadley, quickly use your observation hockey to eavesdrop." Mr. Two expressed his curiosity to Shadley. "No, if we get caught, we might end up with a beating." Shadley raised his hand in refusal, choosing instead to remain seated on the curious balloon. A wielder of the surgery fruit, Crocodile then broached the subject of law with the Golden Lion. "That legendary devil fruit rumored to be worth 5 billion berries?" The Golden Lion asked Crocodile, clearly familiar with the fruit in question. "Indeed, the surgery fruit possesses unique abilities, such as extracting the helm from your head. If you desire it, keep an eye on this newcomer and seek him out." Crocodile remarked to the Golden Lion, "You speak as if it were so simple. Even if he finds me, how can I be assured of his genuine intent to heal me?" The Golden Lion retorted with derision. "What if he seizes the opportunity under the guise of treatment to strike against me? Would I not be sacrificing myself in vain, tarnishing my illustrious legacy in an instant?" "I possess a secret about him," Crocodile replied, "and this knowledge is sufficient for him to assist in your healing." Crocodile addressed the Golden Lion, stating that this was his bargaining chip. "What price must I pay? Speak and let me hear." The Golden Lion understood that a person like Crocodile would not offer assistance without a vested interest, so he promptly inquired, "I require your commitment." Crocodile disclosed his intentions to the Golden Lion. "Pray tell," inquired the Golden Lion, contemplating what demands Crocodile might present. "In due time, accompany me to the Navy headquarters." Crocodile spoke astonishingly. "Little brat, do you truly comprehend what you are uttering?" The Golden Lion's expression darkened, and he replied with displeasure. Fully aware that this individual would not present any favorable terms, yet the proposal seemed excessively outrageous. "Do not chuckle too much. I merely wish to take you to witness the demise of an old friend and create a ruckus there," Crocodile said with a smile. "An old friend? Are you referring to Sengoku or Garp, those two old coins nearing their end?" Upon hearing this, the The golden lion immediately thought of Garp and Sengoku. But upon seeing Crocodile shake his head, he pondered further. Could it be Zephyr? Neither of them. It is the man who once sailed alongside you, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. Crocodile spoke to the golden lion. What a joke. How could Whitebeard meet his end at the Navy headquarters? Is he akin to Roger? The golden lion's expression suddenly hardened, his aura radiating with ferocity. The death of Roger was a profound anguish in his life, an unbearable pain. Of course not. In due time, you shall understand, won't you? Crocodile gazed at the golden lion, awaiting his response. If I were to regain my former strength, accompanying you would not be out of the question. I could also settle the score with that band of scoundrels in the Navy. After pondering for a moment, the golden lion acquiesced. Then I shall reveal this secret to you. Crocodile recounted the long-standing feud between Law and Don Quixote da Flamingo to the golden lion, who subsequently departed with a sense of satisfaction. As he took his leave, the golden lion remarked to Crocodile that a splendid spectacle was on the horizon, and if time permitted, he should witness it here. With a resounding roar echoing across the entire island, the golden lion had barely stepped away when the thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A grand performance, indeed? Crocodile recalled the words of the golden lion and, with great interest, prepared himself for the spectacle. Hey, are you ready for the show? As he watched, a thought of his unfortunate crew crossed his mind, prompting him to call out. What kind of show? Is it a ballet performance? Mr. 2, gracefully dancing, approached Crocodile to inquire. Just watch, you flamboyant one, Mr. 1 replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. What grand performance awaits? Ms. Christmas looked around eagerly. Suddenly, a series of thundering footsteps echoed, causing the island to tremble as if in anticipation. The booming sounds continued, resembling the beating of drums. While simultaneously, a host of beasts, hidden in the forest, burst forth, racing towards Crocodile. It is your time to shine, Mr. 1. Crocodile addressed Mr. 1. Acknowledging the command with a resolute received, Captain. Mr. 1 took a few steps forward, then crouched down, transforming his feet into razor-sharp blades, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed as his hands morphed into lethal edges. Blade strike, destructive tornado. Mr. 1 charged towards a towering velociraptor, swiftly spinning his body, summoning a tempest that sent the creature soaring, landing battered and bruised. Beastman fist technique, explosive kick. Mr. 2 sprang into action, executing a side kick against a giant leopard, followed by a swift roll that brought his leg crashing down onto the beast's head. Kindle Champion Cup, plow fist. Clad in armor, Mr. 3 unleashed a barrage of punches upon an advancing gorilla, engaging in a fierce exchange. Yet the corporeal limitations of the gorilla proved insufficient against the formidable candle armor. It fell first. Double impact. Shadley somersaulted, appearing before a ferocious beast, extending his hands as 2 impact shells erupted, sending the creature flying. Jet punch. Gaeta accelerated with a spring, delivering a powerful blow to another beast, similarly incapacitating it. Flame spear. Ashura dove, piercing through the body of a beast, propelling it away with force. Iron cloud. Whip. Ohm's iron cloud trembled before launching forward, toppling a large group of adversaries. Thorn hedgehog roll. Bora's body erupted with thorns, rolling forward and relentlessly piercing through the bodies of surrounding beasts. 10,001 kilograms. Guillotine. Ms. Valentine's Day aimed at her target from the air, executing a drop that knocked it down. Boom. Mr. 5 pressed his body against a beast, resulting in a violent explosion that left the creature shrouded in smoke as it fell. As the cadre-level subordinates engaged, the beasts before them fell one after another, swiftly vanquished. With the commotion on the island escalating, countless trees were toppled, and Crocodile finally beheld the colossal creatures responsible for the uproar. A giant gorilla towered before him, alongside a T-Rex that surpassed the height of a typical gorilla. Crocodile noted with surprise that unlike most T-Rexes, which possessed diminutive arms, this one had limbs nearly comparable in size to the gorillas. What astonishingly massive beings. I've never encountered such a sight, Mr. 3 exclaimed, realizing he was familiar with giants and sea kings, yet never expected terrestrial creatures to reach such proportions. Do not be astounded. This is precisely why the golden lion resides on this island, Crocodile remarked to Mr. 3. Is this the work of the golden lion? How was this achieved? Robin inquired, gazing at the 2 gigantic beings before her. The golden lion has conducted research to enhance the DNA of a plant known as IQ into IQ, a substance that enables animals to grow to such immense sizes and become exceptionally ferocious, Crocodile elucidated. At the moment when Crocodile provided his explanation, King Kong had already engaged in combat with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, referred to as Godzilla by Indigo. With a resounding thud, King Kong charged forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to Godzilla's neck. The force of the blow caused Godzilla to stumble and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, King Kong leaped high into the air, arms raised, ready to bring down his fist with tremendous force. However, at that moment, Godzilla sprang back to his feet, and his enormous tail swept across, sending the descending King Kong flying. With a loud crash, King Kong struck the ground, causing the entire island to tremble violently, as if a dragon had turned in its lair, scattering rocks and broken timber in all directions. With a mighty roar, King Kong flipped over and stood upright, pounding his chest with his fists, the sound echoing like a war drum, shaking the heavens and the earth. Godzilla, not one to be outdone, let out a furious roar and charged towards King Kong, swinging his tail in a sweeping motion as he closed in. This time, however, King Kong was prepared. With his colossal hands, he grasped Godzilla's tail, and with a surge of muscular strength, he astonishingly swung Godzilla around. Godzilla was then hurled away, the trajectory of his flight aimed directly towards Crocodile and his companions. "Ah, it's coming this way," Miss Golden Week shouted as she observed the approaching Godzilla. "Captain, Mr. 3 exclaimed to Crocodile, expressing his concern about the impossibility of blocking such a massive creature. "Desert monster arm." Crocodile smiled at the corner of his mouth. And then several columns of sand shot into the sky, converging to form two enormous hands that directly caught the oncoming Godzilla, subsequently slamming him back down. After being thrown, Godzilla crashed to the ground and, after a moment of shaking his head, stood up, clearly unscathed by the assault. Kong looked at the dissipating giant hands with curiosity, yet he paid them little heed before charging at Godzilla with eyes ablaze. In his path, he seized a mountain peak to use as a weapon, hurling it towards Godzilla. Unfazed, Godzilla collided headfirst into the mountain, shattering it into fragments, and then charged straight at Kong. With a resounding thud, the two colossal figures collided. Kong fiercely grasped Godzilla's shoulders, preventing his advance. In response, Godzilla sank his teeth into Kong's arm, prompting Kong to retaliate with a powerful strike, smashing Godzilla's head into the ground, even causing some of his sharp teeth to fall out. The excruciating pain ignited the primal fury in both titans. Kong leaped onto Godzilla's back, unleashing a barrage of blows, while Godzilla, after enduring several hits, retaliated with a ferocious kick that sent Kong sprawling. Once on his feet again, Godzilla charged toward Kong, who had just regained his footing. With one swift claw, Godzilla struck Kong's face, but Kong, refusing to back down, launched a punch in return. Thus began a fierce exchange of blows between the two beasts. "I wager that Kong will triumph," Mr. 5 remarked to Ms. Valentine's Day, observing Kong's significantly larger arms in comparison to Godzilla's. Clearly, in this bout of boxing, Kong held the advantage. "What will you wager?" Ms. Valentine's Day inquired. 100,000 berries. Mr. 5 replied, well aware of Ms. Valentine's Day's affluent status. "Agreed." Ms. Valentine's Day responded without hesitation. "I, however, believe that the Tyrannosaurus Rex will emerge victorious." Crocodile spoke. "This Tyrannosaurus Rex resembles Godzilla. Traditionally, Godzilla would undoubtedly triumph over that diminutive creature." "Haha, Mr. 5. Be prepared with your funds, for the captain has declared that the bipedal beast shall prevail," Ms. Valentine's Day cheerfully remarked. "We'll see about that," Mr. 5 retorted defiantly, though his heart was already half resigned. Amidst the jungle, the battle between King Kong and Godzilla raged on. King Kong was the first to break the stalemate, delivering a powerful punch that sent Godzilla crashing to the ground. Without allowing Godzilla a moment to recover, he seized the tail of the colossal creature and began to swing it with great velocity. With a resounding thud, King Kong slammed Godzilla to the ground. Then, grasping Godzilla with one hand, he pounded his chest with the other, as if proclaiming his victory. "Aha, did you see that? King Kong has won." Mr. 5 exclaimed to Ms. Golden Week, who says King Kong has emerged victorious. Crocodile cast a glance at Mr. 5, followed by a subtle smile. Just when Mr. 5 presumed that Godzilla had some secret maneuver, a colossal blade of sand abruptly shot up from the ground, piercing directly through the chest of the diamond. An abundant flow of blood gushed forth from the wound. "Captain, you were cheating," Mr. 5 exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Crocodile. "Oh, this island is truly remarkable." A blade of sand suddenly emerges from the ground. Clockter feigned astonishment, his poor acting failing to convince anyone. "Indeed. What a remarkable island this is." "Ha ha ha," Ms. Valentine's Day echoed in agreement. "Roar. Godzilla would not let this opportunity slip by." He broke free from King Kong's grasp and lunged at him, sinking his teeth into Kong's neck and toppling him over. In response, the enraged Kong, sensing the presence of death, relentlessly pounded Godzilla, yet this time, Godzilla refused to relent until Kong, drained of blood, weakly let his arms fall. Oh, roar. The victor has been determined. Remember to pay up. Ms. Valentine's Day remarked to Mr. Five upon witnessing Kong's defeat. Where did that sand blade come from? Indigo questioned in bewilderment, gazing at the fallen Kong, perplexed by the sudden appearance of such a large sand blade. Do not make a fuss. The golden lion floated down from the sky and spoke. Chapter 48. The Advancing Godzilla. Master Shiki, how did it go with the intruders on the island? Indigo inquired upon seeing the golden lion return. Nothing. It was that little rascal Clockter. The golden lion replied while puffing on his cigar. What? That little rascal is so strong that even Master Shiki could not subdue him? Indigo exclaimed in astonishment. Humph, it is I who am weak. Unable to handle such a small fry. Shiki scoffed. I apologize, Master Shiki. Indigo quickly responded, realizing his mistake. It's fine, Indigo. I already have a plan to rid myself of this troublesome burden. The golden lion assured Indigo. Really? That is wonderful news. Indigo exclaimed joyfully, believing that if the helm could be removed, Master Shiki's strength would surely be restored significantly. For the time being. Halt all research and assist me alongside Scaridu in gathering information about a fellow named Telfagaro. I must know his whereabouts. The golden lion instructed Indigo. Is this person someone who can assist Master Shiki? Rest assured, Master Shiki, I will do everything in my power to locate him. Indigo vowed earnestly. The golden lion responded. With a stomp of his foot, the ground beneath him detached from the earth and began to float. Upon witnessing this, Indigo leapt onto it. And the golden lion carried him away from the island. Captain, that Godzilla seems to be charging toward us. Mr. Two exclaimed, fixated on Godzilla, who was indeed approaching their direction. Has he set his sights on us? Crocodile, stroking his golden hook, remarked with a smile, Captain. The crew members who were rendered unconscious by the golden lion are gradually regaining consciousness. Laura approached Crocodile and said, Very well, let us deal with this oblivious beast first. Ms. Valentine's, how long will it take for the compass to become fully charged? Crocodile recalled that the pointer's magnetic force needed adjustment, so he inquired with Ms. Valentine's Day. It should take a day. Ms. Valentine's Day replied to Crocodile. Very well, Crocodile responded. In the midst of the conversation, Godzilla had already arrived before the crowd. Yet he remained still, directing his gaze towards Crocodile. Crocodile tilted his head in confusion, but soon noticed that Godzilla's eyes had ceased to glow red. Godzilla let out a deafening roar, and just as Crocodile began to feel irritable and contemplated silencing him, Ms. Christmas spoke up, Captain. It seems this bipedal creature is attempting to communicate with you. What is he saying? Crocodile cast a glance at Christmas, only to realize that he possessed the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, seemingly capable of understanding the language of animals. He inquired, expressing his gratitude for being saved and his desire to accompany her. Ms. Christmas listened for a moment before translating, Accompany me? Crocodile was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that this Tyrannosaurus Rex would want to accompany him. Although he was tempted, he still addressed Ms. Christmas, instructing her to inform him that they were at sea and that he could not swim, thus advising him to remain here obediently. Understood, Captain. Ms. Christmas then conveyed Crocodile's message to him. Roar. Godzilla paused momentarily upon hearing this, and after a moment of contemplation, he began to stride towards the sand crocodile ship. What could this bipedal creature be planning with the sand crocodile? Mr. Two, observing Godzilla's advance towards the ship, swiftly dashed out, leaping into the air to land a kick upon Godzilla. With a resounding thud, Mr. Two's powerful strike caused a dent in Godzilla's outer skin, but almost immediately, Godzilla retaliated with a swipe of his claw, sending Mr. Two flying. Mr. Two. Ms. Valentine's Day floated over and caught him to prevent his fall to the ground. This fellow aims to board the ship directly? Crocodile observed his movements and speculated that such a large body boarding the sand crocodile ship seemed somewhat arduous. However, he appeared to be manipulating the sand, ready to act at any moment. If Godzilla dared to attack the sand crocodile, Crocodile would unhesitatingly deal with him. Yet, Godzilla soon altered his course, diving into the sea and subsequently resurfacing, letting out a roar. This time, Crocodile understood the general meaning without the need for translation from Godzilla. It seemed he was expressing his ability to swim. Captain, is he still a marine creature? Mr. Three exclaimed in astonishment. Could he be an amphibious sea beast? Robin speculated. Having a sea beast to tow the ship does sound advantageous, Mr. One remarked, noting that many powerful pirate crews often sought out sea beasts for such tasks. If that is the case, let us accept him, Crocodile declared, recognizing that with Godzilla's swimming capabilities, he could become an asset in battle. With such a massive physique, a collision in naval combat would surely create a substantial impact. Ms. Christmas, inform him that I can take him along, Crocodile instructed Ms. Christmas, who then conveyed this message to Godzilla. As they were to spend a day waiting for the pointer to indicate the next island, Crocodile announced a banquet. The beasts previously defeated by the crew were to serve as the feast, while Godzilla tore into the body of the giant. As for whether IQ would be an issue, Crocodile assured that cooked food posed no danger. Meanwhile, on Judicial Island, Spandam finally received news regarding Water City. How could such a thing occur? This is catastrophic, Spandam exclaimed. Drenched in cold sweat and filled with dread. Summoning his courage, he dialed his superior through the den mushy. Hello, Spandam. What is it? The voice of his superior came through once connected. A grave incident has occurred. The blueprints of the Pluton have been stolen by Crocodile, Spandam reported, but fell into an uneasy silence as no response came. Repeat that. What was taken? Came his superior's voice after a moment. It's true, the Pluton blueprints have been stolen, and 4 members of CP9 have been abducted, Spandam relayed, but before he could hear his superior's response, the call was abruptly disconnected. In Mariewa, Spandam's superior approached the 5 elders with trepidation. What is the matter? Inquired Jaeger Asada, leaning on his cane. It concerns the search for the Pluton blueprints in Water City. Crocodile has seized them, Spandam's superior stammered. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly growing tense. Crocodile, that scoundrel, truly thrives in chaos. The agriculture warlord, Shepherd X, remarked darkly. I previously advised that we should eliminate him swiftly, yet so much time has passed without resolution. The finance warlord, Izambaron V, Nejiru, added, his eyes glinting with ferocity behind his glasses. Should we dispatch CP0 to deal with this? It concerns the Pluton. We cannot afford to be careless, the law warlord, Topman Vacheli, inquired of the others. I believe we must take action ourselves. The environment warlord, Marcus Maz, asserted. Are we truly considering involving ourselves over a mere crocodile? What nonsense! Vacheli shouted in displeasure, reminding them of their esteemed positions as the highest leaders of the world government, acting only under the orders of Imsama. Do not underestimate Crocodile, who was once a warlord of the sea. Maz retorted with a scoff. Enough. Do any of you know Crocodile's current whereabouts? Let us first send CP0 to investigate. Sada replied, exasperated. I agree, Vacheli stated. I concur, Pitt added, his expression stoic. It is evidently impractical for us to intervene. Let CP0 handle it, Nejiru suggested to Maz. If anything goes awry, the responsibility lies with you, Maz remarked, remaining unmoved. Following the vote, CP0 was dispatched. There is one more matter, esteemed elders, Spandam's superior said, bustling in with a piece of paper. What now? Sada inquired, irritation evident in his voice. The News King has relayed information that former CP9 members, Lucci, Bruno, Kaku, and Gabra, have joined the Baroque works. Spandam's superior handed the paper to the 5 elders. Must I instruct you on how to handle this as well? Sada's ire intensified. Understood. I will contact Admiral Sengoku immediately. Spandam's superior stammered, sweat trickling down his face. Wait. Come here. Just as he was about to leave, Sada's voice halted him, causing the subordinate to turn back in terror. A creature with a spider's lower half and a bull's head glared menacingly at him, and Sada's voice emerged from within. Ah! Spandam's superior could only scream in terror as a sharp spider claw pierced his chest, blood trickling down and producing a hissing sound as smoke billowed forth. Sada withdrew his arm, returning to his original form, and turned to the remaining 4. Select a replacement for this incompetent fool, he commanded. As he spoke, Spandam's superior was reduced to a mere puddle of blood by an unknown toxin. After 2 days of rest, Crocodile had his subordinates forge tools capable of fitting Godzilla. What splendid weather we have today. Crocodile pushed open the door, and sunlight cascaded onto the sand alligator. Captain, as Crocodile stepped out, the individuals bustling on the deck greeted him enthusiastically. Crocodile, you have finally awoken. Your matters have been successfully attended to. Crocodile descended from the deck, and Robin approached, holding a newspaper in her hands. Oh, let me have a look. Crocodile, intrigued, reached out and took the newspaper from Robin's hands. After a brief glance, he found the information he sought. To his astonishment, A traitor had emerged from the CP organization, a group that the world government held in high esteem. Lucci, Kaku, Gabra, and Bruno had, just days prior, pilfered a world treasure in Water 7 and joined the Baroque works as subordinates of the former warlord, Crocodile. They are now all wanted. The assassin Rob Lucci carries a bounty of 170 million berries, the swift Kaku, a bounty of 70 million berries, the passerby Bruno, a bounty of 120 million berries, and the Iron Wolf Gabra, a bounty of 80 million berries. It seems that the bounties for Lucci and his companions are commensurate with their strength, while Bruno's may be attributed to his unique abilities. There is one more matter, Mr. Crocodile, Robin interjected once more. Speak. Crocodile inquired, this morning. The News King contacted me and provided intelligence that a former CP9 member escaped after being eliminated by the world government in Water City. It is rumored that he is hiding on an island known as Oka. Robin continued, Understood, I am aware. Crocodile addressed Robin, adding that she should inform them to prepare for departure. He expressed his desire to examine the nautical charts for the island's location and mentioned that he would first check on those individuals. Crocodile, with a smile gracing his lips as he clutched the newspaper, walked into the room where Lucci and the others were held, without looking back. Upon entering, Crocodile beheld Lucci and his companions lying feebly within. Crocodile, what brings you here again? Lucci uttered in a hoarse and frail tone, his eyes barely open. You are now being hunted by the Navy. Leave my ship, and you will face the relentless pursuit of both the Navy and the world government alone. This is your final opportunity. Crocodile cast the newspapers and their bounty notices before them. The damn Navy is indeed formidable, remarked Lucci after glancing at the contents of the paper. Haha, Kaku, did you see? The Navy acknowledges that my threat surpasses yours. Gabra chuckled as he addressed Kaku. The Navy truly lacks discernment, assigning such a high bounty to a worthless fellow like you. Kaku retorted with scorn. Yet here I am, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, higher than both of yours, Bruno interjected. It seems the world government has truly abandoned us, Lucci mused, his gaze fixed intently on Crocodile. So what is your answer? Crocodile gazed directly at Lucci and inquired, Given the current circumstances, it seems only natural to join you. Kaku was the first to respond. Humph. Are we about to embark on a new chapter in our lives? Gabra remarked with a cold snort. By the way, just a heads up. Your former CP9 comrades appear to be cornered by the Navy on a small island. What do you think? Shall we launch a grand offensive? A smile crept across Crocodile's face as he manipulated the yellow sand in his hand, swiftly eroding the waxen shackles binding Lucci and his companions. He then tossed the key for the sea stone handcuffs from Bruno's wrists. Chapter 50. The Baroque Works pirates set sail. With a clang, Bruno's shackles fell away, prompting the four to rise in unison. Before we engage in a grand endeavor, may we first indulge in a hearty meal? Bruno addressed Crocodile. Certainly. That is not an issue. Crocodile turned and led his four companions out. The Sand Crocodile had already set sail, and the deck was bustling with activity. Some were sharpening their blades, while others were loading ammunition, all preparing for the impending battle. Captain, are we ready to engage the Navy? I have polished my weapons to a brilliant shine. Upon seeing Crocodile, the crew was filled with excitement. Prepare provisions to nourish our new reinforcements as we brace for the forthcoming conflict. Crocodile addressed the group. Oh, have those four from the world government become our allies? Ms. Valentine's Day exclaimed in astonishment. Aha, Mariana has yet to make an appearance. Ms. Goldenweek sighed. With this, our ship gains considerable strength. Mr. Tu declared joyfully as he danced. As for food, it has long been prepared, Ms. Christmas remarked. As she spoke, a crew member emerged carrying a bountiful array of food, and the famished quartet indulged themselves heartily, devouring the provisions with great enthusiasm. Is it truly wise to consume so much? Mr. Four pondered, observing the four who had quickly ballooned in size, his own ample belly twisting with confusion. Life return. The four, having overeaten, took a deep breath and promptly spat out blood, their bodies rapidly slimming back to their original forms. What manner of ability is this, allowing such swift digestion of food? Mr. One's typically stoic visage revealed a hint of astonishment. It is one of the Navy's 6 techniques, life return. It enables the rapid conversion of food into energy. Crocodile elucidated to Mr. One, his voice resonating with vigor. Lucci rose, extending a handshake, as he remarked with emotion, Ms. Valentine's Day. How much longer until we reach the island? Crocodile inquired of Ms. Valentine's Day. With Godzilla exerting himself, we should arrive in no time. Ms. Valentine's Day estimated after considering Godzilla's speed. Excellent. Crocodile nodded slightly, then leaned against the sail and closed his eyes to rest. Gabra, noticing this, suddenly signaled to Lucci beside him. What do you intend to do? At that moment, the 4 divine officers stood directly in front of Crocodile, warily watching Lucci and his companions. They sensed Gabra's intention to launch a surprise attack on Crocodile through their mental network. Do not act foolishly, Gabra. Be cautious, or I shall take your life. Crocodile spoke calmly. Fool, not only is it impossible for us to defeat Crocodile, but do you think that even if we succeeded, the current situation allows us to return after completing the mission? Lucci glanced at Gabra, then sat cross-legged on his own. Understood, understood. Gabra sat beside Lucci, while Kaku and Bruno joined them. The 4 divine officers stood protectively around Crocodile, keeping a vigilant watch on Lucci and his group. Unnecessary. Mister. One coldly scoffed at the 4 divine officers, then walked straight to the bow to gaze ahead. The sand crocodile continued its journey, with Godzilla strenuously pulling the ship towards Oka Island. Will the Navy really arrive here? Let us have some water first, Khalifa. In a certain room. I'll hand a bowl of water to the bandaged Khalifa. Thank you. Thank you, Weichi. Khalifa gratefully accepted the water, reflecting on how she thought she was doomed when the world government annihilated Water City, only to discover that these 2 colleagues risked their lives to save her. Why would I just stand by and do nothing? Weichi exclaimed animatedly. Once Khalifa recovers for a while, we must leave this island, Al suggested. After a while, a sudden commotion erupted outside, prompting Owl to rush out to investigate. He quickly returned, looking frantic. Has the Navy arrived? Khalifa asked anxiously upon seeing their expressions. Yes. Several warships have been stationed at the harbor, and they are currently searching the island, Al informed her. The Navy is indeed swift, Weichi remarked helplessly. The group remained in the room, praying that the Navy would not discover their hiding place. Open the door. Capture the 3 criminals. Their prayers evidently went unanswered. As the Navy soon found their location, Weichi, take Khalifa. I will clear the way, Al said, bumping his fists together. You all run. I would just be a burden. Khalifa refused. Do not jest, Al replied, displeased, while Weichi hoisted Khalifa onto his back. Colonel, it appears this house is unoccupied. After shouting for a while with no response, the Navy officer turned to the colonel beside him. Break the door. With a loud bang, a cannonball struck the front door. Just as several Navy officers were about to enter, a figure darted out, sending them flying. As the Navy reacted and quickly converged, Al swiftly dispatched a few foot soldiers before engaging in a back-and-forth battle with a lieutenant. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Al's distraction, Weichi carried Khalifa and jumped out of the window to escape. Surrender, the lieutenant shouted, swinging his blade down, but Al, who had only intended to draw attention, quickly retreated and activated Moonwalk to flee, prompting the colonel to pursue him. Let us first look for any vessels along the coast, Weichi said, sprinting towards the island's edge with Khalifa on his back. CP9, where do you think you're running? Suddenly, a Navy officer clad in a justice coat appeared before the fleeing Owl, raising his arm, which was enveloped in dark hockey, and threw a powerful punch. Not good. Iron block. Owl attempted to evade but was struck in the abdomen. Instantly, his expression changed, and he coughed up blood, hurtling backward into a building. I want to let you escape twice, the Navy officer declared as he landed and cracked his neck. Vice Admiral Curl, the lieutenant exclaimed upon recognizing him. Ah. You go search for the other 2. I will take care of this one, Curl commanded. Understood, Vice Admiral Curl. The lieutenant responded before swiftly departing to find Khalifa and Weichi. Chapter 51, The Baroque Pirate Strike. I simply cannot comprehend why the Navy must intervene in dealing with traitors. Do they truly believe we have nothing better to do? Curl remarked as he approached Owl, who lay among the rubble, bloodied and battered. Why not just lie there and wait for death? Why waste my time? Curl scolded, somewhat irritated at Owl for getting back on his feet. He had initially thought it would be a simple task, but was frustrated that they had allowed them to escape in Water City and wasted so much time searching the vicinity. Who would willingly seek death? Owl retorted. Shave. Owl executed Shave, appearing before Curl. Beastly strike. Owl launched a fist towards Curl with his finger weapon. As Curl sensed the airflow from Owl's punch, he adeptly evaded it, gliding away as if it were mere paper. Do not think you are the only one with finger weapons. Using armament hockey, Curl struck with his finger weapon, piercing through Owl's defense and leaving a wound. Gale kick. Owl, reeling from the blow, swiftly delivered a powerful kick, sending a cutting wave toward Curl. Curl effortlessly deflected Owl's attack and used Shave to appear before him. Your gale kick is rather feeble, Curl exclaimed as he kicked out a shockwave that sent Owl flying. Iron block, Jade. Owl, propelled back, swiftly leaped off the ground, spinning rapidly in the air before utilizing Shave to change direction towards Curl. Just as he neared, he reinforced his entire body with Iron block and concentrated all his attacking force to strike Curl. Are you still struggling? Curl prepared to block Owl's attack with one hand. But the moment Owl made contact, Curl felt an immense force and quickly used both hands to intercept the high-speed spinning Owl. This is bad. Get airborne. The countenance of the Owl abruptly shifted, only to be sent soaring into the sky by a powerful kick from Curl. With relentless strikes, Curl unleashed a barrage of slicing waves that engulfed the Owl. Open the door. Suddenly, a hand materialized from the heavens, grasping the Owl, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. Curl, momentarily taken aback by the Owl's disappearance, was just about to investigate its whereabouts when his phone began to ring. Hello? Curl inquired. Not good. Vice Admiral Curl. The Baroque pirate crew has launched a surprise attack on our warships docked at the harbor. Vice Admiral Dalmatia is commanding the fleet to retaliate. But the Baroque pirates have breached our defenses and are engaging in close-quarters combat. Vice Admiral Dalmatia requests that you return your men for support. The frantic voice of a subordinate crackled through the receiver. Baroque? That scoundrel Crocodile has arrived? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Curl initiated a rapid sprint towards the docked vessels. 10 minutes earlier, at the port of Oka Island, 3 Navy warships adorned with seagull flags lay anchored. A sailor stationed at the lookout tower was scanning the surrounding waters with a telescope when his expression suddenly changed. Pointing in a certain direction, he shouted from the deck. Pirate ship. It's the Baroque pirate crew S. Sand Crocodile, heading this way. A man clad in a justice cloak, sporting the head of a spotted dog, turned to follow the sailor's gaze. Gradually, the silhouette of a ship emerged, drawing closer until the entire vessel came into view. The ship was drawn by a creature resembling a dinosaur, its prow embellished with a crocodile figure, and its sails bore the emblem of a golden hook and a skull marked with a prominent scar, reminiscent of the notorious pirate flag that flew high. Without a doubt, this ship belonged to the rising Baroque pirate crew led by Sand Crocodile. Why has Sand Crocodile appeared here? Could it be that he is nearby due to the recent events in Water City? Is it true that all the rumors are accurate? Is CP9 entirely infiltrated by him? Is he coming to rescue his crew? The sailors aboard the 3 warships quickly recognized the approach of the Sand Crocodile. They swiftly assumed combat positions, prepared to confront what they perceived as merely a pirate vessel. Vice Admiral Dalmatia, momentarily astonished, promptly reacted by commanding the ships to form a battle formation. The 3 warships began to maneuver, turning their cannons to aim at the impending Sand Crocodile. Captain, they VE spotted us. One sailor, gripping the ship's mast while soaring above, alerted Crocodile of the Navy's preparations. Bring me a telescope. Crocodile shouted at the members of the reconnaissance team, and soon someone handed him a telescope. Crocodile raised his telescope to observe 3 warships. After scrutinizing the decks, he discerned only one familiar face, a spotted dog figure. He recalled that this individual was a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, and thus posed a certain level of threat. As for the others, he had no recollection of them. They were mere supporting characters, best left to Mr. 1 and his crew. Mr. 5 readied the artillery for an assault. Crocodile addressed Mr. 5. Indeed, Captain. Mr. 5 promptly began to organize the cannon crew members to operate the artillery. First squad, second squad, engage the warship on the left. Mr. 3 and Shura, handle the warship on the right, and ensure your teams are prepared for close-quarters combat. Leave the vessel in the center to me. Crocodile addressed the crowd. Indeed, Captain. Instantly, everyone began to eagerly prepare, itching for a fierce assault on the Navy. You 4, go to the island and seek out your comrades. Crocodile cast a glance at the 4 members of Lucci's team and remarked, Are you not afraid that we might escape? Lucci chuckled and inquired, If you lack such resolve, even if I were to pursue you to the ends of the earth, I would still ensure your demise. Crocodile revealed a sinister smile and said, Humph. I hope you are still alive by the time we return. Lucci responded to Crocodile. Chapter 52. Boarding Battle. Bang, bang, bang. As they spoke, the Sand Crocodile had already entered the firing range of the naval warships, and cannonballs began to rain down upon the Sand Crocodile. Roar. Godzilla let out a furious roar upon hearing the commotion, but was quickly called back into the sea by Ms. Christmas to avoid any accidental harm. With a full charge. Strike shells. The members of the 4th Squad from Sky Island took the lead, with Deshaun unleashing his ultimate move, maneuvering 10 strike shells to intercept the incoming cannonballs. The other members of Sky Island followed suit, utilizing strike shells to shield against the cannon fire, advancing through the barrage. The naval warships, too, had entered the firing range of the sand crocodile. Fire, Mr. 5 commanded, and the sand crocodile began launching one cannonball after another at the naval vessels. However, the Navy was not to be underestimated. Most of the cannonballs were intercepted, with only a few striking the warships, causing minimal damage. The sea wind roared, and waves surged as the sand crocodile charged forward, colliding with the central warship. The deck shook as the Baroque Works pirates showcased their prowess, firing chains that latched onto the surrounding warships. Mr. 1 then leaped onto the chain, sliding across and launching an attack on the left warship. Pirates are coming. Stop him. The officer of the left warship immediately commanded the Marines to thwart Mr. 1's advance. Bullets and cannon fire relentlessly aimed at him. Flash. Mr. 1 transformed into a harbinger of destruction, braving the onslaught of cannon fire and bullets as he charged towards the left warship, eventually landing on the deck. Kill. The Marines shouted as they rushed towards Mr. 1, their weapons clashing against him, but they quickly realized their weapons were striking against steel. A devil fruit user. The seasoned Marines quickly grasped the situation, but it was of little consequence. With a swift spin, Mr. 1 unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent all weapons flying, his blade-like hands inflicting deep gashes upon the Marines. With Mr. 1 wreaking havoc aboard the warship, it provided an opportunity for others. Mr. 2 dashed forth, unleashing a series of flamboyant punches, followed closely by all members of the first and second teams, attacking the warship. Charge. Follow the captain's lead. The crew shouted as they surged forth towards the naval vessel. It's our turn to shine, Sanjuro. Shura mounted his steed and charged towards the right warship. Someone's flying over, shouted the Marines on the right warship. Shura, soaring through the air, unleashed his spear, the flame shell, sweeping through and sending a multitude of Marines flying. Following that, Gatas unleashed the wind shell, striking the naval warship with his wind fist, knocking several Marines aside. The Sky Island crew then launched clouds to form a cloud path, sliding directly towards the warship, with Mr. 3 leading the third squad into the fray. The cacophony of battle echoed loudly. Dalmesia, witnessing the Baroque Works pirates attacking the flanking warships, prepared to rally the Marines from his own warship for support. But then he noticed the yellow sand gradually accumulating on the deck. He had forgotten. Their trump card had yet to make an appearance, Crocodile. Dalmesia remarked as he observed the swirling yellow sand coalescing into Crocodile's form. Whoosh. Seizing the moment before Crocodile fully materialized, Dalmesia swiftly employed the shave technique, appearing before Crocodile and launching a finger pistol towards him. Boom. Just then, a golden hook shot out, clashing with Dalmesia's finger pistol. How rude, Rear Admiral. Crocodile's face formed from the yellow sand, a smile gracing his lips. Boom. The collision of their physical techniques sparked a fierce clash of hockey, unleashing black lightning that erupted around them. Your sins shall end at my hands, Dalmesia declared, his feet enveloped in hockey as he delivered a powerful kick. Crocodile swiftly reacted, manipulating a gust of yellow sand to block Dalmesia's attack. Don't be ridiculous. Is that all you've got? Do you have any idea who I am? Crocodile roared fiercely, and with a swift motion, his hand transformed into yellow sand, morphing into a colossal sandy fist aimed at Dalmesia. Do not underestimate the might of justice. Dalmesia retaliated with a powerful punch imbued with hockey, which, enhanced by the protective energy, successfully intercepted the gigantic sandy arm. Desert Treasure Blade. As Dalmesia engaged in a stalemate with Crocodile's sandy appendage, a sudden sand blade shot forth from beneath Crocodile's feet. With a resounding thud, the sand blade struck Dalmesia, sending him hurtling through the air. Dalmesia, the Vice Admiral. Onlookers among the Marines gasped in shock at Dalmesia being sent flying by Crocodile, and soon after, they charged towards Crocodile. Did he manage to deflect it with hockey? What a pity. Crocodile cast his gaze towards the soaring Dalmesia and exclaimed, whoosh. At that moment, a Marine clad in a cloak of justice swung his sword at Crocodile's figure. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he discovered that the ground where Crocodile had been struck erupted into yellow sand. Huh. Does he possess the ability of hockey? Crocodile let out a cold laugh, sensing the presence of hockey emanating from the Marine's blade. Consequently, he adeptly utilized his observation hockey to elementalize and evade the attack. Indeed, one should never underestimate others. A tempest of sand swirled within Crocodile's palm, and he subsequently pressed a hand against the abdomen of the Marine. Begone. In the next moment, a powerful sandstorm expanded, effortlessly hurling the Marine away, who then plunged headfirst into the sea. Colonel, hearing the exclamations of those nearby, Crocodile realized that he had struck down none other than a colonel. Those without the ability to use haki, step aside. He is not someone you can contend with. Dalmatia once again stood before Crocodile, unscathed save for a slight soiling of his garments. With Dalmatia's orders issued, only a handful remained encircling Crocodile. Is this meager assembly truly capable of confronting me? Crocodile counted, and, noticing there were only 7 individuals, arrogantly declared, then add me to the mix. At that moment, a voice resonated as Major Curl rushed down from the sky with remarkable speed, employing his moonwalk technique. Major Curl has arrived, exclaimed the soldiers, their excitement palpable. With 2 majors now in action, surely they could subdue Crocodile. The Marines, invigorated by Curl's appearance, felt their morale soar. We cannot be of assistance here. Let us support our comrades elsewhere. The other Marines, lacking the ability to harness armament haki, responded as they prepared to send the ships on the flanks for reinforcement. Marines, do not scatter. I had previously stated before my subordinates that I would handle all of you. Crocodile placed his hand upon the mast of the nearby warship. And in the next moment, the mast was swiftly eroded, transforming into golden sand that scattered into the air. Subsequently, Crocodile deftly manipulated the sand to obstruct the path of the approaching Marines seeking to offer assistance. Chapter 53. Duel with the Warship. Your opponent is us. Dalmatia charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at interrupting Crocodile's actions. Sandwall. Crocodile skillfully manipulated the sand, conjuring a formidable wall before him. As Dalmatia landed against this sandy barrier, the impact unleashed a cloud of yellow dust. However, Dalmatia soon realized something was amiss. The sand was inexplicably clinging to his hands, prompting him to swiftly distance himself from Crocodile. The obstructed soldiers drew their swords and unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon the sand wall, yet their efforts proved futile. As the sand slipped away before Crocodile, it revealed a disdainful smile upon his face. If you wish to be my adversary, at least send a vice admiral. With that, Kororo charged towards Crocodile. In response, Crocodile manipulated 2 swirling masses of yellow sand, transforming them into blades that shot towards Kororo, intending to impede his advance. However, just as the yellow sand was released, 2 Marines emerged, each blocking one of Crocodile's sand blades. Have you exposed a flaw, Crocodile? Kororo taunted, closing the distance between them. With his armament haki enveloping his right foot, he executed a swift kick aimed directly at Crocodile. What are you so smug about, Navy? Crocodile's golden hook swept forth, directly intercepting Curl's strike as the 2 forces clashed in a stalemate of armament. The remaining 5 armed Marines surged from both sides, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Crocodile. Sand pillar. At that moment, a column of sand erupted from beneath Crocodile's feet, encasing him and effectively blocking the 5 Marines along with Curl from advancing. Break through him, Curl shouted, and the 6 of them simultaneously exerted their strength, unleashing a formidable assault on the sand pillar. However, within the confines of that pillar, Crocodile had already transformed himself into swirling yellow sand and shot forth. As Curl and his companions shattered the sand pillar, they were met with the sight of Crocodile standing a short distance away, mockingly observing them. A Logia-type user is indeed formidable, Curl remarked, his gaze fixed sternly upon Crocodile. I am Sand Crocodile, and I am indeed powerful, Crocodile countered, raising his hand as the structures atop the battleship began to transform into yellow sand. How unexpected it is that after executing a single mission, the entire ship is rendered useless, Dalmatia remarked, watching helplessly as the vessel continued to succumb to the encroaching sand. If this continues, the entire ship will surely sink into the depths of the sea, Curl stated. Fortunately for Curl, Crocodile halted the sandification process after affecting only part of the ship. Desert Dragon, Chiefing Yulong. With that, Crocodile manipulated the yellow sand, which swirled and coalesced into a colossal sandy dragon, its head exuding an aura of majesty as it roared and charged towards Dalmatia and the others. Dalmatia summoned his strength, his arms bulging with veins, his cloak billowing behind him, and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. He met the sandy dragon with fists poised for combat. Dogtooth Wind Fist. As Dalmatia shouted, he attacked with the ferocity of a wild beast, his fist raining down upon the dragon. The sound of impact echoed as he struck, creating numerous dents in the sandy beast, until it ultimately exploded into a cloud of yellow sand. I warned you not to underestimate the power of justice. Dalmatia executed the moonwalk, launching himself into the air and landing before Crocodile. Raising his hand, a dark hue of haki enveloped his right fist. Right fist of destruction. Dalmatia unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Crocodile's face. The shock wave rushed forward, yet Crocodile remained remarkably composed, standing his ground. Just as Dalmatia's fist was about to connect, he suddenly froze mid-motion. Glancing down, he discovered a mass of yellow sand ensnaring one of his feet. Golden saber. Crocodile flicked his wrist, and as his arm transformed into sand, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of sand blades that struck Dalmatia's abdomen, sending him flying. Gale foot, falling leaves. Curel surged forward in succession, his feet slicing through the air, launching wave after wave of slashing attacks towards Crocodile. What significance does such an assault hold against a wielder of the natural element? Crocodile charged towards the heavens, waves of shock reverberating against his form, causing his body to shatter repeatedly, only to be swiftly restored. Golden hook slash. Crocodile swung his golden hook directly towards Kuel. Bang! Kuel immediately covered himself with his armed haki, effectively blocking Crocodile's golden hook. Whoosh! Following that, Kuel plunged straight down from the warship. Sand missile, Gatling. Proctor's body was enveloped in solidified grains of sand, which cascaded down like bullets from a machine gun. Suddenly, the falling curl suspended in midair, his form ethereal. As the sand bullets rained down, his body began to undergo a peculiar transformation. Every part of him shifted in accordance with the trajectory of the sand projectiles, skillfully evading each and every one. The sand monster's arm. Crocodile conjured a colossal sand monstrosity, even more formidable than before, and expended a considerable amount of his haki to envelop the sand creature's arm in an armament coating, launching it directly towards Kuel. Whoosh! Upon witnessing this, a marine swiftly executed a shave technique, arriving beside Kuel, seizing him, and then utilizing the shave once more to teleport outside the range of Crocodile's impending strike. With a resounding crash, Crocodile's fist descended upon the warship, instantly piercing through the deck. The sand-infused punch surged forth, nearly perforating the entire vessel, unleashing shockwaves and vibrations that sent numerous sailors tumbling. As Crocodile fell onto the deck, before he could utter another word, Dalmatia suddenly appeared before him with astonishing speed. So swift that even his observation haki failed to perceive the movement, and delivered a powerful punch to Crocodile's face, sending him flying. Crocodile crashed directly onto the deck, rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening. Well done, Admiral Dalmatia. Truly worthy of the title, Admiral Dalmatia. Upon witnessing Crocodile finally sustain an injury, the Navy aboard the ship erupted with excitement. Bravo, Admiral of the Navy. Crocodile extended his hand, a minuscule sandstorm materializing in his palm, rapidly whirling and accumulating power. He would demonstrate to them the consequences of inciting his wrath. Sandstorm. As Crocodile hurled the swirling tempest from his hand, the nearest deck shattered in an instant, its fragments consumed by the cyclone, while hapless sailors were swept up, their bodies spinning within the storm. Chapter 54. Departing with Grace. This is dire. The rotation of the sandstorm intensified, its pull and destructive force growing ever stronger. Even Admiral Dalmatia found it challenging to withstand, the very deck beneath his feet crumbling under the strain. Humph! Upon witnessing the imminent destruction of the warship, Crocodile let out a cold snort, transforming into swirling yellow sand. In the next moment, he appeared on the warship where Mr. One and his companions were located. Perhaps due to the fact that the ship belonged to the main fleet of Dalmatia, there were no formidable adversaries aboard. Under the leadership of Mr. One and Mr. Two, the first and second teams launched their assaults, bringing the battle to a close. Foaming daisy slash. Mr. One executed a decisive strike, sending the remaining Navy officers flying, who then converged around Crocodile. Captain, we have defeated the detestable Navy, Mr. Two reported as he approached Crocodile. Well done, everyone, Crocodile casually praised. It is all thanks to the captain. The members of the first and second squads immediately chimed in. Tone it down, pirates. At this moment, Dalmatia and a few others retreated aboard the warship with the remnants of the Navy, while the original vessel was left with only a portion still afloat. Admiral, you would do well to remain aside for now. Attend to your wounded soldiers, and perhaps some may yet survive, Crocodile advised as he lit a cigar. Damn it! Kurlaz exclaimed, ready for another fight, only to be restrained by Dalmatia. Admiral Kurlaz, first safeguard our subordinates, Dalmatia remarked, surveying the battlefield strewn with casualties and the struggling sailors on the waves. He understood that, given their current strength, they could not hope to subdue Crocodile, and the remaining sailors would fare no better against the Baroque Works crew. Continuing the battle would only lead to futile losses. Suddenly, a portal of air materialized beside Crocodile. So sluggish in your movements? Crocodile cast a glance and remarked, as silhouettes of Lucci and others gradually emerged from the air gate. Searching for Khalifa has cost us some time, Lucci responded. Let us depart. We have achieved our objective. We must take the injured and the deceased with us. Crocodile glanced at Dalmatia before turning to leave. Meanwhile, another warship fell under the relentless assault of the 4 Shichibukai, forcing everyone to retreat back to the Sand Crocodile. Dalmatia, Vice Admiral, this time there will be consequences, Curl remarked, observing the departing Sand Crocodile. Consequences? What we should consider is how to explain this to the families of the fallen soldiers. This time, it is our negligence, Dalmatia said in a somber tone. On board the Sand Crocodile, Khalifa and the Owl were taken away by the medical team for treatment. I can't believe you would agree to become a pirate, Wade exclaimed incredulously, standing beside Lucci. Life is but a single thread. One must live to uphold one's ideals, Lucci retorted with a dismissive grunt. As for you, I heard the world government initially bore no blame towards you. It was your decision to rescue Khalifa that brought about the reckoning, Lucci remarked to Wade. After all these years, how could we simply stand by and watch Khalifa be erased? Wade replied. Hey, you lot, come here. Crocodile shouted at Lucci and the others, indicating that he was no longer playing around. He intended for these individuals to teach Mr. 1 and the others the Navy's 6 styles. What of it? Seeing Crocodile's displeased demeanor, Gabra's attitude swiftly soured as well. From this moment forth, you are to train the crew aboard the ship in the Navy's 6 styles. Crocodile, reclining with a cigar, addressed Lucci, asserting that their dedication was not exclusive, and their learning would ultimately depend on their own initiative. Indeed, he affirmed. Presently, not only were they studying hockey aboard the ship, but they had also commenced training in the Marine 6 styles. At Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had received reports from Dalmatia, informing him that Crocodile had attacked a Navy warship and rescued a member of CP-9. Rubbing his temples, he was soon interrupted by Tsuru, who remarked on Crocodile's persistent restlessness. The 3 warships had been completely destroyed, and the casualties among the Navy personnel were severe. Recovery would take considerable time. Sengoku convened a meeting to reiterate Crocodile's threat level. Given the current surge of piracy, the Marine headquarters is already short-staffed. And now we have this predicament, he lamented. If only I had been dispatched to hunt down Crocodile back then, we wouldn't be facing such complications now. In the room, Akainu, with his legs crossed, expressed his displeasure to Sengoku. What is the point of dwelling on this now, when Red-Haired and Whitebeard were in contact? There was no way you could have recalled me from the New World, Sengoku replied. Tsuru added, the reasons behind Crocodile's sudden departure remain a mystery. The world government truly is incompetent, having nurtured a cadre of traitors. If the design of the Pluton has fallen into Crocodile's hands, who knows what chaos may ensue? Carp chuckled while munching on sabe. Just listen quietly, Carp, Sengoku chided, glaring at the laughing figure. All right. Carp quickly stifled his laughter. Tsuru, do you think we should raise Crocodile's bounty? Sengoku pondered, somewhat exasperated. Absolutely. Not just him, but all the capable members of the Baroque works must have their bounties increased to alert the world to the dangers posed by this pirate crew, Tsuru asserted. Understood, Tsuru. Sengoku acknowledged her suggestion, preparing to discuss the bounties after the meeting. Akainu, you should also attend the meeting when the time comes, Sengoku instructed. I have no time for such matters, Akainu retorted, standing up and leaving the room. By the way, Carp, what has happened to your grandson lately? He seems to have gone quiet, Sengoku remarked with newfound boldness once Akainu had departed. Isn't it good that that little rascal Luffy is laying low? It spares you all the headaches, Carp replied nonchalantly. True enough, Sengoku conceded. Just then, the transponder snail on the table rang, and upon answering, Sengoku's expression darkened as he turned to Carp. You were right, Carp. That rascal of a grandson of yours has attacked a branch. Nanny, that little imp Luffy is so audacious? Carp exclaimed in astonishment, before bursting into hearty laughter. What a worthy grandson I have. Carp. Sengoku glared at the carefree Carp, seething with frustration. The sea is becoming increasingly tumultuous, he lamented, shaking his head. Chapter 55. The sudden arrival of Doflamingo days later. Sunlight gleamed on the deck as Crocodile observed the crew training rigorously, nodding in satisfaction. Captain, the Navy has raised your bounty. Mr. 3 approached Crocodile, holding a newspaper. Let me take a look. Crocodile extended his hand to take the newspaper from Mr. 3. Upon glancing at it, he discovered that it reported their recent exploits in attacking the Navy on Oka Island. Ah, it seems your bounties have also been elevated, he remarked. Upon reviewing the information, Crocodile realized that not only had his bounty escalated from 500 million to 800 million berries, but the bounties of Mr. 1 and his companions had also risen significantly. For the first time, the 4 heavenly knights received their bounties as well. The bounty for the assassin Mr. 1 stood at 90 million berries, while the cross-dresser Mr. 2 was valued at 45 million berries. The sculptor Mr. 3 had a bounty of 30 million berries. The celestial knight Azura was marked at 66 million berries, Shadley at 43 million berries, Om at 47 million berries, and Gadatz at 32 million berries. Furthermore, Crocodile noted that there was additional information regarding the small pirate crew encountered in Alabasta. Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses and gestured towards the lower right corner as he spoke. Hearing this, Crocodile glanced over and indeed found it to be the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon closer inspection, he realized they had invaded the Navy's G8 base and caused quite a commotion before retreating unharmed. Was this storyline unchanged? Observing the newspaper's mention of the G8 base, it mirrored the events that unfolded after the Straw Hats descended from Skypiea. No need to concern myself with them. They are merely insignificant characters. Crocodile chuckled as he surveyed the newspaper, declaring that in this world, the protagonist should be none other than himself, Crocodile. Suddenly, an explosion erupted on the ship, causing Crocodile to leap to his feet, suspecting an enemy attack. However, he soon discovered that the source of the commotion was Mr. 5. What on earth are you doing? Mr. 5? Crocodile frowned, perplexed by this individual's antics. You startled me. I thought we were under siege. Mr. 2 remarked. The resounding blast from Mr. 5 had drawn the attention of everyone aboard the ship, who emerged to investigate. I was just holding a cup, placing it on the table when it suddenly exploded, Mr. 5 exclaimed with an innocent expression, utterly baffled by the turn of events. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Mr. 5 pondered for a moment and then inquired. Could it be that you have the ability to imbue the powers of the devil fruit onto other objects? Is that true? Mr. 5 exclaimed with joy. A pirate beside him casually handed him a dagger. Mr. 5 took it and subsequently unleashed his ability. Boom. Suddenly, the dagger in Mr. 5's hand exploded. Nanny. Has it truly succeeded? From the smoke of the explosion, Mr. 5's astonished voice emerged, realizing that he had indeed caused the object in his hand to detonate. Mr. 5, give this a try. Crocodile emanated a cloud of yellow sand and subsequently hurled the barrel towards Mr. 5. Very well. Mr. 5 nodded and once again exerted his powers upon the barrel. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no sign of an explosion. It seems it doesn't work. Mr. 5 scratched his head and remarked. Thereafter, Crocodile instructed his subordinate to provide Mr. 5 with a dagger. This time, the explosion was successful, leading Crocodile to conclude that Mr. 5's abilities could only be applied to small objects. Larger items like barrels were beyond his control. With more practice, you will eventually be able to exert your powers on larger objects. Furthermore, you must learn to regulate the explosions. It is essential to manage the detonation after applying your abilities. Crocodile addressed Mr. 5. Very well, Captain. Mr. 5 nodded, and the crowd dispersed in a flurry. Ha! Sand Crocodile. It has been quite a while. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Crocodile looked up to see a figure perched upon the main mast. Ms. Valentine, who had been floating alongside, was startled and immediately fixed her gaze warily on the newcomer. Crocodile recognized the individual as the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo, the heavenly Yiksha. Is that the flame bird? Crocodile responded. That fellow is the Shichibukai, Doflamingo. Lucci also recognized Doflamingo's presence. How did he come to be here? It seems he knows the captain. The Shichibukai, isn't that on par with the captain? As the identity of the visitor was unveiled, murmurs of speculation arose among the crowd, each person growing increasingly alert. Ms. Valentine quickly floated towards Crocodile. What brings you here? Traveling all the way from Dressrosa. Crocodile chuckled softly and remarked, Ah, come forth to dispose of a worthless being. I have been searching for you for quite some time, having heard you were in the vicinity. Doflamingo leaped gracefully and landed directly before Crocodile. My ship is not open to just anyone, but if you seek to become one of my subordinates, I might graciously make an exception for you. Crocodile, leaning on his golden hook, took a puff from his cigar and said, Ha ha, you insufferable reptile. You remain as difficult to converse with as ever. Let us discuss a partnership. Doflamingo extended his arms, inviting Crocodile. Cooperate. You are not worthy to collaborate with me. Crocodile responded directly, acknowledging that Doflamingo possesses considerable strength. However, he finds no advantage in collaborating with him. How arrogant. Doflamingo raised his hand as if to do nothing. Yet in the next moment, Crocodile's gaze shifted downward, and his entire head was severed by Doflamingo. The desert sword. Calmly, Crocodile raised his gaze to meet Doflamingo's. And in an instant, one of his hands transformed into sand, coalescing into a blade that shot towards Doflamingo. 5 colored threads. Doflamingo assumed a claw-like posture with one hand. And from his fingertips emerged 5 white threads. With a swift flick of his wrist, the threads lashed out, effortlessly deflecting Crocodile's assault. Observing the confrontation, Mr. One's feet morphed into blades, propelling him towards Doflamingo. Do not act impulsively, Mr. One. Doflamingo's other hand subtly moved, causing the swiftly advancing Mr. One to come to an abrupt halt. What is this? Threads? Mr. One pondered, gazing at the fine lines that ensnared him. Attempting to break free by transforming his entire body into blades, he soon discovered that his blades could not sever Doflamingo's threads. Mr. One, what are you doing? Mr. Two inquired, perplexed by Mr. One's sudden immobility. Be cautious. I am ensnared by threads. Mr. One shouted. However, Mr. Two charged towards Doflamingo alone, executing a spinning kick. Just as Mr. Two was about to strike, Mr. One reacted swiftly, intercepting the kick with a precise movement of his own foot. Mr. One, what are you doing? Mr. Two's face contorted with frustration. I am losing control of my body. It must be the doing of this warlord. Keep your distance. Mr. One warned Mr. Two, who promptly retreated several meters away. Chapter 56. Ace and Blackbeard, you truly are audacious, Doflamingo. Crocodile struck directly, his hand transforming into numerous blades of sand, all enveloped in hockey. With a sweeping motion, he severed the fine threads adorning Mr. One, who then dissipated into yellow sand, swiftly materializing behind Don Quixote Doflamingo, his golden hook descending. Bang! Doflamingo quickly pivoted, raising his hand to deflect the descending hook. Following the clash of hockey, Crocodile retreated, while the liberated Mr. One executed a sweeping strike. Doflamingo, with a swift kick, countered Mr. One's attack, sending him hurtling through the air. Snot bomb. Mr. Five flicked his finger, launching a projectile of mucus towards Doflamingo. An explosion ensued, and amidst the smoke, Doflamingo charged toward Mr. Five. Be careful. Candle barrier. Mr. Three conjured a viscous candle substance, erecting a barrier before Mr. Five. In the next moment, beams of light pierced through the barrier, shattering it as Doflamingo broke through. Six Kings Gun. Lucci utilized the shave technique to appear before Doflamingo, instantly transforming into his beast form to deliver his most potent strike. Oh, is this not a former CP agent? Doflamingo remarked nonchalantly, recognizing Lucci's identity amidst the onslaught. Whoosh! Doflamingo vanished in an instant, evading Lucci's shockwave attack. Sand Monster's arm. Crocodile unleashed his observation hockey, directly ensnaring Doflamingo before charging forth. With one hand, he concentrated an immense quantity of yellow sand, forming a colossal hand that descended upon Doflamingo. Bang! Doflamingo raised his hand to block, only to be sent flying backward. Crocodile, you have grown stronger than ever. Crocodile's strike did not inflict any substantial harm on Doflamingo, who landed gracefully, maintaining a calm demeanor. If you wish to continue, he remarked, I would not hesitate to end your life here. Crocodile landed, and, after exhaling a puff of smoke, threatened, ha, I certainly do not wish to provoke you into becoming an adversary. Doflamingo then ascended into the air, soaring away amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. Mr. Crocodile certainly has many enemies, Robin remarked with a smile as she observed Doflamingo's departure. If this fellow truly intends to make a move, I cannot guarantee the safety of those around me. Crocodile addressed Robin, then turned to Mr. One, bidding him to learn hockey as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would remain helpless, as they had been today. Understood, Captain. Mr. One replied from the ground before rising to his feet. This message was equally directed at the others, emphasizing the necessity of hockey for survival in the New World. Crocodile surveyed his surroundings, reiterating the importance of hockey. Yes, the group responded. The arrival of Doflamingo was merely a minor interruption. The sand crocodile continued its voyage, and the crew diligently trained. Meanwhile, on a small island, Blackbeard was preparing to move to the next island with his 4 core members, the Devil Sheriff Lafitte, the Fighting Champion Basis, the Sound Manipulator Van Qua, and the Grim Reaper Q. Hey, wait a minute, Teach. I've been looking for you for ages. A voice called out. Ha, ISNT that Captain Ace. The distinct laughter echoed through the streets as Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, looked up at Ace standing atop a towering roof, gazing down at him. Don't call me Captain. That title is reserved for those deserving of respect. Ace scoffed. You're a captain now too, Marshal D. Teach, leader of the Blackbeard pirates. Ace retorted disdainfully. It's been quite a while since we last met, Captain Ace. Teach exclaimed with a grin, filled with reminiscence. Enough of the pleasantries, Teach. You've lived far too long not to be aware of the current situation. Ace asserted. Captain Ace, would you consider joining my crew? I have plans to dominate the seas. The era of Whitebeard has ended. I shall become the Pirate King, Teach proclaimed confidently. Crocodile, the man who has recently resurfaced, will be my trophy for the world government. He believed that with the changes in the storyline, Luffy had not gone through the Enies lobby incident, leaving Crocodile as his target. As far as he knew, Crocodile was a Logia-type user, and the dark fruit was a natural counter to such powers. He was certain he could claim Crocodile as head. Stop joking, Teach. This is where it ends for you, Ace declared. Just as he spoke, a loud bang rang out as Van Qua shot Ace in the head, igniting a fierce battle. Fire gun. Ace crouched and unleashed a barrage of flames towards Van Qua, who swiftly dodged. Haha. Basis lifted an entire building and hurled it at Ace. Flame pillar. Ace waved his hand, summoning a pillar of fire that obliterated the building in a fiery blaze. You are no match for him. Do not act recklessly, Blackbeard warned his crew. Taking advantage of Blackbeard's distraction, Ace unleashed a fiery punch, sending several of them sprawling. Basis and the others stood unharmed, but Teach, as captain, found himself rolling on the ground, engulfed in flames. When Teach finally extinguished the flames and looked up, he saw Ace approaching through the fire, his expression stoic. I see now, Ace. You truly wish to kill me. Teach rose, taunting Ace further, knowing that killing a crewmate was a grave sin. Sachi's death was unavoidable. He possessed the devil fruit I desired. According to our ship's code, whoever obtains a devil fruit owns it. But it was the fruit of my dreams. Teach's voice took on a frenzied edge. So you killed Sachi? Ace's face hardened, veins bulging on his forehead. It was fate's choice, Ace. Teach replied, extending his hand as a dark mist began to emanate from his palm, enveloping his entire body. Your body is fire, while mine is darkness. I cannot be defeated by you. This is the most ferocious power in the world, the dark fruit. You will soon witness its true might, Teach declared with a sinister grin. Chapter 57. A fateful confrontation as darkness enveloped the land. Blackbeard's crew fled in panic. Then allow me to witness it, Ace scoffed. Blackbeard clenched his fist, pulling the dark mist back towards him, which quickly spread like a tide of darkness, engulfing the entire town. The townspeople, sensing the impending doom, fled to safety just in time. Darkness is gravity. It can absorb and devour all power. I won't attack you just yet. Observe the fate of this town, Blackbeard shouted, pressing his hand to the ground and calling forth a dark void. Instantly, the black water seemed to respond to his command, swiftly being absorbed. Not just the water, but every object, carts, buildings was shattered and consumed by the dark tide. Within mere seconds, the once vibrant town was reduced to desolation. Release. Before Ace could comment, Blackbeard unleashed another wave of darkness, releasing the remnants of all the absorbed debris, which crashed together to form a heap of ruins. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed at the sight before him, but soon noticed several glowing orbs surrounding him. Firefly. Fire Damo. Blackbeard's expression shifted as the glowing dots multiplied, with Ace lifting his glowing hands. As Ace spoke, the flames ignited, and with a resounding explosion, the glowing orbs erupted into flames, engulfing Blackbeard. Blackbeard fell to the ground, rolling and screaming in agony. Watching Blackbeard writhe in pain, Ace puzzled over the situation. Logia users should be able to elementalize and evade such attacks easily, shouldn't they? But soon, he saw Blackbeard engulfed in flames, only to rise again, explaining, darkness can devour everything, including objects and elemental energy, even the pain inflicted upon me, which is multiplied tenfold. But for this price, I can still absorb one more thing. As he spoke, Blackbeard cast a cunning glance at Ace and extended his hand toward him. Dark water. Blackbeard's palm erupted with darkness, swirling ominously. And Ace suddenly felt an overwhelming gravitational force pulling him in, rendering him unable to elementalize as Blackbeard seized his arm. Ace gazed incredulously at the hand that seized his arm. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding thud echoed as Blackbeard delivered a powerful punch to Ace's abdomen, causing him to be flung backward in a graceful arc. He crashed into the ruins previously unleashed by Blackbeard, blood spilling from his mouth. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, Ace was astonished to find that he could not transform into his elemental form in that fleeting moment. This is what I meant, Ace. The moment I make contact with your body, I can absorb your abilities, rendering you unable to elementalize, Blackbeard declared. His dark hand raised in triumph as he looked down upon the injured Ace. I have acquired the power that instills fear in all devil fruit users, whether they belong to the Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia categories. Humph, as long as I do not let you touch me, I shall be fine, Ace retorted, rising defiantly to face Blackbeard. Then let us see if you can withstand it, Ace. Blackbeard raised his hand once more, and Ace immediately felt that overwhelming pull, drawing him toward Blackbeard once again. Divine fire, unknown flame. Prepared this time, Ace conjured flames from his hands and, just before contact, hurled the flames forward. The flames transformed into a fiery spear that pierced through Blackbeard's body. However, to Ace's astonishment, Blackbeard endured the pain and retaliated with a vicious blow to Ace's neck, sending him flying once more. Such a troublesome ability, teach. Ace clutched his neck, blood gushing forth, his expression turning grave, while Blackbeard absorbed the flames enveloping him. Crossfire. Ace crossed his index fingers, forming a cross, and unleashed a beam of light aimed at Blackbeard, followed by a torrent of flames. Blackbeard's eyes glinted with malice as darkness erupted forth. The two engaged in an intense clash, flames erupting and powerful strikes demolishing everything in their vicinity. Mountains crumbling under the onslaught. After a fierce exchange, both Blackbeard and Ace were left panting heavily. In the face of darkness, all is futile, even for you, Ace. Blackbeard taunted, observing Ace struggle to maintain his stance. But I find myself increasingly regretting your fate, Ace. Join me as my comrade. He extended his hand, mimicking Whitebeard's gesture. In response, Ace rose to his feet, bloodied yet smiling defiantly at Blackbeard. If I were to submit to power, it would render me less than a man. I will never allow regret to stain my life, understand? Fool. Blackbeard, with a hint of disappointment, replied, in this world, survival is victory. Such a shame, Ace. Embrace the darkness of death. As Blackbeard's words faded, an overwhelming darkness surged forth, enveloping half the sky. Great flame ring. Flame Emperor. Ace summoned his strength, drawing forth endless flames that spiraled beneath him, culminating in a massive fireball that resembled the sun, resting in his palm. Light and dark collided before they even officially clashed. Who would prevail, the sun or the darkness? Only one could emerge victorious. Ace tilted his body slightly and whispered, I only support Whitebeard as king. With that declaration, both warriors unleashed their most formidable attacks, and in an instant, light and darkness collided, creating a breathtaking spectacle on the island. It was unclear how long the struggle lasted before both forces dissipated upon the island. It is over. Lafitte spun his staff, announcing the conclusion. What an intense battle, Basis remarked, observing the fallen Ace and Blackbeard at the center of the island. Ha ha ha, even the captain has succumbed. Poison Q approached Blackbeard, offering him an apple, while Van Clo hoisted Ace onto his shoulders, bringing him to safety. Chapter 58, Sabaody Archipelago. On the vast, boundless sea, a pirate ship adorned with the black skull and golden hook flag sailed through the waters. Crocodile was leisurely perusing a newspaper while smoking a cigar, when suddenly, the phone bug on him began to ring. Upon retrieving it, Crocodile connected the device and beheld the telephone insect transformed into the visage of a golden lion. Golden lion. Have you located Luo? Crocodile inquired. Not long ago, I encountered that fellow at sea, but regrettably, his abilities were rather peculiar, allowing him to escape. However, I have received word that he is soon to appear in the Sabaody Archipelago. I intend to capture him there. And you should be arriving at the Sabaody Archipelago as well. As part of our collaboration, I would appreciate your assistance in apprehending him. The voice of the golden lion resonated through the transponder snail. Haha, it is truly astonishing that with your prowess, he managed to slip away. Crocodile expressed his surprise, stating, feel free to mock my words if you wish. The golden lion replied, rest assured, I shall soon arrive at the Sabaody Archipelago. Crocodile addressed the golden lion, expressing his eagerness to meet with Luo. By assisting the golden lion in capturing Luo, he could also secure a favor in return. Excellent. We shall rendezvous at the Sabaody Archipelago, replied the golden lion, abruptly ending the conversation as if he had suddenly hung up a phone. Once the call was terminated, Crocodile turned to Ms. Valentine's Day, who was hovering in the sky, and inquired about the duration until their arrival at the Sabaody Archipelago. Upon hearing Crocodile's question, Ms. Valentine's Day gracefully descended from the heavens and responded, it should still take several days. Very well. Expedite our journey and locate a specific individual on the island. Crocodile addressed Ms. Valentine's Day. Yes, Captain. Ms. Valentine's Day responded, subsequently floating onto Godzilla, standing atop his head. Godzilla, swim faster. The captain urged. We must hasten to the Sabaody archipelago. Godzilla, having grown familiar with the crew and now comprehending some human speech, roared in response to Ms. Valentine's Day's words and began to swim with renewed vigor. That must be Crocodile's vessel. Meanwhile, not far from the Sand Crocodile, several masked members of CP-0 observed the ship navigating ahead. It seems they are bound for the Sabaody archipelago. Should we take immediate action? We have not received authorization to engage. Let us report to our superiors and await their response. After deliberating, CP-0 proceeded to inform the 5 elders of Crocodile's movements. At the 5 elders' headquarters, one remarked, Crocodile is nearing the Sabaody archipelago. How shall we proceed? If he reaches the New World, tracking him down will become considerably more challenging. After concluding the call, Satan inquired of the others, since the destination is the Sabaody archipelago, let us dispatch the Navy to clean up their mess. Who is in favor? Who is against? Satan posed to the group. Ultimately, a consensus was reached, and he contacted Sengoku to convey the situation. Days later, Crocodile arrived at the Sabaody archipelago as anticipated. During this time, he learned of the Straw Hat crew's exploits, particularly that Moria had, as in the original narrative, been defeated by the Straw Hats. This time, however, the news was not suppressed as before, but rather spread across the seas. Luffy was directly offered a bounty of 350 million berries, while Zoro's bounty exceeded 100 million, except for Robin, who had not boarded. The remaining crew members remained consistent with the original storyline. Captain, that Straw Hat kid actually defeated Moria. Mr. 3 exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? Does that guy possess strength comparable to Crocodile's? Robin chuckled. Humph, do not dare to compare that waste of space Moria with me. Crocodile let out a cold snort and declared, Captain, we have arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. The Sand Crocodile, under the crew's command, docked at the harbor of the archipelago. Disembark, Robin, and distribute the printed bounty notice for Trafalgar to everyone. Once all have disembarked, find him for me, Crocodile remarked. And then Robin began to distribute the printed bounty notices among the crew. Is there something particularly noteworthy about this fellow? Since the captain has given the directive, let us all be vigilant in locating him. Indeed, with a sense of purpose, the crew descended from the ship, eagerly embarking on their quest to seek out Trafalgar. Robin, come with me. Crocodile cast a glance at Robin and informed her of his intention to seek out Rayleigh on the island. Robin followed closely behind Crocodile, and before long, they arrived at a tavern known as Knocking on Bamboo Creek. The tavern's door swung open as Crocodile stepped in, with Robin following suit. Such swiftness. They reached this place with remarkable speed, Sand Crocodile. Upon noticing Crocodile's entrance, Shaki remarked, it has been quite some time, Crocodile. Crocodile entered and made his way directly to the bar, taking a seat. Would you like to drink? Shaki inquired. I am here to find someone, he replied. Crocodile glanced at Shaki and remarked, however, the payment must be sufficient. Shaki directed her gaze toward the smoke and uttered, the Dark King, Rayleigh. Crocodile said to Shaki. And upon hearing this, Shaki's expression shifted as she replied, how could I possibly know where that guy is? Crocodile chuckled. Don't deceive me, Shaki. Just tell me the truth. Otherwise, if I were to tear this place apart, he would surely make an appearance, wouldn't he? Crocodile menacingly declared, you have become more arrogant than in your youth, brat. Shachi's expression darkened, but before he could respond, a voice emerged from behind Crocodile. Turning around, he beheld the formidable figure of Rayleigh, the Dark King, casually striding and wearing slippers. The Dark King Rayleigh. Crocodile gazed at Rayleigh, taking a calm puff from his cigar. Is this the infamous Dark King Rayleigh? Robin observed the scruffy figure before her, astonished that this was the legendary right hand of the king. Do you intend to make a move against me, kid? Rayleigh strode purposefully towards Crocodile, one hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Humph. I had no intention of engaging in a fierce battle with an old monster like you. I merely wished to convey some information regarding Roger. Crocodile addressed Rayleigh, urging him to speak. Upon hearing the name Roger, Rayleigh patiently awaited the continuation. The son of Roger is to be publicly executed by the Navy. Crocodile addressed Rayleigh. Enough with the jesting, you little brat. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's expression shifted dramatically as a terrifying aura erupted forth. Chapter 59. The Convergence of Three Parties. Believe it or not, Rayleigh, you shall soon find out. Crocodile shielded Robin behind him and spoke. Rayleigh, remain calm. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh retracted his formidable conqueror's haki. I have indeed received some intelligence. The Navy has recently apprehended a significant figure. Shaki conveyed to Rayleigh, her extensive network of information enabling her to acquire such news in advance. A fact that did not astonish Crocodile. That must be it. Considering the timeline, it seems about right, Crocodile remarked. Even if a public execution were to occur, this old frame of mind would be powerless. Rayleigh shook his head with a sense of resignation and said, what if we informed Shanks? Surely, if he were to learn of Roger's son facing execution, he would not remain uninvolved. Crocodile remarked that in the original narrative, Shanks participated in the event without knowing that Ace was Roger's child. If he had been aware, he would have had even less reason to abstain. However, that is of little consequence. Do not underestimate the might of the Navy headquarters. Rayleigh shook his head, asserting that with his current strength, he could only contend with a single Marine admiral. What if we consider the vast power of Whitebeard? Crocodile continued. Impossible. How could Whitebeard ever come to the aid of Roger's child? Rayleigh furrowed his brow, his voice rising in pitch. No, it is indeed possible. Shucky interjected, taking a drag from her cigarette, and continued under Rayleigh's puzzled gaze. If Roger's child were to join the Whitebeard pirates, given Whitebeard's character, he would certainly intervene, even against the Navy headquarters. Very astute. Portgas D. Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division, is none other than Roger's son. The surname Portgas should not be unfamiliar to you. Crocodile let out a sound of appreciation, then explained that Robin was in a state of shock, wondering where Crocodile had obtained such information. It should have been obvious. After all, Portgas was the surname of Nico. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh finally grasped the situation, for it is uncommon for an ordinary person to pay particular attention to someone's surname. The general perception of Ace in the outside world was merely as the second-in-command of Whitebeard, the Fire Fist. Kid, why are you revealing this to us? What are your intentions? Rayleigh had little faith that Crocodile would divulge such information without ulterior motives. I simply do not wish for anyone to benefit from this situation. Besides, he is the Pirate King's pirate. It would be a tragedy for him to perish at the hands of the Navy. Crocodile remarked, at that time, I shall also make my way to Marineford. Should you require it, I can offer you a ride. Crocodile remarked to Rayleigh, Humph, young one, if this matter proves true, I owe you a favor. Rayleigh replied to Crocodile, Haha, let us discuss it when the time comes. Crocodile left a din mushy for Rayleigh and then departed with Robin. Mr. Crocodile, how do you possess such knowledge? Robin inquired, expressing her bewilderment after exiting the tavern. Crocodile cast a glance at Robin, aware that she had posed this question numerous times before. Thus, he nonchalantly replied that there exists a power known as foresight. Can such a thing truly be accomplished? Robin gazed at Crocodile with an expression of skepticism. Of course, it is indeed possible. On Fishman Island, among the illustrious generals under Big Mom's command, there are individuals endowed with the ability to foresee the future. Crocodile addressed Robin, who was filled with skepticism. Just then, the transponder snail on Crocodile's person began to ring. Upon answering, it transformed into the visage of Lucci. We have located Trafalgar. Lucci informed Crocodile. Found him? Where is he? Crocodile inquired of Lucci, concealed within a dwelling. Shall we take the initiative to subdue him? Lucci replied, Do not act rashly. You are unaware of his capabilities. Crocodile resolutely declined. Understood. Lucci responded, and then, drawing upon years of stealthy experience, began to surveil Law alongside Kaku and the others. Let us proceed, Robin. Crocodile addressed Robin before proceeding towards the location indicated by Lucci. Simultaneously, Mr. One and others gathered towards Robin's direction. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion, Captain Shiki, was being hailed by Indigo as he rushed towards him. What is it? Inquired the Golden Lion, seated majestically while puffing on his cigar. Crocodile has reported that he has located Trafalgar Law. Indigo responded. Ha, found him, has he? This time, he shall not escape so easily. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, and under Indigo's guidance, maneuvered the island towards Law's position. As two forces converged upon Law, it was unexpectedly revealed that the Navy was also making significant moves, with Admiral Aquino landing on Sabaody Archipelago. In a certain inner sea of Sabaody Archipelago, a warship sailed forth, bearing a man clad in a dark red suit. A naval cap atop his head, black leather gloves adorning his hands, and a Navy admiral's coat draped over his shoulders. Standing imposingly with his arms crossed at the front of the ship. That man is Admiral Aquino, Sakazuki. Why on earth is such a figure here? Exclaimed a pirate upon spotting the admiral. So many pirates have gathered here? What is the station Navy doing? Aquino frowned at the sight of several pirate ships docked in the harbor. A soldier beside him explained, Admiral Sakazuki. Our forces are insufficient to patrol the entirety of Sabaody Archipelago. Humph. Since I am here, let us eliminate all these scoundrels. Akainu's hand suddenly ignited with magma, and he thrust his fist towards the sky, unleashing a torrent of enormous magma fists that soared into the air. What is happening? The sky has turned red. Is something falling? That is magma. Run. Jump into the sea. The pirates quickly realized the transformation overhead, but as they reacted, the magma fists rained down like a meteor shower, turning the area where the pirate ships were docked into a fiery inferno. As expected of Admiral Sakazuki, he has annihilated all these pirates with a single strike, boasted a soldier beside him. Enough chatter. Tell me Crocodile's location. Akainu shot a glance at the soldier beside him before inquiring. Yes, Crocodile is still on the move, but we can confirm he is heading towards Area 52. The soldier reported to Akainu, then set the warship towards Area 52. Akainu stated, incredulously realizing he had to instruct them on such matters. Yes, Admiral Sakazuki. The soldier replied. And the warship advanced towards Area 52. Chapter 60. Law. Who understands being suddenly surrounded by layers upon layers? Admiral Sakazuki, a pirate ship is moving in the sky. Suddenly, a soldier beside Akainu shouted, pointing upwards. Akainu looked up and indeed saw a pirate ship soaring through the sky, surrounded by islands of varying sizes. This ability, could it be that man? He is still alive? Akainu remarked in astonishment, recognizing the insignia of the ship, belonging only to the Golden Lion Shiki, who had caused chaos in Marineford 20 years prior. Master Shiki, we have a Navy warship beneath us. Indigo noted upon spotting Akainu's ship from the pirate vessel above. The Navy, is it? Then let me collect some interest first. The Golden Lion chuckled heartily and directed his gaze towards the warship below. Serpent. With a snap of his fingers, an island that had been floating around plummeted directly onto Akainu's warship. Admiral Sakazuki, an island is falling. A soldier exclaimed in panic, looking at the descending island. What a troublesome ability. It seems various troublesome characters have resurfaced lately. Akainu calmly observed the falling island before leaping onto the ship's mast and sprinting upwards, launching himself into the air. Hellhound. His right arm transformed into magma, stretching towards the falling island. As his molten arm penetrated the island, cracks began to form on its surface, glowing with a red light. With a resounding boom, the entire island exploded. Akainu landed back on the deck as countless volcanic rocks erupted around the warship, crashing into the sea. Oh, there are capable fighters aboard that warship. The Golden Lion noted, but chose not to linger and instead accelerated towards Law's direction. Admiral Sakazuki, it seems they're also heading to Sabaody Archipelago, Akainu's subordinate remarked. Humph. Should they dare land on Sabaody Archipelago, I would not hesitate to eliminate this relic of the old era. Akainu declared, crossing his arms, his cape billowing in the wind. I have already notified the station troops to surround Area 52, aiming to eradicate the Baroque works. The subordinate informed Akainu. Understood. Akainu nodded. And soon the warship docked at Area 52, leading a large contingent of Navy personnel into the fray. Back with Crocodile. He arrived at Law's hiding place at a leisurely pace. Captain, the area has been surrounded. Mr. One reported immediately upon Crocodile's arrival. Prepare for action. Crocodile addressed Mr. One, while Law simultaneously sensed an unsettling change. He noticed that the outside had grown eerily quiet, only to be abruptly filled with noise again. Captain, is everything all right? Do you need water? Beepo inquired as he approached Law, who had suddenly risen from his resting position on the ship. Beepo felt something was amiss. Pekin, take a look outside. Law instructed the others. Pekin then moved to the window, cautiously cracking it open to peer out, only to discover that, at some point, hundreds of menacing figures armed with weapons had gathered outside. Crocodile, who was making his way toward Law's room, lifted his head and glanced at the window, locking eyes with Pekin through the narrow opening. In that instant, Pekin was so startled that he fell to the ground. What's wrong, Pekin? Law immediately inquired upon witnessing Pekin's reaction. It's the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. He is coming this way. Pekin replied anxiously. What? How could that guy be here? Law exclaimed, taken aback as he swiftly grabbed the nearby blade. Ghost cry. Stop hiding, Trafalgar Law. Crocodile shouted from within. I wonder what the illustrious Shichibukai, Crocodile, wants with a fledgling pirate like me? After Crocodile finished speaking, Trafalgar D. Water Law emerged from the room, wearing a nonchalant expression. As he inquired, as a supernova, there is no need for such modesty. You must have encountered the Golden Lion by now. Crocodile addressed Trafalgar, the Golden Lion, of course. Otherwise, how could he have ended up so battered? Trafalgar replied, I merely require a small favor from you, so do not fret, Trafalgar. Crocodile retorted defiantly, humph. I have no obligation to follow your dictates. As Trafalgar gripped his sword, a spherical object suddenly materialized in the palm of his hand, rapidly expanding to envelop Crocodile within. Slaughterhouse. With a swift motion of his sword, Crocodile was abruptly cleaved in two, bisected by the force of the strike. We did it, Captain. As Crocodile fell, Trafalgar's crew erupted into cheers. When did he strike? Mr. One, standing beside Crocodile, exclaimed in astonishment. Don't be naive. Trafalgar admonished his companion. If you refuse to comply, I shall simply take you by force. Crocodile smirked, and suddenly, Rob Lucci appeared before Trafalgar, unleashing a finger pistol aimed directly at him. Slaughterhouse. Yet in the blink of an eye, Trafalgar vanished, replaced by a stone that shattered under Lucci's attack, leaving Trafalgar momentarily shaken. Catch this. Several pirates hoisted a cannon and fired at Trafalgar. Command stick. With a mere flick of his hand, Trafalgar halted the incoming cannonballs, which then inexplicably vanished, leaving only 2 buttons to fall to the ground. Boom. Meanwhile, Mr. 5 found himself bombarded by several cannonballs, which promptly detonated. You've chosen the wrong target if you think that would harm me, Mr. 5 declared unscathed amidst the smoke. Ha ha ha, you were a step ahead of me. A voice boomed from above, causing Trafalgar's expression to shift as he looked up to see the Golden Lion descending. The sky darkened as the Golden Lion, accompanied by an island battleship, arrived. Golden Lion, your movements are rather sluggish, Crocodile remarked. Ha ha ha, I wasted some time to seize more islands, the Golden Lion replied. Suddenly, the members of the Baroque works surrounding Trafalgar heard a synchronized sound of footsteps. They turned to see a large contingent of Marines rushing towards them. Chapter 61, Akainu approaches. How did the Marines arrive here? Trafalgar mused, glancing at the hundreds of Baroque Works members, then at the massive island overhead capable of crushing him, and finally at the encircling Marines. He pondered whether he could find a way out. After all, it was normal for a patient to seek him for treatment. Aren't we targeting Crocodile? That's definitely the legendary man, the flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Are we truly going to confront both of them at once? What is there to fear? Admiral Sakazuki has already arrived. The Marines, having surrounded Crocodile and his compatriots, expressed their anxiety, for they were not facing mere minor characters. Captain, what should we do? Beppo inquired of Trafalgar. What madness is this? Why are they all after me? Trafalgar replied, bewildered, having failed to comprehend how he had provoked the Golden Lion, and now Crocodile appeared, along with the Marines. Just then, as Trafalgar was lost in thought, the Golden Lion lunged at him, reaching out with a hand. Slaughterhouse. In the next instant, Trafalgar swapped positions with the Golden Lion, causing his blow to miss. Ha! The Golden Lion, undeterred, seized Beppo instead. Seeing Beppo captured, Shachi drew his sword and charged at the Golden Lion. Don't be reckless, Shachi, Trafalgar shouted. But Shachi was already upon the Golden Lion, ready to strike, when a pink-clad gorilla suddenly descended from the sky, knocking Shachi aside. Scaridu, I didn't call for you to intervene. The Golden Lion shot a glance at the gorilla. The gorilla let out a couple of disgruntled roars. The Golden Lion, seeing this, decided not to hold it against him and turned his attention back to Trafalgar. Listen, Trafalgar, I seek your cooperation. Stop lying. There is nothing we can collaborate on. Trafalgar was naturally skeptical, but was soon met with a threat from the Golden Lion. I advise you to come aboard my ship and listen to me. Otherwise, this polar bear may find itself turning red. Captain, run. Don't worry about me. Beppo struggled desperately, realizing the gravity of the situation as the Golden Lion pressed Beppo into the ground, causing it to shatter, leaving Beppo bloodied. At this sight, Trafalgar shouted, Stop. I will go with you. Isn't this what we should have done from the start? The Golden Lion laughed, handing Beppo over to Scaridu before levitating a chunk of land, allowing Trafalgar and his crew to stand atop it. Crocodile, I'm leaving now. The Marines below are your responsibility. The Golden Lion called to Crocodile. Rest assured, they're merely a bunch of insignificant fish. Crocodile sneered at the cigar, expressing his disdain. He was baffled by the audacity of this group of Navy officers who dared to surround him. Mr. One, prepare yourself. You are quite arrogant, Shichibukai Crocodile. Just as Crocodile was about to command Mr. One and the others to eliminate the Navy, a voice resonated through the air, causing Crocodile's expression to shift dramatically. Akainu. Crocodile called out the name of the newcomer, and Akainu strode forward with an imposing demeanor, flanked by his subordinates. The Marine Admiral, Akainu? What brings him here? Is he headed our way? Upon hearing Crocodile utter Akainu's name, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Oh, is this not the little brat from before? Golden Lion lowered his head and recognized Akainu as the former Marine Vice Admiral, a rising star. Golden Lion, do not even think of escaping. Akainu charged forward, his feet pounding the ground as he propelled himself towards Golden Lion, his right hand transforming into magma. Great fire. Akainu morphed his magma-infused hand into a colossal molten fist and unleashed it towards Golden Lion with tremendous force. Lion's thousand cuts. Observing the impending attack, Golden Lion swiftly moved his feet, unleashing a series of powerful slashes from his twin swords to counter Akainu's strike. So it was you, the one from the warship we encountered earlier. Golden Lion recognized that Akainu's powers were the same that had thwarted his earlier assault with the island. The failures of the old era should simply find a quiet place to retire. After his attack was blocked, Akainu utilized the moonwalk technique to propel himself towards Golden Lion, throwing a punch. Do not be so arrogant, brat. When I ruled the world, you were still drinking milk. Boom. In response, Golden Lion deflected Akainu's attack with a kick, causing magma to splatter chaotically as their hockey clashed. Mr. One, lead the charge and clear a path back to the ship. Crocodile turned to Mr. One beside him, stating that with Akainu present, his escape would not be so effortless. For this individual was certainly not akin to the lackadaisical Akiji and Kizaru. Desert Monster Arm. As Crocodile witnessed Akainu and the Golden Lion locked in a fierce stalemate, he sprang into action, transforming one hand into swirling yellow sand which coalesced into a colossal hand aimed at Akainu. Humph! With a cold snort, Akainu first struck the Golden Lion away and then swiftly turned to intercept Crocodile's assault with a powerful punch. Hellhound! The two were momentarily locked in combat until Crocodile heard Akainu's fierce shout. He soon felt an intense heat surge, as the arm of sand began to be engulfed by molten magma. Whoosh! Indeed, this is quite troublesome. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile promptly distanced himself from Akainu and pressed one hand against the ground. Desertification. As Crocodile placed his hand on the earth, the ground began to undergo a swift transformation, rapidly desiccating. As the spiderweb-like cracks widened, countless grains of yellow sand were lifted into the air. Gold Lion, do not flee just yet. Assist me in blocking his path. As Crocodile manipulated the terrain, he spoke to the Golden Lion, who, sensing the impending danger, hastily retreated. Left alone to confront Akainu, he found himself in a precarious situation. Retreat? Do you have any idea who I am? The Golden Lion bellowed, raising a hand to point skyward, where an island rapidly descended, hurtling towards Akainu. Incoming! Everyone, take cover! Akainu shouted to the surrounding Marines, his gaze fixed on the approaching island. Fall back! The Marines, recognizing the imminent threat, turned and fled, while Mr. One and the others quickly followed suit. If you harm my subordinates, I will not let this matter rest. Crocodile gazed at the falling island and addressed the Golden Lion. Akainu stood firm, his arms transforming into bubbling magma, before raising his hand. Hellhound! In the instant the island plummeted, he unleashed a powerful punch, the moment it made contact. A shockwave spiraled upwards, causing the descending island to momentarily halt. Chapter 62, Crocodile and Golden Lion vs. Akainu. Boom. As Akainu exerted his strength, a surge of magma erupted, ruthlessly tearing apart the island's interior. Immediately, the residual force resonated outward, causing the entire island to convulse from within. The outer rocks shattered with a resounding tremor, and in the next instant, the island transformed into countless fragments encased in molten rock, launching into the air like a myriad of volcanic projectiles. It's raining down on us. The pirates were struck with panic as the volcanic rocks descended. I can't be certain I can withstand this. Mr. One turned and assumed a defensive stance, evidently intending to shield against the oncoming barrage. Truly worthy of an admiral, he effortlessly conjured such an assault. Kaku delivered a series of swift kicks, striking one of the volcanic stones, yet it merely fractured into pieces, continuing its trajectory towards them. Just run. I shall protect you. Desert Barrier. Upon witnessing a barrage of volcanic projectiles directed towards the retreating Mr. One, Crocodile waved his hand, conjuring a vast cloud of yellow sand that soared into the sky, providing a protective shield over Mr. One and his companions. The captain has made his move. Run. With Crocodile intervening to deflect the attacks, everyone hastened their escape with renewed vigor. Unlike the volcanic projectiles that had fallen upon the sea, this time, the missiles landed around them, unleashing a series of terrifying explosions that upheaved the surrounding terrain, engulfing the area in flames and molten rock. What a close call. Fortunately, I too possess the powers of a natural element. Before Crocodile, the yellow sands lay scattered. Crocodile, leaning on his golden hook, stood defiantly before Akainu. As one of the Seven Warlords, you have audaciously resigned from your position. The Navy has been utterly humiliated, Akainu remarked. Crocodile chuckled, ha ha ha. Do you truly believe I must seek your approval for my actions? Crocodile responded with a smile, declaring, in the name of justice, I shall ensure your annihilation here. As Akainu spoke, his entire form transformed into molten lava, with torrents of magma cascading to the ground, emitting a hissing sound. Then let us see, he proclaimed. Desert Dragon, Chiefing Yulong. Crocodile responded with a single utterance, manipulating the golden sands beneath his feet. The sands spiraled upward, coalescing into a colossal desert dragon, its head exuding an air of majesty as it roared ferociously before charging towards Akainu. Dogbite, Crimson Lotus. From Akainu's shoulder erupted a torrent of magma, which transformed into a fierce dragon, hurtling directly towards Crocodile's advancing sand dragon. With a thunderous crash, the two malevolent dragons collided, the magma and sand clashing violently. Reminiscent of a brutal dragon duel. You still fall short, Crocodile. Akainu bellowed as the magma swiftly engulfed the golden sands and surged towards Crocodile. Desert Lion, Sphinx. Upon witnessing his technique thwarted by Akainu, Crocodile swiftly commanded a vast expanse of yellow sand, which, in an instant, coalesced behind him into a colossal lion that charged forth to collide with the approaching magma serpent. With a resounding boom, a scene of chaotic collision emerged. Half magma and half yellow sand. The clash of these formidable forces triggered an explosion, sending magma and granules scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, the golden lion seized the opportunity to manipulate the terrain, summoning a substantial portion of the earth itself. Lion's might, earthquake. The golden lion unleashed his power, transforming the ground into multiple lion heads that encircled Akainu. Die, Akainu, he bellowed, clenching his fist as the lion heads surged toward their target. Don't be ridiculous. You think you can kill me with such feeble efforts? Who do you think I am? Akainu scoffed, erupting with molten lava from his hands, which he then raised high. Meteor volcano, he declared, unleashing a barrage of enormous lava fists aimed at the advancing lion heads. With a series of thunderous explosions, the lion heads were relentlessly battered by the molten projectiles, one after another succumbing to destruction. Desert Greatsword. With a swift motion, a wave of yellow sand swept over Akainu's form, coalescing behind him to reveal Crocodile's silhouette. In an instant, Akainu found his body severed, his upper half sliding away to the side. What a pity. Your reflexes are indeed impressive. Crocodile gazed at the molten lava gushing from the wound inflicted upon Akainu, expressing his regret. In that fleeting moment of ambush, he had employed Haki, but it appeared that Akainu had evaded the strike just in time. Haki, you say? Akainu remarked, reconstituting himself as he turned to Crocodile. What are you looking at? Suddenly, the golden lion launched a surprise attack from behind Akainu, raising his foot to deliver a sweeping strike. Boom. Akainu swiftly pivoted, utilizing Haki on his hand to block the golden lion's assault. Ha! Roared the golden lion, unleashing his conqueror's Haki to bear down upon Akainu. However, Akainu, undeterred, pushed back fiercely, overpowering the golden lion, and with a surge of strength, sent him soaring through the air. Desert Funeral. Crocodile placed his hands upon the ground, seizing the moment while Akainu remained unresponsive. He transformed the earth beneath his feet into sand, and suddenly, the buried desert erupted violently from the depths, enveloping Akainu in a swirling tempest of yellow sand. Was it merely the sand from below? The shattering of the earth caused Akainu to stagger, his foot slipping into an abyss. And as he beheld the towering clouds of sand ascending towards the heavens, realization dawned upon him. A masterpiece of the desert. Crocodile clenched his hands, and in the next instant, all the grains of sand surged towards the center, enveloping Akainu, who was instantly buried beneath the sand, ultimately forming a pyramid shape. Kid, stop lingering. Seize this opportunity to retreat, shouted the golden lion at Crocodile. Crocodile, regaining his composure, glanced over to see the golden lion clutching his head in apparent agony, likely a result of overexerting his Haki. Understood. Crocodile nodded, feeling a sense of insecurity. He manipulated a vast amount of yellow sand, transforming the pyramid into a cube, and then turned to flee. Don't even think about escaping. Just then, a red circular hole appeared in the cube, followed by a surge of magma that shot towards Crocodile, piercing through his chest in an instant. Damn it. As the magma cascaded down, Crocodile swiftly used yellow sand to seal the wound in his chest. Glancing back, he saw that Akainu had created an exit from the cube, stepping out while bathed in magma. You go ahead, Golden Lion. As Crocodile beheld the emergence of the Golden Lion and Akainu, he immediately called out with fervor, "Be cautious, you little brat. Should you inadvertently meet your demise, I shall seek vengeance on your behalf." The Golden Lion bellowed back at Crocodile before ascending into the sky aboard his vessel, declaring, "I shall not meet my end so swiftly." Crocodile shouted in response, as swirling sands enveloped him, rapidly spinning around his form. Chapter 63, The CP0 Capture Operation. Such a battle is beyond our capacity to intervene. A sandstorm formed around Crocodile, creating a terrifying suction that urged the Marines to flee further into the distance. Suddenly, several masked figures appeared before the group of Marines. They were members of the CP organization. Recognizing their presence, the Marines were warned, "Do not retreat. Navy, immediately pursue the Baroque Works pirates. Your current mission is to assist us in capturing the Devil Child, Nico Robin." One of the masked individuals addressed the Navy. However, a Marine responded hesitantly, "But Admiral Sakazuki, do you truly believe you can intervene in their battle?" The masked figures countered, compelling the hesitant Marines to follow them in encircling Mr. 1 and his crew. "Captain, trouble is brewing. The Navy is closing in." At that moment, they realized the Marines were hot on their heels, shouting towards Mr. 1 and his crew. "Don't think you can escape, pirates," the Navy shouted from behind. "That's CP0, Lucci exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of the masked figures. How could CP0 possibly be here? Kaku and the others also recognized their identities. "Don't look back, keep retreating," Mr. 1 shouted, noticing that the Marines were still some distance away. Suddenly, Lucci felt a chill as he noticed the CP0 members had vanished from sight. The next instant, the pirate running ahead spat blood and was sent flying back. "What's happening?" Mr. 1 halted and looked ahead, only to see 4 CP0 members, each adorned in orange, yellow, blue, and green masks, blocking their path. "Windblast bomb." Mr. 5, running at the forefront, inhaled sharply and then blew forcefully towards the masked figures. The 4 CP0 members stood perplexed, unable to comprehend Mr. 5's actions. But in the next moment, an explosive sound erupted as a massive blast engulfed them. When the smoke cleared, the 4 CP0 members remained standing, albeit with some damage to their attire. "A devil fruit user?" The blue-masked CP0 scrutinized Mr. 5, then swiftly used the shave technique to appear before him, preparing to unleash a finger gun attack. "Get away, Mr. 5. Mr. 1 reacted swiftly, sliding forward to shield Mr. 5 with his arms transformed into blades. The powerful shockwave erupted as Mr. 1 deflected the attack, saying, "Thank you, Mr. 1. Mr. 5 immediately retreated. "Kill him, Mr. 1. I have intel on you. Eliminate the devil fruit user immediately." The blue-masked CP0's fingers were enveloped in the dark hue of hockey. "It is my utmost honor." Mr. 1 replied, launching an attack with both hands. The blue-masked CP0 nimbly dodged Mr. 1's strikes, countering with a powerful kick that unleashed a slashing wave, sending Mr. 1 flying. Mr. 1 skidded across the ground for some distance before coming to a stop. Demon Fist technique, explosive swan. Mr. 2 executed a spinning kick towards the blue-masked CP0, only to be met with a bare-handed block. "Is this guy made of iron? Let's see how you handle this." Mr. 2 was surprised but swiftly used the momentum to kick at the blue-masked CP0's head. With a resounding thud, Mr. 2's kick was intercepted by the blue-masked CP0's head. How is this possible? A devil fruit user? Mr. 2 was astounded, realizing that such a blow should not have been easily blocked, even by those with the iron body technique like Lucci and the others. Don't be surprised, Mr. 2. If you pay close attention, you'll notice that these masked men all possess hockey, Mr. 3 remarked, ensnaring the blue-masked CP0's feet with a glob of sticky substance. Hockey? Then this isn't absurd at all. The captain mentioned that armament hockey grants the user unparalleled offensive capabilities and defenses that surpass ordinary individuals. Mr. 2 explained, creating distance from the blue-masked CP0. The blue-masked CP0 calmly assessed the waxy substance binding his feet, then struck down with a punch, shattering the wax with ease. Mr. 3's candle was so easily destroyed. "These guys are not ordinary," Mr. 5 exclaimed in astonishment. "Enough of this. Let's deal with the original CP9 members first. One of them has a troublesome ability that could jeopardize our mission." The orange-masked CP0 approached the blue-masked CP0. Understood. The 4 CP0 members launched their coordinated attack. "Experience the power of my celestial knight." Shura charged towards the orange-masked individual on his 3-meter bird. "I don't have time to waste on characters like you." The orange-masked CP0 swiftly positioned himself behind Shura, delivering a powerful kick. To his surprise, the mustachioed man managed to block the strike, revealing a hint of observation hockey. This guy can wield observation hockey too? The orange-masked CP0 was shocked as Shura barely managed to deflect the attack, only to be knocked down to the ground with a single forceful blow. With a loud crash, Shura fell hard, blood spilling from his mouth, collapsing in a heap on the ground. Shura, and the others shouted, rushing towards the orange-masked CP0. Meanwhile, Mr. 1 stood resolutely against the blue-masked CP0, preparing for another confrontation. Foamy daisy slash. Mr. 1 propelled himself forward, hands clasped together to strike at the blue-masked CP0. The blue-masked CP0 executed a sweeping kick that intercepted Mr. 1's assault, the impact reverberating through Mr. 1's steel hands. Following this, Mr. 1 performed a backflip to regain his stance before the blue-masked CP0. It seems I must resort to this technique. I've never used it against an enemy before. Mr. 1 grasped 2 shells tightly in his hands. What is he doing with those shells? The blue-masked CP0 questioned, puzzled. Prepare to experience the power of Sky Island. Mr. 1 lunged forward again, hands still clasped, aiming directly at the blue-masked CP0. Then let me see what abilities you possess. The blue-masked CP0, undeterred, activated the shave technique and enhanced his hand with armament hockey, finger gun, piercing strike. The blue-masked CP0 unleashed a ferocious punch in the form of a finger gun. Absorbed the impact. Double repulsion cannon. In the moment of collision, blue-masked CP0 was momentarily stunned, for he sensed no increase in Mr. 1's strength with that strike. Yet, almost immediately, he witnessed Mr. 1 smile, followed by a terrifying shockwave erupting from his hands. Boom. A ripple of air surged forth, sending both Mr. 1 and blue-masked CP0 flying. Thud, thud, thud. Blue-masked CP0 crashed through several buildings before collapsing in the ruins, coughing up blood in disbelief. You were able to unleash such astonishing power, he exclaimed, shakily rising to his feet. The source of this power is you. I must thank you for providing the impetus. But the recoil is truly frightening. Mr. 1 lay on the ground, his hands drenched in blood, with more spilling from his mouth. Chapter 64. Robin is captured. The Navy has arrived. At this moment, the members behind began engaging in battle with the Navy, while those unable to partake in the high-stakes conflict, such as Ms. Valentine's Day and Mr. 4, fought against the Navy forces. Keeping you around is a menace. Blue-masked CP0 wiped the blood from his mouth, glancing at the fallen Mr. 1 before vanishing in an instant. Raging foot, line. A straight-line slashing wave surged towards blue-masked CP0, forcing him to halt and block the attack. Haha, this guy is now my ally. Do not lay a hand on him. Blue-masked CP0 looked up to see Kaku wielding 2 longswords, addressing him. A traitor from CP9? I shall deal with you first. With that, blue-masked CP0 charged at Kaku, delivering a sweeping kick. Kaku, in response, crossed his swords to block the attack, only to be sent flying several meters before regaining his footing. Raging foot, spiral blade. As Kaku landed, he spun rapidly, channeling twisting power through his body, tightening his muscles into a spiraled state while launching a slashing attack that circled around him. You think it will be that easy to dispose of me? Kaku declared, propelling himself towards blue-masked CP0 in a whirl. It may take some effort, but it certainly won't be insurmountable. Life restoration, blue-masked CP0 proclaimed, as his hand suddenly swelled and became enveloped in armament color, charging towards Kaku and blocking his assault. The spiraling slashes relentlessly struck against blue-masked CP0's hands, until Kaku abruptly halted his rotation, realizing his swords were now firmly gripped by blue-masked CP0, despite his efforts to free them. Raging foot, Kaku exclaimed, delivering a kick towards blue-masked CP0, who countered with a kick of his own, resulting in a powerful clash. With a crack, Kaku's expression shifted dramatically, releasing his swords and pushing off the ground to create distance. This guy? Kaku felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, realizing the impact had fractured his leg. Do you think you are that Iron Man? Blue-masked CP0 smirked before darting towards Kaku, aiming a kick at his head. Just then, the earth beneath Kaku opened, a hand reaching out to pull him into the ground, causing blue-masked CP0's attack to miss. Is that the troublesome ability from CP9? Indeed, possessing such power to protect someone would leave us helpless. Upon landing, blue-masked CP0 found the opening in the ground had vanished. Suddenly, several stones shot towards him, and as he reacted to block, they detonated upon contact. Stone cannon. Mr. 5 exclaimed, grinning triumphantly as he held several stones. "Hey, Mr. One, I'll take you away." Meanwhile, Miss Christmas swiftly tunneled to Mr. One's side, grabbing him and pulling him into her crafted cave. Candle Champion Cup. Transgender Fist Technique. Magnificent Swan Dance. 6 Styles Ultimate. 6 Kings Gun. Iron Block. Heavy Step Wolf. Meanwhile, Mr. 2 faced off against the yellow and green masked CP0. Lucci, hailed as the greatest talent of CP9 in 800 years? In the face of Lucci's strongest 6 Kings gun, the yellow-masked CP0 countered with a powerful punch imbued with armament color, knocking Lucci to the ground with a swift elbow strike. Hockey is the truth. Weapons of slaughter are nothing more than that. The yellow mask gripped Lucci's head, lifting him mockingly while delivering a barrage of punches. "You, stop being so arrogant." Lucci, drenched in blood, glared coldly at the CP0 before releasing his life restoration state. "Oh, have you returned to your original form? What does it matter if you've grown larger?" The yellow-masked CP0 scoffed. 6 Styles Ultimate. Maximum Wheel. 6 Kings Gun. Lucci raised his fists, targeting the yellow-masked CP0's chest. "You just die already." The yellow-masked CP0 raised his other hand, preparing to crush Lucci's skull. "You have no chance. Arrogant fool." In an instant, Lucci unleashed a tremendous force, generating an overwhelming shockwave that pierced through the yellow-masked CP0's body. With a splatter, the shockwave reverberated, causing the yellow-masked CP0's eyes to roll back as he vomited blood, his grip on Lucci slackening. "CP0, is that all you are?" Lucci declared, pushing the yellow-masked CP0 down to the ground. "Yellow." The green-masked CP0 gasped in shock at the defeat of his comrade. "What is this guy doing?" The orange-masked CP0, stepping upon the fallen giant, observed the defeated foes surrounding him. "I can find a replacement. Being on the same team might hinder my mission." With that, the orange-masked CP0 vanished, aiming to eliminate Lucci. "Open the door." Just then, Bruno appeared, rescuing Lucci. What a troublesome devil fruit user. I did not expect such a capability to be of no use to us now. The orange-masked CP0 frowned, swiftly scanning the crowd before finally locking onto Robin, who was engaged in battling the Navy and shot forth like an arrow. As Robin finally comprehended the situation, the orange-masked CP0 had already materialized before her, seizing her with one hand and ruthlessly slamming her onto the ground. With a resounding thud, Robin sustained a severe blow, instantly losing consciousness as she was captured by the orange-masked CP0. At that moment, beside the orange-masked CP0, Bruno suddenly activated his ability, creating an air door to propel himself swiftly towards the orange-masked CP0, intent on rescuing Robin. However, in the next instant, the orange-masked CP0 delivered a devastating kick, sending Bruno flying away. What a troublesome fellow. I was just lamenting the lack of an outlet for my frustrations. The orange-masked CP0 mused with a slight smile as he observed Bruno's flight. Mission accomplished. Blue-green, take yellow, and retreat. The orange-masked CP0 commanded, glancing at Robin in his grasp and then at the fierce battle raging with the Marines. "What about the Marines?" Green asked, seizing yellow and using his ability to flash next to the orange-masked CP0. "Our mission is solely to capture Robin. Now that it is completed, we must withdraw." The orange-masked CP0 replied to Green, indifferent to the fate of the Marines, his singular aim being the fulfillment of the task assigned by the Elders. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the capture of Robin, Crocodile was embroiled in a fierce confrontation. Desert Spada. Crocodile soared into the sky, his arms summoning the yellow sands that swiftly coalesced into a hand of the desert. Cloaked in haki, it descended violently towards Akainu. No matter how many attempts I made, it was futile. My haki is superior to yours. Akainu's right arm surged with magma, and with a powerful punch, he unleashed a magma fist that hurtled towards the approaching sandy monstrosity. Boom. The magma fist collided with the hand of sand in midair as the two elemental forces clashed, infused with the might of haki. With a fierce roar, Akainu's magma fist broke through the sandy appendage, sending Crocodile hurtling away. Damn it. It is still too soon for me to confront an admiral of the Navy. Crocodile fell to the ground, rose, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an exhilarating smile. Yet it is this very struggle that will propel my strength to new heights. Crocodile unleashed an overwhelming aura, generating an invisible wind as the yellow sand whirled around him. Desert, Sandblade, great breakthrough. Crocodile waved his hand, commanding the golden sands, and in the next moment, a flurry of razor-sharp sand blades materialized, relentlessly shooting towards Akainu. With a fierce roar, Akainu unleashed a torrent of magma from his hand, with a single, forceful punch. The magma surged forth, expanding rapidly into a massive sphere. Countless sand blades struck the magma, producing a series of explosive sounds. As the final sand blade descended, the magma in Akainu's grasp diminished to the size of his arm. The current amount of golden sand is still insufficient. Crocodile placed his hands upon the ground, and the surrounding terrain swiftly transformed once more into yellow sand, with an ever-increasing volume of sand soaring into the air. The grains continuously converged, and in the blink of an eye, they coalesced into a towering behemoth, reminiscent of the monstrous waves crashing upon the sea. The desert's howl, the tide of sand. Crocodile raised his hands, summoning a colossal wave of yellow sand that surged towards Akainu. However, it was merely a futile exertion of strength. Akainu, with hands swirling with magma, lifted them high, clenching his fists in defiance of the approaching sandy deluge. Meteor Volcano. With the activation of his powers, Akainu unleashed a barrage of molten punches that struck the desert wave, each fiery blow creating a deep crater in the sand. Desert Greatsword. Just as Akainu effortlessly fended off the oncoming sandy tide, a sudden burst of yellow sand shot up from the ground, piercing through Akainu's form in an instant. Had he already reacted? Akainu. The fleeting crocodile realized that Akainu had evaded his attack, and swiftly, he coalesced his body, turning around to strike at Akainu's back with his golden hook, now cloaked in haki. Akainu's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he countered, landing a powerful punch against the golden hook. With a resounding bang, their haki clashed. Crocodile then launched a fierce onslaught against Akainu. I have told you. My haki precedes yours. You stand no chance. As Akainu resisted Crocodile's relentless assault, he channeled his strength, pressing forward. Spear of Sand. At that moment, two spears formed from yellow sand erupted from beneath Akainu's feet, striking his chest, yet they were thwarted by his haki. The same trick? Do not presume it will work on me twice. Akainu scoffed as magma erupted from beneath him, transforming Crocodile's assimilated sand into lava, and with an explosive surge of power, he sent Crocodile hurtling away. As Crocodile descended, Akainu leapt into action. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile swiftly rolled to evade the attack, while Akainu's foot forcefully struck the ground, creating a resounding crash as it shattered the stone surface and left a deep crater in its wake. Sand Snake. Swarm Technique. Crocodile rose to his feet, instantly commanding the yellow sands to transform into serpentine forms, which then surged forth towards Akainu. In response to the oncoming tide of sand, Akainu deftly swatted it aside with both hands and charged at Crocodile, launching a powerful punch in his direction. Crocodile raised his hand, transforming his right arm into a blade of sand to deflect Akainu's powerful punch. Subsequently, the golden hook in his grasp shot forth, only to be thwarted by Akainu once again. Sandstorm. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile leaped backward, simultaneously conjuring a sandstorm from his palms and hurling it directly at Akainu. The tempest of sand enveloped Akainu as the formidable storm wreaked havoc upon him. Cerberus. Crocodile was intently observing the sandstorm when Akainu suddenly erupted from within it, his right hand glowing a fierce crimson. He then unleashed a powerful punch directed at Crocodile. Kid, it seems you are not quite up to par. At that moment, a figure abruptly materialized before Crocodile, their blade shimmering as it effectively intercepted Akainu's assault. Crocodile fixed his gaze and realized that Rayleigh had unexpectedly appeared before him. The Dark King Rayleigh? Are relics of the bygone era making a comeback one after another? Akainu stepped back, his expression darkening as he regarded Rayleigh, who had thwarted his attack. Haha, I have no intention of making a comeback. It is merely that your commotion has been too loud, disrupting the slumber of an old man like me. Rayleigh chuckled. Humph, since you dare to show yourself, I shall eliminate you here. Akainu retorted, tugging at his hat. If you believe you can handle both of us simultaneously, then give it a try. Though my old bones may be frail, I can still hold my ground against you for a few exchanges, Rayleigh declared, pointing his blade at Akainu, his conqueror's haki surging forth, aimed directly at him. Akainu's own formidable aura erupted in response, as he contemplated whether to engage in a desperate struggle here. After much deliberation, he decided that it would be wiser to retreat. Warning Crocodile, next time, you won't be so fortunate. I shall await that moment with anticipation. Crocodile retorted, envisioning how he would ambush Akainu during the upcoming war at Marineford. Observing this, Akainu turned with an air of nonchalance, departing the scene with style. Thank you, Crocodile expressed his gratitude to Rayleigh. You should hurry and check on your crew. It seems they are currently engaged in battle with the Marines, Rayleigh advised. Understood. Crocodile responded with a single utterance, and his entire being transformed into yellow sand. departing from the scene. When Crocodile located Mr. One, he discovered that the battle had already concluded, and Mr. One sat disheartened upon the ground. Upon seeing Crocodile's arrival, Mr. One hurriedly approached him. "What are you all doing here? The battle is over. We must promptly head to the Sand Crocodile ship without waiting for me." Crocodile addressed the crowd. "No, Captain. Sister Robin has been taken away by CP0. Miss Valentine floated over and inquired, "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Crocodile's veins bulged. Chapter 66. A major incident spreads across the seas. Subsequently, Mr. One recounted to Crocodile the events surrounding the arrival of CP0. After a moment of contemplation, Crocodile addressed the group, expressing relief that they were unharmed. "Robin has likely been escorted to the underwater prison and Pell Down," he stated. "Take these few days to rest and prepare for the significant events that lie ahead." The spirits of the crowd were notably low, and Crocodile chose not to linger, instead approaching the members of CP9. "You all performed admirably this time," Crocodile remarked to Lucci. "I merely happened to find that group of CP0 fellows rather displeasing." Lucci responded to Crocodile, "Still a rather tsundere character, aren't you?" Crocodile remarked with a smile, "Everyone, prepare for battle aboard the Sand Crocodile." At the command of Crocodile, all individuals commenced their movements, converging towards the position of the Sand Crocodile. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Ms. Valentine encountered a messenger seagull, suspended in midair. She purchased a newspaper from the seagull. Upon opening it, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she drifted towards Crocodile, exclaiming, "Captain, there is something of great importance." Crocodile lifted his gaze towards Ms. Valentine's Day, who then extended a newspaper towards him. Upon receiving it, he discovered the striking headline announcing that the Navy would publicly execute poor Gasti, Ace, the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford in just 1 week. How fortuitous that Robin was taken away at this critical juncture. Is this fate? It seems that a visit to Impel Down is truly in order. With a firm grip, Crocodile felt the newspaper in his hand disintegrate into grains of sand. At that moment, he understood why Rayleigh had intervened. It must have been due to the news he had seen. Blub blub. Crocodile had just returned to the Sand Crocodile ship when his dindon mushy began to ring. Upon answering, the creature transformed into the visage of the Golden Lion. "Ha ha. So this is the grand event you were referring to?" The voice of the Golden Lion resonated as soon as the connection was made. "You've seen the news." "Haven't you?" Crocodile replied. Publicly executing his son? With Whitebeard's temperament, he might very well intervene. After a brief silence, the Golden Lion reflected, "You mustn't falter. Such a monumental occurrence would indeed lack excitement without your involvement." Crocodile addressed the Golden Lion, assuring him not to worry. After the Golden Lion responded, he promptly hung up the den mushy. Following Crocodile's words, the Golden Lion recounted his grievances with Don Quixote da Flamingo to Law, expressing a willingness to pay the price for the operation. Considering that the crew was still in the Golden Lion's grasp, Law consented to proceed with the surgery. Once the Golden Lion ended the call, he turned to Law and inquired, "How long will the surgery take?" "1 day. But I cannot ascertain how long it will take for you to awaken afterward," Law replied. "Then let us hurry," the Golden Lion urged eagerly. "First, retrieve my submarine. It is equipped with comprehensive medical apparatus," Law instructed. "Certainly," the Golden Lion affirmed before departing to reclaim Law's submarine. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew had arrived on the Sabaody archipelago. "Wow, so many bubbles!" Luffy exclaimed, bouncing excitedly on the bubbles. "This is Sabaody archipelago," Usopp echoed, equally thrilled. "We've been sailing for quite a while now," Sanji remarked. "Don't run off, you lot. Inquire about how to reach Fishman Island. It lies beneath the sea. And we must find a way down," Nami cautioned the group. Suddenly, as Luffy continued to frolic on the bubbles, a newspaper was blown into his face by the wind, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. "What is this? How infuriating," Luffy grumbled, removing the paper only to discover Ace's likeness emblazoned upon it. "Wait, is that Ace?" Luffy shouted joyfully upon seeing Ace's image. "What? Ace? Where?" The Straw Hats glanced around, initially thinking Ace was nearby, but soon realized he was nowhere to be found. "It's just a newspaper. Look." Luffy pointed excitedly at Ace's image, having not seen him since their separation in Alabasta. "Indeed. Ace is such a gentle older brother. Is he Luffy's brother?" Usopp mused, expressing a desire to meet him. "Wait, Luffy, the newspaper." Nami and the others, noticing Luffy's excitement, were taken aback when they scrutinized the news, their expressions shifting dramatically. "What's wrong? What happened to Ace?" Luffy questioned, sensing the change in their demeanor. He quickly examined Ace's Viver card, his expression turning to one of alarm. Ace. Ace has been captured by the Marines and is to be publicly executed? Luffy gasped in disbelief, staring at the half-burnt Viver card in his hand. Luffy, Sanji called out, shaking the dazed pirate. Nami, Zoro, Usopp. I must go rescue Ace. He is my only living brother, and I absolutely must save him, Luffy declared resolutely, casting a determined glance at Zoro, Usopp, and the others. Fear not, Luffy. We shall rescue Ace. Usopp, usually timid, spoke without hesitation. Everyone, remain calm. That is the Marine headquarters. We need a meticulous plan, Zoro advised, arms crossed, maintaining his composure. Such matters cannot escape the attention of the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard. Sanji added, lighting a cigarette. Ace. Luffy clenched the Viver card tightly, whispering. First, let us gather intelligence about the Marine headquarters, Nami suggested. The Straw Hat crew proceeded to disembark the island. On the other side, aboard the red-haired pirate ship, Shanks stood at the bow of the Red Force, gazing at the ship adorned with a skull and crossbones flag, and picked up the Den Mushi. Shanks, have you seen the news? Rayleigh's voice transmitted through the device. Indeed, Rayleigh. Rest assured. I will do my utmost to mitigate the fallout from this incident, Shanks replied. I wish to inform you of something concerning Ace's identity, Rayleigh continued. Ace's identity. Do you know him, Rayleigh? Shanks queried, intrigued. His father is Roger, Rayleigh revealed. Though it may seem unreasonable, I cannot remain indifferent while Roger's progeny is condemned to death. Upon hearing this, Shanks' expression shifted, and he responded solemnly, I understand, Rayleigh. I will resolve matters in the New World and expedite my journey to Marineford. The debt I owe to Captain Roger is beyond words. Knowing Ace is the captain's son, I will not hesitate to act. Chapter 67. The prelude to the summit. After concluding the call, Shanks turned to his crew. We cannot afford to linger here, everyone. Fear not. Ben Beckman and the others acknowledged, having overheard Rayleigh and Shanks' conversation. That red-haired fellow has shown up here, Katakuri remarked, standing beside Kaido as he observed the approaching Red Force. It seems he intends to thwart us, Queen surmised. Ha. He thinks he can stop me? Who does he think he is? Kaido laughed heartily, taking a swig from his drink. Kaido led his formidable fleet straight towards the Red Force. Shanks, it's been a while. Come to stop me? Kaido taunted as he transformed into his dragon form, soaring into the sky. Kaido, retreat. Do not provoke conflict, Shanks commanded, unleashing his Conqueror's haki in response. Who do you think I am? Kaido bellowed, opening his massive jaws to unleash a terrifying blast of heat toward Shanks. Let us see about that, Kaido, Shanks declared, standing resolutely on the deck, launching his sword, Griffin, to counter the oncoming attack. The terrifying wave of heat was deflected, crashing into the sea and erupting in a colossal explosion, creating a mushroom cloud that shook the ocean, sending waves crashing across the waters. As the heat dissipated, Shanks continued his advance towards Kaido, who transformed into his hybrid form midair, wielding his kanabo with haki surging around him. Divine departure. Shanks wielded Griffin, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, preparing to engage Kaido. Great divine thunder. Kaido similarly enveloped his iron rod with Conqueror's haki, gripping it firmly with both hands. The speed at which the two swung their weapons was so swift that the naked eye could scarcely follow. In an instant, both the 8 treasures and Griffin struck simultaneously. Their weapons did not collide, yet the two formidable waves of haki clashed midair, unleashing Kaido's terrifying lightning. With a thunderous roar, the two haki forces exploded, the tremendous shockwave forcing both combatants to stagger back. Red-haired Shanks fell onto the deck of the Redford, while Kaido crashed into his own ship. Are you all right, Mr. Kaido? Asked Jean. Ha, of course, I'm fine. Kaido stood up from the deck, his gaze fixed on Shanks, excitement radiating from him. Nearby, a naval surveillance ship was intently observing the clash between the two Yonko crews. Upon witnessing the confrontation between red-haired Shanks and Kaido, they promptly reported back to the Navy headquarters. At such a critical juncture, any movement from a Yonko crew warranted careful attention, especially news of a battle between two of them. Boss, what do you think? Jesus Burgess readied his sniper rifle, aiming at Kaido. It seems Kaido won't be leaving so easily, Shanks replied to Jesus. Understood. Jesus squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet hurtling towards Kaido. With a resounding bang, Jin's back erupted in flames as he took the bullet head-on. Prepare for battle, Kaido roared. Understood, Mr. Kaido, Jin responded, taking several powerful strides forward before transforming into a pteranodon and soaring toward the Redford. The Birdman is coming. Observed Lucky Lu, eyeing Jean as he charged forth. He bit into a hefty piece of meat before launching himself into action, his muscles taut as he spun rapidly, resembling a meatball war machine as he barreled towards Jean. Damn Bao Emperor! Jean, witnessing Lucky Lu's onslaught, flapped his wings, channeling his flight speed to counterattack. With a thunderous crash, the two collided mid-air. Jin's expression shifted, clearly shocked by the unexpected power of Lucky Lu's strike, sending him hurtling backward. Just as he was about to plummet into the sea, Jean flapped his wings vigorously, skimming across the surface before ascending into the sky once more. Well done, Lucky Lu. After Lucky Lu's strike, he landed back on the ship, receiving praise from his comrades. Such a pity, though, that guy's race renders such attacks ineffective. Lucky Lu nonchalantly produced another large piece of meat to devour. As the two Yonko engaged in fierce combat, the Whitebeard pirates were also responding to the Navy's public execution of Ace. Old man, Marco called out to Whitebeard, who was seated calmly in his chair on the deck. Ah, Ace is quite reckless, huh? I imagine Sengoku has gathered quite a few people at Marineford, Whitebeard remarked, casually placing his newspaper aside. Notify all pirate crews willing to follow me to Marineford to assemble. Whitebeard instructed Marco. Old man, let us handle this. We will surely rescue Ace. Jozu interjected. Jozu, it's not that simple. You are not capable of rescuing Ace yet. Besides, I am not ready to step back just yet. Whitebeard shook his head, understanding Jozu's concern for his health. Old man, Marco observed Whitebeard's grim expression. Proceed as instructed. Marco, Whitebeard commanded. Yes, old man. Marco responded, noting the seriousness in Whitebeard's demeanor as he set out to notify the 43 captains under their command. Jozu, you lead the others to destroy the nearby naval surveillance fleet. Do not let the Navy ascertain our location. Whitebeard instructed, surveying the surrounding waters. On it, old man. Jozu affirmed, immediately rallying the other 14 captains and members of the Whitebeard pirates to assault the naval surveillance fleet. Before long, the Navy headquarters received reports of the complete annihilation of their surveillance vessels. Meanwhile, at Marineford, countless Navy ships were converging towards the stronghold, recalling elite troops from the field. Are we summoning the Seven Warlords? This is unprecedented, asking pirates to assist against Whitebeard? In the marshal's office, Suru remarked upon hearing Sengoku's orders. Oh dear. It's just an old man. Why all the fuss? Kazara casually trimmed his nails. Do not underestimate the world's strongest man. We must marshal all our forces and ensure this execution does not fail, Sengoku declared sternly. At that moment, a blue figure resolutely approached Marineford. How could he possibly be here? Chapter 68. The name of the sea hero, Baroque Works pirates invade Impel Down. This must be a joke. How could this man appear here? The Navy personnel in the plaza were taken aback at the sight of Jinbei landing at Marineford. Sea hero Jinbei, what brings you here? Navy Vice Admiral Janji Ando confronted Jinbei. I have come to see Admiral Sengoku. Jinbei replied boldly, unperturbed by Janji Ando's imposing stature. A Navy soldier rushed to the marshal's office to relay the message. Admiral Sengoku, the Seven Warlord Jinbei requests an audience. Upon hearing the report, Sengoku frowned. What could he want? Presumably, he is here for Whitebeard. Suru interjected. Let us hope he doesn't do anything foolish. Let him in. Sengoku sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Moments later, Jinbei was escorted before Sengoku. I am here to prevent war. Please halt the execution of Ace. This will only incite unnecessary conflict. Jinbei stated decisively. Do not jest, Jinbei. This war is unavoidable. You must understand your position. The Navy is issuing a summons to the Seven Warlords. Your arrival is quite timely, Sengoku replied. I cannot stand against the benefactor of Fishman Island. Jinbei asserted sternly. Then, are you declaring war against the Navy? Sengoku challenged. Rising to face Jinbei. I cannot turn a blind eye to the kindness of old Whitebeard. Jinbei stood his ground, resolute. Then, I'm afraid we must proceed, Kizaru. Sengoku shouted, prompting the leisurely Kizara to transform into a flash of golden light, appearing beside Jinbei in an instant. Allies can swiftly become enemies. Experience the sensation of being kicked by light. Kizara raised his foot and executed a light-speed kick. Although Jinbei reacted in time to block, he was still sent flying, crashing onto the plaza. What just happened? Someone has been launched out. Is that the sea hero Jinbei? What transpired? The soldiers in the square shouted as Jinbei emerged. Old man, I must return to Whitebeard's side. At that moment, Jinbei also regained his composure and sprinted towards the sea. You cannot escape. A flash darted from the naval headquarters, coalescing on the ground into the figure of Kizaru. Raising his index finger, Kizaru aimed it at the fleeing Jinbei. In the next instant, a beam of light shot forth, piercing through Jinbei's chest. His movements faltered for a moment, followed by a mushroom cloud explosion in front of him. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing speed, and the soldiers in the square quickly realized that Jinbei was their foe. Zhang Jiando promptly commanded his men to encircle Jinbei. Surrender. Jinbei, Kizaru remarked, hands in his pockets, his cape of justice billowing behind him. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the navy and the presence of an admiral, Jinbei was inevitably captured and escorted to Impel Down. The news of his capture was swiftly suppressed by the navy. Days later, with only 12 hours remaining before Ace's execution, at the gates of justice, under the cover of night, the Sandy Crocodile lay anchored not far from the gates, with Crocodile standing at the bow. All crew members aboard prepared for action. Bruno, Ms. Golden Week. Crocodile cast a glance at Bruno and Ms. Golden Week aboard the ship and assured, rest assured, Captain. Ms. Golden Week took up her sketchpad and brush, while Bruno activated his moonwalk, lifting Ms. Golden Week into the air, propelling them away from the Sand Crocodile. Not far from their position, Nami responded to Luffy's calm inquiry about their distance to Impel Down. We are nearing it. The Thousand Sunny advanced steadily, soon revealing the outline of the Gate of Justice. Hey, this looks rather ominous, Sanji remarked, gazing at the towering Gate of Justice. The path to Impel Down is obstructed. Such a massive gate cannot be opened with our strength. Zoro furrowed his brow. How could this happen? Even so, I will shatter this gate with my fists and charge through to rescue Ace, Luffy declared, rising to his feet, his determination evident as he flexed his muscles. Luffy, this is no ordinary gate. Even if you were to strike it with all your might, it would remain unbroken. Frankie interjected. Luffy, we should change our course and head to Marine headquarters, Sanji suggested, taking a drag from his cigarette. It seems we have no choice, Luffy replied, adjusting his hat. Hey, Luffy, come quickly. There's a pirate ship ahead, Nami suddenly shouted, her eyes fixed on the horizon. What? Luffy turned to see a pirate vessel adorned with a golden hook skull emblem. Captain, there's a pirate ship behind us. Miss Valentine, floating in the air, also caught sight of the approaching pirate ship under the moonlight. Upon hearing this, Crocodile moved to the rear and peered over, only to discover that it was none other than the Thousand Sunny, the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. As the Thousand Sunny aligned parallel to the Sand Crocodile, Crocodile remarked, Hey, those individuals up there, they are from Alabasta. Ah, it's the Warlord Crocodile. Luffy and his companions quickly recognized the members aboard the pirate ship. Truly, they are the protagonists. They too aspired to reach Impel Down. Crocodile cast a glance at Luffy, contemplating silently. Captain, what should we do? Shall we eliminate them? Mister, one inquired of Crocodile, directing his gaze towards Luffy and his crew. Crocodile did not respond. Instead, he strode purposefully to the side of the sand alligator. Are you intending to venture into Impel Down to rescue your brother? Crocodile inquired aloud. Ah, indeed. Luffy did not conceal the truth and spoke candidly. Hey, Luffy, don't reveal that, Usopp exclaimed, wishing to intervene, but it was too late, leaving him in despair. Collaboration, you say? I have a crew member who has been captured and is also en route to Impel Down. Crocodile addressed Luffy, contemplating that Luffy indeed possessed the aura of a protagonist, capable of defeating Moria. Therefore, his current strength should be comparable to that in the original narrative, making him an ideal candidate to serve as a free enforcer. All right. Luffy nodded in agreement without hesitation. In a state of bewilderment, the crew members from both sides witnessed their captains forging an alliance. Even if we are to collaborate, we cannot bypass this formidable gate. It seems you are quite at a loss, Sanji remarked to Crocodile. Fear not. This gate shall soon be opened, Crocodile reassured. Crocodile cast a glance at Sanji and then smiled as he commanded, Open the Gate of Justice. Suddenly, a door swung open in the marine surveillance room, where Bruno and Ms. Golden Week emerged. Hey, who are you? Who allowed your presence here? The Marines quickly shouted upon noticing Ms. Golden Week and Bruno. Friendship's yellow-green. Without uttering a word, Ms. Golden Week flicked her brush and painted friendship symbols on the Marines. So it's Ms. Golden Week. My dear friend. In an instant, the Marine's demeanor shifted a full 180 degrees. What a truly reliable ability, Bruno remarked upon witnessing their reaction. Hiki. Ms. Golden Week grinned widely, and then instructed the Marines, Please open the Gate of Justice. I wish to pass through. Of course, my dear friend. The Marines nodded eagerly and promptly twisted the control lever to open the gate. But do not tell anyone, all right? You must close the gate 2 minutes after we pass. Ms. Golden Week reminded the Marines per Crocodile's instructions. Rest assured, my dear friend. The Marines readily agreed. Seeing this, Ms. Golden Week chose not to erase their painted symbols and followed Bruno as they departed. Chapter 69. Advancing to Impel Down. Creak. With a resounding noise. The firmly shut gate began to open. The gate is really opening. Luffy exclaimed in disbelief, his mouth agape. Why did the gate suddenly open? Could it be a conspiracy between the Navy and Crocodile? Usopp said fearfully. If it is a conspiracy, we should just stay put. The gate will close soon. And we should make our exit, suggested Godzilla. Full speed ahead through the Gate of Justice. Upon witnessing the situation, Crocodile addressed Luffy and his companions before shouting towards the underwater Godzilla. With a roar, Godzilla surged to the surface, swiftly propelling the sand crocodile ship forward. Frankie, set sail and follow our vessel. Luffy commanded, to which Frankie unhesitatingly complied, maneuvering the Thousand Sunny closely behind the sand crocodile. Captain, we have returned. In no time. Both the sand crocodile and the Thousand Sunny passed through the gates of justice, with Ms. Golden Week and Bruno also returning to the sand crocodile. Prepare for battle, everyone. Crocodile instructed the crew as the imposing figure of Impel Down came into view. Beep, beep, beep. Meanwhile, the soldiers aboard the warships outside Impel Down detected the approach of the sand crocodile and the Thousand Sunny, triggering an immediate alarm. 5 warships, is it? Crocodile surveyed the number of warships before charging forward, leaping into the sky. Desert Monster Arm. Impact. As he soared through the air. His right arm transformed into a colossal sandy appendage, enveloped in haki, which he then brought crashing down upon one of the warships below. Boom. The giant arm struck the deck with a thunderous explosion, as Crocodile unleashed a terrifying force, his punch piercing straight through the warship's deck, shattering the vessel entirely. Thanks to Akainu, his haki had grown significantly stronger. Crocodile landed atop the severed warship and turned his gaze toward another vessel. Desert Blade, Crescent. In an instant, he unleashed a torrent of yellow sand from his arm, which morphed into a massive crescent-shaped sand blade, slicing through the adjacent warship and causing a violent explosion that sent it plummeting to the depths of the sea. Sandstorm. After annihilating 2 warships, Crocodile's palm whirled rapidly, conjuring a swirling sandstorm, which he hurled toward the 3rd warship. The tempest ravaged the vessel, pulling the Marines into its chaotic embrace, while the ship's equipment was obliterated, rendering it powerless in mere moments. As for the remaining 2 warships, one was stormed by Mr. One and his comrades, while the other fell to Luffy and Zoro, who swiftly dispatched the Navy forces. Is this a joke? All 5 warships destroyed so quickly, exclaimed the guards in the monitoring room of Impel Down. Disbelief etched across their faces. What on earth is happening? How did we suddenly have intruders? Just then, Magellan entered the monitoring room and inquired. All 5 warships have been annihilated. The identities of the intruders have been confirmed. The Baroque works led by the former Shichibukai, and the Straw Hat Pirates led by the bounty of 350 million berries, the Straw Hat Kid. The guards reported to Magellan. Damn it, are they on a time crunch? Gather the guards immediately, we must stop them, Magellan commanded, striding out with urgency. Meanwhile, after dispatching the warships, Crocodile and his crew stood poised at the gates of Impel Down. Erosion cycle. Crocodile placed his hand upon the Grand Gate, and soon the entrance to Impel Down began to corrode and crumble to dust. Subsequently, he and his companion strode confidently inside. Tap, tap, tap before long. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the air, and a troop of blue gorillas materialized before them. Mr. One, swiftly dispatch them. Crocodile addressed Mr. One, exclaiming, Zoro. Similarly, Luffy called out to Zoro beside him. Rest assured, Captain. Mr. One and Zoro exchanged a glance before charging forth simultaneously. Mr. One's body transformed into a flurry of slashes, while Zoro swiftly unsheathed 3 swords. Under the relentless assault from both, the blue gorillas fell to the ground, their bodies marred by numerous cuts. Subsequently, the group continued their advance, with cell after cell appearing around them. Hey, who are you? Why are you outside? One voice called out. That can't be. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Warlord Crocodile. Another exclaimed. Kid, you've been waiting a long time, haven't you? I just got in. And Crocodile has already exited the Warlords, cried a voice from within the cell. Crocodile, release me, and I shall follow you, shouted the inmates in unison. Crocodile paid no heed. Along the way, he caught sight of an intriguing figure, Buggy, with his red nose. Oh, is that not Buggy? Crocodile approached Buggy's cell and addressed him. You were Crocodile? How did you end up here? Buggy exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Crocodile. Red Nose, Buggy, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami also appeared alongside Buggy. It's you. You bastard straw hat. Buggy realized, cursing at Luffy. Would you care to join us for a prison break? Crocodile extended the invitation to Buggy. Buggy was momentarily taken aback, but after contemplating, he concluded that following Crocodile and the Straw Hats might indeed lead to their escape. He thus agreed. Witnessing this, Mr. 3 decided to create a key to free Buggy, but Buggy arrogantly declared, I don't need such a thing. This cell cannot contain me. Mr. 3 and the others exchanged glances, pondering whether this red-nosed fellow possessed some hidden strength. Then, they watched as Buggy's body split apart, allowing him to effortlessly slip out of the cell. Chapter 70. The prison break in progress with Buggy now part of their escape team. He, possessing a fair understanding of Impel Down, took on the role of guide. Robin, are you here? Ms. Valentine floated around, shouting at various cells. Stop shouting. She should be on the 5th or 6th level. Crocodile said to Ms. Valentine's Day, let us hasten below to rescue Robin. Oh. Can't we simply have Bruno descend directly to save her? Ms. Golden Week cleverly replied. There is no need. Having Bruno search one by one is impractical, as his stamina cannot withstand such an endeavor. Crocodile concocted an excuse, stating that he needed to linger a while longer and gather more subordinates on the 3rd level. Hey, Buggy, how does one reach the 2nd level? Crocodile inquired. Do not speak in such a commanding tone. Buggy retorted loudly, yet obediently led the way. Aha. We can reach the 2nd level through this sword tree needle grass, he added. Before long, a narrow passage materialized before Crocodile, flanked by crimson trees, their leaves gleaming with a metallic luster, resembling the sharpest of blades. The grass underfoot was similarly red and appeared as sharp as needles. Mr. 1 walked ahead, frowning as he stepped on the grass. This grass feels off, he remarked, sensing it was akin to stepping on a weapon. Buggy then recalled to explain. This is no ordinary forest. These are sword trees with leaves as sharp as blades, and the grass below is needle grass, capable of piercing the body like a thorn. Those prisoners chased by the guards to this place would be cut and wounded by the sword trees and needle grass, leaving them bloodied and in excruciating agony. This is the 1st level of Impel Down, the Red Lotus Hell. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Thank goodness we weren't in the lead. Luffy shouted at Buggy. You never asked. Buggy chuckled in response. Captain, what should we do? Should we smash through? Mr. 5 approached with a query. I will handle it, came the decisive reply. Crocodile responded with a single word, then placed his hand upon the ground. Destructive cycle. In the next moment, the sword tree thorns before him began to decay under Crocodile's influence, swiftly transforming into a swirling mass of yellow sand. Such a terrifying ability. Zoro, observing Crocodile's actions from behind, spoke in a solemn tone. Very well, let us proceed. Upon witnessing the entirety of his surroundings transformed into sand, Crocodile addressed the group. Lord Magellan, they have successfully passed through the 2nd layer. Magellan, unable to respond immediately due to a sudden bout of stomach discomfort, was left to rely on his aide for updates. Damn it, of all times to suffer from diarrhea? Magellan grumbled with a scowl. Meanwhile, Crocodile and his companions leaped one after another into the depths of the 2nd layer. As they descended, a multitude of glowing eyes emerged from the darkness. This is the lair of ferocious beasts. Do you see those luminous eyes? They belong to the predators of this realm, Buggy elaborated to Crocodile and the others. Just as his words concluded, a beast charged forth from the shadows. However, as it entered the light, the group was left dumbfounded. It was a mere hippopotamus calf, standing only 30 centimeters tall, a vibrant pink hue adorning its small frame. Is this the ferocious beast you speak of? Luffy exclaimed, pointing incredulously at Buggy. What? This tiny creature is considered a beast? Buggy echoed, equally astonished. Feeling a surge of bravado, Buggy rushed at the diminutive hippopotamus, brandishing 4 daggers that materialized in his hands, intent on vanquishing it. Yet, as he approached, the hippo opened its mouth wide, and Buggy's previously nonchalant demeanor transformed into sheer terror upon witnessing its jaw stretch to over 2 meters. Ah! He shouted in panic, hastily dodging aside as the pink hippo missed its target, instead creating a crater in the ground and swallowing a piece of brick hole. Undeterred, the hippo prepared for another assault, but just then, a fist flew through the air, striking the creature squarely on the head and sending it tumbling away. Hee. Buggy glanced over to see Luffy retracting his arm with a grin. However, with the defeat of the small hippo, a throng of scorpions, lions, hippos, mantises, and peculiar beasts resembling a cross between a chicken and a snake began to emerge in droves. Hurry up and deal with them, Mr. 1. Crocodile addressed Mr. 1 and the others, urging them to prepare. Onward, Zoro, Sanji. Luffy, brimming with enthusiasm, joined the charge as they all surged forth, unleashing powerful strikes against the formidable beasts that had once dominated the second level. Faced with the might of Mr. 1 and Luffy, these creatures were swiftly dispatched. Hey, Buggy, where's the passage to the third level? Luffy inquired. I have no idea. This is my first time on the second level, Buggy replied, shaking his head. No need to complicate things, Straw Hat. Crocodile spoke, recalling that in the original text, they were also unaware of the passage. It was only during their assault on the layer's leader, Sphinx, that they inadvertently shattered the floor and fell through. Crocodile placed his hand upon the ground and declared, Erosion cycle. In the next moment, the earth transformed into sand, allowing the crowd to effortlessly withstand the third layer. It's so hot. As they reached the third layer, everyone cried out in unison, for above them loomed an object that resembled the sun, radiating an intense heat. Indeed, it was rather sweltering. It must be some form of advanced technology. Crocodile felt a surge of irritation, swirling a sandstorm in his hands. It would be better to destroy it. Crocodile swung his arm, casting the swirling sandstorm into the sky. The tempest surged directly towards the sun, and with a resounding explosion, the sun erupted, causing an immediate drop in temperature throughout the third layer. Ah, how refreshing, Luffy exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. What just happened? I'm so hungry. Is there anyone who can offer some food? After advancing for a while, Crocodile and his companions were met with a series of anguished wails. Mr. 3. Gather your team and unleash the full extent of your capabilities that can be transformed into combat power. Crocodile addressed Mr. 3, affirming, Yes, Captain. Following his orders, Mr. 3 promptly led the members of the third combat team to release the prisoners on the third level. Before long, a majority of the inmates on the third level had been set free by Mr. 3, who proclaimed that it was the illustrious Shichibukai, Crocodile, who had rescued them. Chapter 71, The Arrival of Magellan. As Crocodile and his companions invaded the subterranean third level on level 5, 5 of them fell down. Lightning observed the surveillance screens displaying Crocodile and his crew with a perplexed expression. How could Crocodile be here? Wasn't the son of the devil captured recently? That fellow is one of Crocodile's crew. He must be here to rescue his comrades. However, it is curious that during this time, members of that man's crew are also imprisoned here, Ivanov replied. It has indeed been quite some time since I last encountered Crocodile, Ivanov continued, reflecting wistfully. Do you recognize him? Should we go and pay a visit? Lightning inquired. No, our mission is to remain concealed, Ivanov shook his head. Nevertheless, Robin is the sole survivor of that incident. Should we not take the initiative to extract her? Lightning pressed further. That's a valid point. Having such an individual under Crocodile's control is indeed troubling. Let us observe for now. If the opportunity arises amidst the chaos, we may seize her, Ivanov contemplated thoughtfully. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crocodile. After Crocodile successfully incorporated the third level, he began his ascent towards the fourth. Soon, everyone discovered a vast chasm leading to the lower levels. Crocodile approached, and a wave of scorching heat emanated from below. Peering into the abyss, they beheld a seething pool of blood and a raging sea of flames. Captain, if we descend, we shall surely perish, Mr. 3 remarked after surveying the dire situation below. Humph. Pirates, do not fret. You are already in your grave. A voice suddenly rang out. The main event was finally upon them. Hearing the voice, Crocodile turned around to see Magellan standing still, staring at them. Crocodile, for all these years, it is the first time someone dares to brazenly invade this place, Magellan declared, as a deep purple venom began to emanate from his body. What is that? Luffy exclaimed, his expression one of surprise as he watched the viscous, deep purple substance ooze onto the ground, hissing as it made contact. That man is the chief warden, Magellan. His power is truly terrifying. He is a user of the poison fruit. The toxins on him are to be avoided at all costs, for even a mere touch would result in lethal contamination. A prisoner from the third level hastily explained upon seeing Magellan. Untouchable? Does that mean he is invincible? Nevertheless, the members of the Baroque works remained confident in Crocodile. But with our captain here, we will surely defeat him, Luffy asserted resolutely. So you intend to rescue Fire Fist Ace? Then you must hurry and find a way to defeat me. Fire Fist Ace is soon to be escorted to the Navy headquarters, Magellan interjected, his tone almost gleeful. Not on my watch. I will not allow you to deliver Ace to the Navy headquarters, Luffy shouted, preparing to charge at Magellan. However, a swirling cloud of yellow sand suddenly obstructed his path. Crocodile, what are you doing? Luffy glared at Crocodile in anger. Humph. If you charge in so recklessly, not only will you fail to rescue him, but you may very well meet your end here as well. Crocodile caressed the golden hook in his hand and remarked. Do you have any clever solutions? Luffy inquired. Mr. 3, utilize your abilities to adorn the straw hat. Candles can indeed serve as a barrier against venom. Crocodile addressed Mr. 3. Nanny, is that true? Despite Mr. 3's initial bewilderment at Crocodile's words, he nonetheless summoned wax to encase Luffy's hands and feet in wax gauntlets and foot coverings. Incredible! Luffy exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he admired the gear adorning him. All right, I'm ready to go. Once transformed into Candle Luffy, he charged once more towards Magellan. Do you really think that will work against me? Magellan scoffed, eyeing Luffy's new adornments. Toxic Dragon. In an instant, Magellan unleashed a torrent of venom, coalescing into a dragon-like figure that surged toward Luffy. Utilizing Gear Second, Luffy deftly evaded the Toxic Dragon, reappearing above Magellan. Jet Pistol. With a resounding impact, Luffy's fist connected with Magellan, sending him hurtling away. Humph. How dare you strike me directly? Your hands must be tainted with venom. Magellan steadied himself upon landing, observing the toxin that marred Luffy's gauntlets. Hiki. Guess. Unfazed, Luffy thought to himself that this splendid gauntlet truly proved its worth. Jet Machine Gun. After the initial success, Luffy aimed to maintain his momentum and topple Magellan, channeling energy into his fists and unleashing a rapid barrage of strikes upon Magellan. Humph. Naive. Magellan retorted, creating a toxic passage through which he glided, shielding himself with his arms to block Luffy's relentless assault. Suddenly, he lunged forward, preparing to deliver a punishing blow. Sand Monster's arm. At that moment, a colossal fist emerged, sending Magellan flying. Have you forgotten? I am still here, Magellan. A swirling cloud of yellow sand coalesced into Crocodile's form. Crocodile. Magellan crashed to the ground. Thank you, Crocodile. Luffy expressed his gratitude, urging, let's finish this guy off. The yellow sands danced in Crocodile's hand as he addressed Luffy. Hee, let us join forces. Luffy chuckled, taking a bold step forward, placing his hands confidently upon his thighs. Erosion Cycle. Crocodile placed his hand upon the ground, commencing the transformation of the terrain. It was only in the arid desert that he could unleash his full potential. In the blink of an eye, the third layer became enveloped in swirling yellow sands. Poisonous Pufferfish. Magellan unleashed several venomous spheres towards Crocodile and his companions. With a swift motion of his hand, Crocodile sent a torrent of yellow sand soaring, effectively blocking all the poisonous spheres. Subsequently, Luffy leaped onto the sand, dashing rapidly towards Magellan. Jet. Rocket. As he ran, Luffy extended his arms, launching an attack directly at Magellan. Bang. Luffy's hand struck Magellan's abdomen, causing it to cave in, and the latter was propelled backward, crashing into a wall. Is it over? Luffy inquired, gazing at the rising clouds of dust ahead. Not so simple. This is merely the beginning, Crocodile replied, observing the crimson venom oozing forth. Chapter 72. The Colossal Poison. Judgment from Hell. Magellan's voice resonated like the Grim Reaper's decree, and from the debris of his fallen form emerged a colossal skeleton, coursing with vivid red liquid, enveloping Magellan within its grasp. Has it changed color? Luffy murmured, observing the transformed crimson venom before him. Do not underestimate it. This is Magellan at his most formidable. The red venom coursing through him is significantly more potent than before, capable of eroding even Mr. 3's wax candles, Crocodile cautioned. What shall we do? Luffy asked Crocodile. Do not fret. Leave Magellan to me. There are guards approaching from that direction. You and your crew should hold them off alongside my subordinates. Crocodile addressed Luffy. All right. Be careful then, Crocodile. Luffy replied, Haha, bring it on. If I defeat them, I can definitely become the warden. At that moment, a man, adorned like a pharaoh with a massive scythe in hand and small black wings on his back, led a group of guards charging forward. Humph. Enough nonsense, Hannibal. Take these intruders seriously. A fiery woman wielding a long whip and accompanied by several gigantic monsters interjected. The Blue Gorilla Brigade has arrived, shouted a short figure wielding a trident, leading a swarm of blue gorillas. So the main force is here. Zoro grinned. Zoro, I'm here to help. Luffy returned to his companions. The Straw Hat crew can just stand aside. Leave these small fry to us, Mr. One declared, extending his arms to reveal sharp blades as he and the Baroque Works pirates surrounded the guards. Humph. Just don't hold us back. Sanji retorted. We don't have time for your internal squabbles. Guards, attack. Salutes commanded, pointing his trident, prompting the three-headed guard beast behind him to roar and charge at Mr. One and his crew. What a beast. This is truly ferocious. Luffy chuckled, then turned to Zoro and the others. Let's go? The Straw Hat crew charged towards the oncoming guards. Suddenly, Minotaurus appeared above Luffy at an astonishing speed, swinging his spiked club down towards him. What do you think you're doing, monster food? In an instant, a black foot struck Minotaurus in the face, sending him flying. You dead chef, stealing my spotlight. Zoro yelled at the owner of the black foot. Green-haired idiot, who told you to be slow? Sanji commented, landing and exhaling a puff of smoke. As Zoro spoke, another guard beast, Minotaurus Zebra, swung a long-handled meteor hammer towards him. Clang. Zoro swiftly drew his sword and blocked the meteor hammer with his two-sword style. Jet. Rocket pistol. Luffy dodged and appeared before Minotaurus Zebra, unleashing a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Hee, that's one down, Luffy said cheerfully, looking at the unconscious Minotaurus Zebra. Seeing two of his companions defeated in an instant, Minotaurus Rhino snorted angrily and charged at Luffy. At that moment, Mr. One stepped in front of Minotaurus Rhino. We can't let the Straw Hats take all the glory, Mr. One grinned. Chapter 73, The Great Battle. Minotaurus Rhino, wielding two massive spiked clubs, swung down at Mr. One. The impact created a cloud of dust and smoke. Once the smoke cleared, Minotaurus Rhino found his club stuck on Mr. One's head, who emanated a blade-like aura, causing the ground beneath to crack slightly. Quite strong, aren't you? Mr. One remarked as he merged his hands together, fingers transforming into blades. With a powerful leap, he charged at Minotaurus Rhino's chest. Foam Daisy Slash. Mr. One lunged at Minotaurus Rhino, landing blows that drew blood as several blade-like cuts appeared on his chest. As Minotaurus Rhino's pupils dilated, the wounds expanded dramatically, blood gushing forth. With a loud crash, Minotaurus Rhino fell onto his back. Minotaurus Koala, realizing he was all alone, took a step back in fear, only to hear the crack of a whip behind him. Guard Beast. Minotaurus Koala turned to see Sooty tugging on her whip, watching him intently. With no choice, he clenched his fists and charged forward. Everyone, we can't just stand by. The guards alone won't be able to handle them, Hannibal shouted, twirling his scythe and pointing at Mr. One and Luffy. Roaring, all the guards and blue gorillas surged forward. The Baroque Works pirates also rushed towards the defenders. Candle. Champions Cup. Mr. 3 donned his wax armor and unleashed a series of punches, sending guards flying. Nasal Blast. Mr. 5 shot out a booger, exploding several blue gorillas. Transvestite Fist. Transvestite Party. Mr. 2 jumped into the fray, using various kicks and punches to take down enemies. Haha, we won't just sit back, Frankie declared, raising his hand and firing bullets at the charging foes. Meanwhile, Minotaurus, having been kicked down by Sanji, quickly regained his footing and swung his spiked club at Sanji. Sanji leaped aside, then stepped onto the massive club, spinning rapidly. As his right foot glowed crimson, he stepped forward, launching himself towards Minotaurus. Demon Wind Foot, finishing touch shot. Sanji executed a spinning kick, striking Minotaurus squarely in the face, causing it to cave in as he crashed to the ground. The remaining guard beast, Minotaurus Koala, became the target of Rob Lucci, who darted around, making Minotaurus Koala dizzy as he swung his fists but couldn't land a hit. What are you even doing? Lucci asked coldly, standing on Minotaurus Koala's red nose. Upon hearing Lucci's voice, Minotaurus Koala's eyes crossed in confusion before he swung a powerful punch at Lucci. With a loud thud, just before Minotaurus Koala's fist connected, Lucci leaped into the air, causing Minotaurus Koala to punch himself in the face, blood streaming from his nostrils. Frustrated by his own misstep, Minotaurus Koala became enraged, but before he could retaliate, Lucci descended and transformed into his devil fruit form. 6 powers, 6 King Gun. Lucci combined his fists, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that struck Minotaurus Koala's head, knocking him unconscious as he toppled over. Pirates, perish. On another front, Zoro confronted Hannibal, who swung his long-handled blade. Zoro drew his 2 swords to block and then parried Hannibal's relentless attacks. After deflecting one of Hannibal's strikes, Zoro bit down on his sword, swiftly drawing a 3rd blade, adopting the 3-sword style. 3 swords? Is this a circus act? Upon witnessing Zoro's 3-sword style stance, Hannibal scoffed before launching a fierce strike toward him. 3-sword style, Ogre Slayer. Zoro, unfazed, smiled and swiftly drew his dual blades in a crossed position, immediately charging forward. With a swift motion, blood erupted from Hannibal's chest, and he collapsed to the ground. Is this still mere juggling? Zoro remarked, casting a glance at the fallen Hannibal. Hannibal-sama. The guards shouted in alarm upon witnessing their leader's defeat. Damn pirates! Hannibal grunted, propping himself up with his long blade. Have you managed to stand again? Zoro quipped, eyeing Hannibal. I truly appreciate your previous hospitality, Hannibal. At that moment, prisoners from the third level, newly recruited by Crocodile, surrounded Hannibal. Chapter 74, Crocodile vs. Magellan. Your objective is Ace, but I'm afraid it may be too late. Ace is likely already en route to the Navy headquarters. As for your pirate ship anchored outside, it has probably already been decimated by the Navy warships, Magellan declared to Crocodile. Is that so? My goal is not to extinguish the Fire Fist. As for my pirate ship, it won't be so easily destroyed, Crocodile retorted. Proctor remained unfazed upon hearing this. Ace had been taken away, which was precisely to his advantage. As for the pirate ship, the likes of Godzilla would surely not fail to safeguard the Sand Crocodile. Sensing danger, he would likely flee with the ship. The fate of the Straw Hat cruise vessel, however, was still uncertain. So, is the true objective indeed to capture Nico Robin? Magellan remarked. Instead of probing my intentions, perhaps you should contemplate how long your comrades can endure under my grasp. Crocodile addressed Magellan before him, exclaiming, that line ought to be mine. As Magellan spoke, the venom coursing through his body transformed into a serpentine dragon, surging forth towards Crocodile. Desert Dragon, Crimson Peak Jade Dragon. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Crocodile manipulated a swirling mass of yellow sand, which transformed into a serpentine form that confronted Magellan's venomous dragon, effectively intercepting the latter's assault. The clash of their attacks resulted in a stalemate. However, this marked merely the commencement of their confrontation, as the serpentine form dissipated into toxic liquid and yellow sand. Both Crocodile and Magellan surged forth simultaneously. With a fierce determination, Crocodile unleashed his golden hook, while Magellan descended through the toxic passage, launching a powerful punch towards his adversary. The resounding impact echoed as their strikes collided, causing their respective haki to intertwine. After a brief standoff, the force generated by their combined attacks compelled them both to retreat momentarily. Regaining his composure, Crocodile swiftly charged at Magellan once more, orchestrating a flurry of sand blades that surged toward his foe. In response, Magellan deftly waved his arms, successfully deflecting the oncoming assault. Seizing the opportunity presented by Magellan's defensive maneuvers, Crocodile transformed into yellow sand, spinning behind Magellan to launch a surprise strike. Yet, Magellan sensed Crocodile's intentions. Toxic liquid erupted from his body, prompting Crocodile to revert to sand and retreat hastily. The venom dripped onto the ground, corroding the very sand that Crocodile commanded. Dealing with such a formidable opponent was undeniably a complex undertaking. Seeing this, Crocodile began to gather yellow sand in his hands, and a whirlwind started to form, stirring the surrounding sands. I advise you against employing such a tactic. It will merely scatter the venom everywhere, and your companions will be unable to evade it. Magellan remarked as he observed the intensifying sandstorm coalescing in Crocodile's grasp. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's swirling sandstorm swiftly dissipated. It matters not, even without the sandstorm. I am capable of defeating you. Crocodile manipulated the swirling sands that enveloped him, and in an instant, a tempest of yellow dust surged upwards, coalescing in the air into the majestic form of a lion. The desert lion, Sphinx. Crocodile commanded the lion of sand, charging fiercely towards Magellan, the colossal soldier of venom. Upon witnessing this, Magellan's venomous giant expanded once more, its two immense hands formed from the toxic liquid directly intercepting the oncoming sand. As the venomous substance made contact with the golden grains, it immediately began to erode, producing plumes of black smoke. The monstrous arm of sand. Seizing the opportunity while Magellan wielded his venom to block the sand, Crocodile launched a surprise aerial assault on Magellan. His right hand transformed into sand, coalescing into a massive wrist surrounded by swirling grains, enveloped in a coating of armament haki, which then struck downwards towards Magellan with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Crocodile's ferocious punch collided squarely with the front of the venomous giant, shattering Magellan's liquid defense and crashing into him, sending Magellan sprawling to the ground. The momentum did not wane. It continued to drive him downward, piercing through the floor and plunging him into the blood-soaked depths of the fourth level. Humph. Prepare to comprehend the remainder of your life down there. Crocodile landed and gazed down at the searing sea of blood, remarking thoughtfully, as he caressed his golden hook. He approached Mr. One and the others. The prison guards of Impel Down had been thoroughly defeated by them. After all, they were merely a band of insignificant minions. And Crocodile was hardly surprised. Yash, All taken care of, exclaimed Luffy upon witnessing the guard sprawled on the ground. Ah, Straw Hat. There is something I need to tell you. Crocodile spoke. Have you dealt with the enemy, Mr. Kuro? With that, we can proceed directly downwards. Upon seeing Crocodile approach, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, you've taken care of them. However, Magellan mentioned that Ace has already been transported to Marineford during our battle. Crocodile addressed Luffy, exclaiming, how could this happen? We just vanquished our foes. Nami, in a state of despair, remarked, so, does that mean we must head to the Navy headquarters? Luffy lowered his head, pressing his straw hat down, concealing his expression from others. I apologize, everyone, but I must go to the Navy headquarters. When Luffy lifted his gaze, he wore a relaxed smile as he spoke to Nami and the others. You misspoke, Luffy. It is we who must go. Usopp quickly interjected, sensing Luffy's unease. Indeed, we must hasten back to the Thousand Sunny. Without my guidance, Luffy, you shall not reach Mariewa. Nami insisted. Though it pains me to say this, I must inform you that a naval force has assaulted our pirate ship. I cannot ascertain whether yours still exists, Crocodile stated once more. Nanny. The Straw Hat crew was taken aback, swiftly making their way back to the upper levels. Observing the Straw Hat's departure, Buggy contemplated for a moment before following suit. What about Bruno? Crocodile surveyed the surroundings but did not see Bruno. He inquired, in the midst of the chaos, I instructed Bruno to rescue Robin. My apologies, Captain. I acted without your consent, Mr. 3 replied to Crocodile. Not to worry, that was a commendable decision. Let us proceed further down. That fellow will soon come to retrieve us. Crocodile paid no heed and continued to lead everyone downward. Meanwhile, in the depths of the 5th level, Nico Robin was firmly shackled to the wall. It was unexpected that under Crocodile's protection, one could still be apprehended by the Navy. Jinbei, who had been transferred to Robin's cell after Ace was taken away, looked at her and spoke. Captain, even you, as one of the 7 warlords, have been secretly imprisoned and impelled down. Robin met Jinbei's gaze calmly and replied, there are times when even a captain can be careless. Jinbei, feeling shame, confessed, I was captured for opposing the public execution of Ace. It is regrettable that I find myself in this prison when Whitebeard needs me. The pirates on the 6th level were abuzz with chatter. Haha, the Navy actually intends to take down Whitebeard? Do they not understand his might? If only I could join the fray, dying would be worth it. Has anyone noticed the noise above has subsided? One pirate suddenly interjected. Haha, what does that concern us? It's probably Magellan causing a ruckus, another pirate responded. Suddenly, the sound of scissors echoed through the air, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see scissors emerging from the floor, which then began to lift, and 2 figures sprang forth from the ground. Who are those 2? A thought arose in the hearts of the pirates. It's you, Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army. Someone recognized the newcomers. Nice to meet you, Nico Robin. Ivankov declared as he stealthily acquired the cell key and entered Robin's confinement. Is there something you need? Robin inquired, regarding the peculiar figure before her. Thanks to Crocodile. The guards of Impel Down are occupied with him, allowing me to come here openly. I am here to rescue you, Ivankov announced. What do you mean they are all dealing with Crocodile? Robin asked in confusion. Your captain has come to Impel Down to rescue you, Ivankov explained. What? Robin gasped in surprise, her heart warming at the thought. So you are Mr. Crocodile's ally? No, I am Ivankov, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. I have come to invite you to join us. In this vast sea, we are the only ones capable of opposing the world government. We need your strength. Ivankov continued. Then you should leave. I will not join the Revolutionary Army. I am waiting for Captain Crocodile to come for me, Robin asserted. Habitually almost mentioning Crocodile's name, but instead referring to him as Captain. Surely you do not believe Crocodile can truly rescue you? Magellan is not someone just anyone can contend with. Ivankov warned Robin. The captain is a man full of surprises. I will wait for him, Robin stated resolutely. Under normal circumstances, we would respect your wishes, but these are extraordinary times. Lightning, take Nico Robin away, Ivankov commanded, signaling Lightning to assist. Lightning swiftly cut the iron chains binding Robin to the wall. Robin attempted to resist, but the sea prism stone shackles suppressed her powers, and she was hoisted onto Lightning's shoulder. Suddenly, a door's outline appeared in the floor, and Bruno burst forth, reaching for Robin. Ivankov sensed the intrusion and swiftly countered, sending Bruno flying with a spin. Who are you? Do you also wish to take Nico Robin? Ivankov demanded. Bruno. Robin recognized the figure. I cannot allow you to take Robin like this. Wait, Robin. I will defeat these 2. Bruno declared. Are they Crocodile's minions? Ivankov speculated upon hearing their exchange. Iron block, wheel. Bruno spun rapidly, delivering a kick aimed at Ivankov. Death gaze. Ivankov countered, unleashing a barrage of explosive winds that sent Bruno reeling. Bruno crashed to the ground, then used his powers to push against the floor, disappearing from sight as the ground closed behind him. What devil fruit power does he possess? Ivankov mused, growing wary. Trapdoor. Suddenly, two small doors appeared beneath Ivankov, causing him to plunge into the floor. Bruno emerged from below, launching a punch at Ivankov's face. Seeing this, lightning swiftly opened and closed his scissors, cutting the floor beneath Ivankov to free him just in time. Ivankov executed a spinning leap and removed his disguise. Thank goodness my makeup was thick enough. Otherwise, I would have taken that hit squarely. You scoundrel, he scolded Bruno. Humph. Next time you won't be so fortunate, Bruno retorted. What is happening? Where did these people come from? The sixth-level prisoners pondered, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Storm kick. Bruno unleashed a slashing wave towards Ivankov, who dodged effortlessly and began to spin rapidly, leaving multiple afterimages in his wake. Death ray. He followed up with explosive winds directed at Bruno. Iron block, hard. Bruno countered, resulting in a violent explosion that sent him flying. Damn it, I should have dodged that. Bruno wiped the blood from his mouth. Hand blade. Without delay, Ivankov closed in, unleashing a flurry of strikes at Bruno, who desperately evaded and blocked. With a loud crash, Bruno was struck, flying like a cannonball into the nearby cell, bending the iron bars upon impact. Haha, for Crocodile's sake, I'll just knock you out, Ivankov declared, appearing before Bruno and delivering a powerful kick. Hey, don't do that to my subordinate. Suddenly, an arm emerged, grasping Ivankov's leg, and the surrounding area filled with swirling yellow sand. Crocodile? Ivankov recognized the arm, striking it down, causing it to burst into yellow sand as he quickly retreated to distance himself. It's been a while, Ivankov. Return my beloved subordinate to me. From the ruptured position of his arm, a swirling cloud of yellow sand coalesced to form the body of Crocodile. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Mr. One and his companions swiftly arrived, accompanied by a multitude of unfamiliar faces clad in prison garb. You're quite swift, Crocodile, Ivankov remarked, observing the encirclement by members of the Baroque works. I have no desire to engage you. Simply return Robin to me, and all will be well. Crocodile addressed Ivankov, saying, Hey, you have no right to speak here. Do not forget, I hold a lever over you. Ivankov retorted to Crocodile, Chapter 76, The Arrival of the Golden Lion. Do you think such matters can confine me? Crocodile chuckled lightly and nonchalantly remarked, Come now, if you wish to avoid meeting your demise here, return Nico Robin to me. As Crocodile spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth, directed straight at Ivankov. The Conqueror's Hockey. Crocodile. Ivankov's pupils constricted, gazing at Crocodile in disbelief. Lightning. Hand over Nico Robin. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation with Crocodile, Ivankov instructed Lightning. Subsequently, Lightning set Robin down, and Mr. 3 hastily approached to utilize his powers to create a key to liberate Robin. Are you all right, Nico Robin? Crocodile expressed his concern. A worry for you, Captain. But I am quite well. Robin replied, There is no need for concern. It is I who failed to safeguard you. Crocodile was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Robin call him Captain. Crocodile, please release me, I implore you. Suddenly spoke Jinbei from within the cell. Crocodile glanced at Jinbei, then pondered for a moment before addressing Mr. 3. Release him, Mr. 3. I owe you a favor. Upon his liberation, Jinbei turned to Crocodile and remarked, Make sure you remember this. Crocodile spoke. Just as Jinbei intended to depart, he was halted by Crocodile, who suggested, Wait a moment. I happen to be heading to Marineford as well. I can offer you a ride. Crocodile? What do you intend to do in Marineford? Jinbei inquired, immediately on guard. Rest assured, I have no intentions of confronting Whitebeard, Crocodile reassured him. Crocodile understood what Jinbei was contemplating, and thus he elucidated, Hey, Crocodile, why not release us as well? Indeed. Haha. The prisoners on the 6th level exclaimed upon witnessing Crocodile liberate Jinbei. Upon hearing this, Crocodile surveyed the prisoners on the 6th level and proclaimed, Now, I present you with an opportunity. Join me, and I shall set you free. Don't be naive, Crocodile. Who do you think you are? Expecting us to serve as your subordinates? Who do you think I am? I would only consider serving someone worthy, retorted one of the prisoners with indignation. Haha. You truly possess a commendable spirit, Crocodile replied, amused. Upon hearing this, Crocodile was not the least bit surprised. In the original narrative, The individuals from the 6th level chose to join Blackbeard after being captivated by his astonishing scheme to seize Whitebeard's devil fruit, aspiring to become dual fruit users. It was this allure that compelled them to accompany Blackbeard to the Navy headquarters. Had Blackbeard failed at that juncture, they would have unhesitatingly betrayed him. Therefore, Crocodile had no intention of recruiting them. However, their presence could nonetheless bolster Blackbeard's forces. Just as Crocodile contemplated eradicating them, a cacophony of footsteps and boisterous laughter erupted. I remarked on how all the guards below had been vanquished, only to realize that someone had already taken the initiative. Crocodile glanced back and discovered that Blackbeard's crew had also arrived on the 6th level. Upon noticing this, Mr. One and the others immediately joined Crocodile in confronting Blackbeard's gang. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. It was the first encounter for Crocodile with Blackbeard, who exuded an air of nonchalance and arrogance. Crocodile, you are indeed a formidable individual. Blackbeard exclaimed with a hearty laugh, surprised to find someone who shared his ambition to seize the opportunity to recruit followers while the Navy was preoccupied. You are no different. Crocodile inquired, do you wish to engage in a duel with me here? Blackbeard replied, haha, now is not the moment. Crocodile shook his head, realizing that his haki was insufficient for combat against him, especially with so many crew members present and the sandy terrain providing no advantage. I concur, Bayas. Clear the way and let them pass. Blackbeard instructed Bayas beside him. Let us go. Subsequently, Crocodile led everyone back through the 6th level, retracing their steps. Outside Impel Down, Luffy exclaimed, the Thousand Sunny has truly vanished. The group stared at the empty sea, addressing Luffy. How could this happen? Without a ship, we cannot reach Marineford. And that vessel is our companion. Luffy, filled with despair, leaned over the surface of the sea, gazing into the depths. Hey, look in the sky. Suddenly, Zoro pointed upwards. Is that the Thousand Sunny? How did it get up there? Luffy looked up and saw the Thousand Sunny floating high above. Gum. Luffy extended his arm towards the sky. But the distance was too great. He could only watch helplessly. Is that not Crocodile? A golden-haired old man floated down from the sky, recognizing Luffy and his companions. Do you know Crocodile? Can you return our ship? I have urgent matters to attend to, Luffy immediately inquired upon learning the man knew Crocodile. Oh, that ship belongs to you? The Golden Lion pointed towards the Thousand Sunny in the sky. Indeed, Luffy nodded vigorously. How amusing. But I am under no obligation to assist you, the Golden Lion replied dismissively. Hey, Golden Lion, you scoundrel. Is it too much to show some decency and not bully these kids? At that moment, Buggy stepped forward, shouting at the Golden Lion. As an apprentice aboard Roger's ship, Buggy was familiar with the Golden Lion. Are you from Roger's crew? The Golden Lion's anger flared upon hearing a retort, but he soon recognized Buggy's familiar red nose. Indeed, that is I, Buggy declared proudly. Golden Lion? Roger? The group was taken aback by their conversation, and Nami exclaimed in surprise, Buggy, you were a crew member of Pirate King Roger. Ha ha ha, indeed. Buggy posed triumphantly. I thought you had perished all these years without a word. How nostalgic. Is this your newly formed pirate crew? The Golden Lion reminisced, gazing at Buggy. Hey, what are you saying? Buggy is not our crew member. I am Luffy. I will become the Pirate King. Luffy countered vehemently. The Pirate King? Little brat, do you even comprehend what you are saying? The Golden Lion laughed, somewhat derisively. Return the Thousand Sunny to me immediately. I have no time to waste here. Luffy shouted at the Golden Lion. You impudent child. Dare to speak to me in such a manner? The Golden Lion's expression darkened slightly. Luffy, do not provoke him. Usopp cautioned. Wait, where did you get that straw hat? The Golden Lion's attention shifted to Luffy's straw hat just as he was about to confront him. This was given to me by Shanks. Luffy replied earnestly. Shanks? The Golden Lion frowned, then turned to Buggy, asking, Red-Nosed Brat, is that hat Roger's? Indeed, this is the very hat worn by Captain Roger, Buggy confirmed. Luffy's straw hat has such a significant history? It belonged to Pirate King Roger. The Straw Hat crew gasped in astonishment. Is he the one entrusted by Roger? The Golden Lion's fury subsided as he pointed towards the Thousand Sunny in the sky, which then descended to the sea. Chapter 77. The Whitebeard Pirates make their entrance. The prelude to battle. Thank you, old man. Now we can go to Marineford and rescue Ace. Luffy beamed at the Golden Lion as he and the Straw Hat crew boarded the ship. Little brat, even if I give you the ship, you won't make it out. The Navy has already closed the gates of justice. Just wait. I will take you along later, the Golden Lion said upon realizing their destination. But Ace. Luffy expressed his concern. It must be this way, Luffy, Nami reassured him. After a while, Crocodile and his group finally emerged from Impel Down. Oh, Golden Lion. You arrived rather swiftly. It seems Trafalgar has already tended to you. Upon encountering the Golden Lion, Crocodile noticed that the helm atop his head had vanished, evidently having been successfully extracted by law. Had I arrived a moment later, your vessel would have been obliterated by the Navy, the Golden Lion remarked to Crocodile. Did you prepare any additional ships? Crocodile inquired of the Golden Lion. Certainly. The Golden Lion extended his hand, and several ships descended, including Crocodile's Sand Crocodile. Board the vessels. Everyone, and prepare for a grand upheaval. Crocodile addressed the crowd, prompting everyone to board the vessels, advancing towards Marineford under the might of the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, at Marineford, an impressive assembly of 100,000 elite Navy troops, 5 of the 7 warlords, and the 3 most formidable admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary Marine hero Garp, prepared for the impending conflict with unwavering resolve. On the execution platform, Ace knelt, bounded chains, quietly awaiting his fate. The Navy stood alert, anticipating the arrival of Whitebeard. Attention, the enemy approaches. Sengoku commanded, hastily retrieving a transponder snail. As his words echoed, dark silhouettes emerged on the distant horizon of the sea. The Whitebeard pirates had arrived. A naval officer equipped with a telescope suddenly cried out in alarm. As the shadows drew nearer, the onlookers discerned ship after ship belonging to the notorious crew, the Knight Doma, the Thunderlord Makugai, the Decallan brothers, each a renowned captain in the New World. The target was confirmed, a total of 43 ships under Whitebeard's command. Yet, the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship, was conspicuously absent. A naval officer quickly reported the information. Suddenly, a peculiar sound reverberated through the stillness of Marineford. Sengoku turned his gaze toward the bay, where he noticed the sea level rising ominously. I never expected such an entrance from you. All eyes turned toward the bay. With a resounding crash, a whale-like vessel burst forth from the depths, bubbles cascading around it. The crew aboard was instantly recognizable. The captains of the 14th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates stood proudly at the bow. A heavy thumping sound followed, sending waves of dread through the Navy as an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, cold sweat trickling down their brows. It has been decades, hasn't it, Sengoku? Whitebeard's imposing figure materialized before them, addressing Sengoku. My beloved son, Ace, is he unharmed? Wait for me, Ace. With that, Whitebeard spread his arms wide, sending a tremor through the air. Before the Navy could comprehend what was happening, the atmosphere fractured, and the ocean erupted into a frenzy of towering waves, soaring to heights of dozens, even hundreds of meters. Is this the true power of Whitebeard? How can we withstand this? The Marines swallowed hard, fearing for their lives should the waves crash down upon them. Just then, a figure dashed from the execution platform, swiftly positioning itself before the colossal wave. It was Admiral Akiji, ready to engage. The Marines erupted in excitement upon recognizing him. Ah, I cannot allow you to succeed. Ice Age. Akiji unleashed a chilling blast, freezing the monstrous wave in its tracks. With the wave encased in ice, Akiji seized the opportunity to counterattack, conjuring 2 icy spears aimed at Whitebeard. The latter, unfazed, simply trembled the air before him, shattering the spears with the resultant shockwave that surged towards Akiji, sending him crashing into the sea. Yet, as Akiji made contact with the water, the sea began to freeze, extending its icy grip throughout the bay, creating a solid surface beneath the vessels of the Whitebeard pirates. The pirates leaped from their ships, charging across the ice towards the plaza, while the Navy began organizing a counteroffensive. Simultaneously, Mihawk, the greatest swordsman among the 7 warlords, made his move. The surrounding crowd turned their attention to him, astonished at his prompt engagement. How rare it is for the self-willed Mihawk to join the fray so swiftly, commented Kizaru and Akainu, who were positioned near the execution platform. I merely wish to test the difference between myself and that man. As Mihawk spoke, he reached for the hilt of his sword and drew the black blade. With a swift motion, he unleashed a terrifying flying slash, carving a fearsome path across the ground and ice toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard, observing the incoming attack, remained still. Just as the spectators anticipated a clash between the world's strongest man and the greatest swordsman, a flash of light appeared, revealing a figure from the Whitebeard pirates standing defiantly before the lethal strike. It was Ors Jr. With outstretched arms, he blocked Mihawk's fearsome slash and hurled it skyward. The flying cut spiraled upward, creating ripples in the air, thwarting the world's mightiest attack. That figure was Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Marines gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. Truly, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were monstrous in strength. To minimize our losses, we must capture the king first. Kizaru, seated below the execution platform, stood and focused on Whitebeard before vanishing in a flash, reappearing high above. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru unleashed a blinding brilliance, firing countless beams at Whitebeard. Father! The pirates in the forefront of the Whitebeard crew shouted in alarm, realizing they could not reach him in time. Suddenly, another figure soared forth, intercepting Kizaru's assault entirely. As the barrage dispersed, a man enveloped in blue flames emerged in view. I cannot allow you to disturb our captain. Marco, bathed in azure flames, rapidly healed from Kizaru's earlier attack. Oh, how terrifying. The Whitebeard pirates possess a mythical Zoan type as rare as a Logia. Kizaru teased Marco, who transformed into a phoenix and charged at him. In response, Kizaru unleashed another barrage of beams, but Marco charged through them, executing a spectacular upside-down kick. Kizaru parried, jesting. That move actually worked. Enough joking around. Marco retorted, launching his kick with force, sending Kizaru crashing to the ground, creating a mushroom cloud of explosive impact. Come and stop me. As Marco and Kizaru faced off, Jozo hurled a colossal chunk of ice, far larger than any giant, towards the execution platform. How infuriating. Everyone is abandoning their posts. If we all attack, who will guard this place? Under the execution platform, the only remaining figure seated, Akainu, rose to his feet, magma swirling from his right hand. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a colossal magma fist, which soared through the air, colliding with the ice block hurled by Jozu. The molten fist obliterated the ice, scattering volcanic projectiles towards the attacking pirates, one of which was aimed directly at Whitebeard. In response, Whitebeard raised his weapon, the Kumo no Kiri, effortlessly blocking the volcanic projectile, before exhaling with such force that he extinguished the inferno as if snuffing out birthday candles. Go light the candles on your birthday cake, brat. He taunted, rallying the spirits of his crew as the battle intensified. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates stood resolutely against the Navy's onslaught, urging their comrades to charge towards the plaza. At that moment, a towering figure, several dozen meters tall, emerged from the bay, wielding a blade longer than a warship, cleaving through a Navy vessel with ease. Ace, I have come to rescue you. The thunderous voice echoed like a clap of thunder, shaking the very foundations of Marineford. Such a colossal presence, who could it be? Even the Navy's giant warriors appeared diminutive in comparison. The enormous figure advanced through the bay, cutting through the Navy ranks as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Oars. Whitebeard called out, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing oars. Father, do not stop me. I must save Ace. Young Oars pressed on, shouting defiantly as he continued his assault towards the plaza. Go, Oars. Show them your might. Charge forward, follow Oars. The pirates in the bay felt their spirits soar at Oars' arrival, rallying behind him as they pressed towards the plaza. This is the first time I have had to look up to someone, remarked a giant warrior stationed at the plaza, swallowing hard. Yet there was no time for hesitation. Oars' assault was relentless. He swung his blade at the giant warrior before him, who attempted to block the strike, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer force, leaving him dazed and defenseless against Oars' second swing, which sent him crashing to the ground. As Oars continued his unstoppable advance, neither the remaining giant warriors nor the ordinary Navy personnel could halt his progress. He barreled through the plaza, reaching the defensive line established by the Seven Warlords. Bartholomew Kuma was the first to step forward, prompting Moria to back away cautiously. Kuma raised his palm, which bore the mark of his devil fruit ability, compressing the air around him until it coalesced in his hand. Kuma palm strike, he declared, unleashing a compressed air blast that shot toward Oars. Momentarily taken aback by the seemingly insignificant projectile, Oars was struck in the abdomen by Kuma's attack, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of force that sent him reeling. Blood spewed from Oars' mouth, and he nearly lost consciousness. Oars. Ace cried out in anguish, kneeling on the execution platform as he witnessed Oars' battered form. At the very least, take one of them down. Oars, bloodied and weakened, turned his gaze to Don Quixote Doflamingo and launched a desperate punch in his direction. With agility, Doflamingo leaped into the air, positioning himself above Oars as he descended with a smile, severing one of Oars' legs in an instant. Crippled, Oars fell to his knees, but still reached out toward the execution platform, desperate to grasp Ace. Just then, a swarm of bats erupted forth, forming a massive spear that pierced through Oars' chest. The grievously wounded Oars' hand fell limp, and his colossal form collapsed onto the ground. Oars. Ace's heart shattered at the sight of his fallen comrade. tears streaming down his face. Whitebeard, too, felt a pang of sorrow at this tragic turn of events. Chapter 79. The Straw Hat Crew joins the fray. A flaw has been revealed. Whitebeard. At that moment, a Navy Vice Admiral known as Flaw appeared, wielding a battle axe aimed at Whitebeard. As the axe swung toward him, Whitebeard unleashed the power of the Tremor fruit, shattering the massive blade with a single punch. In disbelief, Flaw found himself pinned down by Whitebeard's colossal hand, his head pressed forcefully against the deck, the radiant energy surrounding Whitebeard erupting as he shattered Flaw's helmet, rendering him unconscious with a casual toss. The battle raged on above, where the Golden Lion commanded his fleet, stealthily approaching Marineford under the cover of massive icebergs. "There he is, Ace, right below us," Luffy shouted down at the battlefield. "Uncle Golden Lion, lower us down," he urged, turning to the Golden Lion. "You can go down first," the Golden Lion replied, unwilling to join the fray just yet. With a push, he sent the Sunny hovering over the gaping hole Jozu had created with his ice. Hey, are you guys really not going to fight?" Buggy exclaimed, startled at the prospect of being dropped into battle with the Straw Hat Crew, but the Golden Lion ignored him, releasing his powers and sending the Sunny down. "Take me with you." Jinbe quickly jumped aboard the Sunny, ready to join the battle. "Captain, are we not going to fight?" Mr. One inquired of Crocodile. "Not yet. The time is not right. Going down now would be unwise." Crocodile addressed Mr. One, saying, "Take a good look, for such battles are rare. This is the arena of the elite." Crocodile addressed the crowd, remarking on Whitebeard's remarkable vitality. The Golden Lion, witnessing Whitebeard's swift defeat of the warlord, chuckled. "Aren't you the same? Surely you possess the strength of your prime by now." Crocodile replied, "Do not mock me, young one. At this age, it is impossible to regain one's peak condition." The Golden Lion puffed on his cigar as he spoke. Suddenly, the Sunny descended from the heavens, landing at the cave entrance, an unusual sight that captivated everyone's attention. "Is it a pirate ambush?" a Navy officer exclaimed upon spotting the Jolly Roger. "Those rascals!" Doflamingo sneered at Moria when he recognized the Straw Hat flag. "The Straw Hat Kid." Moria gritted his teeth, glaring at the figure before him. On the Sunny, Luffy stood at the bow, flanked by Zoro and Sanji, while Frankie, Bruno, and others formed a line behind him, making their grand entrance onto the battlefield. "Ace," Luffy shouted, his gaze fixed on Ace on the execution platform. "Luffy," Ace gasped, a look of concern crossing his face. "I'm here to rescue you," Luffy cried out again. "Is that the brother Ace frequently mentions? He actually came here." Marco and the others noticed Luffy's arrival. The grandson of the hero Garp, son of the revolutionary dragon, has willingly walked into the lion's den, Akainu remarked, eyeing Luffy on the Sunny. "Dracula Mihawk." Zoro spotted Mihawk amidst the crowd, their eyes locking in recognition. "Roronoa Zoro." Mihawk smiled at him. "Jinbe? What is he doing here? Did something happen at Impel Down?" Sengoku frowned, observing Jinbe among Luffy's companions. "Let us go, everyone," Luffy exclaimed, leaping off the Sunny and charging towards the execution platform. "We must save Luffy and I." Sanji and the others echoed, leaping off the Sunny to follow Luffy's lead. "What reckless kids," Whitebeard observed, watching Luffy charge into the fray. "Stop them." As Luffy and his comrades plunged into battle, countless Navy soldiers surged towards them like a tidal wave. Rubber machine gun, 3-sword style, ghost slash, party table spin kick, beam bullet, 4.5-point fist, fireball, thunderstorm, nose song 3 ding, arrowtail slash, blue wave ball, strength and grapple, fishman karate, kilowatt punch. The Straw Hat Crew demonstrated their unique abilities, taking down every Navy soldier in their path. "Quite impressive, Ace's brother. Don't let yourselves be outdone," they urged, rallying their crew to continue advancing towards the execution platform. "None shall pass." Just then, a figure shrouded in smoke charged towards Luffy, swinging a weapon menacingly. Clang! Before the attack could land, Zoro swiftly intervened, blocking the strike. "It's you." Zoro recognized the familiar face of Smoker, whom they had encountered in Logtown. "Last time you escaped. But this time I'll capture you all," Smoker declared, separating from Zoro and launching himself at him once more. "Jet machine gun." Luffy, seeing the confrontation, activated his second gear and unleashed a flurry of strikes at Smoker. However, the storm of attacks passed harmlessly through Smoker's body. "With your abilities, you cannot defeat me." "Straw Hat," Smoker countered, evading Luffy's blows and pressing his weapon against Luffy's throat, pinning him to the ground. "Oh no, Sea Prism Stone." Luffy felt his strength drain away. Luffy. Zoro and Sanji attempted to rush to his aid, but a figure enveloped in blue flames shot past them, delivering a kick that sent Smoker flying. Do not lay a hand on Ace's brother, Navy. Marco flapped his wings, smiling at Smoker. Oh, I'm saved. Thank you, Luffy exclaimed, quickly regaining his footing. Remarkable. You actually struck that Navy officer. Sanji marveled, noting that kicking techniques typically wouldn't affect a Logia user like Smoker. Ah, it's hockey, Marco explained, soaring into the air. Luffy and his companions, free from Smoker's grasp, pressed onward. Chapter 80, The Appearance of Rayleigh Prepare to Fall, Straw Hat. A giant marine midshipman brandished a spiked club, swinging it down at Luffy. With a thud, the club struck the ground as Luffy nimbly leapt above the giant. So fast. The giant midshipman gasped, raising his weapon for another strike. Third gear. Luffy bit his thumb, blowing into it, causing his fist to swell to colossal proportions. He then delivered a powerful punch that sent the giant midshipman flying. This menace must be eradicated immediately. Akaina glared at Luffy, preparing to strike when a beam of light shot towards Luffy. Ah, isn't that the Straw Hat Kid? Experienced the sensation of lightspeed kick. Luffy heard a voice just before Kizaru appeared, delivering a blinding kick that sent Luffy hurtling away. Luffy. The Straw Hat crew rushed to his side. Are you all right, Luffy? Jinbei caught Luffy, who then turned to Kizaru, blood trickling from his mouth. That hurt. What just happened? Luffy exclaimed, astonished. That's Admiral Kizaru. He.S. not someone you can handle, Jinbei warned. Admiral? Luffy stared at the rather unseemly figure before him in disbelief. Fishman Jinbei, you managed to escape from Impel Down. How is this possible? Kizaru remarked, approaching Jinbei and Luffy. Fireball. Usopp pulled back his slingshot, launching a fiery projectile at Kizaru. Bang. The flame projectile struck the yellow monkey and immediately erupted in a violent explosion. Got him. Usopp chuckled with glee. Ah, the attack was effective. However, as the smoke cleared, it revealed the yellow monkey unscathed. He had consumed the Logia-type devil fruit, the light fruit, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against him, as Jinbei explained. Is he also a Logia user? The Straw Hat crew expressed their astonishment. Not just him. All three admirals of the Navy possessed the rare Logia abilities, Jinbei continued. We cannot linger here, the yellow monkey proclaimed as he leaped into the air, his hands shimmering with golden light, unleashing a barrage of radiant beams towards Luffy and his crew. Everyone get down, Luffy shouted urgently. The dazzling light spread in all directions, with countless beams of radiation targeting the Straw Hat crew. Luffy. Ace, who had been watching Luffy closely, shouted in alarm, while Carp's expression turned grim. Boom. Mushroom clouds erupted with each explosion. Ace's brother. The members of the Whitebeard pirates turned their gazes towards Luffy and the others. Is this the end for you, Straw Hat? Smoker's eyes widened at the scene, believing that the Straw Hat crew would have no hope of survival against the yellow monkey's attack. We cannot allow the budding sprouts of this new era to be snuffed out so easily. At that moment, a voice emerged from the chaos, and as the smoke dissipated, a figure stood boldly in front of Luffy and his companions. It's him, Jinbei gasped, recognizing the sword-wielding elder. Silver's Rayleigh. The yellow monkey also displayed a look of surprise upon seeing the elder. Just in time, Rayleigh said, standing firm with his sword. Silver's Rayleigh. Why is he here? The Navy personnel were struck with disbelief, realizing he was the one who had come to the aid of the Pirate King's offspring. Damn it. We should have eliminated him back at Sabaody Archipelago. Akainu seethed at Rayleigh's unexpected appearance. Who is Silver's Rayleigh? Luffy asked, utterly bewildered. Luffy, you don't know him? He was a crew member of Pirate King Roger, known as the Pirate King's right-hand man. Frankie hurriedly informed Luffy. What? A member of the Pirate King's crew? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Navy, hand over Ace. Rayleigh strode forward, confronting the yellow monkey with an imposing presence, unleashing his conqueror's haki, causing numerous weaker Navy soldiers to collapse in its wake. Carp, it seems we cannot stand idly by any longer. Sengoku called out from the execution platform. I know. Carp responded. Sengoku then seized a Din Mushi, shouting not to be intimidated by Rayleigh's reputation, insisting he was merely a remnant of the old era. I never expected he would show up. This changes everything. Whitebeard remarked quietly, glancing at Rayleigh. You all go ahead. I will hold him off. Rayleigh instructed Luffy and the others behind him. Thank you, Uncle. Luffy exclaimed, quickly maneuvering around the yellow monkey towards the execution platform. Don't think you can escape. The yellow monkey attempted to pursue, transforming into light, but Rayleigh swiftly intercepted him with a strike of his sword. Let me be your opponent for now, Rayleigh declared, interrupting the yellow monkey's elemental transformation. This is troublesome. The yellow monkey retaliated, conjuring a massive sword of light to engage Rayleigh in combat. I'm sorry, Rahaired. I will not hold back. Meanwhile, a figure emerged in front of Luffy. That guy is. Zoro felt a cold sweat break out as he recognized the man. Shark Jaw. Jinbei leaped out from behind Luffy, throwing a punch towards the newcomer. In response, Dracule Mihawk struck back with a sword, sending Jinbei flying with a powerful slash. Then aimed at Luffy with another strike that unleashed a flying slash. Demon Aura, 9 sword style. Ashura, 9 flash. Zoro unleashed his technique, spinning with his swords to counter Mihawk's attack. Boom. With all his might, Zoro managed to deflect Mihawk's casual strike, but the effort sent him crashing back. Blood spilling from his mouth. Hey, Zoro, are you okay? Sanji rushed to inquire as Zoro was sent sprawling. Recovering quickly, Zoro evaded the Navy's onslaught, rolling to his feet and unleashing his 3-sword style against the attackers, then responded to Sanji, I'm fine. I've grown stronger. But the gap with that man remains vast. Damn it. Luffy, seeing Zoro thrown back, activated Gear Second, stretching his arms back to unleash a rocket pistol at Mihawk. However, in the next moment, he sensed a fleeting glimpse of the future, realizing that if he attacked, Mihawk would sever his arms. He quickly withdrew his hands, refraining from the assault. Quite calm, aren't you? Mihawk complimented as he leaped forward, aiming a fierce slash at Luffy. Boom. Luffy dodged just in time, and Mihawk's blade struck the ground, sending debris flying. He swung again, but Luffy evaded once more, narrowly escaping the cutting wave that sliced through the ice wall formed by Akiji's abilities. Chapter 81. Exposure, Action. That was close. Luffy sighed in relief after dodging Mihawk's attack, noticing the icebergs were cleaved in two. Hey, what's that? After the ice was cut, the onlookers gasped at the astonishing sight of floating islands and ships suspended in the sky. Humph. They VE discovered us. Those pesky kids are infuriating. Shiki the Golden Lion grinned while puffing on his cigar. Humph. That Mihawk fellow, he remarked. Crocodile felt somewhat helpless, not expecting Hawkeye to interrupt the iceberg just as in the original tale. That flag, it's the Baroque works. And the Sky Pirates. Could it be that man has arrived as well? The crowd gazed upward, their astonishment evident as they recognized the pirate flag. The Golden Lion. Carp's expression shifted. The Golden Lion was someone he had only managed to defeat alongside Sengoku in the past. This situation has become quite troublesome, Sengoku remarked to Carp. Ah, rest assured. I must take action now, Carp replied. Crocodile, the Golden Lion. Whitebeard looked skyward, perplexed, unable to fathom why they had appeared in this place. Indeed, some heavyweight figures have arrived, Kizaru commented, glancing at the sky with a hint of amusement. Are those the reinforcements summoned by Pops? Jozu cast a quick glance upward, aware that the Golden Lion had once sailed alongside his father. Let's start with an appetizer, the Golden Lion declared, pointing, causing an island to plummet directly toward Marineford. What a chaotic fellow, Doflamingo remarked, observing the descending island. Navy, how will you respond now? Moria looked at the island crashing down. Figures from the old era are emerging, one after another. Akaina gazed at the sky, magma swirling in his hands, preparing for a confrontation, but a figure dashed out ahead of him. Fist of Impact. Carp launched toward the falling island, delivering a powerful punch imbued with haki. The shockwave instantly penetrated the island, and in the next moment, it shattered into countless pieces. Debris raining down. Truly worthy of admiration, Mr. Carp. Akiji observed Carp in the air with respect. Vice Admiral Carp has made his move. The morale of the Navy surged at the sight of Carp's action. Carp. The Golden Lion inhaled sharply from the cigar in his mouth. It is time for us to strike. Crocodile cast a glance at the Golden Lion, who then wielded his abilities to send several ships plummeting down. Attention, everyone. Look above. As the vessels began their descent, the Navy below instantly heightened their vigilance. Allow me to create an opening first. Crocodile leapt from the sand alligator, his hands coalescing with golden sand. Sand's monstrous grip. In an instant, a formidable fist enveloped in haki descended upon the ice, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that toppled numerous foes, shattering the ice beneath and creating a vast crater. The sounds of vessels plunging into the water echoed repeatedly. Crocodile returned to the bow of the sand alligator, with Mr. One and others making their appearances behind him. Hey, look at their attire. Aren't those the prisoners from Impel Down? The Navy officers exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the pirates on several other ships. Could it be? Some Navy personnel speculated but refrained from voicing their thoughts. Stay composed. It's merely Crocodile and the Golden Lion, Akainu declared. Chapter 82. The Commotion at Marineford. It's been years. Have you finally removed that peculiar adornment from your head? Whitebeard inquired of the golden lion, who had approached him aboard the Moby Dick. Haha, I took it off recently. It would have been a shame not to participate in such a grand feast, the golden lion replied. Is that so? The situation on the battlefield appears rather grim. Are you truly here to assist? Whitebeard asked with a hint of concern. Haha, fear not. I cannot abide by the Navy's actions, the golden lion reassured Whitebeard. On the battlefield, Crocodile led a throng of pirates into the fray, determined to shine brilliantly in Marineford. Crocodile, face your demise. A Navy officer swung his blade at the approaching Crocodile. The sword cleaved through Crocodile's form, yet the officer showed no sign of triumph. For Crocodile had already transformed into sand. In the next moment, a golden hook pierced through the officer's body, causing him to collapse. Hey, Navy, dare to seize my subordinates? You shall pay the price, Crocodile declared as he flicked his hand, unleashing a tempest of sand that swiftly engulfed a multitude of Navy personnel. With a swift motion, a merciless slash descended, severing the sandstorm conjured by Crocodile. Crocodile, your journey ends here. The weasel, brandishing a blade, remarked as he gazed at Crocodile. You, my young adversary, seem to possess an inflated sense of self-worth. Crocodile cast a glance at him, and subsequently, his entire being began to transform into sand. Desert Greatsword. In the next moment, Crocodile propelled himself forward, his arm morphing into a blade of sand that sliced towards the weasel. The weasel swiftly drew his blade to parry the attack, yet Crocodile's other hand unleashed a golden hook that sent the weasel hurtling through the air. As he flew backward, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Go intercept the others. This fellow is mine to handle. Akiji appeared beside the weasel, addressing him. Kazan, it's up to you. The weasel replied, then maneuvered around Crocodile to join the Navy in their assault on Mr. One and his crew. It has been a long time, Akiji. Crocodile paid no heed and focused intently on Akiji, declaring, this time, fortune shall not favor you. Akiji responded with a single word before leaping into the air in an instant, spears beginning to coalesce around him. In this place, it is indeed disadvantageous to contend with you. Crocodile surveyed the surrounding ice, realizing there was nothing here that could be turned to sand. Crocodile was contemplating shifting the battlefield to Marineford Square when Akiji's assault commenced, two long spears soaring directly towards him. Sandblade. Crocodile raised his arm, transforming it into a blade of sand that deftly intercepted Akiji's assault. Just as Akiji was poised to launch another attack, a flash erupted, and Jozu collided forcefully with Akiji, sending him hurtling away. Diamond Jozu. Akiji, now sprawled on the ground, cast a dark glance at Jozu. I never anticipated that one day I would fight alongside you. After sending Akiji flying, Jozu landed and remarked to Crocodile, I did not summon you to intervene. Mind your own business. Crocodile, feeling displeased, addressed Jaws. In any case, thank you for aiding us against the Navy. Jaws replied, I simply did not wish to grant the Navy any satisfaction. Crocodile responded, at this rate, with our current strength, simultaneously confronting both the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, along with the Dark King Rayleigh, would result in a Pyrrhic victory at best. Sengoku, observing the shifting dynamics on the battlefield, sighed with frustration. He then activated the Den Den Mushi. Everyone, commence retreat towards the square. Sengoku's command echoed across the battlefield, prompting countless Navy personnel to withdraw, while the pirates began their pursuit towards the square. Captain, we should leave as well, Mr. Five suggested to Crocodile upon witnessing the Navy's retreat. No need. Let them lead the way for now, Crocodile instructed. Crocodile was acutely aware that the Navy intended to have Akainu obliterate the ice surface. What strategy was the Navy employing? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, contemplating the sudden withdrawal of naval forces towards the square. It was surely not a positive development, considering the formidable opponent was Sengoku. The Golden Lion remarked to Whitebeard, Volcanic meteor. As the Navy gradually retreated from the ice, Akainu rose, raising his hands skyward. Countless molten fists launched into the heavens. And in an instant, the sky became shrouded in volcanic ash. Was this the plan all along? All members of the Whitebeard pirates, hasten your retreat from the ice. Whitebeard shouted, realizing the imminent danger above. In the next moment, an array of massive molten fists descended from the sky, bombarding the ice surface with relentless ferocity. Each molten strike created a vast crater upon impact, launching any unfortunate pirates caught in the blast into the air. Lioness Thousand Cuts. At that moment, a figure surged forth with remarkable speed, unleashing a multitude of slashing waves that intercepted the descending molten fists. The force was significantly more potent than before. Was this the true might of the Golden Lion? Crocodile gazed at the figure in the sky who was deflecting the magma fist, exclaiming, Golden Lion. Sengoku's expression darkened. With the intervention of the Golden Lion, Akainu's meteor volcano had failed to yield any substantial impact, and the Navy's retreat inadvertently allowed the pirates to ascend to the port of Marineford with ease. Outside the bay, the Whitebeard pirates had commenced their breakthrough against the Navy, converging toward Whitebeard with unexpected ease. Upon noticing that his subordinate pirates had successfully infiltrated, Whitebeard's countenance grew solemn, and he picked up a din mushy. "Hello, old man. What's wrong? We have breached the Navy's defenses and are on our way to rendezvous with you." The voice of Waydibe resonated through the din mushy upon connection. "Wait. Waydibe, do not rush over just yet. First, eliminate the Navy ships in the vicinity," Whitebeard instructed. "Huh? Old man, there is no one on the ships." "Why should we specifically destroy them?" Waydibe inquired, perplexed. "Do not question me, Waydibe. I have a feeling the Navy has a backup plan. Let us destroy the ships first," Whitebeard insisted. "Understood, old man." Waydibe responded, then relayed the command to the other subordinate pirate crews to commence their assault on the surrounding Navy vessels. "Damn it. Wasn't it better to just enter the encirclement? Why turn back?" Jean Tamara remarked, visibly displeased upon witnessing the pirates return to attack the Navy ships. "However, this means we must act ahead of schedule," Jean Tamaru reluctantly conceded. "Activists, move out," Jean Tamaru shouted, leading the activists into the fray. Chapter 84. Premature Execution. The activists' involvement briefly detained Waydibe and her fellow captains. Returning to the square of Marineford, Akainu's failure to obliterate the ice led to the Navy's retreat becoming a blunder, prompting Sengoku to immediately sever the din mushy and prepare for Ace's premature execution. With the sound of footsteps echoing on the staircase, two executioners wielding long swords ascended the execution platform. Hey, what is going on? Isn't it too early for Captain Ace's execution? The Navy wouldn't dare to execute him prematurely, would they? Damn Navy. How insidious. The crowd quickly discerned the two executioners' presence upon the platform. "Ace!" Luffy exclaimed, his urgency intensifying as he rushed toward the execution platform. Make way, make way, make way." Luffy unleashed a flurry of techniques, dispatching every Navy soldier that obstructed his path. "Humph, I hope I won't need to intervene." Crocodile cast a glance towards the execution platform, snorting coldly. "Sengoku, you scoundrel." Whitebeard's expression darkened as he turned his gaze to Sengoku, then raised his arm and forcefully swung it towards the execution platform. A tremendous shockwave erupted forth, sweeping away all obstacles in its path with an unstoppable momentum. Bang! Just as the pirates were filled with confidence at Whitebeard's strike, the shockwave abruptly halted before the execution platform. "How could I allow you to succeed so easily?" As the crowd observed, they realized that it was the combined might of the three Marine admirals that had thwarted Whitebeard's attack. "Immediately proceed with the execution of Fire Fist Ace," Sengoku shouted. "Stop it, Ace!" Luffy bellowed as he witnessed the two soldiers on the execution platform raise their swords. "Can Bruno make it in time?" Crocodile furrowed his brow. Suddenly, two soldiers did not halt. They thrust their raised swords directly at Ace. The members of the Straw Hat crew closed their eyes in despair, while Luffy let out a heart-wrenching roar, demanding them to cease their actions. As his voice echoed, an invisible shockwave erupted, causing the surrounding Navy soldiers to fall one after another, while those who could withstand it were intimidated by the overwhelming force. This intangible power surged past the execution platform, and the two soldiers, their eyes rolling back, dropped their swords helplessly to the side. Could it be that the Straw Hat Kid possesses such power? Smoker exclaimed in astonishment. "It's no wonder he is the grandson of Captain Garp," Akiji remarked, directing his gaze at Luffy. "We must not allow him to escape." Akainu growled fiercely. "Such terrifying potential," Kizaru said, fear evident on his face. "Indeed, he is Ace's brother. Truly remarkable." The pirates rejoiced exuberantly. "Reorganize immediately," Sengoku commanded, his expression grim. "Charge. We must rescue Ace at once." Jozu and the others rallied, their spirits soaring as they surged toward the execution platform. In the midst of the chaos, Marco soared into the sky, heading straight for the platform. "Not on my watch." Kizaru attempted to intervene, transforming into light to intercept him. But Jozu swiftly shot out to disrupt his attack. "Go for it, Marco," Jozu shouted excitedly, urging him onward. "Stop him." Countless bullets and cannonballs rained down upon Marco, but they posed no threat to him, endowed with the flames of immortality. As Marco charged toward the execution platform, Garp, seated there, realized that he could no longer remain passive. He leaped into action, delivering a heavy punch that sent Marco flying back. "Grandpa, why?" Luffy cried out in bewilderment. witnessing Marco being struck away just as he was about to reach the platform. None shall approach this place, Garp declared, remaining steadfast on the battlefield, his presence instilling fear in countless pirates. Garp, it has been many years. Rayleigh strode confidently toward him. I thought you had long since hidden away. Garp responded. You shall not escape. Let me be your opponent, Rayleigh proclaimed, pointing his sword at Garp with formidable resolve. Then let me see if your skills have diminished. Garp countered, unleashing his own formidable aura to match Rayleigh. The clash of their immense forces sent shockwaves through the battlefield, leaving both pirates and Navy personnel unable to endure the intensity. A rare spectacle, the confrontation between titans of the old era. If one were to perish here, my zombie army would gain a formidable strength, Moria observed eagerly, fixated on Garp and Rayleigh. Under the watchful eyes of all, the two warriors struck simultaneously. Rayleigh swung his sword while Garp unleashed a powerful punch. Their attacks collided, creating a tremendous shockwave that sent nearby soldiers flying. However, this was merely a preliminary test, as both combatants soon unleashed their full might, engaging in a relentless exchange of blows. Fists and swords clashed repeatedly, their hockey escalating, causing all around to instinctively withdraw and clear a path. Navigate around them. Do not waste time. Their battle will not conclude swiftly. Marco, having returned, commanded the Whitebeard pirates to continue their advance toward the execution platform. Do not think you can pass here, Marco. The Navy's vice admirals reorganized their defenses to block the Whitebeard pirates' onslaught. Try to stop us, if you dare, Marco declared, charging forward with unyielding resolve. Such ferocity, the immortal bird, Marco. A flash of light zipped past as Kizaru appeared before Marco, quickly delivering a kick. Marco, undeterred, retaliated with a kick of his own, colliding with Kizaru's attack. Jozu attempted to assist, only to find himself immobilized. Glancing back to discover Doflamingo had stealthily appeared behind him. Let me lend a hand. Doflamingo stood atop Jozu's back, using his powers to restrain his movements. Jozu. The other captains of the Whitebeard pirates sought to provide support, but were intercepted by the likes of the Mink tribe and vice admirals. Crocodile, come help us. A member of the Whitebeard pirates shouted desperately at Crocodile. Are you ordering me, brat? Crocodile retorted. Crocodile cast a glance at him, instantly instilling a fear that rendered him speechless. Ha. To expect that scoundrel Crocodile to genuinely offer assistance is utterly foolish. Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed heartily as he declared, bark again, and I shall sever your head, Flame Bird. Crocodile turned back and began to survey his surroundings, only to discover that Akaina had mysteriously departed from the battlefield. Has he resorted to underhanded tactics? Clockter helplessly pondered as Mr. One and his comrades valiantly struck down the advancing Navy forces. Truly, these seasoned warriors have not lost their edge. On board the Moby Dick, the Golden Lion felt the overwhelming power of Rayleigh and Garp, his blood surging with excitement. Yearning to join the fray, it was time for me to take action. Whitebeard gazed ahead, his eyes fixed on Sengoku. Just then, Squard unexpectedly appeared on the Moby Dick. Squard, how goes the battle on the Gulf side? Whitebeard inquired upon seeing him. Rather smoothly, though the Navy has brought along pacifists, Squard responded, approaching Whitebeard. Thank you for your efforts. The tide is turning in our favor. Once we rescue Ace, we can retreat. Whitebeard replied without suspicion. Ah, yes. Once Ace is back, you all can withdraw, right, Dad? Chapter 86, The Navy's Conspiracy. Ah, yes. Once Ace is back, you all can withdraw, right, Dad? Squard's words were scarcely uttered when a sudden spray of blood erupted as his sword plunged into Whitebeard's chest without warning. The Golden Lion was taken aback, as was Whitebeard. Dad. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates gasped, shocked at the sight on the Moby Dick. Is this a joke? Whitebeard was actually struck head-on. As Doflamingo manipulated Jozu, he glanced toward the Moby Dick. Dad. Marco was thrown into chaos, desperate to break free from Kizaru and rush to Whitebeard's aid. Pirate infighting. How could Kizaru let such an opportunity slip away? He raised his hand and unleashed a beam of light that pierced through Marco's chest. Whoosh. A figure dashed toward Marco like lightning, but was sent flying back by a gust of yellow sand. Do not even think about taking advantage of the situation. Navy Rear Admiral Clockter materialized, determined not to let the balance of battle shift. Clockter. The disoriented Gecko Moria glared at Clockter in frustration. Thank you, Clockter. Marco shouted in gratitude, quickly regaining his footing and charging toward the Moby Dick once more. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Squard had drawn his sword, shouting at Whitebeard. You have long since made a deal with the Navy, haven't you? What deal? The crew of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Squard in confusion. Indeed. Akaina has already informed me. Dad made a deal with Sengoku, trading the lives of us subordinate crews for Ace. Squard continued. Dad, is this true? How could that be? Dad would never be that kind of person. The crew was instantly thrown into disarray. Is that how it is? Whitebeard glanced at Sengoku and then back at Squard. Seeing this, Squard placed his sword down, standing before Whitebeard. To have struck you even once is already unexpected. Go on, take my life. With a grim expression, Whitebeard extended his hand, and as the crew braced for an attack from him towards Squard, Whitebeard instead pulled Squard into an embrace. Even if you were so foolish, I still love you. Truly a foolish son, Whitebeard said to Squard, releasing him and stepping forward. You dare to say I sold my son's life, Sengoku. What a clumsy scheme indeed. What you choose to believe is your freedom. Whitebeard bellowed, his muscles rippling as he activated his devil fruit power, shattering the iceberg formed by Akiji's ice. Then, Whitebeard leaped from the Moby Dick, shouting, those willing to follow me, come along. Squard, you bastard. What have you done to Dad? Marco arrived late, kicking Squard to the ground in a fit of rage. Dad. Squard, now filled with shame, wept on the ground. Cursed Squard, what have you done? As Whitebeard personally joined the battlefield, the fury of all pirates ignited, shattering the Navy's lies. Come forth, Sengoku. Whitebeard grinned confidently, swinging his blade to unleash a powerful shockwave that sent numerous Navy soldiers flying. Chapter 87. Whitebeard joins the battlefield. Everyone, take heed. The world's strongest man is about to unleash his might. Sengoku's words echoed like a final declaration throughout Marineford, heralding the entrance of the formidable Whitebeard into battle. Charge. Take down Whitebeard's head. Countless Navy soldiers recklessly surged toward Whitebeard, cannonballs flying as they leapt, swords drawn, aiming for him. With a sweeping motion of his weapon, Whitebeard sent the surrounding Navy soldiers reeling. Protect Dad. Do not let the Navy near him. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates rushed to encircle Whitebeard, determined to shield him from the onslaught. What are you doing? Do you think I need your protection? Whitebeard bellowed, chastising their actions. He swung his weapon fiercely, producing waves of shockwaves that defeated countless Navy soldiers. Come at me without fear. Go ahead. Just as Whitebeard prepared to smash the ground with his weapon, a Crimson Foot intervened, blocking the blow. Bang! A colossal force collided, creating a tempest of chaos. How can I allow you to continue this mayhem? As the storm subsided, Akainu stood with his hands in his pockets, revealing himself as the one who had thwarted Whitebeard's attack. If you wish to stop me, then give it a try? Whitebeard laughed boldly, returning to his weapon, raising his fist enveloped in tremors, and striking toward Akainu. Great fire. Akainu retaliated with a punch of his own. The two forces colliding, creating a scene of half red and half white, as the surrounding Navy and pirates quickly cleared a space for their clash. Is this how it ends for you, Whitebeard? The Golden Lion observed Whitebeard's retreating figure, memories of the young, spirited Whitebeard aboard the Rock's ship flooding his mind. He knew at that moment that the era of Whitebeard had come to a close. Let me help you one last time. It shall also settle my grievances with Roger. The Golden Lion ascended, his gaze fixed on the execution platform, then charged forward. Golden Lion, can you really not restrain yourself? Sengoku clenched his fists, furrowing his brow at the approaching threat. How could I allow you to pass so easily? In an instant, Akiji materialized before the Golden Lion, his hands coalescing with frigid energy as he unleashed a torrent towards his adversary. With a swift motion, the Golden Lion retaliated, parrying the icy onslaught with a flurry of strikes, declaring, Child, if you wish to impede me, you ought to train for several more years. After deflecting Akiji's chilling assault, he launched a devastating wave of slashes aimed at Akiji, shattering the attack before he surged onward towards the execution platform. Oh dear, this is quite troublesome, exclaimed Kizaru, who transformed into a flash of light, only to be abruptly halted by a sudden collision. Do not even think about stopping me, Kizaru, Joza proclaimed as he sent Kizaru tumbling to the ground. You are truly an annoyance, Captain Whitebeard, Kizaru retorted, rising with a scowl. Quickly, intercept him. Countless Navy soldiers fired cannonballs in an attempt to thwart the Golden Lion. Yet not only did they fail to inflict any harm, but the Golden Lion also retaliated, rebounding the projectiles back at them. Buddha, the Golden Lion charged directly towards the execution platform. I am the last line of defense here, Golden Lion, Sengoku declared, expanding his form as he beheld the incoming threat. Chapter 88. Sengoku takes action. With a thunderous roar, Sengoku's body rapidly enlarged, transforming into a massive golden Buddha, who then struck out with a powerful palm towards the advancing Golden Lion. Humph! The Golden Lion, unfazed, retaliated with a swift kick, countering Sengoku's attack. The ensuing shockwave erupted, sending the golden lion hurtling backward for several meters before he regained his footing. "The blade is still sharp, Sengoku," he exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. With a swift motion, he summoned an island from the sky, which began to fracture, morphing into several colossal land-shaking lions that charged towards Sengoku. Sengoku, undeterred, formed one hand into a fist and the other into an open palm, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the approaching land-shaking lions, obliterating them entirely. Even Sengoku has entered the fray. If this continues, the pirates may very well emerge victorious. However, should such a scenario arise, the five at the Holy Land shall not remain idle, Crocodile pondered, observing the increasingly chaotic battlefield. "Crocodile, shall we reconsider the matter of our collaboration? You two have witnessed that the world is on the brink of unprecedented upheaval." Crocodile was contemplating when Doflamingo reappeared, extending an invitation. "Begone." Crocodile uttered a single word. "Utterly heartless." Doflamingo chuckled, spreading his arms wide, his expression shifting abruptly. Suddenly, he launched himself forward, delivering a sweeping strike aimed at Crocodile. "It seems I must teach you a lesson you won't soon forget." Crocodile wielded his golden hook to effortlessly deflect Doflamingo's assault. In a swift motion, a blade of sand erupted from the ground. Doflamingo, quick to react, enveloped his midsection in hockey to block Crocodile's strike, sending him hurtling backward. Crocodile had just sent Doflamingo flying when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He swiftly turned to block the incoming attack, only to find another Doflamingo before him. A puppet, perhaps? Crocodile is well aware of Doflamingo's abilities. After deflecting the attack, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the puppet soaring through the air. "Sandstorm, be gone, Doflamingo." Crocodile conjured a swirling sandstorm, directing it toward Doflamingo. With a swift leap, Doflamingo ascended into the air, evading the tempest as it spiraled outward, sweeping away numerous marines and pirates alike. In that moment, a powerful slash cut through the storm, shattering it. As Mihawk advanced with purpose, Crocodile had become increasingly elusive. Mihawk gazed intently at him, as if attempting to pierce through his very essence. Suddenly, a jubilant shout from Luffy captured everyone's attention. Unbeknownst to them, he had dashed to the execution platform, extending his arm to propel himself onto it. "Luffy!" Ace exclaimed. Astonishment etched on his face upon seeing his brother. "I'll get you out of here right away," Luffy declared with a grin, hoisting Ace onto his back before leaping off the platform. "Stop them. We can't let the Straw Hat Kid take Fire Fist, Ace." The Marines roared, charging toward the duo. "What are you all doing?" Akainu was momentarily taken aback, incredulous that the Straw Hat Kid had truly managed to rescue someone. "Don't look around, you fools." Whitebeard seized the opportunity, bringing his weapon down toward Akainu. Regaining his focus, Akainu countered with a magma-fisted strike, blocking Whitebeard's assault. Chapter 89, The Chains Fall. The Flame Emperor returns. Faced with Whitebeard's onslaught, Akainu hurriedly evaded, the tremors from their clash shaking the ground beneath them. "Everyone, protect Ace." Whitebeard bellowed with all his might after his attack. "Cover Ace. Defeat the Marines." Jozu cried out, rallying the pirates toward Ace's position. "Don't let the Straw Hat Kid escape." The Marines fought desperately to obstruct Luffy and Ace, who continued to evade and retaliate. "Protect Luffy." The Straw Hat crew quickly encircled him, shielding him from harm. "Bruno, Mr. 3. Go assist the Straw Hat Kid." Crocodile commanded, directing Bruno and Mr. 3 to lend their aid. "Understood," came Mr. 3's voice from the void. "The enemies keep coming." Meanwhile, Zoro and the others struggled against the relentless tide of Marines, unable to carve out an escape. Suddenly, a door opened in the air as Mr. 3 emerged. "Are Crocodile's subordinates here to assist?" Zoro speculated upon spotting Mr. 3. "This is the key to the chains. Take it." Mr. 3 handed a key to Luffy, who received it with excitement. "Really? This is fantastic," Luffy exclaimed, inserting the key into the shackles. With a click, the chains fell away. "Thank you, Luffy. Now, leave the rest to me." Ace stretched his limbs before addressing Luffy. With a powerful punch, flames erupted from Ace, clearing a path through the chaos. "Damn it. We can't hold them back. The Fire Fist has been unleashed." The Marines, witnessing their comrades fall in droves, began to tremble in fear. "Captain, Fire Fist has been rescued. What do we do?" Blackbeard, hidden in the shadows, grimaced at the turn of events, questioning why figures like Rayleigh, Shiki, and Crocodile had come to disrupt the battle. "I have no choice but to act. Stay put. My current status is Warlord, and I can't afford to be reckless." Calming himself, Blackbeard charged into the fray. "Hey, Ace. I never thought I'd see you rescued. Ace, racing against time, halted upon hearing a familiar voice. Blackbeard, teach. Ace shouted, recognizing the newcomer. Teach. The others also acknowledged the sudden appearance of the warlord. Don't run, Ace. Just die here in Marineford. Blackbeard's sinister laughter filled the air as he reached out toward Ace. Dark water. Ace felt the terrifying pull of Blackbeard's power drawn toward him. Luffy. Ace's brother reacted too late, watching helplessly as Ace was ensnared and struck down. Ace. Luffy transformed, entering gear second, and in an instant, he was before Blackbeard, delivering a powerful jet pistol. Blackbeard writhed in pain on the ground, allowing Luffy to rescue Ace and retreat from Blackbeard's grasp. What just happened? Teach actually managed to hit Ace? The members of the Whitebeard pirates expressed their shock. Teach. Even Whitebeard, engaged with Akainu, was momentarily distracted. Don't get distracted, Whitebeard. Akainu seized the moment, launching a punch that struck Whitebeard, breaking a portion of his beard. Chapter 90. The Climax of Battle. Dad. Ace. Marco, observing the battlefield, hesitated before charging toward Whitebeard. Don't worry about me, Marco. Go save Ace. Whitebeard urged as he noticed Marco's intent to assist. Dad. Marco, after a moment's contemplation, sped toward Ace despite Whitebeard's command. Straw Hat Kid. After being knocked down by Luffy, Blackbeard regained his footing, glaring at Luffy as he prepared to unleash dark water. Don't you dare lay a hand on my brother, Blackbeard. Ace intervened, launching a fire punch at Blackbeard. Still full of vigor after so many days and impelled down, huh, Ace? Blackbeard retaliated, absorbing Ace's flames with his dark mist. Teach. Marco's furious roar echoed as he charged at Blackbeard like a whirlwind, delivering a powerful kick. Captain Marco. Blackbeard blocked Marco's kick with ease, leaving Marco stunned by his opponent's strength. Captain Marco, allow me to show you the power I've gained. Blackbeard unleashed a plume of dark smoke, pulling Marco toward him with an overwhelming force. In an instant, Blackbeard seized Marco by the neck, and Marco's expression shifted to one of terror as he realized his powers were suppressed upon contact. Boom. Blackbeard's fist struck Marco down, causing him to spit blood. Marco. Seizing the opportunity, Ace retaliated with a punch that sent Blackbeard flying. Ace, don't engage him. I'll get you both out of here. Free from Blackbeard's grip. Marco regained his strength, using his powers to envelop Ace and Luffy, propelling them to safety. Don't let Fire Fist Ace escape. One must eradicate all evil here. With a furious roar, the warrior of the Warring States unleashed an astounding force through his powerful palm, enveloping the Golden Line. The terrifying shockwave shattered the earth, causing the lion at its epicenter to spurt forth a mouthful of blood. I shall not allow your escape. The yellow ape transformed into light, and a reflection appeared above Marco, delivering a light-speed kick that sent him crashing down. How infuriating. Are you all right, Ace? Upon hitting the ground, Marco inquired about Ace's condition. I'm fine, Ace responded. 8-span jewel. After toppling Marco, the yellow ape hovered midair, unleashing a barrage of radiant orbs that rained down furiously upon Marco's position. Realizing the imminent danger, Marco soared into the sky to intercept the yellow ape's assault. Quickly subdue Fire Fist Ace and the Straw Hat Brat. The Navy surged forward, targeting Ace and Luffy. Blackbeard, you needn't join the fray. Allow me to be your opponent for now. Just as Blackbeard was about to pursue Ace, a gust of yellow sand swept by, revealing Crocodile before him. Crocodile, I have no time to engage you right now, Blackbeard said with a darkened expression. What does it matter to me? Sand monster arm. Crocodile leaped high into the air, a whirlwind of yellow sand trailing behind him, coalescing into a colossal arm that he wielded with formidable strength. He then launched a fierce punch towards Blackbeard. Chapter 91. Crocodile versus Blackbeard. Damn Crocodile, Blackbeard exclaimed, quickly raising his hand to unleash the darkness. Dark Hole. In the next moment, Crocodile's formidable sand attack began to be absorbed by the powers of the dark fruit. Realizing that Blackbeard was devouring the very sand he commanded, Crocodile swiftly retreated. Crocodile, this is the suppression of the devil fruit, Blackbeard taunted, effortlessly blocking Crocodile's strike. Now, go ahead and try again. Crocodile transformed into a wisp of yellow sand, plunging rapidly towards Blackbeard, his golden hook enveloped in haki, aimed to strike. Bang! Blackbeard, with remarkable reflexes, raised his hand, hardening his haki to deflect the golden hook. Dark water. Immediately, Blackbeard lifted his hand towards Crocodile, who felt an overwhelming force of suction, drawing him uncontrollably towards Blackbeard. Bang! As balance was disrupted, Crocodile felt the world turn upside down, and in the next moment, Blackbeard's heavy fist came crashing down upon him. Thud. One blow sent Crocodile flying backwards, rendered as if bent like a bow. Unbelievable, indeed, the prowess of the dark fruit. Crocodile wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then rose to his feet. The sparse description of a few steps in the anime pales in comparison to the terror of this first-hand experience. In that moment, the disappearance of the devil fruit's power was one aspect, while the sudden emergence of a formidable suction was another. However, I am no mere figure of empty reputation. Crocodile raised his hand, and several blades of sand shot towards him. Ha ha, it's always the same, no matter how many times you come. Blackbeard laughed heartily, utilizing his dark hole technique to absorb Crocodile's assault. Well then, let us see what you can do. Crocodile incessantly manipulated the golden sands to launch an assault on Blackbeard, while simultaneously transforming into sand to scour the area for opportunities. With a swift motion, Blackbeard absorbed the relentless barrage of Crocodile's attacks. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back and promptly turned, raising his hand to block. Upon closer inspection, he found a golden hook firmly pressed against his arm. What a swift reaction, Blackbeard. Crocodile let out a light chuckle, while Blackbeard similarly displayed a sinister grin, extending his hand as if to employ the same trick once more. The golden treasure sword. Crocodile, having suffered once, would not fall prey a second time. With a swift motion, his sandy hand transformed into a razor-sharp blade, piercing through Blackbeard's chest in an instant. Blackbeard let out a pained wail as crimson flowed from the wound, his body writhing on the ground. Suddenly, a shroud of darkness erupted from him, enveloping his form. When the darkness dissipated, Blackbeard stood rejuvenated, exuding vitality. Crocodile. The power of darkness can absorb even the injuries inflicted upon it. You stand no chance, he proclaimed with a booming laughter, as shadows emanated from his being.